I used to be the prince of the lord of the iron cavalry of 100,000, but now I can only hide like a pig or dog. Just because the emperor feared me, he slaughtered my 9 clans under the name of rebellion. Looking at the burning mansion in the distance, I knew that there were no more blood relatives in the world. I hate my own incompetence, hate the lack of mercy between the lord and ministers of Dechu, and also hate why my father is so foolishly loyal. Clearly holding 100,000 soldiers of the Northern Elite Army, why did he have to be summoned to the capital? If my father could listen to my advice, the Beisho army would not have been disbanded, and the entire clan, young and old, as well as those uncles and uncles in the army, would not have been killed on charges of rebellion by the tyrant. Originally, a year ago, I finally awakened my memories of past lives and wanted to use them to make everyone's lives better. But now, I can't do anything and can only hide this overwhelming hatred. Otherwise, the mighty Li family of Beihili will completely cut off the last trace of bloodline, and there will be no one to avenge my Beihili family in the future. However, unexpectedly, at the moment of my despair, I obtained the precious treasure of humanity, the purple map of the 10,000 people. As long as there are enough souls, ancient Chinese heroic spirits can be summoned to the world, and souls can be collected as long as they are killed by extraordinary living beings. Seeing that the remaining number of souls above was sufficient, I tried to summon them. As soon as I confirmed, the entire sky suddenly exploded. Countless blood-red thunders roared and fell continuously, and the whole land turned into a battlefield full of corpses. Next, a mysterious man broke through the screen and appeared in front of me in an instant, with a terrifying aura spreading instantly, freezing everything nearby like a cold winter. This momentum, even my father who was at the 8th level of the transcendent realm, is far inferior. The end will Luoibai see the Lord. Before I could wake up from the shock, he had already dismounted and saluted me, just as I was still in astonishment. Another solemn voice rang out, Yen Yun 18 knights see the Lord. It was then that I discovered, behind them, there were 18 majestic figures, just like the Grim Reapers. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't even notice them. The appearance of Luoyi and Yen Yun's 18 riders represents what? It represents that even if I want to die, it's difficult. The old emperor wants to exterminate my entire family. Isn't he? Isn't he still wanted now? Alright, come on. I will personally harvest your soul and bury it in the purple chart. Let's see if the last remaining fire of the Li family can ignite a prairie fire. However, now it is no different from seeking a dead end to go and find the emperor. Luo Yi also indicated that there are several auras in the city stronger than him now. After all, he has just arrived with only the cultivation of the first layer of the transcendent realm. It will also take some time to restore his strength. But since the total account cannot be settled temporarily, is it reasonable for me to collect some interest first? For example, the third prince Xiao Shi, who was the most beloved by the emperor living in the palace outside the city. Although he had several guards in the middle stage of the transcendent realm by his side, what Luoyi said about the invincibility of the transcendent realm was no joke. With that, he mounted his horse directly and galloped towards the west city gate. Originally, I was thinking of finding the secret left by my mother to leave the city, but now with Luoyi and Yen Yun's 18 riders, there is no need to sneak around anymore. Just kill your way out openly. After all, getting rid of those city guards can also replenish soul energy. Now it's curfew time. Coupled with the continuous autumn rain, those with high cultivation levels generally will not appear. So this also gave me a good opportunity to break through. Luoyi took the lead and rushed to the front, and as we were about to approach the city gate, the guards also noticed us. At this time, those who appear at the city gate are generally not ordinary people. Seeing our majestic momentum rushing towards them, the guards instinctively drew their swords, blocking the way in front and wanting us to dismount for inspection. At this sight, I had no mercy, and directly waved my hand coldly, saying, "Those who block the way shall be killed without mercy." Hearing this, Luo Yi, who was at the forefront, smiled, and the blood-red long spear in his hand swept fiercely like hell, instantly blocking the 6 guards in front as if they were hit by an ancient giant beast. Their armor shattered, their bodies flying backwards, exploding into a mist of blood in the air. The guards who were not affected by the impact were also beheaded by the 18 riders following with curved knives. The speed of the entire team was not affected at all, continuing to gallop, and all the guards who dared to block the way could not stop Luo Yi's spear. The commotion also alarmed the gatekeeper, and a deputy general with a large knife suddenly jumped down from the roof, slashing at Luo Yi with a 3-foot blade of intense true energy. Seeing this, Luo Yi just raised his head slightly, his expression becoming more fierce, and he smashed his long spear straight up. In an instant, the deputy general in front of him, along with his weapon, shattered and flew out inch by inch. The charge of these 20 men was simply invincible, terrifying the defending general. The main general never expected that someone would dare to attack the city gates in the capital. Without any delay, He ordered everyone on the city wall to immediately release arrows. Suddenly, countless cold iron arrows tore through the sky and shot towards us. Just as I was thinking about how to resist, I heard Luo Yi's cold words, "Form up." At the next moment, a faint black mist rose from within the Yanyan 18 knights, and then connected with each other to form a dense fog that enveloped us in darkness. Strangely, even though I was in the black mist, I could clearly see the outside world, and the arrows that flew towards me could not penetrate the black mist, falling one after another, as if this dense black fog was an impenetrable armor, impervious to swords and arrows. Is this the gods and demons formation? What? What kind of treasure is this? The pupils of the Western City Guard contracted. He didn't recognize the divine demon army formation, so he naturally thought that it was a treasure forming a dense black mist that could actually block a large swath of arrows. Hold them back. Chu Primus. Invincible in battle. He bellowed angrily. An icy luster filled the long sword in his hand, and a sword chi danced around him with him as the center, the sharpness of the chi causing one's cheeks to ache. Chu Primus. Invincible in battle. Hundreds of Primus roared. The first row of Primus guards blocked the front with iron shields taller than a man. The second row of Primus guards clutched a sharp refusal lance sticking out from the hole purposely left in the center of the iron shield, a foot long and sharp. Ha ha ha. A mere formation of 100 rejects. What's the point? Luo Yi let out a wanton laugh. His body was filled with a layer of scarlet blood mist, and as he loomed, it was as if a world-defying demon god stood behind him, looking down on all beings. Boom dash. The scarlet lance swept out. The 10 feet long icy cold gun astral deity spread, unbreakable and indestructible. An iron spear crumbled, an iron shield exploded, and a Primus guard screamed and flew backwards, his body in pieces. Luo Yi kills the Primus. Wherever they passed, they were like nobody's business, and dozens of Primus guards were killed in the blink of an eye. The 18 horsemen of Yan Yun escorted Liu to follow the charge in. The scimitar in his hand was like the blade of death, and a piece of the Primus guard's head rushed up. There's no one to beat. Full of corpses, blood all over the floor. The West Side Guard was in a trance. He watched as a scarlet lance smashed the roiling sword chi and blasted at him like a pillar of heaven. Chapter 4, Killing the Prince of Dechu. The might of the Iron Cavalry was unstoppable. Little more than half a quarter of an hour later, Chen Yi, the guard of Kyoto, stood at the doorway of the West City Gate in his icy cold combat boots, stepping on the blood that covered the ground. The autumn rain was still falling, and he held a rainproof torch as he looked at the corpses that littered the ground and the blood that coated the walls, as well as the huge city gate that had been blasted to pieces. A look of gravity appeared on the cold and angry face. Very strong. It's at least the 6th level of Tony. Next to him, another sword-wielding old man who was just wearing a simple white robe slowly said. He had a rosy face, white hair, white beard, white clothes and white sword. Obviously from the Sword Palace, the strongest sword Dao Academy of the Dechu dynasty, which advocated ice and snow are as beautiful as a picture, and heaven and earth are white. The founding monarch of the Dechu dynasty was extremely bold, killing and driving away all the sects at that time, and formulated a national policy that Dechu would not allow anyone to establish a sect. Only the imperial court could establish a school palace to teach the world's students. Any idea who it is? Chen Yi said in a cold voice. He was the Kyoto guard, and he could not be blamed for being broken through the gates and running out of the city. It was seen that in the middle of that group was the fugitive Li Yu. The deputy commander of the Imperial City Department stood on the other side and said in a deep voice. Li Yu? Li Yu of the North River Li clan? Son of Li Chang? No way. The Beihao Li clan has already been destroyed, and most of the top brass of the Beishou army have been beheaded, so where else would there be strong people above the 6th level of Tony to help him, and still break the gates of Kyoto with such bravado? Chen Yi immediately shook his head. It wasn't like strong people at the 6th level of the passing specter and above were big cabbages that could be had whenever they wanted. Any one of them is a formidable name. It may not be the Northern River Li as well as the Northern Showers army, but it's definitely Li Yu. The deputy commander of the Imperial City Department spoke quietly. Chen Yi frowned slightly and fell silent. This territory was not just their side of the Great Chu dynasty. Go after it. Whoever dares to break the gates of Kyoto, there is only death. A moment later, he spoke in a morose tone, and he glanced at the bloodied West Gate Guardian who could only be distinguished by his armor, his eyes raging with murderous intent. It's under his command, and his own brother. The vengeance of killing one's closest relative must not go unrevenged. He pulled the warhorse led by his men next to him, flipped onto it and charged straight out toward the city. Behind him 200 black-armored cavalrymen followed, and the sound of the horse's hooves was like swords and spears falling to the ground. Cold and stern. Lord Zhou, not coming along? The deputy commander of the Imperial City Department, Hong Tubao, also mounted his horse, his eyes looking towards the old man with white hair and white beard, white clothes and white sword. No, This matter has nothing to do with my sword palace. The old man shook his head faintly and turned to float away. Sword palace. Hong Tupa sneered and rode out of Kyoto as well. Behind him, more than 20 riders followed in silence, each wearing a large red cloak. It was none other than the Imperial City Department's red-clothes tea-riders that made people scared. The storm got a little sharper. The icy cold rainwater hit the leaves of the trees, and a crackling sound came from it, like large pearls falling from a jade disc. The foot of Cold Mountain. Li looked at the palace halfway up the mountain that still had a lot of lights, his face calm. In a trance, it was as if he had returned to the year he was 10 years old. My father stood on the ramparts of Junbei Pass with himself in military attire, pointing to the northern boundaries of the Daejeon dynasty and smiling boldly. You heir, in the future, you will inherit your father's ambition to open up the frontier for my Chu and advance northward by 1,000 miles. Father, at that time, did you ever think that the great Chu, to which you had been loyal all your life, and for which you had been born and died, would decimate our clan? And has it ever occurred to you that those uncles and uncles of the Northern Shou army who are as close to you as brothers will be dragged into almost all deaths? Kill, he ordered. King of Chu, I'm afraid you've never felt the pain of losing a son, have you? Kill. Luo Yi passed on the order. His face filled with a hideous smile, and a piercing scarlet luster emerged from the lance in his hand. The 20 riders were like a gust of wind, violently rushing toward the first barrier leading to the mountainside palace in front of them. There was no idea of a hidden sneak attack. It was a straight-up rampage. Enemy attack. A piercing sound rang out from the Cold Mountain Pass. Sparse arrows were shot towards Liu and the others, but they were simply useless. Ha 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 dash. Luo Yi let out a violent laugh from his mouth. The scarlet lance in his hand smashed against the gate of the barrier ferociously to the extreme. Boom dash. The iron door that weighed thousands of pounds directly burst open. A large amount of debris flew out, and many of the soldiers blocking the back of the gatehouse of the barrier screamed miserably as they were smashed to a bloody pulp. Even the entire barrier trembled violently, as if it was going to be smashed into ruins by this terrifying shot. 20 riders rushed in. A soldier blocking the front was either smashed to death by the lance in Luo Yi's hands, or had his head cut off with precision by the curved sword in the hands of Yen Yun 18th Cavalry. With hardly any pause, the 20 horsemen rushed through the Cold Mountain Pass in a single bound. Wherever they passed, only blood and corpses were left behind. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Sharp, piercing, mournful cries traveled far through the night air, but 20 riders is too fast. The Cold Mountain residence had only made a move when the 20 horsemen had already rushed to the entrance of the residence and shattered its gate. Kill! Luo Yi drank coldly. His black hair flew, his eyes were scarlet like blood, and his body was entwined with amazing blood chi, and the long spear in his hand was just a sweep. The 7 or 8 Chu Primus guards who rushed in could not even let out their miserable screams before they were already smashed and blown apart in midair. Kill! The voices of the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun were neatly harmonized. They were covered in black mist, and a piercing blade light flashed out from the curved sword in their hands. Each blade seemed to be indestructible, and the Primus guards rushing in all directions could not block a single blade even if they were wearing iron armor. Kill, kill, kill. Punch, punch, punch. Without any pause, the 20 riders killed people and demolished buildings, violently charging toward the back of the other courtyard. Even if an expert of the chi-eating realm killed them, they still could not block a single blow from Luo Yi as well as anyone from the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun. What's going on? Cho Cho Chuk angrily shouted as he walked out of the room while wearing his clothes. Your Highness the Third Prince, some thieves have killed their way into the other palace. You of all gold, please follow my subordinates into the secret passage at once. The chief of the guards hurriedly arrived and kneeled on one knee. What thieves dare to kill their way into father's palace? Zhao Chu was shocked and angry, but listening to the shouts of murder that were getting closer and closer, he didn't hesitate. Go, de and air. You guys go and stop it quickly. Behind him the 2 strong men nodded and rushed in the direction of the shouts. Zhao Chu had just taken 2 steps when he remembered that his fellow sister, King Chu's favorite daughter Princess Joseon, was also in the palace at this time. However, after only a slight moment of hesitation, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately followed the guard commander towards the secret passage. If his sister died of bad luck, it would be the fault of the thieves, not his. Boom dash. A loud bang came. Cho 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 turned to look in consternation. He found the entire center hall collapsed, and 20 horsemen shot straight at him like a sharpest arrow. The man at the head had black hair flying, his eyes were ferocious, and his horrifying fury was visible to the naked eye, forming a blurry, hideous demon god overlooking the earth. When dat and air, who were at the 5th level of the Tani realm, were swept by the man's gun, they flew across the room like scarecrows, spitting out blood in midair, their chests collapsing completely. It's horrible. What a guy. Endless fear welled up in Zhao Chu's heart, and his hands and feet went cold, just by glancing at that person. It was as if he had seen a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood spread over the entire land. Cho. Icy cold voices came out from the 20 riders. Cho looked over. The next moment his eyes were rounded and his face was filled with a look of disbelief. Is he? How is this possible? Chapter 5, Cutting the Prince of Dichu Alive. Hunting down the Princess of Dichu. Chunyi strangled his horse and stopped. The 200 black riders behind them followed and slowed to a halt. The rain fell, hitting the cold armor and bouncing and shattering. General Chen, why did you stop? Hong Tu-bao, deputy commander of the Imperial City Department, stepped forward and frowned. The rain was too fast for me to confirm which direction they went. Chen Yi pointed to the 3 roads that separated in front of him. There were hoofprints left on all 3 roads. Soaked by the rain and the fact that it was night, he couldn't tell if they had just been trampled or if they had been left earlier. Hong Tu-bao dismounted and carefully examined the hoofprints on the 3 roads. Although the rain hid a lot of it, he was in the end the deputy commander of the Imperial City Department, and his expertise was overpowering. A moment later he pointed to the leftmost road and said in a deep voice, "They went in that direction." Chen Yi's face suddenly changed, and a bad feeling surged in his heart. That direction that leads to the Cold Mountain residence. Go to the Cold Mountain residence immediately. Hong Tu-bao's face sank like water as he gloomily said. The group of people were not stopping their hooves, and they were madly streaking towards the direction of the Cold Mountain residence. Sweat welled up on the palms of both men. It's hard for them to imagine. If anything were to happen to His Highness the Third Prince, how furious would His Majesty be? When the Son of Heaven is angry, he ambushes millions of corpses. Even if both of them were strong at the 7th level of the Tongyi, their hearts trembled. Among them, Hong Tu-bao was even more anxious. As the deputy commander of the Imperial City Department, he was well aware that Princess Joseon was also at the Cold Mountain residence tonight. If something happens to His Majesty's favorite son or daughter, it was like the sky was falling. His Majesty's anger is enough to burn everything. Come on. Thinking of this, he was all anxious and frantically pumped the normally loved and cherished BMW under his seat. Li Yu. Zhao Chu lost his voice. As the third prince, he naturally knew Li Yu and had met him more than once. He was chilled to the bone at this moment. These rampaging, terrifyingly strong knights were actually Li Yu's men. How is this possible? The North Shou army has been disbanded, and almost all of the North Shou army's top brass have been decimated. Where did a group of such terrifyingly strong people appear? Your Highness, go first, the guard commander roared, bringing 4 guards behind him with swords, killing towards Luo. Griffins, die. Luo looked at the few people with contempt, and casually swept the lance in his hand. As if a heavenly pillar crossed the sky, the guard commander as well as the 4 guards immediately flew out horizontally, their sternums collapsing and dying. A powerhouse at the 4th level of Tongyu couldn't block a single blow from Luo. Cut him alive, Li Yusun coldly said. Immediately, 2 knights flew down and easily captured Zhao Chu, who was only at the Qi-eating realm, and took out a rope and tied Cho to a riser. There was a constant stream of Chu Primus guards killing all around. However, the 18 horsemen of Yanyan spread out and formed a circle that no one was able to enter. Li Yu, what are you trying to do? I am the Prince of Dichu. If you dare to make a move against me, you will be hunted to death even if you flee to the ends of the earth. Cho panicked. He struggled frantically and roared at Li Yu, who was riding on a warhorse looking down at him. Hunted to death? Come on then. Li Yu's face was expressionless, and his voice actually seemed rather calm. I, Beha Li, have been destroyed, so I'll recover a little interest from you first. Brush dash. A scimitar was like a butterfly through flowers, instantly undoing Zhao Chu's clothes, and it also cut off a piece of blood and flesh as thin as a cicada's wing from Zhao Chu's body. Ah, Li Yu, I will kill you. I will kill you. Zhao Chu's mournful screams made the surrounding Primus guards, who had originally been killed to the point of chills and were somewhat afraid to go back on, go crazy. If the third prince dies here, none of them will survive. But no matter how frantic they were, they couldn't break through the 18 horsemen of Yanyan. Pieces of crystalline flesh and blood were cut off. Zhao Chu continuously let out miserable screams, fainting from pain and being woken up from pain, waking up and being fainted from pain again. He's lived his whole life in fine clothes and hasn't had many even minor injuries. At this time, he was cut alive. How could he bear that kind of pain? It wasn't long before Zhao Chu's miserable screams weakened and gradually became silent. The trembling Chu Primus guards around them looked at each other, and they could all see their companions' pale faces and desperate eyes. The third prince is dead. What to do? Many people broke down inside and turned to run. Chop off the head and go. Li Yu coldly looked at Zhao Chu's corpse and commanded. Brush dash. With a flash of the knife, Zhao Chu's body was in a different place. The Lord is quite as ruthless as my generation. Luo Yi's gaze flickered as he marveled in his heart. People can't stand still without being ruthless. This truth he understood when he was less than 10 years old. After all, he was not living in a peaceful time. In the blink of an eye, the 18 Yan cavalry returned to the group, and the 20 cavalry did not turn around, directly heading towards the back door of the Cold Mountain Resort. There are 2 roads in the Cold Mountain Resort. The front road is wide and the back road is narrow. Turning around and going the way ahead, that's classified as a detour. Tap. The sound of hooves gusted as the 20 riders rushed through one fine courtyard after another, and from time to time, there were Primus guards roaring up to kill, all of which were easily killed. And half of the Yan 18th Cavalry had put down their curved swords and replaced them with bows and arrows, all the way through. But whenever you see a Chu Primus, shoot them all. Less than half a quarter of an hour, 20 riders rushed out of the Cold Mountain residence, and in the nightly you saw a patch of torches. It was a patch of torches that were hurrying away from the Cold Mountain residence. It was a team of dozens at least. There are still important people in the Cold Mountain retreat? This is the king of Chu's separate compound. Apart from Zhao Chu's permanent residence, the only one who will occasionally come to stay for a few days is that Princess Joseon, whose beauty crowns Kyoto. Is it hard to believe that it's Princess Joseon's team? Li Yu's eyes immediately narrowed, killing intent thick in his eyes. The king of Chu's favorite son was the third prince. The most favored daughter is this Princess Joseon. No hesitation. He instructed Luo Yi, and the 20 horsemen immediately turned slightly and charged toward the patch of torches. Zhao Yuehao's willow brows were locked. She really hadn't expected that some thieves would dare to storm her father's palace. And I wonder how the king's brother is doing. I think the thieves are just as bold as they are, but they wouldn't dare to harm brother Wang. Her incredibly beautiful, delicate and flawless face held a slight look of concern. After all, she was a fellow sibling, and she was still very concerned about Zhao Chu. However, when she thought that her elder brother was guarded by 3 strong men, dat and heir, as well as the standing commander, she felt relieved again. As for why she ran? Naturally, a man of all gold does not stand under a wall of danger. Moreover, the courtyard where she resided in the Cold Mountain Villa was very close to the back door. I hope that patch of purple and gold irises will not be trampled by thieves. She sighed and mumbled. It was also because the Cold Mountain residence had a patch of her favorite purple and gold iris that she would only head there for a small stay every once in a while. Just then, she heard the sound of neat hoofbeats. Immediately afterward, she realized her carriage had stopped. What a guy! This is Princess Joseon's carriage. Those who block it will be exterminated. A loud cry of alarm and anger rang out. Zhao Yuehuang recognized that it was the voice of her own guard commander. Genocide? My Beihali clan has been exterminated. An icy voice came out without any semblance of emotion. North River Li? Zhao Yuehao's heart sank. It's not any thieves. It's the revenge of the North River Li clan. Then brother Wang. Still alive? Chapter 6, The First Great Chu Beauty. A knife to the head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The remnants of the Northern River Li clan are really rushing towards the third prince. Looking at the shattered Cold Mountain Pass gatehouse as well as the corpses all over the ground, Chunyi looked furious. He didn't even stop, and led his men straight towards the Cold Mountain residence. Li Yu, if there is any damage to the third prince and Princess Joseon, I want you to die without a burial place. Hong Tabeos clenched his fists tightly, his face so gloomy that it seemed like it was about to drip water. Gritting his teeth, he and Shen Yi drove alongside each other, driving their horses like mad to rush towards the other courtyard halfway up the mountain. Zhao Yuehao. Li Yu rode his high horse and looked at the stunning woman who lifted the curtain and walked out. His face calmly said, he knew Zhao Yumei, even Zhao Yu Hazel and his big sister, were on good terms, but when he was weaving a charge against him, the North River Li, Zhao Yumei took out a poem, an anti-poem, said to have been written by his eldest sister Li Niaoling. Li Yu. Zhao Yuhu's heart sank. She hadn't really thought that it was actually Li Yu who had taken revenge. A Primus guard with a sword surrounded the carriage and looked at Li Yu and his group vigilantly. Apart from the ordinary Primus guards, there were also 2 plainly dressed old nuns standing in front of the carriage with their swords on their backs, and the commander of the guards who was in full battle armor staring at Luo Yi with an unparalleled gaze. The 3 of them were all at the Tawny realm and were able to sense a few moments of the terrifyingly monstrous aura on Luo Yi. How is my brother-in-law? Zhao Yu Misty asked. Has been cut alive and died by me. Li Yu looked at the 2 old nuns. On the sleeves of the 2 old nuns, there was a symbol of clear water. He recognized the sign. That was the symbol of the Tianshui Jingjai, the state clan of the Djhan dynasty, to the north of the Dechu royal dynasty. These 2 old nuns are disciples of the Tianshui Jingjai. The most prestigious princess of the Dechu dynasty was surrounded by disciples of the Dezhan dynasty's state sect? What's going on here? His father was the great general of Jinbei, and the enemy he faced was the Dezhen dynasty. Now he, Beihali, is being copied and exterminated. The Tianshui Jingjai disciples appeared beside Zhao Yuehuang, He felt there had to be a connection between the two. But, what does the truth do? The only thing he needed to do was to lead 100,000 Iron Horsemen in the coming day, step on the Chu capital, and cut the king of Chu into 1,000 pieces. If this matter was related to the great Jandu dynasty, then he would lead his army northward again, flatten Jandu, and exterminate Tianshui Jingzhai. Are you going to kill me too? Zhao Yu Misty's eyes were covered in water mist, and her absolutely beautiful face had a look of pity. This is the best color in the world. Lord, why don't we take this little lady away and warm your bed? Such a pretty little lady is a rare sight. Luo Yi let out a laugh. It's not necessary. Zhao's royal family. The only people I like are the dead. Kill. Li Yu calmly ordered. Ha 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 dash. Kill. Luo Yi laughed hideously and rushed out ahead of his horse. One blood-colored star after another surfaced on the lance in his hand, as if the stars outside the sky had fallen down and merged into the lance in his hand. A shotgun sweep. The air distorts. It was as if this shot was going to smash heaven and earth and overthrow the mountains. Kill. The guard commander growled, veins bursting out on his neck, his face hideous, the chopper in his hand lifting up fiercely. A knife came out, and the knife chi was spread out. Kill. The two old nuns shouted, their hands pointed together like swords, and their long swords behind their backs, which looked like autumn water, automatically flew out and were held in their hands and pierced towards Luo Yi. The icy cold sword chi penetrated out for about 10 feet, and the air was easily pierced through with a bared sound. Boom dash. The lance in Luo Yi's hand seemed to weigh as much as 10,000 pounds at the moment. Just a collision. The chopper sword in the hands of the guard commander immediately crumbled, and his entire body was smashed flying, spitting out blood, and even in midair his body had already disintegrated. One hit and you're dead. Howl. Luo Yi's black hair flew as he roared at the two old nuns. Terrifying blood-colored flames of light surged out from his mouth, instantly churning the long sword stabbed by the two old nuns and blasting them out a foot away. Before they could stand still, Luo Yi's lance that weighed like 1,000,000 pounds had already smashed into them. Bang bang dash. The two old nuns who had reached the 5th level of Tony's sternum collapsed and flew out backwards, smashing 7 or 8 large trees before they fell softly to the ground without a trace of life. Hiss dash. Zhao Yuhu's scalp tingled. It's too strong. She had once seen the 8th level of Tony's Forbidden Army's Grand Commander make a move, but it didn't feel so horrible. A hit, killing the guard commander of the 4th level of Tony in seconds. With an open-mouthed roar, he heavily wounded 2 Tianshui Jingzhai disciples at the 5th level of Tony, and then smashed them to death with a shot. What kind of strength is this? Is it hard to be in existence at the peak of Tony? How can that be? Before the Beihali clan was extinguished, there was no peak Tony existence either. How is it that now that the clan has been exterminated, such a terrifyingly strong person has run out instead? Kill. Li Yu drank coldly. The 18 horsemen of Yan Yun were indifferent and silent, as if they had transformed into a black cloud, killing all of the Primus guards in an instant, and pressing Zhao Yuehao in front of Li Yu, her legs kneeling on the ground in humiliation. Li Yu, I am the princess of the great Chu dynasty. I am my father's favorite daughter. It's so close to Kyoto that someone must already be tracking you already. If you press me and use me as a hostage, you can be guaranteed not to die. Zhao Yuehao's face was pale, but she still forced herself to calm down. Though never in my life have I experienced such a dangerous situation, but she's been smart enough since she was a child to understand what to do when she felt. Having said so herself, Li Yu should not kill her. After all, it was so much easier to escape all the way with a hostage like her in hand, and just don't die. She, Zhao Yuehao, would definitely have the opportunity to avenge today's humiliation in the future. She swore, it will pay back 100-fold for all the humiliations it has suffered. You're smarter than Cho Cho. All he knows is threats. Li Yu looked down on Zhao Yuehuang from above. His feet were less than half an inch away from Zhao Yuehao's stunningly beautiful face. This brightest pearl of the great Chu dynasty, the favorite daughter of the king of Chu, and the recognized #1 beauty of the great Chu dynasty, was kneeling at his feet like this. As long as he moved his feet, he could step on the face of this stunning princess, even just take away this king of Chu's jewel in the palm of his hand will be able to do whatever he wants. Dash. Li Yu's face was expressionless, and the long knife in his hand chopped off Zhao Yuewang's beautiful head in a swift manner. Hot blood spurted from the headless body. Zhao Yumai's face was in shock as her head fell to the ground, covered in mud. Go. Li Yu sheathed his sword and calmly ordered. The Lord is not moved by beauty. Art. Admired. Luo Yi marveled. This he said with all sincerity. After all, it was really not easy for a 20-year-old bloodthirsty young man to be able to kill such a stunning beauty without hesitation. Even when he was 20 years old, he might not have been able to do that. The daughter of an enemy is too dirty for me. Li Yu's voice was flat. He didn't even look at the headless body of Princess Zhouzhan on the ground again. and his group of 20 riders rode along the avenue, heading towards the west. The mind was instead focused on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. The amount of interception of the power of the past life has been clearly shown on it. Chapter 7, Intercepting the Power of the Past Life. Tasting the Earthshaker Military Soul. Looking at the body of the third Prince Zhao Chu, who was separated from his head and killed by a living cut. In front of him, Chun Yi and Hong Tubeo's bodies trembled. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were sore. They feel the sky is falling. His Majesty's favorite third prince, cut to death alive by the traitor Liu. Both of them could imagine how furious His Majesty would be when he learned the news. For today's solution, the only way to make up for the crime is to capture the traitor Liu. Chun Yi said bitterly. What's all this? People he didn't even see. Not only is his own brother dead, but now even His Royal Highness the third prince is dead. As the capital city guard, he was responsible for all the security within the capital city, and he simply couldn't get out of it. Guard Chen, report to His Majesty immediately. Besides the third prince, there is also Princess Jiuzhen here tonight. I just hope Princess Jiuzhen is alright. Hong Tubo said hurriedly, and immediately rode his horse toward the back of the bio. He knew which compound Princess Jiuzhen were staying in. What? You said Princess Jiuzhen was there too? Holy Nima! Not sooner! Chen Ye's eyes went black. If it weren't for his strong cultivation at the 7th level of Tongyi, he felt that he would more than likely have fainted to the ground. The sky has already fallen with the death of a third prince. If another Princess Jiuzhen died, he, the Kyoto guardian who did not do his job well, was afraid that he would be heavily punished. Immediately collect the third prince's corpse carefully and send it back to Kyoto. He gritted his teeth and commanded. He then immediately followed Hong Tuobo and rushed towards the back of the other compound. Liu dash. You really deserve death by 1,000 cuts. It didn't take long. The two of them stood right next to Princess Jiuzhen's body, their eyes so sore that they couldn't even open them. The moment. There was no blood on their faces, as white as paper, and their eyes even took on a bit of despair. Even with his strong cultivation, he felt that his body was shaking and was about to become unsteady. Dead. Princess Jiuzhen is also dead. His Majesty's jewel, the jewel of their Dechu dynasty, is dead. Overnight. His Majesty's favorite son and daughter are dead. What a horrible thing this is. They simply couldn't dare to imagine His Majesty's thunderous wrath upon learning the news. Chase. I will cut the traitor Liu alive. Hong Tubo's eyes were wide with anger, and he clenched his teeth and roared. He rolled onto his horse and immediately led the red-clothed T-riders under his command to follow the traces on the ground. Zhang Yu, you lead 100 men to escort the corpses of the third prince and Princess Jiuzhen back to Kyoto. The remaining 100 men will follow me in pursuit of the traitor Liu, and I will not return to the capital until I kill him. Chun Yi shouted angrily, madness radiating from his eyes as he immediately followed Hong Tuobo and his party closely behind. It's the last of the Will-o'-the-Wisp. Capture the traitor Liu and bring him back for His Majesty, who is in a violent rage. To dispose of. Luoyi kills a being at the 7th level of body refining and intercepts a force of past life. Luoyi kills a chi-eating 2nd level being and intercepts 10 channels of the power of the past life. The 18 horsemen of Yin Yun kill beings at the 7th level of body refining and intercept a power of the past life. Luoyi kills a living being of the 3rd level of Tongyi and intercepts 100 channels of the power of the past life. The 18 horsemen of Yin Yun killed the prince of the dynasty and intercepted 200 channels of the power of the past life. The Lord of the Violet Map of the 10,000 Peoples kills the princess of the dynasty and intercepts 200 channels of the power of the past life. Dense messages brushed across the purple map of the 10,000 Peoples, regardless of whether it's Luo-yi or the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun. Killing a body refining realm being is intercepting a power of the past life. Kill a chi-eating realm being and intercept 10 channels of the power of the past life. Kill a Tongyi realm being and intercept 100 channels of the power of the past life. It seems that there is only a difference between the major realms. The minor realms are all the same, but killing dynastic princes and princesses can actually intercept twice as much power of the past life than a Tongyi realm being? What's this about? Li Yu's eyes flickered. Is it because of the power of the dynasty's fortune? After all, the prince and princess of a dynasty are the sons and grandsons of dragons, and it is quite normal for them to be blessed by the dynasty's national fortune. But what is the connection between the power of the dynasty's national fortune and the power of the past life? The power of the past. What the hell is the power of? Is it really the power of reincarnation? He muttered in his mind, eyes looking towards Luo-yi. He suddenly inquired, Zi Yen, you are in the realm of Tongyu. You can observe the ghosts and gods on earth. Did you see where their souls went when you just killed them? Luo-yi froze and shook his head. My lord, after a living being dies, the soul will disperse in an instant, and only some special individuals are able to retain their souls from dispersing. There are no souls left of all the people we just killed. No soul left? Li Yu raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the moment a person dies, The soul has already entered the wheel of reincarnation? That's why the purple map of the 10,000 peoples was able to intercept the power of the past life? He didn't ask again. It wasn't a major concern. And his mind continued to focus on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. At the top, there is a line of the clearest writing. The power of the next life, 1. 520. 1520 channels of the power of the past life. If all of them are used to summon the first-class troop-type Heavenly Festival Army, 152 of them can be summoned. I wonder what realm the first-class troop-type Sky Festival Army is in. Li Yu was quite curious in his mind. The Yanyun 18 Cavalry, an absolute generation troop-type, was born at the Tongyi first level, and could be promoted to the Tongyi second level after 20 days of cultivation. What about the top troop-type Heavenly Festival Iron Cavalry and the first-class troop-type Heavenly Festival Army? It is not advisable to summon more men on the road to escape now. A one-time summoning when it settles down. Though he was curious, he understood that now was not a good time to summon soldiers on a large scale. When people eat and chew horses, they need a lot of food. And the more men and horses you have, the more problems you will have marching long distances. This place, the Kyoto of the Dechu dynasty, was more than 3,000 miles away from his destination. What's more, with Luoyi and the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun around, it was enough for now. What he craved the most right now was still summoning a second human master. It's still halfway to the power of the past life. There should be pursuers behind us. Don't let me down just yet. His face was calm as he continued to move westward with his horse. It's too close to Kyoto. Not a good place to stop and annihilate your pursuers and intercept the power of the past life. More than 3 hours passed quickly. The sky had dawned and the fall rain had stopped. My lord, ahead is the Sanshan Pass. Once we get out of the Sanshan Pass we'll be leaving the land of the capital. Luoyi looked distantly at the majestic pass floating at the end of his vision in the distance and said in a deep voice. Li Yu showed him a map of the Dechu dynasty. With his lifelong experience in the military, the first thing he did was to make note of a few difficulties along the way. One of these is Sansan Pass. After all, this was the final gateway into the land of the capital. It is also the last guardian of the great Chu Kyoto, so it is naturally extraordinary, as well as having strong soldiers. Chief soldier of Sanshan Pass, it's Liang Tai. This person, Liang Tai, has a cultivation of the 7th level of Tongyi, and has 5,000 soldiers under his command, all of which are elite. Li Yu narrowed his eyes. My lord, you haven't seen a military spirit yet, have you? The Great Chu dynasty does not know about the divine and demonic military formation and does not know about the earthly fury military spirit, and previously the lord had seen the divine and demonic military formation of the 18 cavalry of Yin Yun. Today let the lord savor the earthly fury military spirit of the 18 cavalry again. Let your lordship savor the earth-shattering military spirit of the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun again. Luo Yi had a hideous smile on his face, and his eyes were filled with ferocity and blood. Chapter 8 Yin Yun's 18 Horsemen, Gathering the Hell Lords. Choji Hall. This is the palace of the highest authority in the Dechu dynasty. At this time is only just after the dawning time, not long, but the great hall has already stood full of civil and military ministers. Regardless of whether it was Prime Minister Yin Tianyue who was the head of the civil officials, or Wei Nangua who was the head of the military generals, all of them had solemn faces. The rest of the 6 ministers, the chiefs of the departments, the generals, and other first and second ranking high-ranking officials were also silent and solemn. They all already know what's going on, so at this moment, no one dared to cross their fingers and talk. Tread, tap, cold, clear footsteps came from outside the great hall. The Chu king, who looked quite young on the outside, as if he was 23 or 24 years old, walked into the great hall. He wore a black and gold dragon robe. His head was crowned with a flat sky crown. His lips were thin, his eyes were narrow, and he carried a palpitating coldness. Greetings, my king. The ministers bowed deeply, their voices solemn. The king of Chu did not wave his hand as he usually did and told the ministers to excuse themselves. He ascended the dragon platform step by step and sat on the dragon chair, his icy cold eyes looking down on the ministers below. The son and daughter of the lone man are dead. A single sentence caused many people below to tremble slightly and shed cold sweat. The Kyoto prefect, for example, was panicking inside. Although he's not in charge of the Kyoto arrests, but he's the obvious hand in Kyoto, and he's responsible for anything that goes wrong. Not to mention the death of His Majesty's favorite third prince and Princess Jojin, the remnants of the Beihali clan. How dare they lay their hands on the prince and princess? They deserve to be lynched to death. I request an order to lead 3,000 Chu guards to capture the traitor Liu and bring him to justice. The Grand Commander of the Chu guards, Yang Zongji, stepped forward and said in a deep voice. He was a strong person of the 8th level of Tongyi, and there weren't even a few people in the entire court who could be stronger than him. The king of Chu violently pushed down everything on the table in front of him and stood up in a violent rage. My orphan son and daughter are dead. That's Lone Alcove and Tsukiyakari. One was killed by a living cut, and the other by a lord's head. It was only in the daytime that I killed Li Chang, and at night my children were killed by his son. Ha ha ha. Don't you all find it ironic? His young face was ice cold to the extreme, and a shocking killing opportunity surfaced in his eyes. Lone is the king of Great Chu. This land is my territory. Now someone is actually killing the children of Lone in Lone's frontier. How dare a son of a traitor? When he said this, his voice had reached the extreme of anger, and he directly overturned the table in front of him, even using real power. The entire table was in pieces the moment it was overturned, and then turned into pieces. Powder streaked and spilled all over the court, but no one dared to dodge or wipe it off. They could all feel the king of Chu's thunderous anger at the moment. Yang Zongji, Pei Wuqi, you lead 5,000 Chu guards and 1,000 red-clothed tier riders to capture the son of the rebel. I will cut him into 1,000 pieces and lynch him for 100 days. The king of Chu's eyes were crimson as he angrily ordered. My lord, obey. The grand commander of the Chu guards, Yang Zongji, led the order. My lord, obey. Imperial City Division Commander Pei Wuqi led the way. The souls of the Earth's Fury Army? I'll see. When Li Yu heard Luo Yi's words, his eyes revealed a few moments of anticipation. The previous Divine Demon Army formation made him feel quite astonished, actually being able to form a dense black mist that was invulnerable to swords and spears. And he felt that might just be the shallowest effect of the Divine Demon Army formation. And now its earthquake military spirit. The 18 horsemen of Yen Yun, gather the juggernaut of hell, overwhelmed the 3 mountain passes ahead. Luo Yi rode his horse and stood beside Li Yu and ordered. The 18 horsemen of Yen Yun were silent, crossing over the 2 men. The warhorse shrouded in black armor gradually accelerated, charging towards the 3 mountain pass ahead. 18 dark and twisted mists steeply rushed up from the 18 people. The fog was like a stream, going up to a height of 10 feet. From afar, it looked as if 18 pillars as black as ink were rushing toward the 3 mountain pass. And then, the 18 twisted black pillars of mist merged into each other, forming a 10 feet tall, huge black pillar that enveloped the 18 riders. The land of the underworld, the place of death. All spirits return. It's for hell. A low and cold, deadly and terrifying voice abruptly came out from the huge black pillar. The next moment, the black pillar crumbled, and mist filled the 4 fields. A hell lord that was more than 3 feet tall, dressed in pitch-black battle robes, with a blurred face and cold eyes, and holding a huge pitch-black scimitar appeared in front of the 3 mountain pass. A morose and terrifying, deadly and despairing aura rushed through the sky. Ice-cold scarlet eyes looked at the majestic Sanshan Pass, and the huge curved sword in his hand was raised. The scimitar was raised, and it was nearing the height of the Sansan Pass. At this moment, Sansan Pass, one of the barrier guards was dumbfounded, looking at that terrifying existence without a single scalp tingling. They swear, never in his life had he seen such a terrifying being. Even the alien race Yin Yang giants living in the 100,000 Great Wastelands were only 10 feet tall, far from being so terrifying. Liang Tai, the chief soldier of Sanshan Pass, had a grave expression on his face. He clutched a lance in his hand. Where did the monster come from? Why did you suddenly make a move against them at Sanshan Pass? This is the 3 mountain pass of the Great Chu dynasty. Death to those who enter. The 2 Sanshan Pass deputy chief soldiers looked at each other and leapt straight out. They are both armed with knives, and both have the realm of the 5th layer of Tongyi. At this time, both kill out of the coordination. The body is more as a 4th grade military officer of the dynasty of the power to add, even if the 6th layer of Tongyi powerhouse is also sure to chop under the knife. Bear dash. Blade lights rose up across the sky as the 2 of them slashed out a splendid slash towards the Hell Lord. One on the left and one on the right. Liang Tai narrowed his eyes and stared. He gripped the lance in his hand a little tighter. As soon as the creature got a little tired, he would immediately thrust out a fatal shot. Grant that you may die. Hell Sovereign's icy voice came out. The huge scimitar in his hand chopped down. Grayish, massive blade chi swept through, as if it didn't exist in this world, arriving first after the fact at an unbelievable speed, sweeping past the 2 deputy generals of the Sanshan Pass, as well as dozens of defenders on the pass. Noiselessly, the glimmer in the eyes of the 2 Tongyi 5th level vice chiefs disappeared, the light of the chopping blades obliterated, and their corpses crashed down. Dozens of defenders on the barrier were soft to the point where not a single wound could be seen, but they were dead. Hiss! Liang Tai sucked in a mouthful of cold air. His face was filled with horror, and he couldn't even help but take a few steps backwards. With one slash, he decapitated 2 vice chiefs of the 5th level of Tongyi, and there are no wounds. The bizarre scene made the hairs on his body stand up in sweat. With his realm at the 7th level of Tongyi, What hadn't he seen in his life? But never have I seen such a bizarre death. Grant that you may die. The Hell Lord leapt up in the air, its huge body obscuring the red sun on the distant mountains and casting a large shadow. One of the 3 mountain pass defenders looked pale, although they were all elites, and each of them had a cultivation level of the 6th or 7th level of body refining. They also felt fear at this moment. Chop! The huge scimitar swept, and the grayish blade chi streaked across, directly covering hundreds of defenders. Even if Liang Tai hadn't retreated fast enough, he would have been enveloped. Chapter 9, The Terror of the Hell Lord. Luo Yi struck out. Is this the military soul of the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun, the juggernaut of hell? Fruity horror. In the distance, Li Yu had a few moments of shock on his face. A 3 feet huge Hell Lord was a big visual impact alone. Add to that the gruesome scene of the knife coming out and people dying, and it's going to give anyone the creeps who looks at it. My lord! The Earth Fiend army soul gathers the strength of the entire army and condenses it into one. It's unrivaled in power, but it consumes energy and effort and is difficult to sustain. Divine Demon Army Formation strengthens the entire army to strengthen all the generals, rushes the formation to kill and raise it with fury, and can be maintained for a long period of time. Luo Yi opened his mouth. That's the difference between a military spirit and a military formation. Li Yu nodded thoughtfully. This was his first contact with military formations and military souls. It just felt like a real eye-opener. It turns out that on the battlefield, it is not only for the soldiers to line up and kill, but also to gather military souls and form military formations. Military formations and military souls are very demanding on an army, aren't they? He inquired. Naturally. How can you become a military formation if you can't order your troops to be in order? And if you can't be in unison? How can we gather the soul of the army if we cannot live and die together? If we cannot have a will like iron? And if we cannot be like-minded? Luo Yi said in a deep voice. Li Yu marveled. Military formations. Military souls. It's not easy. There is no doubt that this is a level that only a truly strong army can look forward to. At this time, Sansan Pass. Hundreds of defenders covered in blade chi fell to the ground without a word, their breath gone. Liang Tai's face was beyond ugly. His hand shook slightly as he held the gun. Just a little bit. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been covered by that grayish blade aura as well. Once covered, he was not in any way sure of surviving. The opponent's methods are too bizarre. The blade energy chopped through, not causing any wounds, but killing people. It was as if under one slash, the souls of all living beings enveloped by the blade aura were hooked away. Grant that you may die. The Hell Lord spoke once more. His huge body had landed on top of the barrier, looking down like a giant on the defending soldiers below who were not even at the height of his knees. The scimitar in his hand chopped out again. Grayish blade chi floated in the sky, once again enveloping the 100 or so terrified defenders. The sword energy dispersed, and these 100 or so defenders died. Run away! Some of the defenders, pale and trembling, turned and fled with a cry. Even if they faced a peak Tony powerhouse, they still had the courage to kill. With 3,000 people brazenly dying, there was a chance to surround and kill a peak Tony powerhouse. After all, the peak of Tony would also get tired, and would also get tired to the point where his true power was exhausted and he couldn't block the swords and spears. But in front of him was a 3-foot monster that killed without blood. It's the Grim Reaper. Run away! Many screamed and fled in fear. The entire Sanshan Pass was in chaos above, with a large number of defenders frantically fleeing for their lives. If they were facing an enemy, they had enough courage to fight for their lives. But how do you fight for your life against a god of death who seems to come from the underworld? God's machine tool crossbow. Shoot! Liang Tai had already run to the row of god machine crossbows and roared orders. At this point he couldn't care less about his own soldiers on the barrier. 10 god machine crossbows pulled the winches at the same time. Arm-thick special crossbows were loaded, followed by a loud bang as the huge crossbows shot out. The fleeing defenders on the road grazed and died, shot and burst open. This was a great weapon of war that was powerful enough to shoot a peak Tony powerhouse in terms of power. The bowstrings are all made of genuine Fey barbarian tendons, and are tanned together in multiple strips. The rest of the skeleton was also a real treasure wood, and the value of a divine machine crossbow was extremely astonishing. It was the strongest sharp weapon of the Great Chu dynasty. Kill him. Under the divine machine tool crossbow, all living beings shall be shot. Liang Tai stared intently. He had a lot of confidence in the divine machine tool crossbow. In the 100,000 Great Wastelands, there were many foreign races and species, some of which were quite terrifying, but none of them could make waves in front of a divine machine tool crossbow. The same was bound to be true of the monster in front of him. Hellmaster looked at the huge crossbow bolt that was coming and extended his left hand. The thick, chilly black mist surged out, transforming into a huge black snake that seemed to be twisting and roaring as if it came from the world of hell. and actually swallowed one of the huge crossbow arrows that were shot at it. Death is where it's at. The Hell Lord gazed at Liang Tai. The huge body ran through the 3-mountain pass at an astonishingly fast speed, waving the curved sword in his hand at will. A fleeing garrison was swept by the sword aura and fell stiffly to the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a monster! 10 machine tool crossbows can't even kill them. Liang Tai's face changed drastically. He wasn't really panicking before. After all, he had a great killing weapon like a god machine tool crossbow in his hand. But now he panicked. A monster that couldn't even be killed by a divine machine tool crossbow. I'm afraid that its strength is even more terrifying than the average peak of Tongi. He was a Tongi 7th layer. And even if his strength was close to the Tongi 8th layer with the addition of the dynasty power of a 3rd-grade military official, how could he fight with such a monster? Escape! He immediately turned around and was about to run for his life. Sansan Pass couldn't care less anymore. After being attacked by such a horrible monster that broke through the majestic pass, I thought that His Majesty would not punish himself. But, clattering loud noise came out. A cold black iron chain flew out from the waist of the Hell Lord, like a black dragon rushing up, instantly spanning a distance of more than 10 feet to coil Liang Tai. Liang Tai tried to struggle, but the chain just pulled back. His entire body had then been pulled in front of the Hell Lord, a big one and a small one. Look at each other. The next moment the Hell Lord's massive body rushed past him. The two figures were as if they existed in two worlds without any interference. Liang Tai stared blankly at the red sun that had only emerged in the distance. He found the whole world moving away. He even saw his own body, also saw the diminishing Sansan Pass. Immediately afterward he was no longer conscious and fell into eternal darkness. Liang Tai, chief soldier of Sanshan Pass, a strong man of the 7th level of the Tongi, died. The Hellmaster took 2 steps and collapsed abruptly, transforming into the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun and landing on the barrier. Kill! Horse! Icy voices came out of their mouths. The 18 riders rushed out like a gust of wind, killing towards the defenders still remaining on the barrier. The scimitar was like a cold moon, and one of the defenders had his head cut off, spilling blood all over the ground, and the corpses were in pieces. There are pursuers coming. At this time, Luo Yi, who was standing next to Li Yu, had his ears slightly twitched and whispered. A flash of excitement appeared in his eyes. The 18 horsemen of Yin Yun are on a killing spree. The lance in the hands of this Lord General of his is also hungry and thirsty. Chasers? It's about time too. Li Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. He glanced at the purple map of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. The power of the past life shown on it had reached 2,470 channels, only 530 channels short of summoning a human master again. On the barrier, the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun who were scattering to kill the defenders seemed to have gotten the message. Half of these knights immediately gave up killing, instead leaping off the barrier with their horses and returning to Li Yu. My lord, please order to kill the pursuers. Luo Yi clasped his fists and said, with a bit of bloodlust in his voice. Granted. Li Yu nodded. This should only be the first wave of pursuers, the ones that came after they broke through the western gate of Kyoto. He guessed. In all likelihood, the visitor was Chen Yi, the capital's guard. Chen Yi. His face was calm. Tap. The dense sound of hoofbeats came gradually, and soon a field of cavalry came into view. Li Yu, you have already committed a heinous crime by killing the prince and princess. Why don't you follow me back to the capital to receive your death? His Majesty's thunderous wrath. Even if the Northern Shou army has been disbanded, I'm afraid I don't know how many people will be exterminated because of you. The icy voice came from far away. If you slaughter an army of generals because of your anger, he, Zhao, will be spurned by all the people and is not worthy of being king. Li Yu said faintly, and at this point, Luo Yi had slowly walked out. His black hair was as thick as a waterfall, and his eyes were fierce and vicious, with an icy fury like a tide. Luo Yi is here. Enjoy your death. Chapter 10 Demon God Luo Yi, summoning the second human Jie. Chen Ye's heart tightened as he looked at Luo Yi with incomparable vigilance. He had the feeling of being stared at by an ancient fierce beast, his scalp tingling uncontrollably. Luo Yi? He'd never heard the name before. According to reason, an existence that made him feel extremely dangerous could never be unknown. He's strong. We join forces. Hong Tabeo's face was extraordinarily grave, his eyes staring at Luo Yi. He held a sword curved like a snake in his hand, and true power surged out from his body, distorting the air around him. A sword chi as thin as a hair coalesced, like a silver needle pointing straight at Luo Yi. The dynasty power of the 3rd rank official title was added, and his body's aura was already close to the 8th level of Tongi. Kill! Chen Yi nodded his head and raised the silver spear in his hand. The next moment the war horses rushed out. The silver spear in his hand stabbed straight towards Luo Yi, and the astral deities manifested to form a huge silver spear that enveloped him with his horse. The silver spear was sharp and unrivaled, making him like a sharp arrow shot by a divine machine tool crossbow, carrying a terrifying might that could tear everything apart. Kill! Hong Tubo drank coldly, rushing out with Chun Yi on the left and right. Thousands of hair-thin sword chi swept towards Luo Yi as if it were raining. Kill! 100 black riders and more than 20 red-clothed T-riders roared in anger, following behind and charging. As the most elite black riders among the Primus guards, everyone was at least at the 7th level of body refinement or above, and the red-robed T-riders were not any weaker. All of them were the most elite soldiers of the Great Chu dynasty, and many of them were even veterans of 100 battles selected by the rest of the legions. Their eyes were icy cold as they stared deathly at Luo Yi as well as Liu and the others behind them. Ha ha ha, all suffer death. Luo Yi laughed out loud. His sitting warhorse was as fast as the wind and charged back. The scarlet lance in his hand erupted with bloodthirsty light as he raised and slashed down towards Chun Yi. Who dash? Vaguely, it was as if a heaven-shaking roar rang out, like an ancient demon god roaring, causing one's soul to tremble. A gun slashed down like the sky collapsing and a divine mountain falling. In a trance, Chun Yi saw a magnificent demon god standing in front of him, 10 feet tall, holding a gun and smashing down towards him. It was a terrifying might that was like a pillar of heaven tipping over. Ah! He let out a howl like a wild animal, his eyes red and unrelenting. Guns collide with guns, sparks were flying. Chun Yi felt as if he had been hit by a huge beast, and the long spear in his hand bent like a cold moon, followed by a bang sound as it crumbled. Boom dash! His entire body was smashed away, his chest battle armor crumbling, his mouth and nose overflowing with blood, and his eyes filled with horror. The whole person flew up and crashed into one of the black riders behind him, killing one of the black riders who were roaring and charging. Unbearable, Luo Yi indifferently said. As for the tiny sword chi that pierced through, he didn't even care about it, and all of them crashed on top of the protective astral aura and dissipated. The scarlet lance that smashed Chun Yi was like a dragon out of the sea, and with a smooth turn, it stabbed at Hong Tubo's throat. Anon, Hong Tubo watched as the lance stabbed at him. It was as if he heard a dragon's roar from the underworld in his ears. The dragon's roar shook his ears, causing him to try to dodge, but he found his reflexes dulled and slowed. It sits. Shock and extreme fear appeared in his eyes. That was when he remembered a secret martial arts story he had once read. It was rumored that no matter whether it was sword or knife skills, or gun or axe skills, practicing to the extreme could possess the power of intent. Sword intent, knife intent, gun intent, axe intent dash. And the power of intent is magical and terrifying, and can subdue the soul and take away the spirit. Put. The cold scarlet lance pierced through his throat. Air. Hong Tubo's face was desperate, and the glimmer in his eyes quickly disappeared as his body fell from his warhorse. He never thought about it. One day one will be killed by an enemy with a single shot. Boom dash. Luo Yi charged against the black riders and the red-robed T-riders, his lance flying up and down in his hand, a black rider flying across and crumbling. Wherever he passes, the icy cold blood-colored gun astral deity swept across, and not a single black rider or red-clothed T-rider could rush past him. Blood, misery, death. In just a few moments, 100 charging black riders and more than 20 red-clothed T-riders were dead or wounded, and the ground was filled with corpses. Luo Yi rode his warhorse and looked down on Chun Yi, who was lying on the ground with a breath left in him. He was like a great devil king looking at the ants that came to provoke him without any self-importance. You are. Who are. You're not one of my Chu people. Chun Yi stared at Luo Yi dead in the face, spitting blood out of his mouth ceaselessly as he intermittently said. He was resigned. As the leader of the current generation of the Chun clan in Kyoto, he was only in his 40s and in his prime. And with his cultivation having reached the 7th level of Tongyi, in the future there was a hope to step into the peak of Tongyi and become the peak existence of the Great Chu dynasty. But now it's going to die here. The district of Dechu is naturally not my country, Luo Yi indifferently said. As the words fell, the lance in his hand stabbed out. Put. Chen Ye's throat was pierced through, staring blankly at the sky dome, dying in peace. Go, get out of here. Liu looked at the ground full of corpses and commanded. At this moment he was a little stirred in his heart. On the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind, the power of the past life had reached 3,020 channels. After all, while Luo Yi was killing people, the 9 Yanyan 18 cavalrymen were also killing quite a number of defiant Sanshan Pass defenders on the barrier. And at this point, there are no living defenders left at the 3 Mountain Pass. The gates had also long since been opened by the fearful fleeing Sanshan Pass defenders. In the blink of an eye, 20 riders rushed out of the 3 Mountain Pass and continued toward the west. Only body after body was left behind on the barrier as well as on the official road. The sun rises slowly. Warm light poured down, but it did not drive away the chill and fear in the hearts of those Sanshan Pass defenders who fled to the mountains and forests on both sides of the official road. Today's battle. They can't forget it for the rest of their lives. That deathly behemoth was terrifying. The Chu River. Liu looked at the 21 warhorses that were drinking water, his mind resting on the purple diagram of 10,000 peoples in his mind. The extra warhorse, a good horse brought from the Three Mountains Pass, was prepared to be used by the summoner of men. After all, if the summoned personage is not a military general, it is highly unlikely that he will be carrying a warhorse. The purple map of all peoples, summoning the best of men. Liu communicated with the supreme treasure in his mind and summoned the second human master. Time 2. He saw that the power of the past life shown on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples was directly reduced by 3,000 Dao. A road or vertical sand field kills people to fill the field, or feather fan silk scarf decides to win 1,000 li, or stands in the imperial hall pastoral people millions, or writes a book to establish a poem for 1,000. Years of history of the figure flashes past constantly. China has 5,000 years of history, and there are so many outstanding people. Liu sighed in his heart. And those who could be called first-rate by the purple figure of 10,000 peoples were bound to be extremely shining existences of an era. A few moments later, the image is fixed on a man in light yellow regular clothes, wearing a spandex scarf, his torso standing straight and his hands folded in front of him. He looked to be about 30 years old, but his eyes were extremely calm, and when looked at closely it was as if they were as deep as an abyss. Even just by looking at the images on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples, Liu had the feeling that the other party had seen through everything. The man stood on top of an ancient city wall, looking down at the dense and unseen enemy army below. The sky dome was filled with howling winds and dark clouds, as tornado after tornado that connected the sky to the ground raged through the enemy camp. It was as if he was the only one in the whole world. The next moment, the image crumbled. Liu's eyes stared into the distance. There a figure walked with big sleeves, like a famous scholar of the ancient world, with an outstanding temperament. No, this is the famous man of old. Chapter 11. A first-rate celebrity with a congenital kamikaze body. Tian Feng, pay respects to the Lord. The man with big flowing sleeves came on the wind, and in the twinkling of an eye, he was already standing in front of Liu, bowing and saluting. He was plain looking, except for his eyes, which were unforgettable to see. Calm, deep, solemn and upright. Tian Feng, the top strategist under Yuan Shao during the Three Kingdoms period? If Yuan Shao did not adopt the plan of Tian Feng and frustrated, and insisted on fighting that Battle of Guandu, I am afraid that the history of the Three Kingdoms would have been rewritten. Liu looked at the serious man in front of him who seemed like he would turn into a gust of wind and leave at any moment. The wind is casual, spontaneous, and free. The man in front of him, however, was serious, stalwart, and composed. The two can be said to be in the wind, but now they are perfectly blended into one, as if the wind was him and he was the wind. Is this the system of power given to schemers by the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples? It was very different from the martial arts path, but it gave people a more profound and mysterious feeling. Yuan Hao, excuse me, he helped Tian Feng up. He was naturally happy to have an additional strategist under his command who wielded mysterious power. This was one step closer to the goal of avenging the deaths of his parents' closest relatives, the old and young of his entire clan, and his uncles in the northern Shou army. Thank you, Lord. Tian Feng got up. He gazed to Luo Yi on the side and slightly arched his hand in a salute. Luo Yi returned the salute. Both of them could see the terrifying aura deep within the other. Especially Luo Yi. His face was much more solemn. After all, Tian Feng's name, for him, although not so much as a thunderclap, but also very clear who Tian Feng is. Yuan Hao, I want to go to the land of 100 cities on this trip to plan for development and to build up my army. What do you think? Liu did not hesitate and immediately inquired. By talking to Luo Yi, he already knew that, but any human master summoned out of the world would know something about this world. How much one understands depends on how much he, and the rest of the mankind, understand. For example, the special area of the land of 100 cities, how much did he know about it? And how much did Luo Yi and Tian Feng know about it when they came out of the world? My lord, the land of 100 cities is indeed very suitable. There are 100 cities there, and the cities often attack and conquer each other. With our strength, we can naturally easily occupy the city and grow, Tian Feng said solemnly, first affirming Liu's idea. Liu nodded. That's what he thought. It was the chaotic land that was most suitable for him to develop and grow, acquiring the power of the past life at the fastest speed and summoning a strong army. However, Tian Feng's words changed and he pointed his finger to the west. My lord, before the troops move, the food comes first. The land of the 100 cities is too chaotic, with years of war, and the people are not happy. In addition to bordering the 3 great kingdoms, I don't know how many vicious criminals from the 3 great kingdoms have fled to this place. which is why the land of 100 cities is also known as the land of sin in the Great Chu dynasty. Tian Feng had a serious face and a calm voice. Feng thought that the Lord needed a city that could be used as a foundation, and the cities in the 100 cities land do not fit the bill. Li Yu was thoughtful. Indeed, although he had never been to the land of 100 cities, he had read quite a bit of information on the land of 100 cities. There wasn't much of a population there, and any city that could have 20,000 to 30,000 people was considered a big city. Moreover, the land is barren and full of evils after years of war, so it is not suitable as a foundation. Where does Yuan Hao think is the most suitable place? He looked at Tian Feng and said with a straight face, although there is the 10,000 people's purple map to summon people and soldiers, but summoned soldiers are in need of food, drink, shelter, clothing, and all other daily necessities. There are even issues such as starting a family and their physical needs to consider. As could be seen from the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun, the summoned soldiers were also all living, breathing sons of China. He naturally couldn't just treat soldiers as tools of war. So, it's not just a brainstorm to call the soldiers out and be done with it. There must be a piece of root that can afford to raise the summoned soldiers, especially the cavalry. It is costly to raise cavalry. War horses eat finely, and it takes more to raise one warhorse than 10 ordinary men. Yenshan City. Tian Feng's face was solemn. My lord, Yenshan City is a northern land that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Your father once recruited here, and quite a few people from the Northern Xiu army are out of this place. Now that the Northern Xiu army has been disbanded, why don't you occupy Yenshan City and gather some of the old Northern Xiu army troops to join you? And to the north of Yenshan City is the county city of Xingyang, and beyond that is the Xingyang Pass, and beyond the Xingyang Pass is the land of 100 cities. To the west are the vast Yen Mountains, and to the east are the 12 county towns of Xingfeng, Shantai, Jining, Chuanmen, Tongding, Luowu, and Beikai. To the south there are also rolling hills, and there is only one road that leads to Wudong County, so it's perfectly possible to build a barrier, and there's no way out of it. With Yenshan City as our foundation, we will be able to annex the 12 counties and cities in the east with a little success, and we will even be able to enter the land of the 100 cities through the Xingyang Pass. At the end of his words, Tian Feng bowed deeply. My lord, Yenshan City is the foundation of a great cause. Li Yu had a sense of clarity. He looked at Tian Feng in front of him in awe, worthy of being a strategist who was appreciated by Cao Cao, and his words made him deeply feel the power of Tian Feng. Obviously traveling to Yenshan City was much better than entering the land of 100 cities directly as he had originally thought. Of course, there are pros and cons. Yenshan City. This was the city of the Great Chu dynasty. He took the city of Yenshan. Will the Great Chu dynasty stop? But Yenshan City is indeed easy to defend and difficult to attack. There is only one road to the south that can be passed, and although there are 12 counties in the east, there is no heavenly danger. But the terrain was a cut above Yenshan City. Attacking Yenshan Castle from the east, the enemy needs to climb a long slope. Any siege equipment would be difficult to deploy. He had been to Yenshan City a few times and knew it very well. Moreover, after occupying Yenshan City, the county city of Xingyang to the north can naturally be occupied, and there is a large area of cultivated land between the two cities. Yuan Hao, just as you said, head to Yenshan City. Li Yu picked up Tian Feng and decided. A line of writing had long since surfaced on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. Name, Tian Feng. Table character, Yuan Hao. Rank, first class master. Realm, Tongxin first level, equivalent to Tonyue first level of Wudao. Physique, innate kamikaze body. Technique, kamikaze heavenly book. Tongxin realm? The name of the realm of the warlock one? It's on the same level as the Tony realm of martial arts. This physique and technique. It doesn't look weaker than Luoyi. I'm afraid that in his own strength, Tian Feng is also extremely strong. Li Yu murmured in his mind. It was just that Luoyi had soldiers under his command. But Tian Feng as a strategist would not have any soldiers to summon. But top strategists are supposed to be comparable to 1,000 armies. Many thanks to the Lord for being willing to take Tian Feng's words. Even Tian Feng's serious face showed a touch of joy. What a blessing to come across a lord who is willing to nag. Yuan Hao did his best to plan for me. It is I who should be thanking Yuan Hao. Li Yu sighed. Tian Feng ended up being executed because he advised against fighting the Battle of Guandu, and in the end, Yuan Shao was defeated and felt ashamed to meet Tian Feng, thus putting Tian Feng to death. It could be argued that Tian Feng will die, is to die in just straight advice above. That's why Sun Yu would say that Tian Feng was rigid and offensive. Soon, a group of 21 men mounted their warhorses and headed northwest. Although there were barricades along the way, they were simply not enough in front of Luoyi as well as Yin Yun's 18 horsemen and were easily destroyed. So for 10 days, regardless of whether it was Luoyi or Tian Feng, Their cultivation levels had already been promoted from the Tawny first layer to the Tawny second layer. Originally, the two men's battle power was comparable to the peak of Tawny, and now that their cultivation had increased, their battle power had once again skyrocketed. Li Yu was looking forward to it. How scary are Luo Yi and Tianfeng now? Moreover, he found that after reaching the second level of Tawny, the two of them were still able to increase their cultivation progress by 10% per day. That is to say, in another 10 days, the two would be able to raise their cultivation again. It was simply terrifying, and the enemy could never figure out the strength of the men and women under his command. At this point, Yanshan City has arrived. However, the gate of Yanshan City was closed, and there was a man standing at the entrance. A middle-aged man in a clean, white suit. His hair was tied back meticulously. He was handsome, and his eyes were very serene, like a lake that did not ripple. He stood right at the entrance of the city, quietly looking at Li Yu and his group. Who came on horseback? Li Yu. A voice as quiet as a snowy lake on an icy mountain came out from the white-robed middle-aged man's mouth. Even just hearing the sound made the distractions in one's mind disappear. Chapter 12, De Chu Sword Saint Attacks. When the gun intent came out, the demon god was shocked. Sword Palace Master. By Jian. Li Yu's eyes narrowed instantly. Who is the strongest person in the Great Chu dynasty? I'm afraid that at least 20% of the people will support this Sword Palace Master in front of me. By Jian. His last name is White. It wasn't originally called One Sword, but after learning the sword, he changed his name to One Sword. He never kills with just one sword. There were not many people in the entire Great Chu dynasty who could receive one of his swords. This was the rumor in the Jianghu about this Sword Palace Master. And this Sword Palace Master was also wildly worshipped by all those who used swords in the Great Chu dynasty, calling him the Great Chu Sword Saint. Next to it, Luo Yi's eyes stared at Bai Yijian, his 5 fingers holding the gun gripping slightly harder. It's strong. He could sense that the person standing at the city gate blocking the way was strong. Even with his martial realm of mastering gun intent, he felt a bit of pressure. After all, no matter how special his physique was, and no matter how profound his cultivation technique was, in the end, he was only at the Tawny second layer realm now. The other party was clearly already standing at the peak of Tawny, and vaguely, there was sword intent permeating the 4 directions. Perhaps it couldn't be called sword intent yet, but it could already be called sword intent fledgling. A Tawny peak that had mastered the sword intent fledgling was clearly a cut above an ordinary Tawny peak. The other side, Tianfeng's face was somber and solemn, and the wind around him seemed to have become a bit stronger. As for the 18 horsemen of Yan Yun in the rear, their exposed eyes remained cold and dead, staring indifferently and silently at Bai Yijian. The king of Chu wants me to kill you. Bai Yijian stood without moving. His serene lake-like eyes looked at Luo Yi before returning to Li Yu and slowly said, as for Tianfeng, the system was different, and he couldn't see Tianfeng's strength in the slightest. I know. The only person in Great Chu who can invite the Sword Palace Master is King Zhao of Chu. Li Yu did not change his face, even in the face of this extremely prestigious existence in front of him, known as the Great Chu Sword Saint. He was still able to remain calm. After all, beside him stood 2 Chinese masters. I might not be able to kill you, but this sword must come out. Please instruct. Bai Yijian's voice was as clear and cold as an icy mountain and snowy lake as he took a step towards Li Yu and the others. It doesn't seem to be fast, and every step of the way, it's on the ground. But the approaching wind stopped. The swirling fallen leaves also froze in midair. He took one step and a falling leaf split in 2 as he walked by. The next moment, he drew his sword. The autumn water is the same color as the long sky. A flash of sword light was like a lonely snow lotus on the heavenly mountain, and like a calm and clear lake, faster than lightning, instantly crossing a distance of 10 feet, stabbing at Li Yu's throat. In Li Yu's eyes, 2 white one swords appeared. A white one sword remained in place. Another Bai Yijian had appeared in front of him. It's too fast. It was so fast that with his chi-eating realm's 4th level, he couldn't react at all. Bear dash. Just then, a blood-colored spear seemed to pierce out of nothingness, and even the air was stabbed with large sparks. Bang! The tip of the spear against the sword's blade. Luo Yi's body was filled with a fierce aura. His eyes were filled with ferocity, and a terrifying blood-colored glow filled his gun. The moment he was at his full strength to the extreme, the silhouette of the blood-colored demon god emerged behind his back, as if from the underworld, looking down on the earth. Between the hidden and the visible, there was also a demonic god twisting around, as if it was about to step out of the inexplicable land and let out a terrifying whisper. And on top of it all, it's an imaginary gun. This illusory gun was suspended between heaven and earth, suppressing all demonic gods. Gun will. For the first time, Bai Yijian's eyes revealed a look of shock. He remembered that the last time he was so shocked was when he was young and saw the scene of the previous generation's sword palace master wielding his sword to cut down the floating clouds. How many years? He'd almost forgotten there was such an emotion as shock. After all, in the Great Chu dynasty, nothing was worth his surprise. Bear dash. Piercing sparks erupted above the tip of the gun and the sword blade. Bai Yijian's body turned upside down in the air and had returned to its original position. The long sword in his hand had returned to its scabbard at some point. I can't imagine that your excellency has actually comprehended intent. It's a pity that my cultivation isn't as good as mine, or else I wouldn't be able to leave today. A large number of waves rose in his calm eyes as he looked deeply at Luo Yi. His body leapt up in the air, and not far away in the mountains and forests rushed over a giant bird with a white body to catch him. Fresh! The giant bird made a long call and spread its wings and rushed up to the sky. Bai Yijian stood on the back of the giant bird, his white clothes hunting as he turned away. Tianfeng loads up on a big right hand but gives up. Even if they stopped this giant bird, they wouldn't be able to keep this great Chu sword saint. After all, the other party's strength was not weaker than Luo Yi's, and he practiced the artisan's path and was not good at individual fighting. It was impossible for the two to kill each other even with the addition of the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun, unless he and Luo Yi's cultivation level could be higher. Let's go. Into the city. It won't take long for the Chu army to arrive. Li watched the giant bird go away and opened his mouth. The sword palace master, Bai Yijian, had come, and it was clear that the Chu king was thunderous and would not give him time to grow. It should be the aftermath of killing Liang Tai, the chief soldier of Sanshan Pass, Shen Yi, the capital guard, and Hong Tu-bao, that deputy commander of the Imperial City Department, killed 3 Tony 7th level powerhouses. Chu King Zhao clearly understood that he was surrounded by strong people of at least the 8th level of Tony. That's why a peak Tony powerhouse was directly dispatched. Aside from Bai Yijian, was there any other peak Tony coming? Or more than one Tony peak? But he wasn't the least bit afraid either. With the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in your body, the more you kill the more you can intercept more of the power of the past life. Come on, this northern land is the land that I, the Northern Riverly clan, have been guarding for 15 years. Zhao destroyed my clan. I'll take this northern border first. It was as if flames were burning in his eyes. It won't take long. Father, mother, big sister, little sister, I'll have the Zhao clan buried with you. Squeak! The gates of Yinshan City suddenly opened. A group of burly men with blood-stained bodies holding plain swords stepped out from it. They were just wearing simple single clothes, but there was a fierce aura on their bodies. The man at the head was very ordinary looking, but his eyes were very fierce. Like jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards. He took 3 or 2 steps to the front of Liu's warhorse, kneeling on one knee with an agitated look. He exclaimed, "Thousand Force Commander of the 5th Battalion of the Northern Shou Armament Department Xiang Nan pays his respects to the young general." "Greetings, young general." Behind him a burly man all knelt down on one knee and exclaimed. At a glance, there were no less than 200 people. Each of them looked excited, but the excitement hid an unspeakable feeling of mourning. The Chu dynasty flying pigeon transmission business is quite developed, and even pigeons are not ordinary pigeons, but specifically from the 100,000 Great Wilderness to find a different kind of pigeons. Do not fear the falcon. Flying thousands of miles a day is not a matter of course. So the news that the Beihali clan and the top brass of the Beishou army were all beheaded in Kaishiko has long since been rumored. Even Li Yu's wanted portrait was posted all over the city. Brothers, get up! Li Yu moved. He immediately rolled over and dismounted from his horse, helping the 1,000 husbandman Xiang Nan to his feet, and exclaimed. Luo Yi and Tianfeng followed and dismounted, standing on his left and right sides. Young general, you must avenge the general. There are no cowards in our Beishou army. I would like to follow the young general to kill the king of Chu in Kyoto and cut down the king of Chu. This is the blood feud of our Beishou army. Kill in Kyoto and cut down the king of Chu. Kill the king of Chu in Kyoto and cut him down. A Beishou army general roared, and some even shed tears as they roared. Don't worry, brothers. I, Li Yu, swear that I will kill my way into Kyoto and cut down King Zhao of Chu. Li Yu looked at one of the generals of the Beishou army and clenched his fists and yelled, kill Kyoto and cut down Zhao. Kill Kyoto and cut down Zhao. Kill Kyoto and cut down Zhao. The sound reverberated through the mountains and could be heard throughout Yen Mountain City. Chapter 13 Summoning the Heavenly Festival Army to reign over the heavenly calamity on earth. More than an hour later, Li Yu stood in the empty magistrate's martial arts field, which was originally the place where the 6 classes of magistrates practiced martial arts. As for the magistrate, already killed by Xiang Nan in the battle for the gate, there was also the county lieutenant in charge of Yinshan City's military affairs, who was similarly killed by Xiang Nan. After all, that was then. Both of these two were hiding on the city wall, peeking at Bai Yijian's strike. There are 1250 channels of the power of the past life. We'll be facing a battle to defend the city next. Summon the Heavenly Festival Army. Li Yu whispered in his heart. No hesitation. His mind was focused on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. Mindfulness. At once the power of the past life was reduced by 1200 channels. The void in front of him rippled slightly, and 120 people instantly appeared out of thin air. These 120 men were all dressed in black armor and armed with wargos, with a bow and 30 arrows on their backs and tanged swords hanging from their waists. The eyes were cold and sharp, and the 120 people stood together, even forming a scarlet fury visible to the naked eye that filled the four directions. Wisps of lightning were bred where the scarlet fury passed, as if telling the world that the heavenly festival is also a heavenly calamity. Greetings, Lord. Greetings, General. 120 people were neatly organized, kneeling on one knee towards Li Yu and Luo Yi, their voices low. Generals, be excused. Li Yu was satisfied. He felt the 120 Heavenly Festival army in front of him was more elite than any army he had ever seen. The Primus of Chu is no match. De Chu's Ace Chu guards are no match. Even the Northern Showers army, likewise, was no match for it. Even vaguely, he felt that any of the Tianjia soldiers were not weaker than himself. To know, he is the only direct son of the North River Li clan of this generation. Since he was a child, he had been vigorously cultivated by his father, Li Chang, and not only had his cultivation reached the 4th level of qi eating, but his sword skills were also quite extraordinary. But now, it felt like any of the Heavenly Festival soldiers were no weaker than themselves. He immediately looked at the information that was revealed on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. Troops, Tianjia Army, rank, 1st class, realm, 4th level of qi eating. Cultivation progress, 1%, daily cultivation can roughly increase by 2%. Physique, Hotian Underworld Thunder Body. Technique, Underworld Thunder Method. God and Demon Army Formation, Underworld Thunder Purgatory. Spirit of the Earth's Fury, Lord of the Underworld Thunder Road. There's actually a 4th level of qi eating on both realms. And all have special physiques? Li Yu was surprised in his heart. Are all 1st class soldiers this strong? It doesn't take much to make a soldier like that. Just 1,000. It was estimated that it would be able to crush the 10,000 man army of the Great Chu dynasty. Not to mention, the Heavenly Festival army also had the Divine Demon Army formation as well as the Earthly Demon Army Soul. Once the Divine Demon Army formation and the Earthly Demon Army Soul were unfolded, the strength would naturally be even more terrifying. 1st class soldiers are already so awesome. Then how terrifying would the even stronger top-tier troop type Heavenly Festival Iron Cavalry be? Maybe it doesn't take 100,000 Iron Horsemen. As long as 10,000 Iron Horsemen, they can run through the Chu dynasty, destroying everything. It's not a matter of leveling the capital of Chu and decimating the royal family of Zhao. 10,000 Iron Horsemen, 300,000 Dao of the power of the past life. I need more of the power of the past life, he muttered in his mind. And to intercept more of the power of the past life, you have to kill. It is useless to kill civilians, who are not part of the transcendental beings. At the very least, one must be at the 1st level of the refined body realm to be considered a transcendent being. Thank you, Lord. 120 soldiers of the Heavenly Festival army stood up, each of them tall and strong. Standing straight, Zi Yen, arrange for them to stay at the city guard barracks. Don't start a conflict with the North Shou army. Just leave the matter of the city's defense to the North Shou army. Li Yu commanded. The normal configuration of the Yenshan City Guard was 1,000 men, so the barracks were not small. Those 235 generals of the Northern Shou army also lived in it. Yes, Lord. Luo Yi cupped his fists and received the order, taking 120 Tianjijuns with him to leave the county office and head to the city guard's barracks. As for the safety of the county office, with the 18 horsemen of Yan Yun in place, and Tian Feng, he wasn't worried. Even if Bai Yijian came to attack again, the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun could coalesce the earth-shattering military soul hell lord to block it in an instant. My lord, the large households in the city still need to be dealt with. Although Yenshan City is not large, there are 3 great families, Xiu, Su, and Ren, who hold the various industries in the city. When we raise an army, we must bring the city's industries under our control, of which the fields are the most important. Tian Feng said solemnly. Food is never the biggest problem. In a war, a lot of times it's all about the food, even in this world where martial arts are prevalent. Moreover, those in the body refining realm and qi-eating realm required even more food per day than ordinary people. Without enough to eat, soldiers in the qi-eating realm would also have weak hands and feet and no strength. Of course, when one reaches the realm of qi-eating, not eating for a day or 2 is not a big problem, but not eating for 3 or 4 days, that would not work. What does Yuan Hao suggest? Li Yu inquired. In fact, he had already made a decision in his mind. But the schemer's thoughts and considerations are necessarily more comprehensive than his. We don't have much time. We have to be quick. In Feng's opinion, it should be killed. A few moments of killing intent appeared on Tianfeng's serious face. First, abolish the county office, and the lord will be the lord of the city. He who is the lord of the city, the lord of a city. The three great families are all so bad that they fish and flesh the people, so they should be killed. The money and food obtained feeds the army. The resulting properties are leased out for those good little clans to run, with the city's main government making 70% of the profits and the leaseholders making 30%. As for the fields and acres, all of them will be taken into the possession of the lord of the city. Li Yu nodded. It coincided with what he was thinking. Nothing is a quicker solution than killing. He has his own principles and does not kill innocents indiscriminately. But the three great families in the city are all fishers and fatteners of the people. When he entered the city, he had asked Xiang Nan, a native of Yanshan City, about a lot of information about Yanshan City, and in the county office, there were also many files from the three great families, which he had just roughly gone through. The information contained therein is alarming. A well-deserved emperor of the land. After all, before, they, the Northern Riverly clan, were only responsible for the town's defense and not for any political affairs. Do as Yuan Hao says, he ordered. The Beihali clan used to be called the top clan in the north, but the family culture was extremely strict, and any clan members who committed crimes would be severely punished by the clan elders. But the three great families of Yanshan City were unscrupulous and persecuted the township. More than 1,260 miles away from Yanshan City, a huge military camp was stationed here. The giant white bird flew through the air and landed in the middle of the barracks. Two figures walked out of the main tent. One man wore battle armor, with a majestic aura like a mountain, and a pair of eyes that were sharp as hell. Another person holding a floating dust, wearing a blue eunuch suit, his face white and beardless, seemingly smiling. White Palace Master, by the looks of you, you failed? Great General Jingguo Higong frowned and said in a deep voice. The big eunuch next to him, Wei Zhubuan, also frowned. Aha, there is a top powerhouse beside Li Yu. I fought him, and he mastered the meaning of the gun. Bai Yijian said with an expressionless face. Gun will? Impossible. How could anyone master gun intent? Higong's face suddenly changed greatly and he lost his voice. He is the one who uses the gun and understands how hard it is to master the meaning of the gun. He knew he would never have half the hope he had in his life. And now, instead, Bai Yijian told him. Someone has mastered the supreme gun will? The moment. He even had the urge to travel to worship. After all, it was gun will. After a lifetime of pursuing the intent of the gun, in his mind, gun will reign supreme. Chapter 14, The Three Great Houses. Cleaning out the county's great clans. Gun will. Wei Zhubuan's face also became extraordinarily grave. An enemy who mastered the intent of the gun made his scalp tingle just thinking about it. To the best of his knowledge, in the entire Great Chu, only that godly Master Chen might have mastered E. But even the king of Chu could not order that one. After all, that one had been the benefactor of 3 generations of Chu kings in the past. Don't worry, although that person has mastered the gun intent, his cultivation level is not high. At most, it's at the 7th level of the Tongyi. Bai Yijian spoke again. He wasn't aware that Luo Yi was actually only at the 2nd level of Tongyi. If he knew that, I'm afraid that the comprehended sword intent prototype would disintegrate. The 7th level of Tongyi? Higong and Wei Zhubian sighed in relief at the same time. The cultivation level hadn't reached the peak of Tongyi yet, and even if he had mastered the gun intent, his strength wouldn't be ridiculously strong. My business is done. I have nothing to do with this matter. After Bai Yijian finished speaking, he once again leapt up to stand on the back of the white giant bird and disappeared in the air. He promised the king of Chu to come and kill Li Yu, but he also only agreed to put out one sword. He is Bai Yijian. A sword can't kill. The king of Chu's order has been fulfilled. The 3 great universities. Ha! Wei Zhubuan watched the giant bird go away, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Husbandman Academy, Tianshan Sword Palace, and One Heart Sword Hall. The 3 university schools are a little too strong, Higong slowly said. At the beginning of the founding of the country, that founding monarch expelled and exterminated all sects, and established 3 universities in the name of the imperial court, in order to cultivate students from all over the world. But more than 600 years have passed. The 3 great universities had become 3 holy places. How is this not the 3 top sects? The orders of the court are sometimes disobeyed by the 3 great universities. My king's cultivation has reached the peak of Tongyi, much better than the previous king. With my king's cultivation, and then borrow the power of the whole country. Who can stop it in the world? The 3 major universities will bend over backwards to do their bidding. Wei Zhebuan's eyes were gloomy as he sneered. His gaze turned to the north with murderous intent. General it's not too late. We will march at once and capture the traitor Liu back to Kyoto and place him at His Majesty's disposal. He Gong nodded. As for the strong man who had mastered the gun intent, his eyes showed battle intent. With only the cultivation of the 7th level of Tongyi, he was not afraid in the slightest. After all, he is the great general of Jingui of the Great Chu dynasty. A rank of 1. You can borrow the power of the Great Chu dynasty's qi to enhance your own strength. He thought. If he himself was able to kill an existence that had mastered the intent of the spear with the long gun in his hand, maybe you can learn the meaning of the gun from it. This is a great chance that belongs to me, he muttered in his heart, his eyes showing a few blazing moments. Day 2. Yenshan City, Northern District. The 18 horsemen of Yanyan were expressionless as they rode their horses and stood outside of Ren's house. Behind them, 120 heavenly festival troopers stood with swords, their aura of fury. A large number of people gathered around and pointed. What do you want to do? This is the Ren residence. Our third master is serving under Lord Lin, the county governor of Wudong County. At the entrance of the Ren mansion, a large number of Ren family guards stood, and someone colorfully said, the Ren family has oppressed the people and caused 332 murders over the past 10 years. Their crimes should be punished. By order of the city lord, all members of the Ren family are to be arrested and sent to the dungeon to await trial. Those who resist, kill. Yen Yi's revealed eyes were cold and merciless, and his voice did not have any ups and downs, but it carried a shocking murderous aura. Lord of the city? Since when does our Yenshan city have any city lords? You are revolting. The Ren family guards stepped aside, and a group of Ren family people walked out, with the old man at the head wearing gold and silver, angrily saying, as one of the earthly emperors of Yenshan city, Ran Wensher's heart was ablaze with anger. When did someone actually dare to come to their Ren family and act so recklessly? What a disregard for their Ren family. He must write a letter to his third brother himself, so that he can bring his troops over to destroy that. What's his name? Li Yu. You're also the young general of the North Xiu army? Self-appointed lord of Yenshan city? The Beihali clan is all dead, and a lone ghost wants to take over a city and make a fool of himself. Of course, he was not aware of yesterday's appearance and departure of the Dechu sword saint by Yi Jian at the city gates. Negative. Kill. Yenny didn't have the slightest intention of saying more than half a word. His cold and indifferent eyes looked down at the Ren family crowd and ordered. Negative. Kill. The 120 heavenly festival army coldly shouted as they violently rushed out, their tang swords slashing towards the Ren family's people. Put. A Ren family guard fell in a pool of blood in an instant, like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. It simply couldn't stop the entire Sky Festival army that was at the 4th level of the lowest chi-eating realm. Miserable screams and wails kept coming out, and a large number of Ren family members panicked and fled towards the mansion in fear. You seek death. Ran Wensher was so furious that his body trembled as true power of the Tongyi realm erupted from his body, directly killing towards the leader, Yan Yi. Although it was only the Tongyi layer, but he was also in the Tongyi realm. He believed that with his own strength, he could easily capture the lead cavalryman and get the rest to stop. Yan Yi indifferently watched his opponent charge. The next moment, the scimitar was sheathed in his hand. It was like a full moon lighting up and going out in mid-air. Magnificent. Gorgeous. Aesthetics. However, Ran Wensher, the head of the Ren family and an expert of the Tongyi realm, had his head fly up in this instant, rolling hot blood spurting out. The headless body stood for a moment before slowly collapsing. Hiss dash. The people on the sidelines sucked in a mouthful of cold air, incomparably shocked. That powerful and extraordinary Ren family head died just like that? One cut? Yes. Good kill. I can't imagine that the Ren family's fish and flesh will have their day. My poor daughter. The Ren family snatched my daughter away 3 years ago, and I haven't heard from her since. My third sister was also captured by the Ren family and thrown in a mass grave. Many people shouted loudly and looked excited, and some even knelt down and kowtowed to Yan Yi with old tears in their eyes. Kill. A Tianjie army killed into the Ren family residence, leaving behind bodies and blood all over the ground. Some of the Heavenly Festival army also spread out and surrounded the entire Ren family residence. The Tianjie army was a Tang system with low-level officers such as the Shichang, the Pangshang, and the Xingzhang. The summoned Heavenly Festival army soldiers were at the 4th level of the Qi-eating realm, and Shichang was one small realm higher. At the 5th level of the Qi-eating realm, the man grew 2 small realms higher, being at the 6th level of the Qi-eating realm. Team Zhan was 3 minor realms higher and was at the 7th level of the Qi-eating realm. There are now 120 Heavenly Festivals, of which there are 12 sheriffs, 2 mess captains, and 1 team leader. Less than a quarter of an hour, a single Heavenly Festival army member walked out in a line, leaving behind the Ren family residence, which smelled of blood. Go. Yen waved his hand and left with the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun and the Heavenly Festival Army. Come on, come on, come on. Seal all estates and clean up the accounts. Immediately, 30 generals of the Northern Shio army stepped out and rushed towards the Rin family with 7 or 8 accountants. The ledger was borrowed not long ago when the Northern Shio army went to one of the good little clans, each trembling and pale, especially when he looked at the corpses of the originally high and mighty Rin family members, and the entire Rin family residence was filled with blood. He was even more fearful. Lord City Master has said that the Rin family's properties can be leased to your families to operate in the future, with the City Master's mansion accounting for 70% of the profits and your families accounting for 30% of the profits. A Beishio army general shouted. Is that true, Mr. Army? Many accountants' bodies shook with excitement. The Rin family's industries are all good for making money. Really, really, really. Lord City Lord is the Major General of my Beishio army. His word is his bond. The General of the North Shio army shouted. Almost immediately, all the accountants were filled with energy and carefully began to clean up the Rin family's properties and accounts. They trusted the credibility of the North Shio army. Chapter 15, Plagiarizing the Family and Destroying the Clan. Continue summoning. Soon, the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun arrived at the Chiu family with 120 Tianjia troops. The Chiu family has been preying on the people, causing 295 murders in 10 years. Their crimes should be punished. By order of the city lord, all members of the Chiu family are to be arrested and sent to the prison to await trial. Those who resist, kill. An icy cold voice came out from Yan's mouth, instantly transmitting within the Chiu family residence. And the 120 heavenly festival troops had already split up the majority of the army and surrounded the entire Chiu family. Even the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun spread out, each standing at one of the Chiu clan. Each of the 3 major players in Yenshan City is good at something. The people of the destroyed Rin family were keen on joining the civil service, and several people in the family joined the civil service, and the highest one achieved the post of the chief historian of the county governor of Wudong County, which is considered to be the 6th grade. The Chiu family was different. All of the Chiu family practiced martial arts and passed down the martial arts to their family, and even the head of the Chiu family was called the #1 expert in Yenshan City. So facing the Chiu family, Yen Yi was naturally slightly more cautious. He didn't want anyone in the Sky Festival army to be injured. Tap. A group of people opened the Chiu family's gate and walked out. The old man at the head coldly looking at Yen Yi and the 40 heavenly festival army in a furious voice. There's no excuse for wanting to do that. My Chiu family has been good and beneficial to the townships for generations. Why have I ever acted as a fish and flesh to the people? Get Li Yu over here. I, Showen, am a disciple of the One Heart Blade Hall and no one dares to disrespect the hall. Death to those who dare to disrespect the Hall of Blades. Though yesterday I heard that the disbanded Beishio army had killed the magistrate and the lieutenant and welcomed some young general into the city. But he didn't put it in perspective. 200 or 300 Beishio troops, what can they accomplish? He was the #1 expert of Yen Mountain City, at the 3rd level of the Tony realm, and his master was an elder of the One Heart Blade Hall, so he was still afraid of some young general of the Beihali clan, which had already been exterminated. What a joke! If you dare to do it, then try it. His eyes were sharp, staring at Yen Yi, a cold color on his face. Behind him were 2 other experts of the Tony realm. One was his eldest son and the other was his own brother. 3 Tony realm, 26 Chi-eating realm, and hundreds of body refining guards. This was the strength of his Chiu family. Of the 3 great families of Yenshan, his Chiu family is #1 in terms of force. I'm afraid that little Li Yu doesn't even understand the strength of his Chiu family. Of course, he was equally unaware of Bai Yijian's visit yesterday. Stubborn, kill. Yen Yi is very dry and never says things a second time. The word kill in his mouth had just fallen, and behind him, the 40 heavenly festival army had already killed out. You seek death. Kill them. Xiuwen coldly said. How dare you come to his house? He will let the Li Yu's little son know that the Beihali clan has been destroyed, and relying on 200 or 300 Beishio troops dares to be unscrupulous? His Chiu family is not something a lone soul can offend. Kill. The 2 Tongyi realm powerhouses, Xiu Yi and Xiu Ping, roared out and killed with their swords. Behind them, a Chi-eating realm Chiu clan member and a body-refining realm Chiu clan guard also let out a loud roar and followed to kill out. Xiuwen had his hands behind his back, a cold smile on his face, but the next moment, the smile on his face froze, filled with disbelief. What did he see? 2 full moons floated between heaven and earth, as if someone had plucked the full moon of the night and sent it to earth, clear and cold, sharp, dead silence. His eldest son, his own brother, 2 Tongyi realm powerhouses. One glance and they were beheaded by the 2 cavalrymen who rushed out from the other side. One moment, he felt his hands and feet go cold, a deep chill rushing up from the soles of his feet, his scalp tingling until it was ready to explode. How come it's so strong? His own brother was already at the second level of the Tony realm and was actually killed by a single slash. Even in existence at the fourth level of Tony couldn't do it. The fifth level? Or is it the sixth level of Tony? The blood on his face faded and he was as pale as paper. Looking at the clansmen who were being slaughtered, his old body trembled. Don't kill! Don't kill! My Chiu family is willing to follow the orders of the city lord. My Chiu family is willing to give all of our properties to Lord City Lord. My Chiu family is willing to follow all orders from Lord City Lord. Xiuan's eyes were crimson as he grieved towards Yan Yi. However, Yan Yi's revealed eyes did not have a single fluctuation. Seeing that Yan Yi was unmoved. Seeing again that most of his clan members had already died. His eyes cracked in anger as he roared and killed towards Yan Yi with his sword. He originally thought that Li Yu was nothing more than a lost dog. With all his clansmen dead, how much strength could he have with some remnants of the Northern Xiu army? After all, the top brass of the Northern Xiu army had been killed by all means, and there were almost no more martial artists of the Tony realm left. But I didn't expect it. There was actually such a terrifyingly strong person. Phew dash. Shoo shoo dash. 3 sharp arrows shot violently, like 3 streaks of pitch-black lightning flying through the void, fast to the extreme. Xiuan growled and tried his best to block it, but only managed to block 1 sharp arrow. The remaining 2 sharp arrows took him flying, hanging fiercely above the Chiu family gate, his eyes round and dead. Yes, good kill. The Chiu families all deserve to die. Some of the surrounding onlookers shouted and cheered. Who among the people of Yanshan City hasn't suffered from the 3 great families for a long time? Many of them even had blood feuds with the 3 great families. It's just that in the past, there was no way to take revenge, so they could only swallow their teeth and blood. It didn't take long. With the Chiu family residents killed, Yan Yi took his men on the hoof and immediately rushed to the Su family, the last of the 3 great families. However, at this time, the door of the Su family was tightly closed, and no one came out even after Yan Yi finished talking about the sins of the Su family. Poof! Yan Yi's eyes were merciless. He lifted the reins of his horse and lurched out. The remaining 17 horsemen behind him followed and rushed out. Black mist gushed out from their bodies as if from the underworld of purgatory, enveloping their bodies and warhorses, forming a giant black arrowhead. The arrow charged across the room and crashed on top of the Su family's gate. Boom dash! The entire gate of the Su family was instantly torn apart, while the 18 horsemen of Yan Yin didn't slow down at all and continued to charge towards within the Su family. Many guards along the way were horrified and tried to stop them, but the black mist that enveloped the 18 horsemen of Yan Yin churned. A round moon scimitar chopped out, and one by one, heads flew up. The houses, porches, rockeries, bridges, and everything that blocked the front were destroyed by the Yan Yin 18 cavalry without mercy. Wherever they passed, there was ruin and corpses. Mercy! Miserable screams, pleas for mercy, and cries rose and fell, and the entire Su family residence seemed to have been transformed into a hell on earth. A Tianjie army followed and killed the leaky fish that the 18 Yan Yun riders had rushed through one by one. The 3 great families are extinguished. The sin is so great that it is not unrewarded, but the time has not yet come. Although there are inevitably innocents among the 3 great families, those who have enjoyed the benefits of the 3 great families' ingenuity must bear the responsibility for the sins of the 3 great families. Rights and obligations, they are never equal. Li Yu sat on a chair in the county office with a calm face. His mind was placed on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. At this time, the power of the past life on it had reached 1,428 channels. Continue summoning the heavenly festival army. He didn't hesitate. Sometimes numbers matter a lot. In the absence of an absolute disparity of force, the number of enemies that 2 people can kill certainly beats that of 1. It's time to go and take the county town of Xingyang. Then take the Xingyang Pass and enter the land of 100 cities. There. It is the best place to intercept the power of the past life. It might be possible to summon a 3rd human master. He clenched his fists, and before the Chu army arrived, he also had to summon a sizable number of Sky Festival troops. The larger the number of people, the more enemies killed on the battlefield then, the more power of the past life could be intercepted. Chapter 16 Master of the Wind Tianfeng, The Way of the Warlock from China. In the martial arts arena at the county courthouse, another 140 heavenly sectors appeared out of thin air, and then went to the city guard barracks to settle down under Luo Yi's leadership. 260 Sky Festival troops now. Li Yu returned to the county office and sat down, his eyes looking towards Tianfeng, who had piled up a large amount of information on the table in front of him. Yuan Hao, now that the fall harvest has passed, is it really possible to plant millet again? Not long ago Tianfeng asked him for an order to gather 5,000 farmers to plant millet. What time of year is it? It's past the fall harvest and almost winter. At this time of year, what kind of food can be grown in this northern land? The weather was already cold. It was just that they didn't feel it too much as they practiced martial arts. My lord, The way of the warlock is profound. Although Feng is the most skilled in the wind path, he also dabbles in the rest of the paths. For example, the divine farmer's tactics can accelerate the consumption of earth power at the cost of allowing crops to grow 10 or 100-fold. Although Feng is not considered to be good at Shinnon Yi, he can barely do it. Tian Feng said seriously. The way of the warlock? Shinnon Tai? It can actually accelerate the growth of crops 10-fold or 100-fold? Li Yu's spirit lifted and he immediately inquired. I have heard that there were Taoist priests in the Three Kingdoms period who could call the wind and summon thunder. Could it be that the warlocks together is a school of Taoism? The Three Kingdoms period is so metaphysical. For example, the great sage Zheng Jiao was rumored to have the magical ability to call the wind and rain and summon thunder to capture electricity. There are also immortals with Ci and Yu, who are even more profound. No. Tian Feng shook his head. My lord, a warlock is a warlock and a Taoist is a Taoist. Not to be confused. You can understand that the warlocks are a combination of the Taoist school and the Confucian school, and most of the schemers practiced the way of the warlocks, which could change the heavenly signs. Even if one kills the enemy by altering the heavens to form a natural disaster. In terms of personal killing, warlocks aren't good at it, and Feng practicing the one way of the wind is still better. After all, the wind has no constant momentum, and it's everywhere. If Feng had been pitted against that sword palace master yesterday, Feng would have been able to defend himself at best and would not have been able to retreat from the enemy as General Luo did. Li Yu sniffed, understanding somewhat but not particularly. In the end he hadn't really seen Tian Feng strike. There was no intuition of what it meant to change the heavens to form a natural disaster to kill the enemy. Impressions. There was only that one image that I saw on the purple map of 10,000 peoples when I summoned Tian Feng. Standing on top of the city wall, dark clouds in the sky pressed down on the city. The wind howled, and tornado after tornado wreaked havoc among the enemy troops. Could this be changing the heavens? Is a tornado a natural disaster? Since the warlocks together kill their enemies by altering the heavenly signs, what about the Taoist school? Tian Feng's words also mentioned the Confucian school. And how did the Confucian school kill the enemy? He was very curious in his mind. Asked Tian Feng. Tian Feng also just shook his head and told him that he did not know the methods of Taoism and Confucianism, and that he would naturally know in the future when famous Taoists and Confucians came out. Martial arts, warlocks, Taoism, and Confucianism. I wonder if this side of the world, too, has these divisions, Li Yu murmured in his mind. However, he had limited cognizance of this side of the world. He only knew about places like the Great Chu dynasty, the Great Zhan dynasty, the Great Shang dynasty, the 100,000 Great Wilderness, and the Reflecting Moon mountain range. As for the rest of the world, he wasn't sure, but he had also heard his father say that there was a wider world beyond this area. Shake your head. He didn't think about that. It is still too early to think about this. His main goal is to do his best to develop and grow, to destroy the Chu capital, to cut off the Chu royal family, to avenge his parents and relatives, the whole clan of young and old, and his uncles in the North Shou army. My lord, you should have already asked Xiang Nan to go forward to gather the disbanded Bei Shou army from all over the northern realm, right? Tian Feng said. Naturally. I already told him about this yesterday, and he already left Yinshan City early this morning to contact the ministries. Li Yu nodded. Although he can summon Chinese soldiers, but after all, there are not many soldiers in hand today. The Chinese soldier type in his mind, in a long time should only be the field army that attacked the city and plundered the land. But a captured city also needs an army to garrison it. This shows the role of the North Shou army. It was the best arrangement to let the Northern Shou army become the city defense army and take over the cities fought down by the Chinese soldiers. With the elite of the Bei Shou army, it was more than enough to serve as a city defense force, and with the order to follow the order, it could also avoid a lot of problems. In that case, the Lord can arrange to take Xingyang City and Xingyang Pass. Tian Feng gazed at him. He knew exactly what his side needed most right now. Does Yuan Hao know anything about Xingyang City and Xingyang Pass? Li Yu gazed at Tian Feng. Xingyang Pass, as a barrier to defend the land of 100 cities, had many defenders on it. The city of Xingyang, as the last city of Chu leading to the land of 100 cities, and also the county town of Xingyang County, was actually very prosperous in terms of commerce and trade. After all, a lot of forbidden things flowed from Xingyang City into the land of 100 cities. Likewise, some of the specialties of the 100 cities land were also sent to the Chu dynasty from Xingyang City. The city of Xingyang is not enough to worry about, even though it is a county city. Only Xingyang Pass should not be underestimated. The 10,000 Xingyang troops on it are all elite, and the guardian of Xingyang Pass, Su Hofeng, also has a cultivation of the 8th level of Tongyi. Combined with 10,000 Xingyang troops, 10 divine machine crossbows, and the dynastic power of a second-rank official added to it. Going up to 2 Tony peaks could kill you there if you're not careful, Tian Feng said. The power of the dynasty's chi can add to the strength of civil officials and military generals who have been enthroned by the dynasty. What does Yuan Hao think should happen? Li Yu's face remained unchanged as he inquired. On that day, the 3 mountain pass. It was the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun who gathered for the Lord of Hell to break through, and a replica would suffice. The earthbending military spirit is most adept at attacking. The Dechu dynasty doesn't know about military souls and doesn't have the means to fight against the earthbending military spirit. Together with General Luo Yi and the Tianjie army, we can break it. Tian Feng laughed. Li Yu nodded gently. The might of the Hell Lord that day was still fresh in his mind. It was as if the god of death had come in person, terrifying the world. 3 feet of the body of the god of death. The fear this brought to ordinary soldiers definitely far exceeded that of 2 or 3 peak Tony powerhouses. Early the next morning, Li Yu led Tian Feng, as well as Luo Yi, the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun, the Tianjie army, and 5,000 conscripted farmers out of Yanshan city. Gentlemen, first sow this 100 acres of good land before you with millet seed, Tian Feng instructed, pointing to a field in front of him that still had a large number of millet poles. This field originally belonged to the Rin family, but now it belonged to the city lord's mansion. Yes, my lord. 5,000 farmers were puzzled though. After all, what was the use of sowing corn at this time of year? Is it possible to grow corn seedlings in the middle of winter? Isn't that a joke? But the city lord's office cleanly exterminated the 3 great families, and they, as tenants of the original 3 great families, did not dare to say anything more. There is strength in numbers. In almost 2 hours, the 100 acres of good fields had been planted with millet seeds. The wind comes. Tian Feng took a few steps forward to stand at the edge of the good field and steeply bellowed. At once, the winds howled from all directions, as if they had heard the call of the gods of the wind. This scene made the 5,000 farmers' jaws drop and their mouths open wide. Chapter 17, Tian Feng's Strength. One man's strength feeds 10,000 armies. Yunqi, Tian Feng's large sleeves fluttered, hunting in the gusty wind as he bellowed again. Small pieces of dark clouds converged on the sky dome all of a sudden, shrouding the 100 acres of good land in front of them in a twinkling of an eye. Is this changing the heavens? Dang amazing. Li Yu marveled. In the middle of the Great Chu dynasty, he had never heard of anyone who could change the heavenly signs. It was unheard of to change the heavens in even a small area, and now he saw with his own eyes that Tian Feng was changing the sky, and even had to make the 100 acres of just planted millet grow 10-fold and 100-fold faster. In the fall and winter, it's remarkable to have 100 acres of corn able to grow. Not to mention, it still accelerated 10 or 100 times. Thunderclap, electricity, rainfall. Tian Feng let out a loud cry that resounded in all directions. It's as if the ancient gods spoke their words and followed their laws. His lean face was filled with solemnity, even as the gusty wind swept his body up and suspended him 3 feet in the air without falling. Whoa! Drops of rain fell, moisturizing the 100 acres of good soil. This doesn't seem like ordinary rain. Li Yu's gaze flickered. My lord, this is the spiritual rain of the divine farmers together, which is best at moisturizing everything, and even has a certain amount of nourishment for wounds and even stopping bleeding. Most of those schemers who are skilled in internal affairs are also skilled in Shin no Ni, and can withstand 1,000 armies when accompanying an army. Luo Yi opened his mouth. He also quietly watched Tian Feng cast the spell. Awesome! It's awesome! Li Yu marveled. Is this the way of the warlock? Just one of the branches of the divine farmer's way is so marvelous. So if it is used to kill the enemy by rolling up natural disasters, how powerful would it be? A miracle. Could this gentleman be the reincarnation of a heavenly god? 5,000 farmers trembled with fear and trembling, and many of them knelt down and kowtowed to Tian Feng with excited expressions. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a scene. Never even heard of it in the past. Be windy and have wind. To cloud the gathering. To ray to rain fall. What is this if not a miracle? There are also quite a few sects in the Dechu dynasty. However, the Dechu dynasty outlawed all sects and denominations, and all sects could only spread in the shadows. But even if they spread in secret, there are a few sects that have an extremely large number of followers. For example, the heavenly god of harvest and joy of the harvest sect is practiced by many farmers. The spiritual rain fell for a quarter of an hour before it stopped, and on the 100 acres of good fields, a slender emerald green seedling had already broken through the soil and shakily grew out. Breath of wood. Tian Feng waved his big sleeve. All of a sudden, between heaven and earth, strands of turquoise gas visible to the naked eye flew out from the mountains and forests in the 4 directions. Li Yu had sharp eyes. 3 to 5 strands of turquoise gas were seen flying out of every large tree in the mountain forest. These turquoise chi fell into a young plant of corn. At once, it was obvious to the naked eye that every corn shoot was stronger and no longer looked weak. Earth force. Tianfeng pressed his right hand on top of the ground at the edge of the good field. At once, Liu felt that the earth was shaking slightly, as if something was traveling through the ground, causing a very slight earth tremor. My lord, this is Mr. Yuan Hao gathering earth power. The divine farmer's way can gather the power of the earth to accelerate the growth of plants. If a strategist who is extremely good at Shin Nong's way of doing things can make the earth grow grain in a moment or three, it can be said that a powerful strategist can completely ensure that a large army will not run out of food. Luo Yi solemnly said. Li Yu was surprised. A moment to make the earth grow grain? That's a little scary. Doesn't it mean that one can even march to war without carrying a large amount of grain and grass, as long as a strategist who specializes in the divine farmer's way follows? Plant the grain in the morning and cook it in the pot by noon? Originally, having crossed over and seen the strength of the Dechu dynasty's martial arts, he had already felt that it was sufficiently metaphysical. But now, compared to this warlock's way, the martial arts path was really not considered too metaphysical. This made him look forward even more to the appearance of the famous scholars of the Taoist school and the Confucian school. Maybe, not only these two schools, but also the 100 schools of thought? After all, in the history of China, the 100 schools of thought are also indelible, and have likewise produced a large number of outstanding people. For example, the Mahist Mozi, then there's the legalist Han Feizi and so on. My lord, it will only take 3 days for this millet to ripen for harvest. Normal corn yields are around 300 pounds per acre, but this piece of corn can yield up to 500 pounds per acre. Tianfeng walked back and saluted solemnly. Yuan Hao has worked hard. Li Yu helped Tianfeng up inside. In 3 days, 50,000 pounds of millet will be harvested. 50,000 pounds of millet, and 40,000 pounds after shelling, can fully supply 10,000 ordinary people for 4 days. Even if it was to supply the Heavenly Festival Army, it would be able to supply 1,000 Heavenly Festival Army for 2 days. It's just a small thing, not enough to worry about. With Feng's power today, he can cast 5 rounds of spells per day to accelerate 500 acres of good land. The matter of grain and grass, the Lord can just leave it to Feng, and will definitely not let the Lord lack food. Tianfeng's voice was serious. It is truly a blessing to have Yuan Hao's help. Li Yu marveled again. 500 acres a day? If the spell was cast without interruption, it would be a daily harvest of 250,000 pounds of millet after 3 days. 250,000 pounds of millet. Enough for 10,000 Tianjia troops for 1 day. That is to say, with Tianfeng alone, plus enough farmers to cultivate the fields, he was able to supply 10,000 Tianjia troops. Of course, a martial artist can't eat only kibble for 3 meals a day. The necessary meat, oil and salt still can't be missing. But that's pretty scary too. No one would believe it if it got out. Anyone in the Dechu dynasty would treat this as a miracle. Xian, the city of Xingyang is in your hands. Dynasty cities, guarded by the power of the dynasty, still need to be cautious. Beware also of possible ambushes along the road by the Xingyang pass defenders. He gazed at Luo Yi and said in a deep voice, Lord, don't worry about it. A small town in the district. Take it with a wave of your hand. Luo Yi clasped his fists and saluted, then turned around and marched out on his horse. The 18 horsemen of Yan Yun and the Tianjie army followed behind, raising smoke and dust all over the ground. Tap. Horses' hooves hunted as the army made its way to the northwest. In just 2 hours, Luo Yi could already see the closed gates of Xingyang city from afar. Luo Yi is here. Why don't you open the door to welcome the heavenly army? His face was filled with ferocity as he bellowed. How dare a dog bark at a disorganized man? Dismount and surrender at once, and bind yourself for your offense. On the walls of Xingyang city, a loud cry came down, a voice that was clear and upright, carrying a great power of might. As a dynastic city, it has its own dynastic temperament to guard, even the chief official of a city, but also to invite the dynasty's chi luck to enrich the city's soldiers. The strength of the skyrocketing. It was even able to summon the virtual shadow of a dynasty guardian with the help of the dynasty's chi. That day, Xiang Nan was able to kill the county magistrate and lieutenant of Yenshan City, or because of the surprise. Otherwise, by the Yenshan City magistrate reacting and summoning the dynasty guardian void, more than 200 base show troops would not be enough to kill them. However, the power of the dynasty's chi could only envelop the city, and all the barriers were unable to be enveloped by the dynasty's chi. Yan Yun's 18 horsemen. Break the city. Tianjie army, kill those who resist. Luo Yi ordered. Chapter 18. Luo Yi treads the county, battling the dynasty guardian void. Xingyang city, on the city walls. Pang Zishir, the county governor of Xingyang city, stood tall and looked down on the soldiers and horses below. He didn't underestimate the other side too much because of their small numbers. From the day before when he received the news that Yenshan City had been occupied by the remnants of the Beihali clan and that the Beishio army had revolted, he had closed the 4 gates to entry and exit. What's more, all of the original Beishio army soldiers in Xingyang City were taken down and beaten into the prison. Lord Sheriff, we still need to be careful of the 18 cavalrymen who broke through the 3 mountains pass as stated in the court's letter. That would be the 18 horsemen. The next lieutenant murmured. As for what the epistle said about transforming into a 3-foot monster and killing people invisibly, he didn't believe it for a second. It must have been those incompetent losers at Sanshan Pass who added fuel to the fire and made up lies for not holding Sanshan Pass. What in the name of God could turn 18 people into a monster? It's a travesty. But those 18 cavalrymen were certainly not weak. After all, how could Liang Tai, the guardian of the 3 mountain pass, have the strength of the 7th level of Tony? Even if you spend all your strength on a woman, it's not an easy kill. No harm done. Xingyang City is a county city, and the shadow of the dynasty guardian has the power of peak Tony. Together with the 3,000 defenders who are empowered by the dynasty's chi, the humongous army is not afraid of death. So what is there to fear? Pang Zisher said faintly. Now that the Chu dynasty is in its heyday, and its fortunes are flourishing, who in the world would dare to rebel? There is the power of chi that envelopes all cities, and the chief official of a city can even summon the dynasty guardian shadow. So even if a rebel plots to take a city, he cannot plot to take it again and again. The slightest movement of the dynasty would crush any rebel. What the sheriff said. A mere rebel. How can you understand the power of the dynasty? The capital nodded. The Li clan, although it is also a large clan in the north, and has been guarding the north for 15 years, the clan has never produced a county governor or a governor, so it simply does not understand what kind of terrifying power the head of a county or the governor of a government can exert. Tap. The sound of hoofbeats came, and the Yen Yun 18 riders launched their charge in silence. Icy black mist began to emerge from their bodies, as if communicating with the underworld and hell, to lure the Lord of Hell to descend. The heavenly festival army followed behind them, and a blood-colored baleful aura filled the air, breeding a trace of underworld thunder. Coming. County Governor Pang Zisher's gaze slightly condensed, and the corner of his mouth lifted up a cold smile. He deserves the credit for this heavenly endeavor. After destroying this army of traitors, then Liu is a toothless tiger that can be destroyed with a wave of the hand. Next moment, with a solemn face, he bowed deeply towards the center of the city. County Guard Peng Zisher of Xingyang County, I respectfully request that the dynasty's chief fortune be added to the 3,000 Xingyang city guards. As his words fell, it was as if 3,000 golden rays of light were falling from the vault of the sky. Each golden radiance fell accurately onto one of the defenders on the city wall. At once, the guards who were originally only at the 4th or 5th level of body refinement had their auras skyrocket, directly reaching the 6th or 7th level of body refinement, and every one of them had an incomparable firmness in their eyes. Their hearts were filled with the righteousness of the family and the country, and they were completely ready to die for the country. War, war, war. They roared, their aura like a rainbow, staring deathly at the charging 18 Yen Yun cavalry as well as the heavenly festival army. At this time, Peng Zisher once again bowed deeply towards the center of the city and bellowed. Xingyang County Sheriff Peng Zisher respectfully invites the dynasty guardian to descend. Boom dash. It was as if a sound of explosive thunder came out from even the vault of the sky. A gorgeous golden light visible to the naked eye descended from the sky and landed directly on top of the city wall. The golden light twisted and slowly coalesced into a human form. It was a figure with a blurred face and a translucent body, holding a long spear in his hand. This figure looked down below like a god. This is the dynasty guardian? Let me try the color. Luoi narrowed his eyes with monstrous ferocity in his eyes. The warhorse under his seat instantly rushed out, and the icy cold gun intent locked onto that dynasty guardian from afar. The dynasty guardian seemed to have sensed it as well, its blurred face looking towards Luoi. Next moment, this dynasty guardian directly transformed into a ray of light across the sky towards the charging Luoi. The long spear condensed from golden light pierced through the air and stabbed at Luoi at an astonishing speed. Come and fight. Luoi chortled coldly. The scarlet lance in his hand lit up with thousands of star shadows as he stabbed out ferociously and overwhelmingly. Gunpoint to gunpoint. The two lances slammed together in the void. Terrifying might exploded with the two lances at the center, and some of the small stones on the ground were split apart in an instant. Ha ha ha. Again. Luoyi's warhorse stood up, a maniacal laugh emitted from his mouth, his head full of black hair fluttering about, and behind him a demonic god appeared vaguely. The demon god held a spear that overlapped with the long spear in his hand. Boom dash. The air exploded with a loud noise. Luoi was like a demon god from the purgatory. His eyes were fierce and violent, and his whole body leaped up from the warhorse, stabbing out one spear after another, one spear more terrifying than the other. The long spear in the Dynasty Guardian's hand also stabbed out one after another. The sonic booms were endless, and the lances in the hands of the two figures were both as fast as they could be, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows. This is truly a battle at the top. A large number of stones crumbled around them, dust flew up from the ground, and all the grass and trees fell apart into pieces wherever the two of them passed. The other side, 18 columns of pitch black, ink like mist rushed up 10 feet. Following that, it fused into one and transformed into a huge black pillar. The land of the underworld, the place of death. All spirits return. An ice-cold voice came out from the black pillar, and the next moment the black pillar dispersed, and an indifferent 30-foot figure appeared on the ground. This scene caused the pupils of the county governor Peng Zisher, the captain, and the rest of the city officials on the city wall to tighten in horror. I can't believe it's true. It's not a lie made up by the Sanson Pass soldiers. The 18 cavalrymen had literally turned into a 3-foot monster. Fear surfaced in their hearts. War, war, war. However, the defenders who were empowered by the dynasty's chi were not the least bit afraid. Instead, they let out a furious roar, and the bows and arrows in their hands kept shooting towards the Hell Lord. The dynasty's chi luck was added to the mix, making them fearless and intrepid. However, the arrows that were fired clanked and landed on the Hell Lord without leaving a single trace, and were useless at all. Boom dash! The Hell Lord slashed out. The huge blade swept across, and the Xingyang city gates in front of them instantly exploded. Kill! The 260 Heavenly Festival army opened their mouths icily and rushed into the city. There was a large number of defenders under the city gate, and they were immediately killed by the Tianjie army. Even if he was blessed with dynastic chi, brazen, and his strength had reached the 6th or 7th level of body refining, but compared to the minimum chi-eating 4th layer, the strength was even more than the realm of the Heavenly Festival army. It was still not enough to look at. One by one, the defenders were madly slaughtered by the Tianjie army. Grant that you may die. Hellmaster's merciless and indifferent voice came out. His huge body leaped up, and the next moment he appeared in front of County Governor Peng Zisher, County Lieutenant Su Jing, and the rest of the big and small officials. Dead. Dark eyes looked at them. The huge scimitar raised. The grayish blade chi chopped out. It's a slash from the Master of Hell. Chapter 19. Luo Yi subdues the demon god with a single shot. The Dynasty Guardian collapsed. County Governor Peng Zisher, Captain Su Jing, and the 6 surrounding officials all had the Tony realm. Xingyang City was a county city after all, and there were far more Tony realms than Yenshan City. But this moment, the grayish blade chi chopped at him. The 9 people's pupils contracted to the size of a needle's eye as they frantically retreated trying to dodge. However, even with the power of the dynasty, the highest strength among them, Peng Zisher, was only close to the 5th level of Tony. This slash swept over a dozen feet of the area in front of him. It's simply unavoidable. Block! Peng Zisher's face was livid, the sword in his hand bursting with an amazing luster as his body's true power surged. The rest of them also exploded their strength to the extreme. Their true power was so vast that the air around them was distorted, but the blade energy cut through. As if it was not even in the same world as them, it instantly chopped through them, and even the dozens of soldiers around them were also chopped through by the blade energy. Peng Zisher's face was stunned. His eyes quickly lost their vigor, and his body collapsed on the city wall. The remaining 8 Tony experts and dozens of soldiers didn't say a word and neatly fell softly to the ground, becoming a corpse. Kill! Not only did the Xingyang city defenders who saw this scene not fear, they instead let out roars of fury and came towards the Hell Lord to kill. The power of the dynasty's chi endowed them with the overwhelming courage to defy death. At this moment, for the sake of the great Chu dynasty, they could give up everything. Death is where it's at. The Hell Sovereign's voice was low and deathly silent, and the huge round moon scimitar in his hand chopped out once again. Mangy blade chi swept. A Xingyang city defender's soul was separated in the aura of the sword and fell in pieces. The 260 Tianjie troops below the city, either holding their spears, tang swords, or bows, were also frantically killing the defiant defenders of Xingyang City. A dark underworld thunderbolt grew around them, flying out from time to blast the defenders to pieces. This was the Heavenly Festival Army's divine and demonic military formation. Underworld Thunder Purgatory. With the Underworld Thunder Purgatory composed of 260 heavenly sectors, even if a strong person at the 6th or 7th level of Tony killed his way in, he would be killed by the constant stream of underworld thunder. Kill, kill, kill. On and under the city walls, piece after piece of Xingyang City's defenders died. Blood flowed all over the ground, and corpses were piled up into mountains. Send you on your way. On the ground outside the city, Luo Yi's black hair flew and a loud roar came out of his mouth. His eyes were filled with scarlet color, ferocious and violent, and the long spear in his hand erupted with the strongest strike. The devil god behind him roared, and all around him, There were vaguely one devil god after another about to climb out of hell and tear the earth apart. The illusory lance was suspended above heaven and earth, suppressing all demonic gods. Kill, kill, kill. Terrifying killing intent swept through, as if it was going to completely distort the heavens and earth. Boom dash. The ferocious and bloody gun intent accompanied this gun blast, and the long spear in the Dynasty Guardian silhouette's hand exploded, followed by the shattering of his entire body. The Dynasty Guardian void at the peak of Tony was put to death. Luo Yi's body was filled with a ferocious aura. Scarlet ferocious aura became a fog that enveloped the surrounding area. He rushed up to the city wall like a demonic god, and unleashed a massacre on those brazen Xinjiang city defenders. It didn't take long. When 2/3 of the 3,000 defenders were killed, less than 1,000 remained. The power of the dynasty's chi on the defenders dispersed, and as one defender looked at the blood and corpses all over the ground, at Luo Yi who was like a demonic god, at the Hell Masters running rampant, and at the terrifying heavenly sectional army, all of them were drowned in fear in an instant. Mercy, I surrender, don't kill me. Their faces were pale, their bodies trembling as they threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground, frantically begging for mercy. It was not at all clear why his previous self was so bold as to dare to strike at this group of such terrifying people. Stop, Luo Yi ordered. The Hellmaster dispersed and reformed into the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun. Tianjie army also stopped, surrounded by darkness and thunder suspended, stepping on the ground, blood corpses everywhere. It is really like a piece of thunder purgatory. Does anyone know where the North Show army is in the city? Luo Yi looked down at the kneeling, fearful and trembling defenders and faintly said, "The Great Lord, no." One of the junior officers spoke with a shudder. By order of the county governor the day before yesterday, they have all been arrested and taken into custody in the dungeon. There were 382 of the captured Beishou army, and the captain himself made the arrest. Luo Yi nodded and instructed Yan Yi, "Take him, go and release the Northern Shou army, and bring the highest ranking person in this group of Northern Shou army to me." He did not have many Tianjie troops under his command, and to control this county, he still needed the assistance of a large number of Beishou troops. Yan Yi led the way, his morose eyes looking at the low-ranking officer. The junior officer shuddered and immediately trotted ahead to lead the way. "Who among you has the highest status?" Luo Yi inquired again, his gaze calm. There was not the slightest hint of the crazy killing, bloodthirsty and ferocious appearance from before. It's me. I am a 500-man long." One of the burly-looking officers spoke up boldly. The voice trembled with obvious fear. "Take them to maintain law and order in the city, and those who dare to commit crimes, kill, not only externally, but internally as well." "Well done. I bestow upon you 20 great chi cleansing pills," Luo Yi indifferently said. The great clearing chi pill was the most suitable pill for the chi-eating realm to use for cultivation. However, using elixirs to promote cultivation would often lead to problems such as unstable cultivation and strength that was not equal to the same level. So whether it was him, or the 18 Yen Yun cavalry, or the Heavenly Festival army, none of them cared to cultivate with elixirs. As for where to get the potion, after taking this county city, there would naturally be quite a few great chi cleansing pills in the coffers. There were hundreds of them in the coffers of the Yenshan city that he had previously taken. After raiding the 3 great houses, he even seized more than 200 great chi cleansing pills. 20 great clearing chi pills? Joe Mortar and Pestle gulped, his face full of longing. He was at the 7th level of the chi-eating realm, and if he had 20 great clearing chi pills, he would have been fully capable of advancing to the 9th level of chi-eating and begin to impact the Tony realm. A great clearing chi pill, worth 50 taels of silver. 20 of them, that's 1,000 taels of silver. As the chief of 500 men, his monthly salary was only 10 taels of silver. Without food or drink, it would take 100 months to save that much silver. And you guys, if you find someone escaping, just bring the other person's head over and reward them with a great chi cleansing pill. But one person who walks away without incident, 10 strokes of the cane for all. Luo Yi looked at the rest of the Xinjiang city defenders who were fearful with envy and said again, with a single word, all the Xinjiang city defenders who were still alive blazed up. Looking at the surrounding colleagues was like looking at a precious great clearing chi dan. "I will not let your honor down. Whoever dares to escape, I'll kill him alive." The 500-man long Joe Pestle viciously said. Yenshan City. Liu looked at the large amount of extra past life power on the purple diagram of 10,000 peoples in his mind, and his heart was a little excited. 4,452 channels of the power of the past life. You can summon the 3rd human master. After Luo Yi and Tianfeng were promoted to the 2nd level of Tongyi, the power of the past life needed to summon the human masters was both increased by 1,000 Dao. He murmured and whispered, "This time, and which one of them will come out of the world?" Both Luo Yi and Tianfeng could be extremely strong, making him look forward to the 3rd human master as well. Chapter 20, The Third Human. The Mixed Demon King descends. The power of the 4,000 paths to life is reduced. On the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples, a person of great talent who had once ridden the waves of an era and set the winds and clouds in motion flashed by nonstop. Military generals, strategists, famous ministers, hermits, poets, any one of them is dignified and very different from the general public. A few moments later, the image is fixed on a tall, strong, bearded, thick-browed military general. He wore brightly shining battle armor, holding a long-handled great axe of equal height in his hand, and rode on a robust warhorse, with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood behind him, and arcane armor in front of him. The dome of the sky was covered with dark clouds, and it was as if a huge mongrel king was standing, holding an axe to cut down the gods. The icy cold blood-devouring light enveloped the sky and the ground, as if it wanted to pierce through heaven and earth, cut down the sun and the moon, and slaughter all enemies. He stood at the center of the picture, as if he were standing at the center of heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world revolved around him. Kill. In a trance, Liu seemed to hear a shocking killing sound, and when the killing sound came together, all enemies were destroyed. The next moment, the image shattered. A martial artist with an axe. Who's this? Liu's mind returned, surprised. Even if he just looked at the image that appeared in the purple map of 10,000 peoples, he could tell that this must be another fierce general who had conquered the sands and killed countless people. Tap. The clear sound of horses' hooves came suddenly. Liu walked out of the hall of the county office, his eyes looking in the direction of the martial arts arena. Only on the road in the direction of the martial arts arena, a fierce general who looked to be in his 20s but appeared to be quite wild rode up. His eyes were like bronze bells. His fury was astonishing, and his gaze swept over sharp as a knife. The huge long-handled battle axe hung on the horse's back. The war horse was fully armored with only its eyes showing. Liu felt that this war horse alone was not weaker than a Tongyi powerhouse. Chang Baijin, greetings to the Lord. The fierce general rolled over and dismounted, kneeling on one knee, grinning with his big mouth showing his morose white teeth. There was a simplicity in his voice. Chang Baijin? Liu froze. If he remembered correctly, the Chang Baijin in the official history should have changed his name to Chung Jijiet, right? And the Chang Baijin in the official history, the weapon used is not a long-handled battle axe, but a horse lance is right. Is it possible that this Chung Baijin in front of him is from the play? Baijin. No need to be polite. He opened his mouth and reached out to help Chang Biao up, whether from history or from the playbook. Chang Biaojin was undoubtedly a fierce general. Thank you, Lord. Chang Bite stood up, looking rather naive with his thick eyebrows. If he stood without a weapon in front of him, it was really easy for people to subconsciously ignore it. But if you're holding a tomahawk, the image that he had just seen on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples appeared in Liu's mind. That's a real mongrel who can cut down gods. His mind was placed on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. A great deal of writing has shown up on it. Name, Chang Baijin. Table character, Asian. Rank, First Class General. Realm, Tongyi 2. Cultivation progress, 1%, roughly 10% increase in daily cultivation. Physique, Mixed Devil Body. Technique, Mixed World Devil Scripture. 36 axes of the Big Dipper. Troops, 100. 000 Great Tang Foot Soldiers, First Class Troop Type. 10. 000 Great Tang Iron Cavalry, Top Class Troop Type. 1. 000 Xuanjia Army, Last Generation Troop Type. It's true that the power of the past life has been consumed by 1,000 more, and the cultivation level of the emergence has reached the second level of the Tongyi, on par with Luo Yi and Tianfeng. 1,000 Xuanjia troops? The invincible and invincible heavy cavalry formed by Li Shimen, which can be ranked in the top 10 in the history of China. Li Yu's eyes glowed. If we say that the Yanyan 18th Cavalry is a special force with a small number of people, then the Xuanjia Army is a special operations unit with large numbers. Although in terms of individual strength, the Xian Armor Army was certainly no match for the Yanyan 18th Cavalry, but in terms of their role on the battlefield, the 1,000 Xuanjia Army was naturally far above the Yanyan 18th Cavalry. The 18 horsemen of Yanyan were suitable for decapitation, and the Xuanjia Army was suitable for offense. However, the power of the past life was so scarce now that he could only covet it. Bite Jean, come with me to the drill hall. After thinking about it, he still brought Chang Biaojin to the martial arts arena and consumed 400 Dao of the power of the past life to summon 40 Great Tang foot soldiers. We can't let Chang Biaojin, the fierce general, have no one to use under him. 40 Great Tang foot soldiers were few, but at least they could arrange something. Greetings, Lord. Greetings, General. 40 Great Tang foot soldiers appeared out of thin air, all kneeling on one knee and speaking in a deep voice. Their equipment was similar to that of the Tianjie army, holding a goad, wearing a sword, carrying a bow, and wearing battle armor. After all, They were all part of the Tang army system. Be excused. Li Yu opened his mouth. He looked to Chang Bite and arranged it. Bite Jean, my well-being is in your hands. Two fierce generals now under his command. Luo Yi's foreign conquests. Chang Bite Jean then took charge of his safety for the time being, though with Tian Feng on his side. However, Tian Feng belonged to the warlocks in the end, and was not good at individual fighting. So if he were to face the peak of Tony coming to attack, he would be very passive. Now that there's a Chang Biao out there, everything is different. This was the mixed demon king, Chang Bite Jean, who had learned the first 3 axes of the 36 axes of the Big Dipper in his dreams. Don't worry, Lord. Whoever dares to do anything against the Lord, Bite Jean will chop off his head. Chang Bite Jean patted his chest and said, his naive face with a fury. Patting Chang Biao's shoulder, Li Yu returned to the main hall of the county office. He did not need to deal with the affairs of the city, all of which were well organized by Tian Feng, but he would still follow Tian Feng around and learn how to handle affairs. A city is not too big or too small. Yanshan City had a population of over 90,000. Even if there were over 60,000 living in the city, it is fair to say that a large number of transactions are generated every single day. It was just a matter in front of him, but specifically in front of the person in question. It was a big deal. That's why it's so important to get things right. My name is Django Toyota. What is this general's name? Tian Feng put down the paperwork in his hands, stood up and saluted Chang Biao Jin, inquiring. He could naturally feel the terrifying power that Chang Biao had hidden within his body. Greetings, Mr. Tian. My name is Chang Bite Jin Chang Yizhen. Chang Bite returned the salute, his face slightly solemn. He was not a man without knowledge, even though he was not a reader in his youth. It's clear who Tian Feng is. After the two men greeted each other, Chang Biaojin went to arrange the great Tang foot soldiers. Li Yu, on the other hand, continued to follow Tian Feng to learn how to handle affairs. So it was for 4 days. The afternoon of the 5th day, Tian Feng took a copy of the letter and handed it to Li Yu. My lord, I just received a letter that the former Beishou army centurion Zhang Yuanshan learned that my lord had taken over Yanshan City, and immediately contacted 125 generals of the Beishou army who wanted to come and join him, but were captured when they passed through Yanshu Mountain. The other party's letter said that all 126 Beishou troops would be beheaded at midnight this night. Swallow Blade Mountain? One of the 7 great Northern Realm bandits. The Swallow Blade Bandits? Li Yu carried a cold color on his face. The Northern Realm bordered many places of the Dezhan dynasty, and from time to time, there would be small shares of Dezhan dynasty's sect disciples sneaking into the Northern Realm to burn, kill, and loot, which resulted in the Northern Realm's tough folkways. Even if there were 100,000 Beishou troops in the first place, they would not be able to block all the border lines, and the people are so tough that they are prone to banditry. There are 7 groups of bandits in the Northern Realm that have become large, and they even smuggle with the Dezhan dynasty on a regular basis, and their leaders are all at the Tony realm. He was puzzled at first why his father didn't lead the army to eliminate these 7 bandits. It was only later that he realized that behind the 7 great bandits stood some of the top dignitaries of the Dechu dynasty. The benefits of smuggling with the Daejian dynasty were too great to be eaten just by the 7 great invaders themselves. But now, and yet you moved his men? More than 100 Beishou army is not much, but if this matter is not handled well, it can affect the choice of 100,000 Beishou army. Chapter 21, Divine Demon Army Formation. The True 10 Hell's World. Lord, you should also understand that this matter is not simple, Tian Feng said with a serious face. Li Yu nodded, the coldness in his eyes unabated. He must have learned that Luo Yi and the 18 riders of Yin Yun are all in Xingyang City, and that's why he sent the news over to me. Perhaps by this time the army of Xingyang Pass has already marched to the bottom of Xingyang City, dragging Luo Yi down in Xingyang City. And on this side, if I don't go to rescue the 100 or so Northern Xiu army members, they're bound to make a big fuss about it. And how disappointed will the 100,000 Northern Xiu army members scattered in the north be? This is to make me lose the heart of the Beishou army. Moreover, Luo Yi's breach of Xingyang City had already spread throughout the world. What will the 100,000 strong Beishou army think? You have the strength but you don't rescue your brothers in the North Xiu army? Where do ordinary soldiers understand the reasoning? All they knew was that young General Li Yu clearly had this strength, yet he allowed his own brothers to be decapitated by the Swallow Blade bandits. It is good that the Lord understands. A smirk appeared on Tian Feng's solemn face as his eyes looked toward Chang Biaojin. But they don't realize that although General Luo Yi is not in Yanshan City, we have an extra General Chang Bite Jin. As for himself, but never against an enemy. No one knew of his strength. And as for the daily call of the wind and rain, only the 5,000 farmers saw it. He had already arranged for 100 Beishou troops to take care of it. And these 5,000 farmers were completely isolated and cut off from the outside world. And even if it gets out, it doesn't really matter. After all, in the Great Chu dynasty, who would believe that someone could call the shots? Telling it would only make people snicker and think they were making it up. Li Yu nodded gently. In this Great Chu world, there were a number of strong men at the peak of the Tongyi. Any one of them has a heck of a reputation. The appearance of a Luo Yi out of thin air had probably already stunned a Chu. How could one possibly think that there would be another programmer? This time, a phrase popped into his head. Halfway there. But since I know that Luo Yi and Yen Yen 18 writers are in Xingyang City, why don't I just arrange for strong men to enter the city and kill me? He said with some confusion. My lord, by my guess, the king of Chu should have gotten up the idea of reusing the 100,000 Northern Shou army, but he killed your father and beheaded all the top brass of the Bei Shou army, which has enraged all the Bei Shou army generals. The only way for the king of Chu to have a chance to reuse these 100,000 Northern Shou army is to make them completely disappointed in you, the young general. Compared to killing you, it's obvious that 100,000 Bei Shou troops are more important. And this mindset should have come to the king of Chu after we occupied Yanshan City. If it had been earlier, the White One Sword would not have appeared that day. In addition, they should feel that the Lord must have gone into hiding. After all, the Lord has not shown his face for the past few days. Tian Feng spoke up. Li Yu was a bit dazed. 100,000 Bei Shou troops were completely disappointed in him. And naturally, they would be strongly disappointed in his father as well. So much for that. It would lower the anger in the hearts of the 100,000 Bei Shou troops. The king of Chu then arranges for competent generals to go and collect them, and it is possible to reuse these 100,000 Bei Shou troops. To actually use me as a pawn? With a calm expression on his face, he ordered, Bite Jean, take the great Tang foot soldiers and follow me. Since he was going to rescue the Bei Shou army, he naturally had to go. The king of Chu wants him to lose the heart of the Bei Shou army? Then he naturally could not let the king of Chu have his way. 100,000 Bei Shou troops. He'll take it. This was the army his father had trained with his own hands and could only be inherited by him. There are still more than 4 hours to go. It's enough to rush from Yanshan City to Yanshu Mountain. On the city of Xingyang, Luo Yi's face was cold and indifferent as he looked down at the army below with a full complement of soldiers. In the middle of the army, 10 God Machine tool crossbows were placed on Zhanghai wooden carts, pointing straight ahead. A somewhat elegant-looking but extremely shady-eyed military general stood at the very front on horseback. The large flag was hunting, with a large Su written on it. It was the guardian of Xingyang Pass, a second-ranked military officer of the Great Chu dynasty, Su Hofeng. When he was in the northern lands, he and the great general of Jinbei, Li Chang, were ranked side by side and were called the two generals of the northern lands. Great Chu dynasty Xingyang Pass guardian and second-ranked military officer Su Hofeng. I respectfully request that the Great Chu dynasty's Qi luck be added to the 5,000 generals. Great Chu dynasty Xingyang Pass guardian and second-grade martial officer Su Hofeng. I respectfully invite the dynasty guardian to descend. Su Hofeng rolled over and dismounted from his horse, steeply saluting deeply in the direction of Xingyang City as he bellowed. At once, a golden light descended from the sky and landed on a Chu general. There was even a most radiant light that landed beside Su Hofeng, twisting to form the dynasty guardian with a blurred face holding a lance. That's what's so scary about a dynasty on one side. Not only can you summon the power of dynasty to help when defending, when attacking to capture a city that has been occupied for no more than half a month, you can also summon the help of the dynasty force again as long as you are within a certain range of the city. But after completing these, Su Hofeng didn't launch an attack, only leading his army to stand under the city. The dynasty guardian stood beside him and did not move. Anyway, as long as they didn't leave the confines of Xingyang City, the enchantments on them wouldn't disappear, and neither would the dynasty guardians. Su Hofeng also had the dynasty power of a second-grade martial officer added to his body, and his aura was certainly no weaker than the peak of Tongyi. Under this county, their side was a whole lot stronger than it was at Xingyang Pass. After all, Xingyang Pass, aside from Su Hofeng, who was a second-grade military officer, the rest of the soldiers could not enjoy the power of the dynasty at all, nor could they summon the help of a dynasty guardian. No one knew why the power of the dynasty could not be mobilized at will on the barrier as it was in the city. Perhaps the only one who knows better is the king of Chu. What's this for? Luo Yi was a bit puzzled. He's still waiting for the other team to attack and play a defensive game. Defense can be a lot easier than offense, and being on top is a huge advantage. But now the other team isn't attacking? Just watching? Obviously. There were 2 peak Tongyi combatants, 10 divine machine crossbows, and 5,000 humongous generals. This strength was already quite a bit stronger than what his side had revealed. After all, The hell lord that the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun transformed into was limited in time and could not last. That's the biggest problem. The problem had already been brought to light when they were at Sanshan Pass, but why didn't the other team attack? But soon he reacted. Is this stalling? Trying to drag me here? An icy look appeared in his eyes. Looking at the army below, his face was fierce. You're a bully, aren't you? Then he would show the world what was meant by the true 10 hells. The 18 horsemen of Yen Yun is the most powerful army under his command. There were only 18 people though. However, when the divine demon army formation 10 directions hell was exerted at full strength, there were thousands of armies to borrow from. What do you mean? Hell? It wasn't earthly, but a true underworld. Moreover, today, the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun had been promoted to the second level of Tongi, and their strength had skyrocketed, and he himself, his cultivation level had also risen once again, advancing to the third level of Tongi. With his strength at this moment, an unusual Tony peak in front of him would be easily killable. Dynasty Guardian? Suan Feng who added the power of national fortune? In his eyes, it's nothing but dirt. Where are the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun? He drank coldly. The 18 horsemen of Yen Yun stood on the avenue of the city gate building, divided into 3 rows of horseback riding, and indifferently said, "Charge with me and raise the 10 hells." Luo Yi leapt down from the city wall, his warhorse rushing out from the side to catch him, and ordered icily. Yes, Yen Yun's 18 horsemen led the order, and everyone's eyes were filled with unspeakable death and killing. Chapter 22, The Peerless Yen Yun 18th Cavalry, the first level of Skeleton Hell. General, why the delay? With the power of our army today and the help of the Dynasty Guardians, it's enough to wipe out the other side. Next to Su Rufeng, a veteran general frowned. He was the vice-general of Xingyang Pass, and a longtime general of the Great Chu Dynasty. Extremely qualified, a third-ranked military officer. The other side has 18 riders that can transform into 3-foot monsters, and this has been confirmed by the 2 battles at Sanshan Pass and Xingyang City. But the 3-foot monster shouldn't last long. It once disintegrated and re-emerged as 18 riders at the 3 Mountain Pass. This is one of the other party's major peak Tony battle power, and it's very weird. Not fearing the divine machine tool crossbow, but I think the Dynasty Guardian can hold it off. The other major peak Tomi warrior is the martial general named Luo Yi, with terrifying strength and the ability to kill the Dynasty Guardian Void, but with 10 divine machine tool crossbows to work with. I'm sure I can kill it, Su Hofeng slowly said, his voice calm but full of confidence. What is a Shinto machine crossbow? That's the Great Chu heavy weapon. Even if a peak Tony powerhouse was shot, it would be a great killing weapon that would kill them directly. Not to mention, we also have 5,000 elites who are empowered by the power of the dynasty. Even if I don't make a move, and let 5,000 generals surround and kill them, along with 10 divine machine tool crossbows, that Luo Yi won't be able to make a wave. He continued. A pair of shadowy eyes carried a few killing intent, but he didn't understand that Luo Yi's strength was long gone from the strength he had 20 days ago when he was in Kyoto. Nor is it the strength it had a few days ago, when it broke through the city of Xingyang. In that case, why doesn't the general order an attack on the city, destroying the rebels and traitors in front of us, and then going to Yenshan City to capture the traitor Liu? This is a great achievement, the veteran general fretted. He's getting older, but he's eager to get better. A third-rank military officer was already considered a high-ranking general of the Dechu dynasty though, but he was more interested in stepping into the ranks of a second-ranking military official. By the time you reach the second rank of military officer, that's the real top level of Dechu. His Majesty has decreed that stalling Luo Yi is sufficient. If we're going to do it, we'll have to wait until at least tomorrow, Su Hofeng faintly said. He understood what the king of Chu was trying to do. It was nothing more than letting Luo Yi live until tomorrow and letting the 100,000 Beisho army know that there was still strong strength under Liu's command today. His Majesty's decree? The veteran let out a long sigh, but soon his spirits lifted again. If Luo Yi takes the initiative to kill, what is to be done? Active killing? Su Hofeng had a cold smile on his face. The other party is not stupid. Knowing that their strength is not matchable, would they not take the initiative to kill out? If he really gives up the advantage of defending the city, then it's me who overestimates him, a reckless man only. Killing is. The words just fell from his lips. The gates of Xingyang City were seen slowly opening. Luo Yi rode out on his fully armored warhorse, with the 18 riders behind him following indifferently and silently. Behind them were 260 Tianjie Jun, with cold eyes. Although not supported by the power of the dynasty, the killing intent in their eyes was stronger than the 5,000 Xingyang Pass defenders who were supported by the power of the dynasty. And really give up the advantage of defending the city to take the initiative to kill? Truly a reckless man. Su Hofeng was somewhat stunned, and the corners of his mouth immediately filled with a cold smile as he ordered, "Pass on my military order." with the great shield soldiers at the head, the lancers in the center, the archers at the back, and the divine machine tool crossbows to match. Surround and kill the enemy's main general together with this general. Old General Hua. You lead 1,000 men to surround and kill the enemy soldiers. If it was a defensive battle he might have a lot more to lose tomorrow. But now that the other side is so stupid to come out of the city for a battle, he can cut a lot of losses. As for the King of Chu's order, it couldn't be helped. It wasn't that he wanted to attack the city, but that the other side took the initiative to kill. After destroying Luoyi and then pushing the time when this battle happened to tomorrow, what could those mudbloods of the Northern Shou army find out? This is Chu's territory. In terms of propaganda and publicity, who can compare with the court? Even he felt that the court didn't need to go through so much trouble at all. Just fabricate the news. 3 people become a tiger. As long as the fabricated news spreads throughout the north, those mudlegs of the North Shou army are still not hearing what they believe. Of course, he also understands the meaning of the court, which is nothing more than the real news. Which is more credible? My lord. The old general's eyes revealed a hideous killing intent, and he excitedly led the way. The rest of the generals were also excited to receive orders, and each went to lead their soldiers. After this battle, they could all share a lot of military credit. Who's not excited? In just a moment, an army rushed towards Luoyi and the others. The dynasty guardian Shadow and Sui Feng also stepped out, 2 peaked Tony auras rushing up, and the 10 divine machine tool crossbows behind them were pointing straight ahead. Luoyi coldly watched the enemy army rush in. He waved his hand. Behind them, the 18 horsemen of Yenyun were silent, and cold, deadly black mist surged out from their bodies. The dense black mist swept out, directly covering Luoyi and all the heavenly festival troops. The entire Xingyang city was completely shrouded in a black mist in front of the city gates as well as the surrounding area. The black mist churned and no one could see what was inside. Playing God. Just kill it. Su Hufeng's face was shadowy, his eyes filled with killing intent as he coldly said, "Roar! Ho ho ho! Click 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 dash! Hiss dash!" But just then, a hissing sound that didn't sound like a living creature came from the black mist. Immediately afterward, the black mist dispersed and reappeared to reveal Luoyi, the 18 horsemen of Yenyun, and the heavenly festival army. But that area has changed drastically. A black as ink bone claw reached out from the ground, and a skeleton soldier with no flesh and blood on its body struggled to crawl out from under the earth. They had tattered and torn clothes hanging from their bodies, and in their hands they held tattered and torn wargos, as if they had come from an ancient battlefield. A black mist filled his body, and his empty eye sockets looked towards the incoming Xingyang pass defenders as he hissed and killed, densely packed throughout the land. At a glance, there was no end to the skeleton soldiers in sight. What is this? Su Hufeng's face revealed a look of horror. The rest of the Chu army generals also had horrified looks on their faces. They had been fighting for many years and had fought so many battles, but they had never seen anything so bizarre. Skeletal soldiers all over the place. It was not a living thing, but a skeleton soldier who had long since died in battle for an unknown period of time. Even the soldiers of the Chu army, who had been empowered by the power of the dynasty and should not have been afraid, were horrified, and could not suppress the fear that flooded their hearts. As living human beings, it is inherent to be in awe and fear of dead bodies. And now, dense human skeletons came towards them to kill them. How horrible is this scene? If it wasn't for the power of the dynasty, there might have already been quite a few soldiers who couldn't withstand this horrifying pressure and turned to flee. Skeletons are just skeletons. Kill them for me. Su Hufeng roared. The long sword in his hand was like the wind, and his sword chi was like a tidal wave, chopping up the skeleton soldiers that rushed in one by one. But a heart sank in him. These skeleton soldiers, one by one, actually had the strength of the 7th or 8th level of body refining, no weaker than the soldiers under his command after being empowered by the power of the dynasty. But quantitatively, he looked at the densely packed skeleton soldiers that were still crawling out and felt despair. Even if he had the peak strength of Tony, he would still be drowned by the countless gloomy skeleton soldiers. One of the 10 hells, the hell of skeletons. Luoyi's face was cold as he looked at the steady stream of skeleton soldiers that climbed out to charge forward. This was the overwhelming troop type under his command. The 18 horsemen of Yenyun. Only 18 riders though, but it can be an army. If one could open the lowest layers of hell in the 10 directions of hell, it would simply have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Kill! Luoyi killed out with his spear, and the looming demon god Shadow behind him roared, "Kill!" The 260 heavenly festival army shouted angrily, forming a Stygian thunder purgatory around them, a streak of Stygian thunder coalescing, dark and terrifying. Chapter 23 The name of my Luoyi will make the group of heroes in this side of the world tremble. More than an hour later, Su Hufeng's body armor was shattered and he staggered and used the longsword in his hand to station it on the ground before he didn't fall down. He was spilling blood from his mouth and nose, and he was in a bit of a trance as he looked around at the corpses and sticky scarlet blood that covered the ground. Defeated. He came with 5,000 generals in high spirits and actually lost. The Dynasty Guardian's shadow had long since been dispersed. 10 God Machine crossbows had also been destroyed by the last of the bed crossbow manipulators. 5,000 generals died, surrendered, and fled. He saw the half-corpse of General Hua's old general, killed alive by a mass of skeletons. He also saw the bodies of the rest of the generals under his command, some killed by skeletons, others by the powerful 200 or so soldiers under the other side. He had never seen such strong soldiers. It was actually able to breathe thunder and kill a general of the Tanya realm. What kind of tactic is this? He doesn't know. It was like he had no idea how the other side could summon so many skeletal dead. It was almost like opening the legendary portal to hell. Ha 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 ha. I, Su Hofeng, have been guarding Xinjiang Pass for 10 years, and no one in the land of 100 cities dares to violate it, but I didn't expect to die here. Today. His eyes snapped to Luo Yi, who was riding on a warhorse in front of him, his face expressionless as he looked down on himself. Remember, never let the evil people of the 100 cities land break through Xinjiang Pass. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he tried to cut his own throat. As for surrender, he never thought about it. Although he, Su Hofeng, had many unfavorable qualities, he was born at Chuchen and would only die at Chuchen. But Luo Yi didn't give him a chance to cut his own throat, and with a movement of the lance in his hand, it passed through his throat, letting the body fall to the ground. Luo Yi turned to leave. Clean up the battlefield. The prisoners stay behind to dig holes and bury the bodies, Luo Yi ordered. He gazed in the direction of Yinshan City. Since the Lord didn't send the order over, it must mean that he didn't need him to go back. With the speed of a Fei carrier pigeon, it would only take a quarter of an hour to send an order from Yinshan City. But Lord, I need more of the Sky Festival army here, he muttered in his mind. No hesitation. When he returned to the city of Xinjiang, he immediately found a pen and paper and asked his lord for a large number of Tenjie troops. Having fought a lifetime of battles in his previous life, he knew very well that the child that cries is the one that gets milk. He doesn't volunteer to mention it. Will the Lord think he doesn't need that many men? When the second military general comes out, will the other party cry? Will the number of generals under his command surpass him all of a sudden? That's not good. He was the first military general to come out under the Lord's command, so how could he have fewer generals under his command than those who came out after him? Maybe the Lord already has a second military general under his command. A few moments of crisis surged in Luo Yi's heart. As a military general who has been fighting for his entire life, he naturally wants to command more soldiers. This side of the world is so wonderful. His Luo Yi's name had to make the group of heroes in this world tremble. After sending the letter away, he immediately began to take care of the affairs of Xinjiang City. Don't have too many things going on in the newly captured city. Moreover, the guardian of Xinjiang Pass is dead, and the Xinjiang Pass will have to start making arrangements to take it. The horses' hooves are soughing. Liu and Cheng Bui Jin rode ahead. 200 Great Tang foot soldiers rode behind them. The Great Tang foot soldiers just weren't proficient in mounted combat, but they could still march on horseback. The 200 horses weren't war horses either, just ordinary horses. It's the harvest from copying the Ren family, which has 2 horse farms. There are many horse farms in the northern lands. As for the extra 160 Great Tang foot soldiers, they were summoned the day before yesterday. Liu felt that it should be Luo Yi who had moved against the great clans of Xinjiang City, thus allowing him to harvest a lot of past life power. So much more power of passing on? It looks like there's a big battle going on at Luo Yi's place. Liu halted his horse and was surprised. He hadn't paid attention to the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind before, but when he looked at it this time, it actually already had 605 channels of the power of the past life. This is more power of the past life than any other harvest. According to previous speculations, it should be the Xinjiang Pass defenders who went to Xinjiang City, trying to stall Luo Yi. Since the delay, I don't think they will take the initiative to attack the city. Is Luo Yi taking the initiative to kill? Luo Yi's cultivation has broken through again at this moment. Reaching the 3rd level of Tongyi, the enemy has miscalculated. He sneered in his mind. The speed of human Jie's cultivation enhancement was too terrifying. How could the enemy see clearly? However, considering that Luo Yi only had 260 heavenly sectors under his command, this number was too small to occupy the city of Xinjiang. If this battle cripples all the defenders of the Xinjiang Pass, then there is still the Xinjiang Pass to occupy. A portion of the Tianjie army is to be left behind in Xinjiang City. A group of Tianjie troops should also be left behind at Xinjiang Pass. Luo Yi kills his way out of Xinjiang Pass and enters the land of 100 cities likewise to lead a group of Tianjie troops. It takes a large enough number of heavenly festivals to get more power of passing on. Liu mused. There aren't many northern showers who have defected over yet. Even if Luo Yi collected the surrendered troops, there would surely still be the Heavenly Festival Army to monitor them. The man-at-arms he needed badly, and the troopers needed the same. Think about it. He spoke directly to the violet figure of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. Summon 540 heavenly sectors and send them to Lord General Luo Yi's range. He summoned soldiers. There are two options for where the troop appears. One is the neighborhood of this lord of his. The second is the neighborhood of the main general of the army. This made the Tianjie army under Luo Yi's command 800. The 800 Heavenly Festival Army formed the Divine Demon Army formation and the Earth Fiend Army Soul, and the terror of their power was estimated to be beyond the ability of an ordinary Tony Peak to block. To the best of his knowledge, in the Great Chu dynasty, the peak of Tony was often divided into 3 levels. The weakest level was the 8th level of Tony, forcibly elevated to peak Tony combat power by the power of the dynasty of second-grade military officials. His father, for example, did. Su Rufeng, too. The second level, however, was the peak of Tony, then the dynasty power of one product to enhance the battle power. At this level, it would no longer be weaker than the Dechu sword Saint Bai Yijian, who didn't have the power of a dynasty. In the Great Chu dynasty, it was called a feudal marquis level powerhouse, because all the feudal lords of the Dechu dynasty were at this level of strength. Luo Yi, Tian Feng, and Shang Biaojin, who were at the second level of Tongyu, were obviously at this level as well, and the strongest level. On the other hand, his own strength was not weaker than the Dechu sword Saint Bai Yijin, and then he was boosted by the power of the dynasty of One Piece. This level was called a sealed king level powerhouse in the Great Chu dynasty. All the feudal kings of the Great Chu dynasty were at this level. Nowadays, Luo Yi, who was at the third level of Tongyu cultivation, should be at this level as well. At all 3 levels, the gap is not small. As for whether there was a stronger peak level of Tony, he wouldn't know much about it, and even if he did, it would be a top secret of the Dechu dynasty. I wonder at which level of strength the 800 Heavenly Festival Army, formed into the Divine Demon Army formation and the Earthly Fury Army Soul, will be at? Feudal level, or Seal King level? He muttered to himself in his mind. Come on, keep marching. The summoning of soldiers completed, he continued to head towards Yen Blade Mountain. More than an hour later, Li Yu had seen Yen Blade Mountain. Although it was at night, the halfway point of Yen Blade Mountain was still brightly lit, and all sorts of excited cheers were even heard. The last rave. His eyes revealed icy killing intent. Destroying this Yen Blade Ko will bring in a lot more power from the past life. Kill them quietly, and shoot any bandits. All of them, leaving no one behind. He ordered. Cheng Bite followed him step by step. 200 great Tang foot soldiers, on the other hand, removed their bows and arrows and tied their warhorses to the bottom of the hill. And the group of people quietly headed halfway up the hill. Shoo shoo shoo. Just now a robber on night patrol passed by and was immediately killed by a sharp arrow, dying without a sound. Chapter 24, Divine and Demonic Army Formation. Jiao Long Heaven and Earth. Earthly Fierce Army Soul Swift Fierce Jiao. In the Gathering Hall, the Swallow Blade Invaders Grand Master Yuan Yushan sat on the main seat with a big horse. He had a full beard, was tall, and had a pair of extremely vicious eyes, as if he was ready to choose someone to devour at any time. Next to it lay a large ghost-headed sword with a deep layer of blood color. Big brother, what do you think the top is doing giving us this order? That Li Yu is nothing but a clown. He will be annihilated by the army before long. What's the point of this game? The fat-bodied second lord said with a big tongue as he sipped his wine. Penis, you don't get it. There are naturally intentions from above to do so. Let's just be honest and do what we're told from above. You like chopping off heads the most anyway, so later you go and chop off the heads of all those mudbloods from the Northern Shou army. The skinny and weak-looking third leader next to him looked like a cultured man and shook his head. He also had a pair of iron fans in his hands, and seemed to be fanning himself. No problem. It's unlikely that what's his name Li Yu will come over anyway, but I do hope that Li Yu comes over and lets me slash him. The fat second leader laughed with a drunken harumph. Go give them a break, Yuan Yushan faintly said. His voice traveled down, and immediately a small leader below him led the way. Also put an extra group on patrol and signal immediately if anything happens. He then ordered, although he also felt that it was impossible for that Li Yu to come over. After all, the top powerhouses under Li Yu's command were all in Xingyang City, so where else could he send people here? But he was cautious by nature, and he still arranged for extra manpower. Do you really think that 100,000 Beishou troops are in your pocket? You dare to take the county town of Xingyang so impatiently? Still too young to be prudent in rebellion. If not for the court scheming, all of Yanshan City would have been restored to the court long ago. The power of the court. You don't know anything about it. Yuan Yushan muttered to himself in his heart. He guessed. Li Yu dared to send his top soldiers to take the county city of Xingyang. and it is highly likely that he himself is already hiding in the shadows. Only by hiding in the shadows was he not afraid of the dynasty sending out top powerhouses to assassinate him. After all, Li Yu hadn't appeared in any of the news from Yenshan City in the past few days. Yes, big boss. A small leader led the order and went to arrange the manpower. Yuan Yushan carried his ghost-headed greatsword and walked towards the back of the lobby. Lift the curtain and come into a room. Inside the house at this time, an old eunuch wearing a large red robe with a white beardless face sat cross-legged, holding a duster in his hand. Master, arrangements have been made to serve them severed heads. Yuan Yushan bowed respectfully. Aha! After all, they are the generals of the Northern Shu army, so if they eat a full meal before they die, it is considered that the court has not failed them, the old eunuch said faintly. After a pause, he looked at Yuan Yushan and said in a sharp voice, if that Li Yu comes over in his youthful exuberance, remember not to kill him. His life is precious, and when it has no value it will be sent to Kyoto, so that His Majesty can see the death of 1,000 cuts and relieve his anger. Yuan Yushan immediately said, don't worry, master, the apprentice saves. The cold, waning moon hung above the firmament. In Yen Blade Mountain, 200 great Tang foot soldiers were weaving through the mountains and forests with great speed. They were organized in groups of 10, half of which held Tang swords to keep watch, and half of which held bows and arrows to shoot any thieves and bandits they saw. Li Yu followed behind with Cheng Biaojin, the great Tang foot soldier. This level of eliteness is not the least bit weaker than the Heavenly Festival Army. He sighed in his mind. The information on the great Tang foot soldiers was slowly displayed on the 10,000 people's purple map in his mind. Troops, Datong foot soldiers. Rank, first class. Realm, 4th level of Qi eating. Physique, Hotian Jiao long body. Technique, Heavenly Augur technique. Divine and demonic army formation, Augur heaven and earth. Spirit of the earth's fury, the ancient fierce scale. Hotian Jiaolong body. I don't know how strong this great Tang foot soldiers got in demon army formation and earthly fury army solar, Li Yu murmured in his mind. He had already seen the 18 Yen Yun cavalry's earth-defying military soul, Hell Lord, which was truly terrifying. I'm very much looking forward to what the Heavenly Festival Army's earthly fury military soul, Lord of the Underworld Thunder Road, and the great Tang foot soldiers' earthly fury military soul, Ancient Fierce Jiao, should look like. It didn't take long. Li Yu had already stood outside the Yen Blade Ko mountain fortress. The wall of the fortress was built between two stone walls, all wooden, only 3 or 4 feet high. There were men standing guard on the wall of the fortress, while in front of it the grass and trees had been cut down, and 2 rows of torches were stuck in the ground, extending out a dozen feet or more. But the men who stood guard were drowsy, and some had even fallen asleep against the wall stacks. Mount up and kill them all, Chang Bite ordered. He's all too familiar with the cottage. However, the mountain fortress in front of him was too simple, and there was no comparison at all with the Wagong fortress he had stayed in before. Brush! 20 great Tang foot soldiers rushed under the wall of the fortress through the shadow of the lamps, and then mounted the wall in 3 or 2 strokes. For the great Tang foot soldiers whose cultivation had reached the 4th level of Qi eating, and whose combat power was actually no weaker than that of the 6th level of Qi eating, ascending this 3 or 4 feet high fortress wall was too easy. Li Yu didn't hear anything. A few moments later the gate to the mountain fortress opened, and he and Chang Baijin led the rest of the great Tang foot soldiers inside the mountain fortress of the Yen Blade bandits. Look up. On either side were a large number of wooden huts, and at the very top was a hall, from which at that moment came various yells of drinking and eating. Chang Biao waved his hand. One of the great Tang foot soldiers split into 2 columns and walked toward one of the wooden huts on either side. Less than half a quarter of an hour, all the great Tang foot soldiers returned, and blood continued to drip from their Tang swords. The strong smell of blood wafted out from the wooden houses on both sides, instantly alerting the people in the hall. Whoa! At least more than 200 people rushed out from the hall, each holding swords and knives, their faces full of ferocity. But after seeing the 200 great Tang foot soldiers standing below, they were all a bit confused. So many people killed in. I can't believe no one noticed. If not for the fact that the smell of blood was just too strong, perhaps they would only be able to find out when the enemy had killed their way into the gathering hall. Li Yu, it's you! You killed so many of my brothers. Damn it! The fat second leader recognized Li Yu, who had seen his portrait, and was filled with violent anger as his entire body rushed across the room, holding a large axe in his hand. His face was hideous as he chopped down towards Li Yu. The aura of the Tongi realm was undisguised. Li Yu's face was very calm and he just looked at it lightly. With Chang Baijin, a fierce general, standing beside him, where would he be half worried? And you're worthy of an axe? Chang Bite spoke up. The large axe in his hand slashed out. The cold, bloody, and extremely sharp axe light instantly swept out, and the plump second lord screamed miserably as his entire body was chopped in 2. Second master, The many small leaders and elites of the thieves and bandits sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces horrified. The second boss was a strong person of the 4th level of Tongi, but he was actually chopped up by the enemy with a single axe. What strength is this? Many people subconsciously stepped back. Where are the great Tang foot soldiers? Chang Baijin's face was cold as he opened his mouth. 200 great Tang foot soldiers bellowed. Gather the formation. Kill the enemy. Chang Bai ordered. Boom dash. 200 great Tang foot soldiers violently charged towards the enemy. A large amount of blood-devouring mist permeated their bodies. Visible to the naked eye, 20 blood-colored scaly dragons surfaced above their heads, emitting a terrifying dragon's roar that sent chills down one's spine. This is the God and Devil Army formation. Augur heaven and earth. Chapter 25, The Strength of the Great Tang Foot Soldiers. The fury will not be extinguished. The dragon will not be stopped. The divine and demonic army formation strengthens the entire army and strengthens all the generals. Under the shroud of the God and Demon army formation, the strength of every single great Tang foot soldier had risen drastically, his body's baleful aura rolling like a tide, and his original battle strength was only comparable to an ordinary soldier at the 6th level of Qi eating, instantly soaring to close to the realm of Tongi. Even the Shirkai, partner leaders, and team leaders among them, their strength had completely soared to the Tongi realm, coupled with a hideous blood-colored scaly dragon suspended in the sky above. The dragon's roar was terrifying, and each scaly dragon seemed to be no weaker than a powerhouse at the 5th or 6th level of the Tongi. It was simply terrifying. Boom dash. With a single charge, these small leaders and elite thieves of the Swallow Sword Co instantly tumbled over, one by one letting out miserable screams and dying on the spot. Anon dash. The dragon roar shook the ears as a blood-colored auger dragon danced with its teeth and claws, charging towards the Tongi powerhouses among the Yen Blade bandits. To be able to make a name for himself as one of the 7 great bandits in the north, the strength of the Swallow Blade bandits was naturally not weak. There were 8 leaders of the Tongi realm, and that was not counting the 3 great leaders who were even stronger by a hair. Damn! What an army! The 3rd leader of the Swallow Blade Co looked pale and horrified as he watched the 2 blood-colored auger dragons charge across the room towards him, the iron fan in his hand sealed and blocked as his body's true power exploded. However, with his cultivation at the 4th level of Tongi, he was furiously slammed by the 2 blood-colored scaly dragons. The iron fan crumbled, his sternum collapsed and flew across the room, and he died in midair bleeding from all 7 orifices. The rest of the leaders of the Tongi realm were no exception, and in the twinkling of an eye, they were knocked away by a blood-colored auger dragon, and even some of those with weak bodies were directly split apart in midair, spilling a large amount of blood. What a guy! Dare to come to my territory and make trouble. Just then, an angry roar came out from within the hall. Immediately after that, the mighty Yen Blade Co de boss Yuan Yushan walked out, but after seeing 200 great Tang foot soldiers with a fierce aura, a blood-colored dragon charging across the ground, and the big and small chiefs under his command crying for their lives and fleeing, and the ground was full of corpses and blood, his pupils contracted violently. What's the situation? Isn't it just going in and reporting things to master? Where did such a horrible army come from? He swore. Never in my life have I seen such a fearsome army. Boom dash. Before he could react, steeply 5 blood-colored augurs emitted bloodthirsty dragon roars and charged straight towards him. In his eyes, these 5 blood-colored scaly dragons seemed to fill the entire world. However, he was at the 6th level of the Tongi cultivation, and he was not an easy man to deal with. Howl. Letting out a roar from his mouth, the ghost head greatsword erupted with a brilliant blade aura and viciously chopped towards the 5 vicious blood-colored augurs. Bang! A huge sound shook the ears. A large spark erupted from the ghost head sword, and a terrifyingly huge force surged in. Yuan Yushan's mouth was sweet as he spat out a large mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards. His face was horrified and pale. This blood-colored augur was so strong. Any of them are just a hair weaker than him. And there were 20 blood-colored scaly dragons rampaging across the field. As long as half of it was split to come at him, he would definitely be torn apart in an instant. In a flash of lightning, he immediately shouted, "Master, save me!" Bang! The red-clothed old eunuch who had long heard the commotion rushed out as a phantom, and the duster in his hand smashed with the force of 1,000 pounds into the heads of the 5 scaly dragons that crashed in again. The heads of the 5 scaly dragons collapsed in half, but the baleful energy rolled in and was restored to its original state in an instant. Anon dash. A dragon's roar came out. 10 more blood-colored augurs killed, and 15 blood-colored augurs crashed towards the red-clothed old eunuch. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? The red-robed old eunuch's face changed, and a sharp cry came out of his mouth. His body was like a ghost, but none of the 15 blood-colored scaly dragons were slow either, frantically chasing and charging. At this point, the big and small leaders and elites of those Yen Blade bandits had already died out, and 200 great Tang foot soldiers stood in the pile of corpses. their fury like a tide, staring icily at the red-clothed old eunuch as well as the Yen Blade Bandit's big boss, Yuan Yushan. 20 blood-colored augur dragons, 15 of which were besieging the red-clothed old eunuch and 5 of which were besieging Yuan Yushan. Awesome! Is this the divine and demonic military formation of the great Tang foot soldiers? Jiao Long Tiandi? Li Yu's eyes flashed. You should know that the divine and demonic army formation is mainly to strengthen the whole army and all the generals. It wasn't primarily used to kill a handful of powerful people. To kill a small number of strong people, the earthbending military soul was the most appropriate. The divine demon army formation was mainly used to charge and kill the enemy, and it was nourished by immeasurable baneful qi, so that it could last for a long time. But even so, this augur heaven and earth was also so powerful that it caused that red-clothed old eunuch to be in such a sorry state. He knew the old eunuch in red. It was the blood brother of Pei Wuqi, the chief commander of the Imperial City Division, and Pei Wuxian, the Northern Territory commander of the Imperial City Division. There was the cultivation of the 7th level of Tongyi. My lord, if the fury does not end, the dragon will not be destroyed. This is the augur heaven and earth. Chang Bite opened his mouth. He gripped the long-handled battle axe in his hand and fiercely chopped out a vicious axe towards the red-clothed old eunuch who was fighting and chasing the 15 blood-colored scaly dragons. The axe light that was sharp to the extreme blended into the rolling fury of the great Tang foot soldiers. And then, one of the blood-colored scaly dragons opened its mouth. This icy axe light instantly flew out from it, splitting the red-clothed old eunuch in half. As the main general of an army, where the breaks of the generals under his command reach, is where the main general's attack reaches. This is also one of the functions of the god and demon army formation. After all, as the main general, this general is the absolute core of the divine demon army formation. Chang Bite grinned. Li Yu was surprised. Wherever the general's fury reaches, that's where the general's attack reaches? The god and demon army formation is truly appalling. He already knew the 3 abilities of the divine demon army formation. One of them is like wearing armor, which cannot be broken by a sword or pierced by an arrow. The second is to strengthen all the generals and increase their strength significantly. Thirdly, the strength of the whole army is strengthened, and according to its characteristics, it is condensed into the underworld thunder, the Jiao Long and other fury creations. Now there's another one. Master Dash. Yuan Yushan's face turned pale and he exclaimed in horror. The master who had reached the 7th level of the Tongyi realm had actually died all of a sudden. Escape. One must flee at once. He glanced at Li Yu, who stood beside him as a burly military general, and his heart went cold. Everyone was wrong. This Li Yu not only had Luoyi, a peak Tongyi powerhouse, under his command, but also a terrifying powerhouse as well as a terrifying army. He just saw it out of the corner of his eye. It was the burly martial artist standing next to Li Yu who chopped out an axe, 20 to 30 feet apart. Ah, the master was split. What kind of strength is this? Peak Tongyi? Or was it the 2nd level of the Tongyi peak? The feudal marquis level? It's just horrible. But the next moment, he then found 20 blood-colored augurs rushing towards him. No! He let out a desperate hiss. But in the twinkling of an eye, he was torn apart by 20 blood-colored scaly dragons. Clean up the battlefield and kill all thieves and bandits without amnesty. Free the generals of the North Shou army. Looking at a field of corpses and blood, Li Yu did not change his face and ordered. 200 great Tang foot soldiers led the way, scouting out the rest in groups of 10. Every 10 people basically maintained a divine and demonic military formation, with a modest blood-colored augur dragon suspended above their heads. This is the smallest unit of the god and demon army formation, quite a bit more of the power of the past life. Li Yu looked at the purple map of 10,000 peoples in his mind, and a few smiles appeared on his face. Chapter 26, Those who eat qi. The gods will not die. Swallowing great Chu's qi. A few moments later, more than 100 generals of the Northern Shou army were brought out, and although they were all gray and even many of them had injuries on their bodies, they were extraordinarily excited. Greetings, young general. The crowd worshipped with excitement. They had thought they were going to die this time. I didn't expect the young general to come to their rescue in person. Everyone's hearts were filled with emotion. What are they? Before they joined the army, they were all just dirtbags. In the Chu dynasty, it was the most common and lowest level farmer. Even if he joined the army, he was just an insignificant common soldier in the army. But now, he was a major general. But he personally led his men to kill the Yen Blade bandits in their mountain fortress in order to save them. Who isn't touched? Brothers, rise quickly, Li Yu said. Thank you, young general. I, Zheng Yuanshan, am willing to die for young general. Zheng Yuanshan yelled. Thank you, young general. Willing to die for the young general. The crowd followed and yelled. Their voices were firm and excited, and their gazes were even more full of reverence as they looked at Li Yu. Go, follow me back to the city. Li Yu opened his mouth, looking at the Yen Blade Co cottage behind him that was put to the torch. Li Yu's face was calm. At this very moment, he had the urge to lead his army to sweep away all the remaining 6 of the 7 great bandits. After all, just by destroying one Yen Blade Co, he had intercepted 2,123 channels of the power of the past life. If the remaining 6 bandits are killed, it is estimated that tens of thousands of channels of the power of the past life can still be intercepted. Unfortunately, the remaining 6 koans are not close. To lead an army and tread it down, you need to pass through a city. He shook his head. Lead the rear 300 or so riders back toward Yenshan City. Yen Dagger Co also kept more than 100 horses, and he took all of them away, in addition to bringing back all of Yen Dagger Co's savings. However, the Yen Dagger Co's savings were far less than he had imagined. Only 720 taels of gold and 13,600 taels of silver. And as for the rest of the weapons and equipment and food, basically, they all took away. People took horses, and found a dozen or so wagons and loaded them all up. Nothing happened along the way. Early the next morning, Li Yu had returned to Yenshan City. My lord, there are not enough barracks in the army today. Is it a new barracks or a requisition for civilian housing? Tianfeng saluted and inquired. He's very measured. The military never made decisions on matters, and would always ask for Li Yu's opinion. Arrange for a group of craftsmen. Build a new military camp on the west side of the city. Build it according to the 10,000 people camp. Before it is built, first requisition civilian houses, and make sure to give adequate compensation. In addition, the original 3 major clan residences can also arrange for the soldiers to live temporarily. Li Yu commanded. There were quite a number of Beishou's army that had come to join them in the past few days, and they had already exceeded 1,000. The original city guard barracks, however, was only 1,000 in size. Now that he's expanding the number of Great Tang foot soldiers again, and there will be a steady stream of Beishou troops coming to join him, it's only natural that he'll need to build a large camp. Clothing, food and shelter. This is the most important thing for anyone. Don't worry, Lord. Having copied the 3 great clans, together with this money and grain that the Lord has brought back, it's enough for a short period of time. And General Luo Yi has sent word back that he has copied 4 of the county's great clans, and most of the money and grain he has captured is on its way. Tianfeng's face was serious. Send a message to Luo Yi and tell him to set up a camp of 10,000 men outside of Xingyang as well. This area is our foundation, and the number of troops will grow in the future. Li Yu thought for a moment and spoke. Tianfeng nodded. There are 2 camps of 10,000 men, and that's enough for now. Where has the Chu army gotten to? Li Yu took a sip of the tea in front of him and asked again. Although he hadn't slept all night, his spirit wasn't depressed. After all, he also had the 4th level of Qi-eating realm. Those who eat air are immortalized by their gods. At the Qi-eating realm, a martial artist's essence was much stronger, and even if they didn't eat or drink or sleep for a day or 2, they could still maintain the vast majority of their battle strength. It's past the Linbei prefecture capital. In another 300 miles or so, we'll be entering the northern border house. Tianfeng said in a deep voice. It seems that in almost 10 more days, we will be able to cross the Wudong County and enter the Yanmen corridor. Li Yu narrowed his eyes. Yanmen corridor. It was the only road from Yenshan City to Wudong County. It was a mountain road, winding for over 100 miles, with mountains on both sides, but while most of it was considered open, there were a few places where the cliffs were so steep that the road in the center would be no more than 3 feet wide. He came all the way from Kyoto to Yenshan City and ended up walking the Yansmen corridor. At the beginning, Tianfeng said, in the Yanmen corridor cliff's steep road narrow place to build barriers. Can be a man of the gate, not a man can open. Building thick levels takes quite a bit of time though. This time it was obviously too late to face Chu's army. According to the Chu army's marching speed, it's almost 10 days or so. Feng thought that the enemy could be guarded in the Yanmen corridor. It was too late to build the barrier, but pushing down boulders and piling them up high made it a rudimentary barrier. Tianfeng said solemnly. Could be, but there are still 10 days to go, and we have to strengthen. Li Yu took a deep breath, his eyes burning. Why did he take Xingyang City and Xingyang Pass first? It's so that you won't be on the back of the enemy before the Chu army arrives. Think about it. He decided to personally take Cheng Biaojin with him to the land of 100 cities. At that time, Luo Yi, the 18 horsemen of Yan Yun, and the Tianjie army all the way. He took Qingbiao all the way. The 2 armies together attacked and killed in the land of 100 cities, and their speed was naturally far better than that of one army. As for why he went alone, naturally, it was safer to follow Cheng Biaojin to the land of 100 cities than to stay in Yenshan City. When the king of Chu's ploy failed, he might be infuriated and have a peak Tongyi powerhouse come to kill him, and with only Tianfeng on his side, it was still difficult to guard his safety in front of the peak of Tongyi. Tianfeng could only ensure his own safety. After all, The way of the warlock is not good at killing. Even if Tianfeng had been promoted to the third level of the Tongshan, his strength had risen once again. Rested for half a day. At the unspecified time in the afternoon, Liu rode to Xingyang City with Cheng Daojin and 200 great Tang foot soldiers. He left all matters of Yanshan City to Tianfeng. With more than 1,000 Beishou troops in Tianfeng, a top strategist, it would never be easy for anyone to take Yanshan City, and he was very relieved. 2 hours later, the city of Xingyang was already in distant sight. Liu summoned 200 great Tang foot soldiers in a mountain forest by consuming the power of past lives intercepted from killing the Yen Blade bandits. In this way, the number of great Tang foot soldiers under Chang Daojin's command reached 400, though not as good as Luo Yi. But the great Tang foot soldiers didn't need to guard Xingyang City, much less Xingyang Pass, and the number of soldiers they could utilize was estimated to be higher than Luo Yi's when counted. Just approaching Xingyang City, Li Yu had a strange feeling. He gazed at the sky above Xingyang City. Hidden in plain sight, he saw a small golden cloud. It didn't seem to have a large range, only about 100 feet in circumference, but the golden light was brilliant, and the more closely you stared at it, the more gorgeous and radiant it felt. It's the power of the great Chu dynasty's qi? Li Yu's pupils contracted slightly. He had a feeling. One could devour this piece of qi that formed the golden cloud. If you eat gas, your god will not die. Qi is also a kind of qi. Chapter 27, The Wonderful Use of the Power of Qi Fortune. Enhancing the cultivation of a human jie. Why can't we see the great Chu dynasty's qi in Yanshan City? Is it because Xingyang City is the head of a county? It should be. Rumor has it that the dynasty guardians summoned by the power of the dynasty's qi in the county city are only at the 7th level of Tongyi strength, while the county city can have peak Tongyi strength. The disparity between these may be reflected in whether or not there is the qi to coalesce into a golden cloud. Li Yu's eyes flashed. But why could one swallow the power of qi? In the past, he had been to the county town himself, and even the capital city. However, he had never seen the power of qi, let alone being able to swallow it. Is it not because this county is already occupied by me? He thought of that with a twitch of his mind. But it's not right. In the ancient books he had read, there was never any mention of occupying a dynastic city, where an individual could devour the dynasty's qi. He's only ever seen a dynasty that captured another dynasty was able to use the same amount of dynasty qi power to swallow another dynasty's qi power to strengthen itself. But that's dynasty to dynasty. There is also the change of dynasty, and also the ability to inherit and seize the qi of the previous dynasty. But this fortune still belongs to a dynasty, not to an individual. That leaves only one possibility. Li Yu's consciousness was focused on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. Sure enough, 2 lines of writing emerged from it. The power of luck, 0. The power of qi can raise the cultivation of the lord of the purple figure of 10,000 peoples, as well as the cultivation of the soldiers. It can actually be used to enhance my cultivation, as well as my soldier cultivation. Li Yu was pleasantly surprised. He was now at the 4th level of qi eating cultivation, and to raise his cultivation at this level was not something that could be done overnight, and it will take just as much time to raise the strength of the soldiers under his command. The only people who are good. The physique was terrifying, the technique was terrifying, and the cultivation speed was frighteningly fast. Greetings, Lord. At the entrance of the city, there were 10 guards from the Heavenly Festival Army, and when they saw Li Yu and his group, they immediately knelt down on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Where's Luo Yi?" Li Yu inquired. "My lord, the general has already left for Xingyang Pass." The head shiksa said respectfully, "Take me to the sheriff's palace." Li Yu commanded. "Yes, lord." The Tianjie army's Shirshan led the way, immediately trotting ahead to lead the way. People came and went on the street, but when they saw Li Yu and Chang Daojin leading 400 great Tang foot soldiers into the city, they all immediately stood aside. Many people had a look of awe on their faces. After all, Luo Yi had killed the county governor, destroyed 2,000 defenders, and slaughtered the 4 great families. Yesterday it was even rumored to have destroyed the 5,000 troops coming from Xingyang Pass. The city had long been buzzing with rumors. The 3rd floor of a tavern on the side of the road. "This is that young general of the Northern Shou army, Li Yu?" A woman in a long white dress with a veil on her face, with only a pair of peach blossom eyes showing, said with interest. Her voice was slightly lethargic and somewhat soft, but it was extremely good. "Yes, ma'am." The middle-aged woman on the left side of the 4-square table glanced down and nodded. "It doesn't seem to be anything special except for being handsome." The peach-eyed woman laughed softly. "Miss, never underestimate. It stands to reason that the North Shou army should no longer have any strong people. But this person recruited that Luo Yi from somewhere, and to be able to single-handedly decapitate a dynasty guardian, his strength should have reached the feudal marquis level. Also the 18 cavalrymen under Luo Yi's command are extremely bizarre, the middle-aged woman said with a straight face. Stronger is more fun. This will allow the Great Chu dynasty to lose some more strength and hold back some more strength. That's a good thing for my religion. The peach-eyed woman was not amused. The Holy Lord's order. Miss must not forget it. The middle-aged woman reminded. Don't worry, I may be lazy, but I've never made a mistake in the great affairs of the church. The peach-eyed woman smirked. The middle-aged woman had a look of helplessness on her face. You know you're lazy too. If it wasn't for laziness, the position of the holy maiden of the church would still be within reach. Whereas now, it's still just a saint in waiting. In the sheriff's palace, Liu met the 3 clerks left behind by Luo Yi, all of whom were veteran officials who had originally been ostracized in the county because of their rigidity. At this time the affairs of the county are in the hands of these 3 clerks. However, all major events are sent to Yenshan City by flying pigeon to be decided by Tianfeng. The 2 places are not far away. Flying pigeons to and from a trip, but only 2/4 of an hour. My lord, they handle the civil affairs of the county, and I will take over the military affairs. Tianjie Army Zhang Jiang Xiaoyu bowed, his face solemn. Luo Yi left 300 Tianjie troops in Xingyang City, or 2 brigades with 2 team leaders, together with the 1,000 Xingyang City defenders who surrendered, and the 600 Beishio troops who defected to the county. That's all that's left of Xingyang City today. Go on, do your thing. Liu patted Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder and nodded. The 3 somewhat restrained clerks and the 2 heavenly festival troops immediately bowed and retreated. 300-day festival army. If it were to coalesce into an earth-fiend military soul, it should also have peak Tony battle power, but it definitely wouldn't reach the 2nd level of peak Tony, the feudal marquis level, but it's enough to guard the city of Xingyang. Cheng Bite spoke from the sidelines. Just so it seems that the number of Tianjie troops under Luo Yi's command is still somewhat insufficient. He should have left more Tianjie army guards at Xingyang Pass. Li Yu shook his head. The Xingyang Pass is the gateway, and only by guarding it will the evil people of the 100 cities land be unable to enter. Now the 2 nearest cities within the Xingyang Pass can belong to him. Naturally, we can't let the evil people from the land of 100 cities mix in and cause damage. He stepped out into the hall and looked up into the air. The golden cloud of chi luck condensation was right above his head, as if he could reach out and touch it. But actually, this golden cloud condensed by the power of chi could be seen by no one else but him. As for whether or not the previous sheriff could be seen, he wasn't sure. Come on, the power of Dechu's chi. Liu reached out and sucked towards the golden clouds in the sky with the instincts of a chi-eating realm martial artist. At once, a strand of golden chi in the golden cloud turned into a thread hanging down and surged into his palm. The golden chi flowed unceasingly. A full quarter of an hour had passed before the golden clouds in the dome of the sky dissipated, and all the power of the chi belonging to the Great Chu dynasty was devoured by him. Liu looked at the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. The power of chi, 7,000 Dao. Consuming 500 Dao of chi power will raise the level of the staple food chi of the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples by 1 small realm. Consuming 1,000 Dao of chi power will allow the lord of the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples to break through from the chi eating level into the Tony level. Consuming 9,000 Dao of chi power will raise the lord of the violet map of the 10,000 peoples by 1 minor realm at the Tony level. Consuming a large amount of the power of chi can raise the realm of the soldier's cultivation. Soldiers can only be promoted as a whole. When the cultivation level of a troop type is raised, the power of the past life required to summon the troop type the next time is raised. Chapter 28, Potential Dragon Fate. The human Jie's strength skyrocketed. Shudu. This was the most prosperous, gigantic and solemn city of the Dechu dynasty. It was also the center of politics, military and commerce of the Dechu dynasty. Countless martial artists and people throughout the entire Great Chu dynasty aspired to be able to enter and live in the Chu capital. At this point, inside the royal palace, King Zhao of Chu suddenly woke up from his nap. Half the power of Xingyang County's chi is gone. Li Yu. Well. Killing Loan's children and taking Loan's dynasty's luck. Originally, I wanted to let you live longer and squeeze all the value out of you, but you once again touched Loan's reverse scale. Damn it. His face was incomparably gloomy, and within his eyes was a monstrous rage that was suppressed. There was one thing he was confused about though. How can a mere rebel take the dynasty's fortune? Does that Li Yu really have the destiny of a potential dragon? Only the submerged dragon destiny can swallow the dynasty's fortune with one party's power, and perform the act of changing the dynasty. Subterranean. There are potential dragons coming out of any dynastic territory every 1 or 2 decades, but how many of them can truly change the dynasty? King Zhao of Chu sneered. A subterranean dragon is just a subterranean dragon after all. He Zhao is the monarch of Chu, in charge of all the powers of the Chu state. The fate of the Chu dynasty. Whoever wants to be born will be born, and whoever wants to die will die. With only his hand outstretched, he could press the submerged dragon under the bottom of the well for all eternity. Come on man, pass on the will of the orphan. Order the Jiashan army to set out from the eastern road and cooperate with Jinhua Great General He Gong to overthrow Liu, Luo Yi, and a host of other traitors, Zhao decreed. Now that it's been realized that the other person might be a subterranean dragon, he immediately gave up the intention of striking Li Cheng's prestige and reusing 100,000 Baishio troops for a short period of time, and first pressed the submerged dragon to death at the bottom of the well. I feel like there's too little chi power right now. Liu sighed in his heart as he looked at the lines and lines on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples. The power of the past life summons men and soldiers. The power of chakra improves your own as well as your soldiers' cultivation. At this very moment, he had the very strong idea of going to take over the other two counties in the northern border province, as well as the prefectural city. Since the city of Xinjiang was able to allow him to devour the qi of the great Chu dynasty, then the occupation of the other two counties apparently can too. And as the main city of a prefecture, there was probably even more power of qi. There's no rush, one step at a time. Sooner or later, the power of the great Chu dynasty's qi will be devoured by me. He slowed down and fell into deep thought. How can I use these 7,000 channels of qi power? He tried to raise the Heavenly Festival Army and found that to raise the cultivation level of the 800 Heavenly Festival Army that had already been summoned out of the world by one layer, he needed to consume 4,000 Dao of qi power. Although it was only a small realm of elevation, it was the elevation of the entire army of 800 people. It's definitely a huge boost for the entire army. But after just thinking about it, he decided to raise his cultivation first. Your own well-being is most important. Even if one was under the protection of a human master, it was still not as good as having a strong strength of one's own. Although upgrading the troop types also served a great purpose, the troop types were still used to harvest the power of the past life as the main task in his planning right now. A human master faced thousands of enemy troops, and it was estimated that after killing a small number of them, the rest all scattered and fled. But a man of honor who led 500 soldiers was able to slaughter these 1,000 enemy troops, and not a single one of them could escape. But now facing the enemy, it made little difference whether the Heavenly Festival Army or the Great Tang Foot soldiers were at the 4th or 5th level of qi eating. It's all a lopsided slaughter anyway. Consume 2,500 channels of qi power to raise my cultivation to the 9th level of qi eating. Consume 1,000 Dao of qi to raise my cultivation to the Tongyi layer. Consume 2,000 channels of qi power to raise my cultivation to the 2nd level of Tongyi. Liu said in his mind to the 10,000 people's purple figure. Bent in time, he felt as if he had fallen into a mother's womb and was comfortable. And the flesh is becoming strong, and the soul is becoming strong. The true power in his body was even increasing dramatically, and even undergoing a qualitative change. From the 4th layer of the qi-eating realm, he broke through the 5th layer of qi-eating, the 6th layer of qi-eating, and the 9th layer of qi-eating, reaching the 2nd layer of the Tongyi realm. This feeling, Liu shook his hand. Joy in his heart. He felt afraid that at this point, one finger could press the death of his previous self. Liu. Finally, he had also stepped into the Tongyi realm. Heaven forbid that hard work will pay off. Congratulations to the Lord for stepping into the Tongyi realm. Chang Baijin laughed, his face full of simplicity. If you don't look at the long-handled axe and cold armor in his hand, he is simply like a harmless wealthy man. Liu nodded, his heart very, very joyful. This powerful feeling is too good. He also wanted to obtain more qi power, so that he could also possess the cultivation level of a peak Tongyi. Go, head for Xinjiang Pass, he commanded. When he came into Xinjiang City, he was only to learn about the situation of Xinjiang City and the power of swallowing Great Chu's qi. Now that the two things are accomplished, naturally there will be no more delay. Immediately led the Great Tang Foot soldiers out of the city and toward Xinjiang Pass in the north. Xinjiang Pass. The barrier was a bit old, and it was densely covered with scars from swords and spears. But it still looked extremely sturdy. The entire barrier was 15 feet tall, and both sides were steep and sharp huge peaks, making it difficult for even a Tongyi powerhouse to climb through. But at this point the flag that originally belonged to the Chu dynasty had fallen. A brand new Luo flag fluttered in the wind, its base color imitating a reddish color like blood. Don't worry General, I will definitely guard Xinjiang Pass. Tian Fei Yang, the captain of the Tianjie army, had a solemn face as he saluted Luo Yi. If there is a situation, you can always mobilize the two large groups of men in Xinjiang City. I have left 300 horses in the city of Xinjiang, they can be there in a quarter of an hour. Luo Yi faintly said. The Endbringer understands. Tian Fei Yang said. The Tianjie army was a Tang system, and the Shishang, cook, and team leader were only low-ranking officers, and by the rank of lieutenant, it is already a mid-level officer. Ordinary Heavenly Festival Army soldiers were at the 4th level of the Chi-eating realm, and there were team leaders at the 7th level of the Chi-eating realm, and the lieutenant. There was already a Tony realm 1st level cultivation. It was 3 small realms higher than Team Positive. After all, the lieutenant was already a minor general in command of 750 men. Mr. Yuanhao has sent word that the Lord has summoned a second martial general to come forth. But Mr. Yuanhao didn't say who it was. Was that military general in the dynasty before me? Or after me? He had a few warlike looks in his eyes. The text is not first. There is no second in martial arts. He naturally wanted to go toe-to-toe with martial artists from other eras. Steep. The sound of horses' hooves came from far away. Luo immediately stepped off the barrier and looked at the rapidly approaching smoke in the distance. From a distance, he had seen his lord, Li Yu, but soon his face showed consternation, and his eyes looked over to the simple-faced Cheng Daojin next to Li Yu. The second martial artist to come out was actually this one? Chapter 29, The Half-Breed Demon King Cheng Baijin. Who dares to fight? Greetings, Lord. Luo saluted. Behind them, the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun followed and saluted, their exposed eyes still indifferent and dead. Zi Yen, I thought you had already entered the land of 100 cities. Li Yu rolled over and dismounted, smiling as he helped Luo up. There are quite a few affairs on the Xingyang Pass, and 5,000 defenders were left here before. Luo said. How is it handled? Li Yu inquired. 5,000 defenders is no small number. If they were to be empowered by the power of the great Chu dynasty's Qi and bravely surrounded, even the peak of Tony might be surrounded and killed. After all, there's a time when people run out of steam. They surrendered, sort of taking Xingyang Pass without bloodshed. Tomorrow they will all be escorted back to Yenshan City, along with the 1,000 surrendered soldiers from Xingyang Pass in Xingyang City, to be arranged by Mr. Tian Feng. Luo said in a deep voice. He didn't have time to collect the surrendered soldiers here. Yesterday's battle at the foot of Xingyang was also characterized by 1,000 surrendered soldiers, with a total of 6,000 surrendered soldiers. He believed that Tian Feng would arrange things properly and there would be no chaos. To actually surrender without a fight? It seems like Zi Yen killed his way out of that battle yesterday. Li Yu was surprised. A barrier with 5,000 men stationed at it surrendered outright, showing how much fear Luo had caused them. Apparently a number of soldiers had escaped back yesterday, bringing great fear back to the barrier. Coupled with Su Hofeng's death, most of the top echelons of the Xingyang Pass defenders were killed. So naturally, they had no more stamina to fend off Luo. Just some prestige here. In the coming days, will make the name of the Heavenly Festival Army a heavenly calamity for Great Chu and even for all the kingdoms. Luo was ambitious, and blood bloomed in his eyes. Well said. When the day comes, the name of my Chang Baijin shall also make the nations fear like a tiger. Chang Bait bellowed. The two men's eyes locked, and both could see the burning ambition in the other's eyes. Since he had come to this side of the world, naturally, he could not let the natives of this side of the world underestimate the children of China. After Yan Huang, the two generals shall be allowed to do as they wish. First, we'll step on Great Chu and decimate the Chu royal family, Li Yu said with a solemn face. He never dared to forget the great hatred of his parents and relatives. The whole clan, the old and the young, and the uncles of the Northern Shou army. At this point, it was getting dark. The group spent the night directly on the barrier, not rushing out into the land of 100 cities again. After all, night is not a good time for marching, much less for siege, and the routes of the two armies have to be planned. Several people arrived in a hall on the pass. Torches hung over the hall and there was a good source of light. My lord, the closest city to Xingyang Pass in the land of 100 cities is Yuma City. The lord of Jade Horse City, Ma Tai, is the founder of the Six Cities Alliance. He has a peak cultivation level of passing specter, and he has formed a troop of 5,000 soldiers and horses. And there is also a villainous tavern in the city, which keeps more than 50 great villains, all of whom have the passing specter realm. Because of holding the smuggling with Xingyang Pass, a lot of wealth has been accumulated to be able to support so many great villains of the Tawny realm. Luo pointed at the map hanging on the wall and spoke. Smuggling sure is incredibly profitable. Li Yu sighed. He knew that the prosperity of Xingyang City was caused by the smuggling trade with the land of 100 cities. And apparently the land of 100 cities also has a city similar to Xingyang City, which is Yuma City. Exactly. Luo nodded. There is a lot of smuggling of all sorts of Chu contraband every year, but of course more of it is grain, cloth, porcelain, etc. And even weapons and armor as well. Behind quite a few of these stand those top power brokers of Dechu, and Su Hufeng also accounts for a portion of them. And there are just two main kinds of specialties that flow into Dechu from the land of the 100 cities. One of them is black iron, This is excellent iron for building weapons and equipment, and it is refined into iron ingots in the land of the 100 cities to be sent to Great Chu in a steady stream. The second is war horses. There are large grasslands in the land of the 100 cities, and although the crops grown are relatively barren, the wild grasses don't pick a place, and are found throughout the whole area. Li Yu's eyes flickered. He's also short on war horses. After all, the performance of a war horse is far from being comparable to that of an ordinary horse. In the Chu dynasty, a horse must have a Fey bloodline to become a war horse. The war horse was actually similar to a body refining martial artist. If the war horse was provoked, a stumble would not be able to be withstood by a martial artist of the 6th or 7th level of body refining. That's why war horses are precious. Even some of the BMWs, the force was so fierce that it was comparable to martial artists in the chi-eating realm. And to the best of his knowledge, the war horses that followed Luo Yi, Changbian Jin, and the 18 Yun riders summoned out into the world were all extremely amazing BMWs, not weaker than a Tongyi realm powerhouse with a single stumble. After all, if the war horse was not strong, how could it withstand Luo Yi and the others charging to kill the enemy? My lord, our first step is to take Yuma City. After that, I led my army to the northwest, attacking Kaiwaki City, Dongfeng City, Santong City, and Daku City along the way. General Chang led his army to the northeast, attacking Wenqing City, Wanyang City, and Shohua City along the way. Other than taking Yuma City, we will not occupy the rest of the cities. We will only kill the enemy. Luo Yi went on to say, and when he said it later, there was a bloody implication in his voice. Li Yu nodded. Luo Yi's thoughts were basically similar to his. He came to the land of 100 cities to kill people. Other than the gateway that was Yuma City, the rest of the cities were of no use at all to occupy. With this energy, it would be better to occupy a few more cities of the Great Chu dynasty. Wouldn't it be 10 times better than the messy and less populated cities of the 100 cities land? Rest for the night and leave in the morning, he ordered. Early the next morning, Li Yu directly asked Luo Yi to leave all the remaining 500 Tianjie troops under his command at Xingyang Pass. 200 of these Tianjie troops escorted the 5,000 surrendered Xingyang troops to Yanshan City. There were no more generals among them, only a few middle and lower ranking officers. The 20 Tongyi realm generals who surrendered had all been executed by Luo Yi's order last night. Li Yu did not ask. After all, Xingyang army smuggling wind. Each of these generals is a big smuggling. Killing and crossing the goods of the things have not done a lot. There is not a good person. And generals of the Tongyi realm are also unstable. Kill and be killed. It was just enough to replenish some of the Heavenly Festival army under Luo Yi's command. He directly summoned 200 Heavenly Festival army, bringing the number of Heavenly Festival army under Luo Yi's command to 1,000. Tap 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 dash. Horseshoes hunt. Li Yu was in the center. Luo Yi was on the left, and Shang Biaojin was at the back. Behind the 3 men followed the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun, and then behind them were the 400 great Tang foot soldiers and 200 Tianjie troops who followed on horseback. The group of people headed towards Jade Mountain City, which was more than 80 miles away, at an extremely fast speed, less than an hour. Jade Mountain City was already in sight. It was a city in the position of the opening of 2 mountains, surrounded by a vast expanse. Because Xingyang City and Xingyang Pass were closed, there were no more smuggling merchants coming and going, and the gates of Yushan City were also closed. Tread! Chang Baijin gripped his battle axe with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes, and the warhorse under his seat violently accelerated and rushed out. Chang Baijin is here. Who dares to fight? The voice came out like thunder exploding and echoed through the mountains. Chapter 30 Chang Baijin's Might. The light of the axe split a world. Jade Mountain City. Jade Mountain City's Lord Matai walked up the city wall and coldly looked down at the 500 to 600 cavalrymen below. Behind him, a big wicked man who was a loose cannon stood cheekily, either baring his breasts or holding a whole altar of wine and pouring it into his mouth. And what's more, he directly wrapped his arms around his little lady and openly pinched and kneaded her on the city wall. Qingbong? I haven't heard of this number 1 powerhouse in the Great Chu dynasty. Who's going to kill him? Matei spoke up. City Lord. I'll go. Seeing that this Chang Bait's aura is quite extraordinary, he should be at the 5th or 6th level of the Tongyi realm. I'll go and capture him. This body, this temperament, should be able to make my old lady comfortable a few times. The meat bodhisattva with a big belly and a lot of meat, wearing only a short skirt to straddle the 2 fine little dudes, laughed sardonically. She was originally a person of the Chu dynasty, but the style of debauchery, often robbing the good family of the sun, and after the end of the other side will be tortured to death, and finally got into trouble with the Sword Palace, had no choice but to flee into the land of 100 cities. With a cultivation at the 7th level of Tongyi, he was one of the strongest few when placed in the wicked tavern of Yuma City, especially after practicing a special technique. He weighed more than 1,000 pounds, just like a human-shaped meat mountain. and a tremor of fat all over his body could dislodge most of the enemy's force. There was once a record of facing 2 Tony 8th level powerhouses at once, but not being killed. Go on. Matei waved his hand. His gaze was always on Luo Yi, his face grave. He received word from scouts yesterday. Su and Fong were killed. He was beheaded on the battlefield by a fierce general named Luo Yi, and Luo Yi's portrait scouts sent it over. As for what the scouts said about tens of thousands of skeletons crawling out of the ground to kill people, he didn't believe it for a second. There is nothing so outrageous in this world. How can he believe that? If not for the fact that the scouts were far away in the city of Xinjiang, he would more than likely have to slash the believing scouts with a knife. Luo Yi is strong though, there's no doubt about it. To be able to kill the dynasty guardian void summoned by the county city of the Great Chu dynasty, it should have the strength of the Seal Marquis level, the second level of the Tongyi Peak. Squeak! The gates of Yuma city opened. The meat bodhisattva, who was like a mountain of meat, stepped out with great strides, carrying a huge wolf-toothed stick on his shoulder, and walked towards Chang Baijin with a fierce smile. Boy, dismount immediately and obey my mother, and I'll keep you alive. Chang Bite was a bit surprised. This humanoid meat mountain height close to 1 zhang, body width fast compared to 2 him. Every step out of the body fat meat her constantly shaking. Too amazing. What demons and devils. Eat your grandpa Chang Baijin's axe. No. How could old me have such ugly offspring as you? Chang Dianjin cursed, and the warhorse under his seat immediately charged towards the meat bodhisattva. Bleeding light filled the battle axe in his hand, and a fierce aura emerged around him. Dare to scold my mother? I'll shove your head up your old ass. The flesh bodhisattva's face was hideous, and his entire body took a step to charge towards Chang Gaojin as well. The wolf-tooth stick in his hand was raised ferociously, and all the ferocious force was poured into it. The city walls. Many of the great villains laughed and pointed. Meat bodhisattva is furious. That what's his name Chang Baijin is afraid he'll be smashed to pulp with a stick. Didn't you hear meat bodhisattva? To stuff that watch a macalad into his stomach. Ha ha ha. Old Chow has a say in this. Didn't he experience it in the first place? Ha 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 dash. Asterisk 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 you. I'll chop you up if you mention this again. If I can't beat Flesh Bodhisattva, I can't beat you? Guess how many times that what's his name Chang Baijin can block Flesh Bodhisattva? I bet just 1. 2. I think 2 at the most. 2. The group was excited. As if the next moment they were going to see the blood and gore event that delighted them. There were even 2 big bads who were so excited that they gave an on-the-spot performance of the most primitive of human activities. Seek death. Chang Dianjin was furious. Stuffed? Is this going to eat him? His face was icy cold, and a terrifying baleful aura instantly swept through the 10 directions, and the shadow of a mixed demon king loomed behind him. The demon king roared, holding a huge axe in his hand, like a heavenly pillar following the war axe chopping down in Chang Gaojin's hand. Boom dash! It was as if a thunderclap had rung out in heaven and earth. The light of the axe raged as if it had split a world. Chang Gaojin rode his warhorse past Flesh Bodhisattva in a single bound. Death to all of you! He let out a furious cry, and his seated warhorse leapt up in the air, jumping towards the Jade Horse City's head, and behind him, the meat bodhisattva stood frozen in place. The half-smashed wolf-tooth rod in his hand crumbled, followed by the entire huge mountain of flesh being split in 2, spilling blood and intestines all over the ground. A hit! It was chopped in half. On the walls, the smiles on the faces of the great evildoers who were giggling and even excitedly doing sports came to an abrupt end. With rounded eyes, they gazed in horror at the flesh bodhisattva's body that had been split in half, unable to believe their eyes. Such a powerful flesh bodhisattva was split by an axe from the other side? What strength is this? All of the great evildoers were filled with disbelief. But at this point, Chang Baijin had already leaped up, his face cold and bloodthirsty. The big axe in his hand blossomed with a blood-colored light that made people fearful, and the shadow of the mixed demon king behind him seemed to be a few points clearer. The demon king roared, and the light of his axe fell as if he wanted to split the entire earth. Peak Tongyi, Jade Mountain City. Lord Matai's pupils contracted tightly. Among the incoming men and horses, not only was there a Fengho rank in Luoyi, but this Cheng Biaojin was actually at the peak of Tongyi as well. Damn it! He's Peak Tongyi. Block him! One big evil screamed, his body's true power erupting ferociously, but while some rushed out, others were retreating, protecting the rest of the big evil in front of them. Boom dash! As the axe light fell, more than 10 great evildoers screamed miserably and were cleaved out, their bodies breaking in 2 in mid-air, spilling blood into the air. Pang! Chang Biaojin rode his warhorse and landed on the city wall, and the entire city wall seemed to tremble. He looked grimly at the rest of the great villains who looked at him in fear and scattered. Death to all! Boom dash! The great axe in his hand slashed out once again. The axe light was like a forest, and every time the axe fell, a great villain of the Tongyi realm was slashed to death on the spot. Kill! Below, Luo Yi ordered with a flash of blood in his eyes. The 18 horsemen of Yen Yin rushed out in silence. They had already coalesced into the Earth Fury military Soul Hell Lord halfway through the journey, their 30-foot bodies indifferent as the heavens, their curved swords chopping down, and the gates of the Jade Horse City instantly bursting into pieces. At this time, the Hell Lords they had transformed into were a shade more terrifying than when they were at the Three Mountain Pass in Xingyang City. After all, they had already advanced to the second level of Tongyi. Kill. 200 Heavenly Sectional Army and 400 Great Tang Foot Soldiers let out icy killing sounds, forming the divine and demonic military formation Underworld Thunder Purgatory Jiao Long Heaven and Earth to both kill. An underworld thunder flew and a dragon roared. Damn! Jade Mountain City Lord Matai's face was blue. His eyes were incomparably gloomy as he roared. Kill me! Reward 100 taels of silver for killing one person. At these words, the eyes of the 5,000 soldiers under his command were red, and they killed towards the Tianjie army and the Great Tang Foot soldiers without fear of death. As for the Hell Lord, he had already leapt onto the city walls at this moment and was on a killing spree. Grayish blade chi swept through the air, and the aura of death filled the surroundings. One of the Yuma city defenders fell without the slightest resistance. Old dog, if you don't make a move yet, what's the wait? Matei roared in anger as his eyes glazed over. But no one responded to him. His heart immediately sank to the bottom. The old dog must have seen the situation and ran away. Damn it! The feudal lords all run! Gutless rats! He shouted angrily and could only raise the long blade in his hand to meet the Hell Lord, but he didn't realize it. Luo Yi at the bottom of the city wall had drawn a bow with an arrow full of blood on it. Chapter 31 The Power of Luo Yi's Arrow. The fourth summoning of the human Jie. Few dash. The arrow light shoots through the sky, like an ancient demon god shooting this arrow from beyond the sky. Cold, bloody and sharp. By the time Matai realized it, the terrifying arrow was already close at hand. It's too fast. It's too fast. His scalp tingled to the point of exploding for a moment, and the hairs on his body stood on end. This is the fiefdom level? I'm afraid this hasn't already reached the Seal King level. He roared, and the long sword in his hand did its best to block the front of that arrow. Boom dash, bang, terrifying to the extreme power surged. The long sword in his hand that counted as a treasure instantly exploded, and the arrow light didn't stop, directly piercing through his body in one go, breaking open a bowl-thick bloody hole. Matei's face was confused. He stared blankly at the expressionless Luo Yi below him. Didn't you say that it was a marquee level? But how did it turn out to be a sealed king level? He, an ordinary peak Tongyi, couldn't block it at all. I should have run away like the old dog. He muttered a sentence, and the glimmer in his eyes disappeared in the twinkling of an eye, and his body collapsed onto the city wall, dead in his eyes. Kill them all and take no prisoners. Li Yu's face was calm as he ordered. The land of 100 cities is the land of sin. There are no good men in the garrison here. All of them are evil men who deserve to be killed. Some were evil people who had fled in from the outside world, while others were born and bred evil. After all, in the land of 100 cities, one could not live without being evil. But no matter what, there is absolutely no injustice in killing them all. Kill. Terrifying killing sounds traveled through the city as the Tianjie army and the Great Tang Foot soldiers continued to harvest the lives of the Yuma city defenders. The city lord is dead. Run for your life. I surrender. Don't kill me. They don't want prisoners. Brothers, run away. Escape through the other door. Mommy, come and save me. I don't want to die. The Yuma city defenders cried out, and in just a few moments, they were routed and frantically fled for their lives. However, the Heavenly Festival Army and the Great Tang Foot soldiers immediately dispersed, chasing down these soldiers in basic units of 10. Dark Underworld Thunder and Scarlet Augur dragons flew in the sky, automatically chasing after one enemy after another and killing them. The other side, Chang Bite Jin and the Hell Lord, on the other hand, were chasing after those great evildoers of the Tongyi realm, and as long as they caught up with them, they would kill them in seconds. Even though there were still strong people at the 8th level of the passing specter among them, they simply couldn't block a single blow from Chang Bite and the Hell Lord. The city. All the residents were shivering and hiding in their homes, many even hiding under their beds. Although living in the Yuma city is worse than death, and the women at home have all been ed by those jackals and tigers over and over again, raising sons and daughters who are not sure if they are their own seed. But it's better to die than to live. They don't want to die either, and they still want to live. At this time, there were sounds of killing, screams and angry curses everywhere, and they were afraid that someone would break into their homes and go in with a white knife and come out with a red one. Mother, I'm afraid. The dirty little girl hid in her mother's arms, her big watery eyes full of fear, her face pale and bloodless, her lips dry and cracked. Not afraid, not afraid. Aji, not afraid. The woman with a frosty face and even a few hideous scars on her face hugged the little girl tightly, her voice trembling. But suddenly, the door to the room was kicked in. A guard in leather armor stumbled in, his skin scorched and blackened, obviously badly injured by a Stygian lightning strike. Being able to stay alive is also thanks to having survived being struck by lightning when he was young and having the resistance to it. With a sweep of his gaze, he let out a sneer and with a grimace, he dragged the woman and the little girl out from under the bed. "If I can't live, I'll let someone else be buried with me," the woman exclaimed in horror. "Master June, spare us." The little girl died holding her mother's thighs, a pair of big watery eyes at this time but took on the ruthlessness, fiercely biting on the guards grasping their own mother's big hand, blood dripping. "Ah, little, how dare you bite me? Death to all of you." The guard took the pain, and with a violent rage on his hideous face, he slapped the woman out of the house. Blood spilled and half of the woman's face collapsed. "Mother!" The little girl cried out and immediately chased after her. The guard laughed harshly and chased him out the door with his sword as well. "Mother! Wake up! Gee please, wake up!" The little girl knelt down and shook her mother's body, mourning and crying, her face covered with tears. At this moment, she felt like the sky had fallen in on her. The whole world had turned gray and there was no longer a trace of light. "Little, go spend time with your mother." The guards grimaced and raised their swords toward the little girl. He had a look of pleasure on his face. He wouldn't survive, but someone else had given him a burial. But the clear sound of hoofbeats rang out, and a sword crossed, decapitating the head of the defender. The land of 100 cities is indeed full of wicked people. Liu looked at the bawling little girl and continued to ride forward. The little girl raised her head and looked at Liu's gradually fading back. "Is evil everywhere? Can a wicked man kill his own mother at will? Then I'll be evil too. The evil one who is more evil than all, so that no one will dare to kill my mother again." For some reason, perhaps unbeknownst to her, a wry, rueful smile curled the corners of her mouth. Then while crying, he dragged his mother's body back into the room. The door to the room closed. It was as if a world had been shut off. A whole half-day had passed before the sounds of killing in Yuma City faded away. The Tianjie army and the great Tangfoot soldiers threw a body onto a crate, and then uniformly threw it into the burial pit dug out outside the city. In the entire city, other than the sounds made by the Tianjie army and the great Tangfoot soldiers, not a single sound came out. It's as if this is an empty city. But in reality, there would be no less than 30,000 people in Yuma City, and on some of the black iron ore hills outside the city, there were at least 20,000 to 30,000 miners, digging black iron ore day and night. Liu stood on the 5-story high city lord's mansion and looked down on the entire city. The whole city was pretty neat. At least the roads had been repaired and there were no potholes. Rows and rows of private houses lined out, densely packed close together, and around the city lord's mansion, there were quite a few luxurious mansions, obviously the original high-level residences of Jade Mountain City. Not far away, there was another rather luxurious, 4-story tall huge building, and there was the most infamous Wicked Tavern in Jade Mountain City. "This is a city we are going to take over. Bite Jean. You leave 300 great Tangfoot soldiers behind to guard this place. I'll have Tianfeng arrange for a few people to come and try the sins of the city. Anyone who does serious evil, young or old, kill them all. Those who are lesser evils are sent to the mines to dig. You arrange for the middle and lower ranking officers who remain within the great Tangfoot soldiers to oversee the trial process." Liu ordered. "Yes, Lord." Cheng Bite led the way. Liu walked down to the 5th floor of the city lord's mansion and came to the martial arts field of the city lord's mansion, his mind resting on the 10,000 people's purple diagram. This time a large amount of the power of the past life was intercepted. It's time to summon the 4th man. This time, which one of these people will come out of the world? Is it a famous general or a famous man? His heart was full of anticipation. He especially looks forward to each call. Chapter 32, using miles of easy water as a sword. The wind is chilly and the water is easy to chill. In his mind, the purple diagram of the 10,000 people sank and floated. Supreme, the power of the next life, 12,033 channels. More than 50% of the released human Jia are promoted to the 3rd level of Tongi. Summoning the 1st-class human Jia again consumes 5,000 power of the past life. And the newly released human Jia's initial cultivation is at the 3rd level of Tongi. Sure enough, summoning the cultivation of the Outworlder has risen once again. Liu had a smile on his face. A human expert of the Tongi layer had strength at the peak of Tongi. A Manjie at the 2nd level of Tongi was at the 2nd level of the Tongi peak, which was the feudal marquis level in terms of strength. A Manjie of the 3rd level of Tongi was at the 3rd level of the peak of Tongi, which was the Seal King level in terms of strength. "Summon," he immediately said. At once, the figure of a first-rate man of the world flashed across the purple map of the 10,000 peoples. The most famous generals are among them, followed by famous ministers. After all, in the history of China, More than 70% of those who can remain famous for thousands of years belong to these two. A few moments later, the scene is framed on the edge of a long river. A man in a simple robe with his black hair flying, his back to the crowd. Behind him were a number of people dressed in white and wearing white hats to see him off. And there were others who struck the building, all weeping and weeping profusely. The long river surged and set off 10,000 miles of waves. And as the swordsman stretched out his left hand, it was as if he held the 10,000 miles of river in his hand and it became his sword. Millions of sword chi flew across the dome of the sky, so vast and boundless that it tore the sky apart. The next moment, the image shattered. Who's this? Li Yu was alarmed. With a sword? A lot of people crying by the river to see them off? Is this going to some great thing where you know you're going to die but you have to go? A name flashed through his mind, finally locking onto a name that had been passed down through the ages. The wind and the water are cold. Once a strong man is gone, he will never return. It's Jing Ku, one of the 5 great assassins of the Warring States period. Jing Ku, who assassinated King Yingzheng of Qin. Li Yu muttered. Soundless, a puddle of clear water coalesced in front of him, which flowed upwards and in the blink of an eye formed a man wearing a plain robe. The man was unusual looking, except for his eyes, which were bright and clear. The black hair at the back of his head flew in the wind, appearing dashing and uninhibited, but implying a bit of melancholy. He did not hold a sword, and there was not a trace of the sharpness of a swordsman to be seen on his body, as if he were an ordinary man. Jing Ku, greetings to the Lord. The man clasped his fists and saluted, his voice calm. No need to be polite. Li Yu reached out and helped the famous assassin as well as swordsman in front of him up. It really is Jing Ku. He looked at the words that appeared on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. Name, Jing Ku. Table word, subfields. Rank, first class master. Realm, Tony 3. Cultivation progress, 1%. Daily cultivation can roughly increase by 10%. Physique, innate Yishui sword body. Technique, Yishui sword scripture. Sword Dao physique. Li Yu's eyes flickered. The previous image on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples was quite shocking. Millions of sword chi across the sky, with miles of river as the sword. This is Jing Ku. Thank you, Lord. Jing Ku got up, still standing calmly and quietly. It is a far cry from the bold and capricious, generous and fearless character recorded in history. Li Yu thinks. Most likely the unsuccessful assassination of the king of Qin has made this one become melancholic. Ji Fei, you will stay by my side and be responsible for guarding my safety. He patted Jing Ku's shoulder and squared his shoulders. The cultivation of the second level of Tong Yu was already considered a party of experts when placed in the Great Chu dynasty. But what he's doing now, that's rebellion. The ones that the De Chu dynasty could send against him were basically at the peak of Tongyi. Facing the peak of Tongyi, his tiny Tongyi second layer was nothing at all. After all, it wasn't like he was a human genius who could possess a feudal lord-level battle power with a cultivation at the second level of Tongyi. So, he had a sense of crisis from time to time, and usually stayed next to Luo Yi or Chang Daojin, or at the very least, next to Tian Feng. In the previous battle of attacking Yuma City, Luo Yi was always at his side and did not participate in the battle. It's okay now. Jing Ku came out of the world, perfectly capable of guarding his safety. Luo Yi and Chang Daojin could completely utilize all their strength without having to care about his well-being. Don't worry, Lord. With Jing Ku here, no one can ever hurt the Lord in any way. Though Jing Ku's voice was still calm, there was a sense of decisiveness and a sense that he would do it even if he died. I'm relieved to have you. Li Yu smiled. Jing Ku of the third level of the Tongyi realm. In terms of fighting alone, he should not be weaker than Luo Yi and Chang Daojin. Placed in the Great Chu dynasty, that would be the pinnacle of Seal King level powerhouses. Jing Ku clasped his fists, and his entire body instantly dissipated into clear water and disappeared. Li Yu turned around and didn't realize where Jing Ku was hiding. The eyes of Chang Daojin, who always stood next to him, flickered, his gaze looking towards the shadow of his lord with some hesitation. Is it hidden in there? Even as strong as he was, he couldn't be sure. The other party's aura was so faint and light that it almost didn't exist in general. It made him quite marvelous in his mind. Jing Ku is Jing Ku. Is this the tactics of one of the 5 assassins of the Warring States? Awesome. Worthy of an existence that dares to assassinate King Yingzheng of Qin. Li Yu was satisfied. A hidden bottom is the best bottom, he decided. Will not let Jing Ku show up until it is necessary. If the Great Chu dynasty felt that he had no more strong guards around him and sent a peak Tony to assassinate him, then the Great Chu dynasty could have one less peak Tony powerhouse. There are still 7,003 channels of the power of the past life. He looked at the remaining power of the past life in his mind and pondered slightly. The previous battle had already demonstrated the importance of the Heavenly Festival Army, the Great Tang foot soldiers. If it wasn't for the pursuit of the 2 armies, the 5,000 defenders of that Yuma city would have definitely fled, most of them. and even then, there were still thousands of defenders who fled. After all, the Tianjie army and the Great Tang foot soldiers were insufficient in number, adding up to only 600. It simply can't block off the entire city. Plus there were also some great villains of the Tongyi realm who were fleeing around, and a small number of them were also killed by the Tianjie army and the Great Tang foot soldiers. And the rest of the action is all about killing. This requires more soldiers. This is the way to maximize the benefits and intercept more of the power of passing on to the next life. Summon 500 Great Tang foot soldiers. Summon 200 of the Heavenly Festival army. He thought about it and decided. Time to. In the martial arts field in front of him, 700 soldiers appeared out of thin air, and a terrifying baleful aura rose up to the sky. The two armies were slightly different in dress code, but both were affiliated with the Great Tang. A thunderous light grew around one, and a dragon's roar faintly emanated from the other. Even if it hadn't formed a divine and demonic army formation yet, there was the slightest hint of a vision. Greetings, Lord. Greetings, General. 700 soldiers dropped to one knee, their voices low. The generals are excused. Li Yu opened his mouth. In this way, the Tianjie army under Luo Yi's command amounted to 1,200, of which 300 were in Xingyang City, 500 in Xingyang Pass, and 400 could be utilized. And Sheng Biaojin had 900 Great Tang foot soldiers under his command, of which 300 were to remain in Yuma City, and 600 could be utilized. Of course, Luo Yi also had the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun under his command. My lord, there are messengers from the self-proclaimed suffering relief cult who want to see you. At this time a team leader of the Great Tang foot soldiers came in from outside and respectfully saluted. Relief of suffering? The religion of salvation that proclaims all beings suffer and I am the only one who can help? The strongest force in the land of 100 cities? Li Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he walked towards the hall of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 33, Holy Sect Holy Daughter. The number one powerhouse of the three dynasties. The hall of the city lord's residence. Li Yu walked in from the outside, and at a glance he saw the two young women sitting on one side of the room. They were both dressed in long blue robes, their hair tied back in the shape of pills, showy and dignified, their frames sitting up straight. The two men were of superior appearance, fair-skinned, and had the solemnity of missionaries. You're Li Yu? The woman at the first place on the left side, with 3 lotus flowers on her sleeves, saw Li Yu come in and immediately spoke out. There was no respect in his voice, but rather a sense of being superior and looking at the world as if it were a lamb. I am. But did I ask you to talk? Li Yu's gaze was calm as he sat on the main seat of the hall and looked at the other party expressionlessly. Come up and question him? Relief of suffering? This was supposed to be one of his main goals in entering the land of 100 cities. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Lu Yufu's face instantly went cold. As one of the 3 flower walkers of the Saving Bitterness sect, she represented the majesty of the Saving Bitterness sect when she was outside, walking anywhere in the 100 cities land. There was no one who dared to talk to her like that. She had long ago gotten used to the world treating her with respect. In her eyes, the world is merely grazing lambs, and she was clear. The Li Yu in front of him was merely relying on the fact that he had 2 peak Tony and a powerful cavalry of 18 men under his command. But what was that to them? The Relief and Suffering sect. They, the Saving Bitterness sect, were the number one force in the 100 cities land. Which of the 7 Dharma kings, the 2 great prophets, and the head and deputy heads of the sect were not at the peak of the Tongyi? After all, they saved the suffering of the church. It was once the state religion of the former dynasty of the Dachu dynasty, the Daxin dynasty. I asked you, did I tell you to talk? Li Yu was still looking at her with an expressionless face. Compared to the Great Chu dynasty, the Relief and Suffering sect would be too weak. Although there were quite a few Tongyi peaks, most of them were just unusual Tongyi peaks, and there were even fewer feudal marquee levels. As for the Great Chu dynasty's Tongyi peak, as long as they possessed the rank of first grade officer, after adding the power of the dynasty's chi, they were all able to have feudal lord-level battle power. Back then, in Chu-Du, there were 8 or 9 peak Tongyi powerhouses as far as he knew. And that's just what he knows. What he doesn't know. What about outside Chudu? What about the 3 universities? Well, I'm done with you. Lu Yufu had an iron color. No longer seeing the slightest bit of showmanship and modesty, she coldly said, Li Yu, Yuma City is the territory of my Saving Bitterness sect, and Ma Tai has agreed to join my Saving Bitterness sect to become a Dharma king. You must compensate my Relief Bitterness sect's population of 20,000 for killing Ma Tai, and you are limited to 5 days to move from the city of Xingyang. Also, you are to immediately withdraw your troops back within the Xingyang Pass, and Yuma City is to be handed back to my Saving Bitterness sect, with another 100,000 taels of silver compensated to my sect to reorganize the Yuma City garrison. Her voice still carried the implication of being superior and looking at her like a lamb. Li Yu's face was expressionless. He scanned the three flower walker of the relief cult. As far as he knew, the three flowers walking of the Salvation sect already belonged to the top echelon of the Salvation sect, with a status second only to the Dharma King. But a high-ranking person who would say something so brain-dead? Is it because you've spent your whole life in this little place in the land of 100 cities, and you've gotten used to taking what you want? It's just that some of the wine bags in the Dechu courtroom can't possibly say such brain-dead words. Is that what you think? Or is it the idea of the higher-ups of your relief sect? He said calmly. This is an order that has come from the Lord Prophet of my religion. Li Yu, I advise you to follow Lord Prophet's orders immediately, or it will be too late for you to repent when Lord Prophet descends. Lu Yufu sneered. Prophet? Li Yu's face was indifferent. Then let your prophet come. Let's see how big a face he has. Lu Yufu stood up fiercely. She stared at Li Yu dead on, and said angrily, how dare you insult Lord Prophet? The other young woman next to her stood up angrily as well, her gaze grim. Pull them out and behead them. Li Yu waved his hand. What? Li Yu, you dare to kill us? You're crazy. I represent the Saving Bitterness sect. I am the three flower walking of the Saving Bitterness sect. Lu Yufu let out a scream of disbelief. But by this time, Yen Yi and Yen Er had already stepped forward to press the two women down. The two women immediately resisted. One Tawny first floor, one Tawny second floor. Both of them were at the age of 25 or 26, and having this cultivation level naturally belonged to geniuses. However, facing Yen Yi and Yen Er, there was no resistance at all. After all, Yen Yi and Yen Er of the Tawny second layer would not be weaker than those of the Tawny seventh layer. As a rare number of Jedi soldiers, in terms of personal combat power, definitely belongs to the strongest ranks of all Jedi soldiers. The two screamed, hollered, and threatened, but were quickly silenced by Yen 1 and Yen 2. A few moments later, Yen Yi returned and clasped his fists. My lord, it has been beheaded. Li Yu nodded with a calm face as he looked towards Luo Yi, who walked in from outside and ordered, Zi Yen and Bite Jin, lead your troops and set off as planned. Originally, he had planned to follow Chang Bite. However, Jing Ke came out of the world, so that he was guarded by a man of honor. So naturally he did not have to follow Chang Biaojin anymore. Without him by his side, Chang Bite can only utilize all his strength. Yes, Lord. Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin saluted. It was only an hour, and both armies were able to make it to the next city before dark. Soldiers are precious. Together with the more than 1,000 warhorses obtained from Jade Horse City, it was enough for the 400 Tianjie troops and 600 Great Tang foot soldiers under the two men's command to ride and make their way. The performance of a warhorse is naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary horse. It didn't take long. The northern gate of Yuma City opened, and two armies came out in a line, one heading northeast and the other northwest. Li Yu stood on the city wall and watched the two armies go away. There are now 2,100 first-class soldiers, but not nearly enough. He made a fist, and the next enhancement will mainly depend on how far Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin can kill. For the Chu army, he took it seriously. After all, it was Chu Wei who came, one of the king's armies of Dechu. There are three armies in the middle of Kyoto in the Dechu dynasty. One of them was the Primus Guard, which was mainly responsible for Kyoto's city defense matters, and the Primus Guard was already an absolute elite, with soldiers having a minimum of the 6th level of body refining cultivation. That's more than even the garrison of Xingyang Pass. The second is Chu Wei. It was an ace army stationed in the vicinity of Dechu's Kyoto, and the soldiers basically all had peak body refining cultivation, and even some of the sure leaders had to have chi-eating realm cultivation. As for the third, it was the king's guards that guarded the royal palace. Not many in number, even all of them consisted of eunuchs, but it was rumored that each of them were in the chi-eating realm. 20,000 Chu guards, all of them have ranks from the 9th rank, and even in a wild battle they can obtain the power of the Great Chu's chi to add to their strength. Under the enchantment, the battle power can barely cross into the chi-eating realm. It's equal to 20,000 chi-eating battle power. The entire army only has 50,000 men, but it's one of the three strongest kingpin armies of the Great Chu dynasty. Although the Heavenly Festival Army and the Great Tang foot soldiers were strong, he wouldn't underestimate the kingpin army of the Great Chu dynasty. And with such trump cards, the God Machine Tool crossbow was equipped with a lot of them. On top of that there are the rest of the bed crossbows, poisoned arrows, rockets, and a host of other means. How can you fight without enough soldiers? Report, my lord. There is someone at Xingyang Pass claiming to be the Holy Maiden of the Holy Sect and wants to see you. At that moment, a Heavenly Festival army came dustily and reported. Holy Church? Li Yu frowned slightly. We just killed the 3 flower walkers of the Relief Sect, and now the Holy Sect is here again? For the Holy Sect, however, he valued it far more than he did the Relief Sect. The Relief of Bitterness sect was the state religion of the former dynasty of the Great Chu frontier, and already belonged to the land of 100 cities where it hid and languished. But the Holy Church is different. This is the state religion of the Shang dynasty, the sacred sect master, known as the #1 powerhouse of the Great Shang dynasty. There were even rumors that this was the #1 powerhouse of the three great royal dynasties of Chu, Zhang, and Shang. Chapter 34, Holy Teaching Aid. Marry the Heavenly Maiden and become a great sacred official? Outside the Xingyang Pass, the alternate Holy Maiden with a pair of peach blossom eyes sat boredly in the tea stall, her left hand propped up on her chin. Still dressed in a white dress with a white veil over her face, she boredly scribbled on the tabletop with her tea. First there was an ugly drawing of a turtle, and then there was a drawing of a man standing on the turtle with a curved gun in his hand. Next to her, the middle-aged woman's face was helpless, and the corners of her mouth twitched as she looked at what the Holy Maiden had drawn. If she was not mistaken, the man standing on the turtle with the curved lance should be the Holy Lord. After all, the Holy Lord's weapon was the 10,000 Dragon Mountain breaking gun. Miss, we're just going to meet Liu straight away? She spoke with a slight frown on her willow brow. She felt a little less safe. After all, that was a figure who dared to raise a rebellion during the heyday of the Great Chu dynasty. What can't be done? Her own young lady was so beautiful, even more beautiful than that what's it the first excellent beauty of the Chu, Zhao Yu Hui. In case something happened, how could she explain it to the sacred lord? I've researched Li Yu's intel. This person is extremely principled, and in the last year, he once made a plan to help his father, Li Chang, completely annihilate a 20,000-man army of the Dajian dynasty. In that battle there were more than 300 people from the Dajian dynasty who accidentally fled into the center of the battlefield to escape the war. Li Yu, however, did not kill these 300 or so people as if they were Dajian soldiers altogether, so it is evident that this person does things. Shi Chuxia slowly opened her mouth, and although her voice seemed lazy, it was extremely organized. Still drawing on the table with her right hand, she drew one more man standing by with a simple crown on his head, two men riding the same ugly turtle. Also, this man has come to occupy Yenshan City and has committed no offense against the people in autumn, but has only slaughtered the three great clans that fish and flesh the countryside. The generals under his command are forbidden to do anything, and nothing has happened to violate the people. It's unbelievable that an army of rebels would not offend the people. Such a person, if there is no hatred and no conflict of interest, will not turn against me. Shi Chuxia clapped her hands. Looking at her perfect painting on the table, she was very satisfied. She feels she has a particular talent for painting. When I go back, I must find a drawing teacher and learn how to draw. Shi Chuxia will definitely become a generation of painting saints. The middle-aged woman nodded. Just looking at the tabletop like a child scrawl, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch again. It's a 5-year-old child. It's not even drawn like this. Tap. The sound of horses' hooves came from Xingyang Pass as a line of hundreds of riders rushed out. With a sweep of his gaze, Li Yu saw the young woman sitting in the tea stall with a rather bored look. Even though the other party was wearing a veil, he could tell that the other party shouldn't be more than 20 years old. He rolled off his horse and walked into the tea stall. Behind them, the 100 Tianjia troops followed suit and rolled off their horses, standing outside the tea stall in silence. Truly a rare elite in the world. The Northern Zhou army could never have such elite. I also wonder where this Li Yu was found, and what kind of person is that Luo Yi, to actually be able to train such terrifying elites. The middle-aged woman stood up and gazed deeply at the 100 heavenly festival army outside the tea stall. Though the 100 was nothing to her, but compared to the kingpins of the dynasty, it was clear that these 100 men were a cut above. But brotherly? My little daughter Shi Chuxia, meet brotherly. Shi Chuxia also stood up and clasped her fists towards Li Yu, with the look of a child of the Jianghu who does not take small precautions. The pair of peach blossom eyes that were revealed were watery and mesmerizing, even if you couldn't see the real face under the veil. Li Yu, meet Ms. Shi. Li Yu's eyes flashed with a flash of amazement, and he clasped his fists as a return greeting. It was the first time he had seen such beautiful eyes. Even the Princess Zhao Yuehao of Dechu, who knelt in front of him that day and could let him take whatever he wanted, was inferior. And Shi Chuxia is very polite. Compared to that bitter saving sex 3 flower walking from before, it was simply beyond more than one level. Though one is an extinguished once state religion, one is a state religion in its rightful prime, but they are also both state religions, and it's amazing how much worse they are in terms of etiquette. As expected, after spending a long time in a small place like the land of 100 cities, acting as a bully and oppressing the people, there was no longer the underpinnings of the state religion that once existed. Brotherly, please don't be offended if I take the liberty of disturbing you this time. Shi Chuxia laughed softly. The voice was soft and gentle, with lethargy and softness, making one's heart itch to hear it. No harm done. I don't know what miss she wants to see me about. Li Yu's face was calm as he inquired. How could a holy daughter of a holy religion come to the door for no reason? Brother Li is quick to speak, so I won't play dumb. I'm here to deliver money to Brother Li. Chixia stretched out her hand and the middle-aged woman next to her immediately took out a stack of silver tickets from her bosom and placed them on the table. Li Yu swept his eyes. The silver bills were all from the largest money bank of the Great Chu dynasty, and the top one was in the denomination of 1,000 taels of silver. This is also the largest denomination of silver bills in the Chu dynasty, and I'm afraid there are no less than 500 sheets in this thick stack. If all of them were in denominations of 1,000 taels of silver, that would be 500,000 taels of silver. He was surprised in his mind. 500,000 taels of silver. What's the concept? He had copied the three major families in Yenshan City, and the money and grain he had obtained added up to almost 10,000 taels of silver, not counting the real estate in the fields, of course, and he had exterminated a large number of Yen blade bandits who had been smuggling to the Daejian dynasty, and the money, food, weapons, and war horses combined would not have exceeded 30,000 taels of silver. 500,000 taels is definitely a huge amount of money. Here is 500,000 taels of silver. Besides, my sect can also arrange for 5 peak Tomi powerhouses to assist Brother Li. Among them will be a top powerhouse of the feudal marquis level, the second level of the Tomi peak. Other than that, through the land of the 100 cities, our sect will also be able to aid Brother Li with 30,000 pairs of armor, 30,000 war swords, 10,000 longbows, 300,000 arrows, 3,000 war horses, and 50 million pounds of grain. Chixia said with a smile. Li Yu marveled. Nice guy. $500,000 of silver seems to be just a meet and greet gift. This latter is the big one. The holy religion was worthy of being the state religion of the great Qing dynasty, and it was really rich and generous, but he knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch. A very important reason why the holy religion had invested so much in him was because they wanted him to deplete the power of the Chu dynasty. The three major royal dynasties, Chu, Zhan and Shang, were not on good terms with each other, and they all share borders with each other, and the borderlands are fought over all the time. But with such a large investment, naturally, he can't be allowed to whore himself out for nothing. That's a big deal. This makes me realize how amazing the depths of a party's dynasty are. He sighed, looking at Chixia in front of him, who seems to be carrying a smile even on her peach blossom eyes. He directly opens his mouth. Ms. What does your sect want from me? It's simple. Chixia is still smiling. Her voice is better than a lark. The fact that I came in person is enough to represent the sincerity of my sect. All that is required is for Brother Li to marry one of our sect's heavenly maidens and join our sect as a great sage official. This is beneficial to Brother Li without any harm. Brother Li shouldn't refuse, right? Chapter 35, the once great Chu war god, Tian Feng was injured. There are two provinces in the north. One is the northern border province and the other is the Linbei province. The northern border prefecture bordered with the Dejiang dynasty, and it was also right next to the Reflecting Moon Mountain Range to the east. The Reflecting Moon Mountain Range was vast and stretched for more than 10,000 miles, sweeping all the way down from the Daejian dynasty in the north, like a vast dragon prostrate in the easternmost part of the two major dynasties. The Reflecting Moon Mountain Range was unattainable, with two major alien races inhabiting the edges of it. The Four-Armed Clan, the Serpent-Scaled Clan. Among them, a large number of snake-scale clans were spread out to live on the edge of the Yingyu Mountain Range near the Great Chu dynasty. The Chu had sent heavy troops to take care of the defense against the snake-scale race. One of them was the Zhaoshan army, which was located at the place where the northern border prefecture met the Reflecting Moon Mountain Range, where a huge barrier was constructed, with 100,000 Zhaoshan troops stationed there for years and years. At this point, Zhaoshan army center camp. The lord of the Zhaoshan army and king of Zhaoshan, Zhao Yuan, sat in the main seat, his face majestic. He was from the royal family of Chu. That's why he was able to be crowned king. The founding monarch of the Great Chu dynasty not only swept away all clans and sects, but also set the rule that only the royal family could be crowned as lords and kings in the Great Chu for eternity. His Majesty has ordered me to lead the army and work with He Gong to besiege Liu, who has occupied Yenshan City. He spoke slowly. There were two people sitting below. The man on the left was wearing a scribe's robe and frowned. If the king goes, who will stop that snake ruler? From the fact that Chu had stationed so many troops here, it was clear that the snake scale race was strong. I've already gone a letter to ask the previous generation's palace master of the Sword Palace to come over and help this king sit in on the town. He is at the Seal King level, not weaker than this king, and can hold off the snake monarch. King Zhaoshan calmly said. His voice seemed ever so calm and level. And please, your majesty, go and return quickly. The military advisor Tian Wenyu, who wore the robes of a scribe, bowed and said, "Don't worry, this time I'll bring Jing Nan and Zheng Han with me, plus He Gong and Wei Jubian. All four of them will be able to utilize feudal marquis level battle power after they add their national fortune. There is also the Hall of Blades coming out with an overwhelming blade, which is 5 feudal marquis level warriors, count the king again, as well as 20,000 Chu guards and 20,000 Zhashan troops. It's enough to easily step on Yanshan City." King Zhashan's voice was flat. His eyes were full of confidence and dominance. "It's been a long time since I left Zhashan Pass. I'm afraid the world has forgotten that Zhao Yuan was the great Chu war god who single-handedly killed Deshang and chopped off 4 Peak Tony and returned. Then let the blood of the Tongi Peak of Yen Mountain City make the world remember his name. Zhao Yuan. Once again, Your Highness, in a month and a half it will be the young prince's bar mitzvah, so don't forget to come back for it." The other man below spoke with a smile. He was also one of the military advisors of the Zhashan army. "Ha ha, my Zhao Yuan son has come of age, so naturally I, his father, need to preside." Zhao Yuan laughed freely. "Marrying the heavenly maiden? Become a grand sage officer?" Li Yu's face was calm. He had heard of the heavenly maidens of the holy sect. All of them were heavenly, and they were proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry and dance, and their status in the holy sect was not low. Moreover, the heavenly maidens were often no more than 20 years old, but would have the cultivation of the Tani realm. It was evident that every heavenly maiden was a person of great talent. Looks, figure, talent, literary talent, song and dance, are all top-notch to become a holy religious celestial maiden. As for the Grand Sage Officer, that was even more of a position in the holy religion, second only to the Holy Lord and the red-robed Grand Sacred Officer. The status was so high that it was no less than the rank of a first-ranking official in the Dashing dynasty, both the Heavenly Maiden and the Great and Holy Officer. In the middle of the Great Shang dynasty, it was all out of reach for an unknown number of people. Even the princes of the Great Shang dynasty, if they were not the most favored, were equally unattainable. But he had heard that the sacred sect Heavenly Maiden cultivated a very bizarre technique. Those who have intercourse with them, the more often they have intercourse, become more and more convinced of the teachings of the Holy Church, and even become extraordinarily fanatical. And the Grand Sage, it is rumored that they will be preached to in their dreams by the Holy One who is enshrined in the holy religion, and that thereafter they must obey the will of the Holy One or else they will become insane. Miss Shi, the position of Heavenly Maiden and Great Sacred Officer of your sect, I am too blessedly shallow to bear it. Li Yu shook his head and directly refused. Just kidding. These things may look good, but in reality he is not lacking. The money would naturally bring back quite a bit after Luo Yi and Chang Diaojin wreaked havoc in the land of 100 cities. Grain Tianfeng could divine farmer together accelerate the planting, and when Tianfeng's cultivation level rose all the way up, he would be able to harvest more grain per day. As for weapons and equipment, the summoned soldiers are all self-contained, and as for the Beishio army, what you get from the Xingyang army will suffice for now, and when he destroys the Chu army that came outside, he will be able to even have a lot more equipment, and he won't even be able to use it up. There was also the assistance of a peak Tony powerhouse. He would need even less. Instead, a few more outsider Tony peaks would make him feel very unsafe. So the assistance from the other side was nothing he desperately needed. That is, the other side felt he desperately needed them. Brother Li, do you really refuse? There is no one else who will help you like that except my religion. The smile on Shi Chuxiao's face remained unchanged as she once again said, "Thank you for your religion's kindness." Heartfelt. Li Yu shook his head. There's not a lot of benefits, but a whole lot of after effects. What's he going to do here? I'm very optimistic about Brother Li. But here's a message for Brother Li. The King of Chu has given orders to King Zhashan to lead the army to cooperate with Great General He Gong of Xinhua. Also on the One-Hearted Blade Hall, an absolute blade has descended the mountain, heading straight for Yanshan City. Shi Chuxia smiled. The words fell. She stood up in style, her body leaping up to land on the back of an extraordinarily spirited white horse by the tea stall. Brother Li, I'll see you again. Tap. The white horse raised its hooves and headed towards Xingyang City. The middle-aged woman also clasped her fists to Li Yu and leaped onto another warhorse to follow far away. King Zhashan, one of the best knives in the Hall of Knives. Li Yu gently gripped the teacup in his hand. His face was grave, but more calm. There are already 4 men under his command. Luo Yi and Chang Diaojin also began to fight in the land of 100 cities. The power of the past life will continue to flow. What does he have to fear? Back to Yanshan City, he ordered, walking out of the tea stall. Yes, 100 Sky Festival troops led the way. These 100 Tianjia troops were deployed by him from Xingyang Pass. There were originally 500 Tianjia troops at Xingyang Pass, but 200 of them escorted the surrendered troops to Yanshan City, and he transferred out 100 again, leaving 200 at Xingyang Pass. However, now that Yuma Castle has been taken, there are 300 great Tang foot soldiers within it, which is more than enough to work with the defense. After all, Luo Yi and Chang Gaojin were charging and attacking in the front, and at most some routed soldiers fled over, which was not worth mentioning. By the time Li Yu returned to Yanshan City, it was already nighttime. However, when he saw Tianfeng again, he was taken aback. Tianfeng is hurt. The left shoulder was bandaged, and there were hints of blood staining the gauze red. Yuan Hao, how is the injury? What's this about? He frowned tightly. Although the way of the warlock was not good at killing, Tianfeng had said that they all had the power to defend themselves in front of Bai Yijian. How did you get hurt? Could it be that a Seal King level, Tony Peak 3rd level, more powerful than Bai Yijian had appeared? Chapter 36, Jing Ke strikes to assassinate the first assassin of Dechu. My lord, my injuries are fine. Just a little skin wound. Ran into that great Chu's #1 assassin, Zhao Fenghua. He was found hiding in the county courthouse by me, and I made my move on him only after I was well prepared, not realizing that the first sword he unsheathed was so sharp and swift. It's a shame he wasn't left behind. Tianfeng shook his head and sighed lightly. The way of the warlock was still not good at killing in the end, and even though he did his best to draw in 10 miles of wind, he still let the other party run away injured. The first assassin of Great Chu, Zhao Fenghua? Li Yu had an icy look on his face. Obviously, the opponent was lurking in the middle of the county courthouse, and the real target to assassinate was him. It was just that he had gone out of Yanshan City yesterday, so he hadn't bumped into each other. As for why the other party had come to assassinate him, he wasn't surprised. There is a fearful assassin organization in Dechu, the 13 Sword Mausoleum. This assassin organization had completed many missions to assassinate peak Tony powerhouses, and rumor had it that behind the 13 sword tombs was the Dechu royal family. There was even a rumor that the #1 assassin of the 13 Sword Mausoleum, Zhao Fenghua, was originally from the royal family. The Lord must be careful. This person should have practiced a sword drawing type of sword technique, sheathing a very stunning sword with a power comparable to a Seal King level strike. Tianfeng's face was serious as he reminded. However, after he finished speaking, he gave a slight salute to the shadow at Li Yu's feet. And I ask that my fellow guardians of the Lord never be careless. The Lord's safety is more important than anything else. Although the way of the warlock is not good at killing, but he walks as one of the ways of the wind, and has the innate divine wind body. The wind is everywhere. Any hiding method almost cannot hide from him. That 13 Sword Mausoleum first assassin, Zhao Fenghua, thought he was being stealthy, but he was easily discovered by Tianfeng. When Jingku is here, no one can hurt the Lord. A calm voice came out, sounding flat but giving off a sense of unwavering determination. So it's the righteous Jingku. It dawned on Tianfeng that who doesn't know about Jingku's assassination of the king of Qin? With such an assassin of the ages guarding his lord's side, he immediately felt much more relaxed. Yuan Hao, how strong is that Zhao Fenghua? Li Yu inquired. With such a strong killer at his side, even with Jingku guarding him, he was like a fish in his throat. It must be extracted. Moreover, this first assassin was able to stab Tianfeng, which was really dangerous. There's a feudal marquis level of battle power, but a sheathed sword has the power of a sealed king. If we compare it to Bai Yijian, I'm afraid it's not comparable. Tianfeng said with a straight face. Feudal class. Li Yu's eyes narrowed. With Jingku's strength, he would naturally be able to defeat the other party. After all, Jingku's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of Tony, and his strength should not be weaker than the Seal King level, but easy to defeat, hard to kill. One assassin was bent on escaping, and even if another, stronger assassin chased after him, he found it difficult to kill completely. But if Tianfeng cooperates, he believed that the other party would never be able to escape. The only problem now is how to find each other. Does the Lord want to completely kill Zhao Fenghua? Tianfeng inquired, sensing his words. Naturally, with such a top assassin in the city, how can we feel at ease in dealing with the Chu army? Li Yu's voice carried a bit of killing intent. Even though Jingku is there, to be on the safe side, it's better to gather the 300 Tianjia troops as well. As for his location, as long as he is still in the city of Yanshan, the winds of heaven and earth will tell me where he is, Tianfeng said in a deep voice. Earlier in the day there had been 200 Tianjia troops escorting 6,000 of Xinjiang's surrendered troops. This is not a captive, but a descending army. Coupled with the fact that there were no more Tony-level generals, he handled it with natural ease. The 6,000 surrendered troops have been broken up and organized, and given directly to the 1,000 northern showers. A northern showman with 6 descending soldiers is not difficult. After a long time, these 6,000 surrendered troops naturally settled down and would not be as terrified as they are now. And the 200 Tianjia troops stayed in Yanshan City, together with the 100 heavenly sectors that Li Yu had brought back. There were a total of 300 men. The way of the wind. It's really powerful. Li Yu marveled. He had just thought that it would be extremely difficult to find this Great Chu's #1 assassin. After all, as an assassin, the basic skill is to hide. Not to mention that the other party was also the #1 assassin in Chu. You walk past each other and probably don't even realize that the other person will be a terrifying killer. But I didn't expect it. Tianfeng was so powerful that he could actually probe the entire city with the power of the wind. It's not too late. Get rid of him first, he ordered. The moon is dark and the wind is high. A dark cloud covered the bright moon, and no starlight could fall from the sky. The whole world was pitch black. Not so much that you couldn't see out of the corner of your hand, but it was awfully dark. In an ordinary private house in Yanshan City, an old woman with a hunched back and a wrinkled face was cooking noodles with stiff movements. Her eyes were white and she looked very empty, as if she was just mechanically doing the familiar things she used to do. On the bed behind him, Zhao Futuo's face was cold and indifferent, holding a silk scarf as he was wiping the famous sword See No Blood that had terrified an unknown number of people. It's an evil sword. Legend has it that the owners of the See No Blood will all die horribly. Zhao Fenghua never believed in evil. He had been in charge of the Unseen Blood for 18 years until now, and there were 9 peak Tony powerhouses who had died under the Unseen Blood sword. That man's methods are truly bizarre. Never seen anyone able to attack with wind. A few moments of thought were hidden under his cold countenance. Such bizarre tactics. What is this person's origin? So what's the secret behind Li Yu? He had come to Yanshan City, and in fact, his first mission was not to kill, but to spy. It was the second mission that was to assassinate Li Yu. Inexplicably, a Luo Yi appeared, along with 18 cavalrymen who could unite to become terrifying monsters. None of these were like the tactics of the 3 great royal dynasties. So naturally, some people wanted to know the truth. Pity, nothing has been scoped out. That Li Yu seems to be out of the city as well. I don't know where he's hiding. Both tasks, I'm afraid, are difficult to accomplish. His face remained cold, but the corner of his mouth curled into an excited smile. It's difficult. So he likes it. It was the feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife that would get him all worked up. Since Li Yu is hiding, then find a way to kill Tianfeng first. This person is not good at killing, although his methods are strange. But what do I have to fear? I, Zhao Fenghua, am the #1 assassin in Great Chu. In the world, in terms of the way of assassination, I, Zhao Fenghua, call myself the second. Who dares to call me the first? He was confident. As long as he found a chance to get close to his opponent, he was sure to kill him with a single blow. This was his Zhao Futuo's confidence. And just then, the water tank in the corner of the house overflowed with shallow fresh water. The clear water was turquoise blue, as if it was the cleanest sky, and it slowly flowed on the ground towards Zhao Feng's throat. Not a sound. There's not a hint of abnormality. Even Zhao Fenghua, who was the #1 assassin in Great Chu, didn't half notice. Chapter 37, Jing Ke's Unparalleled Sword. The first assassin died from assassination. 100 feet away from this private house, Tianfeng stood on the 3rd floor of an attic building, his large sleeves fluttering as he looked down. The wind around him surrounded his body, and the fresh wind whipped his face, even in the formation of a small tornado, making him look as if he was a god of the wind. On the street below, the 300 Heavenly Festival Army stood indifferently and silently, not making a single sound. It was as if they were 300 statues standing silently in the street. But around them, there was also wind flying, as if it could blow them 100 feet away at any time. In a private house, Zhao Fenghua was still wiping his famous sword. See No Blood. He was shady looking, with a thin body and gray hairs on his temples, obviously not too young. A pair of eyes were always as cold as ice, and an ordinary person would be terrified by a glance from him. But he didn't find out. The clear water on the floor had trickled down to the bed. Following a slow climb to the bed, Shimizu stretches upward. Turning his eyes formed the figure of Jing Ku. His face was calm as he looked down at Zhao Fenghua, who was sitting on the edge of the bed with his back to himself, polishing his sword. He held out his right hand. Water waves flowed, and a sparkling long sword emerged. The long sword stabbed out towards Zhao Feng's throat. There wasn't a single sound. Not even the air fluctuated halfway. However, the speed of the sword was extremely fast, like a lightning that could light up the entire night sky. The moment Zhao Fenhua's scalp tingled and his body's sweaty hairs stood on end. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. How is that possible? How could someone appear behind one's back without a sound in this heaven and earth? He, Zhao Fenghua, is the #1 assassin in Chu. When it comes to assassination in the world, he is the #1. Even amongst the Dezhan dynasty and Desheng dynasty, there was no killer stronger than him. But now, instead, someone appeared silently behind him to assassinate him. This is a big joke. He, Zhao Fenghua, would actually have a day where he was assassinated. I, Zhao Fenghua, can be killed. But I, Zhao Fenghua, can never die from assassination, he roared in his mind. Without even thinking about it, his body's true power erupted ferociously, and in the nick of time, the sword that was being wiped in his hand stabbed towards the person behind him. The light of the sword was like thunder. The whole dimly lit dwelling was illuminated with brilliant light. It was Zhao Fenhua's sword light that was faster than lightning. This sword had almost compared to the one he had unsheathed. Under the crisis of life and death, he stabbed out a peak sword. Under this sword, even the great Chu sword Saint Bai Yijian had to change color and immediately retreat. This was the sword that Zhao Fenghua put to death. He was going to use the same method to force the person behind him to withdraw his sword. The power of this sword had completely reached the Seal King level. But Jing Ke's face, however, remained calm, and he did not withdraw his sword. The long sword in his hand was still silent, but it was so fast that it stabbed into Zhao Fengjia's neck. The empty left hand lifted. A light grip. It was as if a 10,000 mile long river was roaring behind him, and a flash of sword light flew out from it. The sword light was like water, but it had the strength of 10,000 pounds. Bang! The sword light collided with Zhao Fenhua's peak sword. Tip of the sword to tip of the sword. The sword in Zhao Fenhua's hand instantly bent into an astonishing arc. No longer able to stab out a single sliver. That watery sword light looked soft and weak, but it seemed to be as strong as it was rigid. But it was at this time that the sound of the long sword in Jing Ke's hand piercing through Zhao Feng's throat's neck into the flesh came out. Zhao Fenghua sat dumbfounded on the edge of the bed. His left hand even remained in the motion of wiping the famous sword without seeing blood. Everything is too fast and too soon. It was so fast that even an ordinary Peak Tongyi powerhouse would have a hard time reacting to it. It was a sparring match between two top assassins. One sword thrust. Either you die or I live. Who are you? Zhao Fenghua said with difficulty. He didn't turn around. There was simply no strength left to turn around. But he was curious to know who it was. He, Zhao Fenghua, the #1 assassin in Chu, actually died in an assassination. How ridiculous this is. Over the past years, he had thought of many ways he could die, but it never occurred to him that he would be assassinated by another assassin. Jing Ke said calmly. He stood on the bed, his face calm as he looked down at this assassin below. That sword of the opponent's was already strong, but alas, met him Jing Ke, Thornhorn, the seal of approval killer. Ha ha ha. My Slayer lineage can actually give birth to a Seal King level powerhouse. Zhao Fenghua laughed miserably, followed by the rapid disappearance of his eyes, and his body collapsed onto the bed. Milky blood flowed out, staining the bed. Jing Ke looked at the other party. His body collapsed into a floor full of clear water, and in the twinkling of an eye the clear water returned to the tank, and everything seemed to have never happened. But the corpse of Zhao Fenghua, the #1 assassin of Dichu, on the bed plainly told the world what had happened here. Zhao Fenghua was directly assassinated by Jing Ke? Li Yu was all very shocked when he heard the news, although he knew that Jing Ke was very strong and shouldn't be weaker than a Seal King level powerhouse. But Zhao Fenghua, that is also the first killer of Dichu, feudal lord level. Strength is not weaker than the Dichu sword Saint White One sword. Such a top assassin, yet he was assassinated by Jing Ke? I'm afraid that if word gets out, I don't know how many people are going to have their jaws dropped in disbelief. He found out. One might still be underestimating Jing Ke. He was just treating Jing Ke as a Seal King level powerhouse. Yet, he did not treat the other party as a Sealed King level Jedi assassin. Right, a sword through the throat. Zhao Fenghua only had time to stab out. Tian Feng marveled. He understood very well that if this kind of supreme assassin was known to outsiders, he was afraid that not many people would be able to sit still. It's awesome. The #1 assassin in Chu was assassinated and died. He took out a long sword with a sheathed scabbard that was gray and nondescript. This is Zhao Fenhua's sword. The famous sword See No Blood. Li Yu took it. Draw your sword. A faint color of blood gushed out, and the sword was clear and light, but it strangely did not reflect any light. Among the 3 kingdoms of Dichu, Dezhan, and Deshang, there were 10 famous swords that had been rumored throughout the world, and this bloodless in front of me ranked 8th among the 10 famous swords. Sharp to the point of killing. Good sword indeed. Li Yu smiled, sheathed his sword, and casually placed it aside. He didn't use swords, and he didn't feel anything for them. But beheading the peak of Tongyi and intercepting the power of the past life is actually different, he muttered in his mind. The last time Luoyi killed Jade Horse City Lord Matai with an arrow, he hadn't paid attention. After all, there were too many enemies killed in that battle for him to be interested in going through them a little bit. But this time, only one person, Zhao Fenghua, was killed. He just realized, killing Zhao Fenghua actually intercepted 1,000 channels of the power of the past life. His mind was placed on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples and he looked forward to find the information and discovered that the power of the past life intercepted from killing the Yuma City Lord, an ordinary Peak Tongyi, before was 500 Dao. The first to 8th levels of the Tony are all intercepted with 100 channels of the power of the past life. Peak Tony, straight up 500 Dao? The second level of the Tony peak, the feudal level, is then 1000 Dao? Li Yu's eyes flashed. He looked at the amount of past life power. It was found to have reached 4,166 channels. Chapter 38, Are you Chang Baijin? Leave your life here. It seems that Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin have already breached Boundary Wall City and Winking Star City. A look of delight appeared on Li Yu's face. Although these were only two small cities belonging to the Six Cities Alliance, far inferior to Jade Horse City, they still had 1,000 defenders and 3 or 4 experts of the Tani realm. Summon some hands for them, he murmured and whispered. Even though Luo Yi and Chang Biao were strong, however, he had already offended the strongest force in the 100 Cities land, the Relief Bitter sect, so he naturally had to strengthen Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin. As the state religion of the former dynasty, he believed that the Relief and Suffering sect still had some substance. He won't be careless. Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin were the two strongest forces under his command at the moment and must not make any mistakes. Summon 200 heavenly festival troops to be near Luo Yi. Summon 200 great Tang foot soldiers, near Chang Biao. He spoke to the violet figure of all nations in his head. Summoned out of this world soldiers don't just appear out of thin air if there are people around. Most will appear in unoccupied corners around the area before converging. This brings the total number of the Tianjie army to 1,400. 300 at Yenshan City, 300 at Xingyang City, 200 at Xingyang Pass, and Luo Yi with 600. 1,100 foot soldiers of the Great Tang, 300 of the Jade Horse City, and 800 with Chang Biaojin. Li Yu was curious to know, just how terrifying could the earthbending military spirit gathered by 800 Great Tang foot soldiers be? Basically, 300 Heavenly Festival Army or Great Tang foot soldiers gathered into an Earthly Fury Army soul would be able to rival an ordinary Tony Peak. How about 800? That's a lot more than 300 names, he thought. It should be more than just the feudal marquis level, perhaps reaching the feudal king level. Maybe we'll find out soon. He whispered softly and went back to his room to get ready to rest. He didn't even rest last night and was traveling through the night. Although it has reached the second level of the Tani, 2 days without sleeping is not a big problem. May sleep, why not? General, slave girl, serve you a bath. Returning to the backyard of the county government office, 2 delicate and lovely maids immediately came forward and respectfully said, these 2 maids are after the government officials. Only that their father had an accident and was sent to the Department of Education, and after 2 years of learning in the Department of Education, they were bought by the Su family, ready to be sent into the operation of the greenhouse as a head girl. Unfortunately, having only just bought the man back, the Su family was wiped out by the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun. These 2 young girls, who were delicate in appearance, had excellent figures, and had learned a lot in the Department of Education, were then arranged by Tianfeng for Li Yu to serve as maids of honor. Well, Li Yu casually responded. He wasn't in the mood to make love to a woman right now. The family feud has yet to be avenged. The night is deep. However, the dense sound of the horses' hooves resounded in the mountain path, startling quite a number of birds in the mountains on the left and right sides. Chang Biaojin rode first, his face solemn, while behind him were 800 Great Tang foot soldiers. Every Great Tang foot soldier rode a warhorse. The land of 100 cities is full of evil, but there is no real shortage of warhorses. Almost every city kept a number of warhorses, such as Jade Horse City, which was known as Jade Horse and had more than 500 warhorses, and Wenqing City, which he had captured more than an hour ago, had more than 200 warhorses. A quarter of an hour later, ahead of them, a city could already be seen creeping into the darkness, with a number of torches lit on and under the walls. The corners of Chang Baijin's mouth hooked up in a scowl. Soldiers are precious. Immediately after he broke through Wenqing City and killed the top management of Wenqing City and 1,000 defenders, he rushed here without stopping. He believed that the city might not have gotten the message yet. After all, Wenqing City's top brass and defenders were all dead. And since Wenqing City was only a small city, there shouldn't be anyone flying pigeons to send messages here. Of course, and don't rule it out. But what does it matter? In front of him, Chang Baijin, not to mention this small city in front of him, even a big city like Yuma City is just a matter of a few more axes. Being prepared and not being prepared is just that much more of a slight hassle. The distance is getting closer. The sound of horses' hooves had clearly reached the city walls. The guards who were originally drifting off to sleep had a jolt and instantly opened their eyes wide and exclaimed in horror, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Bang! Bang! Bang dash!" The drums of an enemy attack sounded deafeningly loud in the quiet of the late night. Ha 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 dash! Kill with this general! Chang Baijin laughed fiercely, and the 800 horsemen rushed toward the city gates like a gust of wind. The battle axe in his hand was raised high, then slammed down ferociously. The gates made of fine iron were instantly in pieces. The 800 great Tangfoot soldiers also immediately abandoned their horses and switched to infantry combat, part of them following Chang Biaojin forward to kill, and part of them rushed to the top of the city wall. At this point, inside Wanyang City, the Wanyang City Lord was sleeping soundly with his 2 concubines in his arms. Grasping a mountain peak with one hand made it seem as if he had encountered something joyful in his sleep, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. But the urgent drumming came. He immediately winced and opened his eyes, got up in 3 tries to put on his battle armor, grabbed his nearby lance and rushed out of the room, yelling, "House guards, follow me to kill the enemy." It wasn't the first time this kind of thing had happened to him. Chaos is the norm in the land of the 100 cities, and wars are constantly being fought back and forth. Midnight attacks were something that he had encountered more than 3 times since he had become the city lord of Wanyang City, but his words just fell. He saw 100 people outside the mansion killing in stride, their wargos stabbing out like a forest, one guard screaming and being pierced, even sometimes piercing 2 guards in one strike. His pupils contracted. What an awesome army! Immediately after, and he saw a flag. The flag had a blood-colored background with only one character Chang on it. Program? The Wanyang City Lord was slightly puzzled for a moment, and immediately turned horrified. And even an originally angry face turned pale and without any blood color. Program. The information that came from the Relief and Suffering sect during the daytime, that the Chang Bite who had overrun Yuma City and killed its lord. It's actually this god of killing. His mind went blank, and he trembled gently, his heart in shock. Damn it! Didn't the information from the Relief sect during the day say that they were told not to worry and that they would make the other side retreat? The Relief of Suffering culture even lying to your own people. Ah! If the Saving Bitterness sect hadn't said that it would make the other side retreat, he would have definitely left Wanyang City for the time being. Run away! He turned and was about to flee, his mind shouting with one voice, invisible to me, invisible to me, invisible to me dash. Put! A gruesome white head flew up as Chang Biaojin rode past. Less than half an hour, the entire 10,000 Suns city's defenders, the city lord, and several Tony experts who held positions such as deputy city lord or defending generals were all killed. The people in Wanyang City skillfully hid in their homes without anyone coming out to watch the fun. Wanyang City was only a small city, and many of the old people who had lived there for years were used to being killed by the enemy army, cleaning up the battlefield and collecting money. Chang Biaojin stood on the city wall and commanded, "Just dig a big burial pit outside the city and throw all the bodies in." For the great Tangfoot soldiers in the Chi-eating realm, it was simple. He didn't want to end up with a plague because a large number of corpses weren't disposed of in time. Killing, burying bodies, picking up money. That's what he's going to do in the land of 100 cities. Your Chang Bite? Was it your master that killed my teaching of the 3 flowers walk? Leave your life here. The people of my sect are not for anyone to kill. Kill and pay back with your life. Just then, a giant bird with a black body flew in from the distance, and on the back of the giant bird stood 4 silhouettes, and the person at the head opened his mouth indifferently, looking down at Chang Biaojin. Chapter 39, Making Your Grandpa Chang kneel? The ancient ferocious augur came out and looked down on the earth. 4 figures, 3 of them wearing black and gold patterned vestments, one holding a gun, one carrying a sword, and one holding a knife. The person in the lead, on the other hand, was wearing unusual looking white clothes, with a head of white hair flowing and indifferent eyes, as if he had looked down on life and death on earth. He was carrying a white sword in his hand. White clothes, white hair, white sword. If he was in the Dechu dynasty, he would most likely be thought of as a sword palace powerhouse. After all, Dechu's sword palace, Shanghai. But in the land of 100 cities, there was only one person who had this kind of dress. One of the 2 great prophets of the Relief Bitter sect, the white-clothed sword saint Liu Yuanzhou. The 3 black and gold Dharma-robed men behind him were 3 of the 7 Dharma kings of the Bitter Relief sect, Gun King Yu Xinglan, Sword King Ning Yanghui, and Blade King Zhou Yan, 4 peak Tony powerhouses, one of which was even at the feudal marquis level. They leapt up from the back of the giant bird and stood on the gatehouse of the city wall, towering over Chang Biao. The cold moon hung high behind them, and the starlight was dotted, making the 4 of them seem like gods under the night moon, cold and unfeeling. The prophet, the Dharma king of the Relief cult? A flash of excitement appeared on Chang Bite's face. What's the point of killing those unusual Tony martial artists? If you want to kill the peak of Tony. And not only did 3 peak Tony come before them, there was also a feudal marquis level, and his cultivation, as it happened, had broken through to the 3rd level of Tony not too long ago. The Lord Prophet is here. Why don't you bind your hands? Kneel. Leave your body intact so that your soul can be redeemed by the green lotus saving suffering heavenly God. Gun King Yu Xinglan coldly said, "Killing my teaching walk is already certain death, but I teach mercy. Kneel and ask for forgiveness." the oracle of the celestial god of green lotus salvation and suffering. Those who leave their bodies intact will have their souls redeemed. Blade King Zhou Yan also spoke coldly, with a few moments of contempt in his eyes. He knew that the Chang bite below him had the strength of a peak Tony. After all, in the battle at Jade Horse City, the other party had easily decapitated the Flesh Bodhisattva, a Tony 7th layer, and had also killed 2 Tony 8th layers in Jade Horse City. But so what if you're at the peak of Tony? Who among them wasn't at the peak of Tony? In front of the 3 of them, there was also Lord Prophet, a feudal lord level, who was simply already fish meat on the plate, unable to jump a few times. Ha 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 dash. Make your Grandpa Chang kneel? Let your Grandpa Chang ask for forgiveness? Today Grandpa Chang bite Jin. Let you all go to see that laboring god of heaven. A hideous smile appeared on Chang bite Jin's face. He had a monstrous bloodlust in his eyes, and his fierce aura instantly rushed out. Where are the great Tang foot soldiers? He chortled. In 800 great Tang foot soldiers, icy bellowing voices came out. Gather the souls of the earth-bending army. Kill the enemy. Chang bite's icy voice came out, and the next moment he had leapt up. The battle axe in his hand was raised high in the air, directly chopping towards the leading prophet of the relief sect, white-clothed sword Saint Liao Yuanzhou. Seek death. Liao Yuanzhou's face was icy cold, his white hair flying, and the long sword in his hand instantly stabbed out. At the same time, he ordered under his breath. First you slaughter those pawns. Anyone who offends my suffering relief sect will die. Boom dash. The words only fell. The long sword in his hand had already come into contact with the great axe that Cheng Biaojin had chopped out, and immediately his face changed. The surging huge force came, the long sword bent into a shocking arc, and his entire body flew out horizontally. His tiger's mouth crumbled and blood flowed out as a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Wasn't it said that this Cheng Biaojin was just an unusual Tony peak? Wasn't it said that the only person who was at the level of a feudal lord was that Luo Yi? His mind cracked. This is the unusual Tony peak? An ordinary Tony peak was able to send him flying with a single strike? Boom boom boom. Cheng Baichin's face was hideous and excited. One axe after another axe chopped down. Each axe carried a rolling fury, and even behind the back, if hidden, the shadow of a mixed demon king emerged, emitting a horrifying roar. Liao Yuanzhou did his best to resist. The sword light was like a dragon. The sword chi was like a tidal wave. Unstoppable. It can't be blocked at all. He had landed on the outskirts of the city, but still could only retreat frantically. Even he felt the power of intent. That was the axe intent that could split mountains and shatter everything. This caused his eyes to fill with horror. This was not an unusual Tony peak. It's not a fiefdom level either. Instead, it was a Seal King level that had mastered intent. Damn it! Who was the one who sent back the information that the other party was just an unusual Tony peak? His mind cracked. This is going to get him killed. If he could go back, he would make heads roll in intelligence. Come and help me. He roared at the 3 Dharma Kings, the Gun King, the Sword King, and the Blade King. The opponent is too strong. Although he was also at the feudal marquis level and had mastered the sword intent fledgling. However, sword intent fledgling was just that, a fledgling, and was far inferior to true sword intent. The opponent's battle power was too strong, completely reaching the Seal King level. Gun King Yu Xinglan, Sword King Ning Yanghui, and Blade King Zhou Yan looked at each other in disbelief, and they could all see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Lord Prophet, whose strength had reached the feudal marquis level, was actually undefeated by the other party. All 3 felt a tingle in their heads. What does that mean? The Cheng Baichin that they had previously looked down from on high and asked the other party to kneel down and ask for forgiveness. Could it be a Seal King level powerhouse? The 3 of them sucked in cold air and their faces turned white. As peak Tony powerhouses, they knew exactly how terrifying it was to reach the Seal King level. After all, the only person at this level of existence in their bitter saving sect was the sect master. That was a peerless battle power that could easily kill an unusual Tony peak like them. Kill. The 3 of them gritted their teeth and were about to kill towards Cheng Biao. Together with the 3 of them in conjunction with Lord Prophet, it should be enough to barely hold off the other side. As long as you can block it, then you can find an opportunity to leave. And leave in the night cloud bird is. But suddenly, the 3 felt a chill as if they were being stared at by some horrible beast. The 3 men craned their heads to see. It was discovered that those soldiers under Chang Biaojin's command who had not looked at them before had already converged. Moreover, the vast bloodborne fog surged out, making the 800 soldiers appear to be hidden, and a shocking dragon's roar came out of it. The next moment, the bloodbath mist skyrocketed, enveloping all 800 soldiers. Anon dash. A dragon roar with endless ferocity suddenly came out. The bloodbath mist disappeared, and the 800 soldiers disappeared as well. There was only one ancient ferocious scaly dragon with a length of more than 20 feet floating in the void, and every piece of dragon scale was crystal clear, as if it was a blood-colored crystal jade. The Taiku Fierce Jiao's icy cold and merciless eyes with absolute ferocity looked down at the three of them. The three were horrified to the core. What's this? What about the 800 soldiers? How did it turn into such an appalling augur? Moreover, the terror of the aura of this augur dragon caused the hairs on their bodies to stand up, and fear surfaced uncontrollably in their hearts. Ferocious intent. The fury is like a tidal wave. The huge ancient ferocious augur was suspended in the sky, like a world-defying beast from the ancient times, looking down on this earth. Chapter 40, the first axe of the Big Dipper's 36 axes. Absolute ancient fierce Jiao. Whether it was Gun King Yuxinglan, Sword King Ning Yanghui, or Blade King Zhou, they all felt chills all over their bodies. All three of them stiffened slightly, with a feeling of being looked directly at by a ferocious beast, making it difficult to move. Anon dash. A shocking dragon roar came out, and the huge blood-colored augur dragon stared at the three of them. The bloody mouth opened, and the icy cold blood fiendish radiance was like a heavenly pillar spewing out of the dragon's mouth all of a sudden. Duck! Yu Xinglan exclaimed, his entire body immediately leaping to the side. Ning Yanghui moved swiftly, not slowing down at all, but Zhou Yan's movements were a fraction of a second slower. As the icy bloodbane radiance fell, the entire gatehouse instantly exploded, and even a large number of wooden blocks were directly vaporized. Zhou Yan screamed miserably, his face pale. His left shoulder, along with his entire left arm, had been rubbed by the bloodbath radiance and had disappeared. Hiss dash. Yu Xinglan and Ning Yanghui sucked in a breath of cold air. A little rubbing and it's gone? If they hadn't dodged just now, wouldn't the whole thing be gone? The two men were chilled to the bone. This was horrible. They felt that even a Seal King level would probably not dare to resist this blow. Anon dash. The dragon's roar rose again, and a terrifying ferocity filled the air as the blood-colored scaly dragon swung its tail viciously, sweeping over with extreme ferocity. It's fast as hell. The reach of that overwhelming ferocious intent was even more so, causing one's hands and feet to stiffen, and one's soul to be frozen in place. Too strong. All three had panic in their eyes. It was simply too late for them to dodge again, so they could only do their best to explode their true strength and block the blades in front of their bodies. The wind swept in and the three men's hair flew backward in disarray. Put! The three were directly swept out. The Blade King Zhou Yan, who had already been seriously injured, had his eyes protruding out, blood flowing out of his 7 orifices, and his internal organs were shattered. The cold, mangled body hit the ground, bouncing up and down like a dead fish. Yu Xinglan and Ning Yanghui spat out blood in their mouths and flew down to the ground, tumbling a few times before standing up. Their faces fearful, unstoppable, couldn't stop it at all. This blood-colored scaly dragon was too terrifying. What to do? Lord Prophet, Zhou Yan is dead. Find a way to break out and leave. Yu Xinglan broke down a bit and shouted in fear. What? Zhou Yan is dead? How to die all at once? What's that? Augur? The white-clothed sword Saint Liao Yuanzhou, who was being beaten by Chang Biaojin and was unable to catch his breath, with blood constantly spilling from the corner of his mouth, heard the words and hurriedly swept his eyes out of the corner of his eyes, and instantly saw the huge augur dragon suspended in mid-air, and his heart was shocked. It's nighttime though, but with the waning moon hanging in the firmament and the cool moonlight spilling down, he could naturally see it when he detached a bit of his mind to look over. Previously, he didn't dare to spare any trace of his mind at all, plus he had already frantically retreated more than 200 feet. That's why he didn't notice it. How could an augur appear here? Isn't that only found in the depths of the 100,000 Great Wilderness? Liao Yuanzhou was incomparably appalled in his heart. A Chang Biaojin is already invincible, plus a huge augur dragon. Could it be that he is going to die here today? How dare you get distracted? Eat your grandpa Chang's sweeping 1,000 army. Send you on your way. Chang Biaojin laughed sarcastically. He could be much more relaxed than Liao Yuanzhou, naturally seeing how the Taiku Fierce Jiao transformed by the 800 great Tang foot soldiers killed that what's-his-name Blade King. Boom dash! The huge axe in his hand seemed to have turned into a crystalline blood color, and even had a blood fiend demon amaze burning on it, as he ruthlessly chopped his axe horizontally towards Liao Yuanzhou. As this axe chopped out, the silhouette of the mixed demon king reappeared, opening his mouth and roaring as the huge axe in his hand followed and chopped horizontally. This axe was the first axe of the 36 axes of the Big Dipper. Rumble dash! It was as if a terrifying thunderclap had exploded in heaven and earth. The light of the axe was so vast that it seemed as if it was going to split the entire world in two and break everything. So scary. Liao Yuanzhou was horrified. His head full of white hair flew up as he roared, squeezing every ounce of potential out of his body and exerting the strongest sword to resist. The sword's light was radiant, as if it contained the intention of grazing the world and rescuing the suffering beings. This was the strongest sword he had created himself. It also contained all his feelings about the way of the sword. Even he felt that this sword was already enough to move that master who sat high at the top of the sword palace and hadn't taken half a step out of the sword lodge for 20 years. Boom dash! But the light of the axe came in a vast manner, as if it could sweep away the sun and moon and destroy the stars. That atmosphere was so majestic that it easily crushed Liao Yuanzhou's sword. The first snow in his hand that he had brought out from the sword palace and was even once ranked as one of the sword palace's 12 sword weapons was violently chopped off. Put! The light of the axe swept through. Liao Yuanzhou stood frozen in place, looking at the first snow that had broken in half with his hand. He recalled the sound he had made when he had been expelled from the sword palace and he had stood at the bottom of the mountain and roared in defiance. You watch, master. I, Liao Yuanzhou, will definitely become a generation of sword saint. When the sword is present, the man is present. When the sword is dead, the man is dead. And now, the sword broke. He's dead too. Bang! The mangled body broken in two fell to the ground, and the broken sword weapon fell aside. Chang Biaojin gasped sharply for a few moments, his forehead densely covered in sweat. Although his battle power was not weaker than a Seal King level powerhouse, it was still not easy to kill a Seal Marquis level existence. After all, they all belonged to the peak level of Tony. Not hard to beat, tough to kill. He hadn't given his opponent a single moment of respite from the start of his attack, the axe light constantly and frantically pressing on. It's all about not giving the other side a single chance to escape. Smooth. An excited smile appeared on his face, but his eyes looked to the other side. Anon dash. The Taiku Fierce Jiao let out an icy dragon roar. The absolute ferocity once again enveloped Gun King Yuxinglan and Sword King Ning Yanghui. Immediately after the dragon's claw was raised, it was as if there was water vapor breeding in heaven and earth, and a large amount of water vapor converged, forming densely packed hundreds of icy cold water swords in the surroundings. The water sword was filled with another amazing blood color. The next moment, 100 swords shot down in the air. As for the swift fierce Jiao itself, it didn't stay in midair, but instead swooped down, its icy dragon claws tearing toward Sword King Ning Yanghui. Dash. Both of them went crazy. Their eyes were filled with the color of blood. One held a gun and danced, and the other held a sword and kept chopping out, blasting an incoming blood-colored water sword to pieces. However, each of the blood-colored water swords was no less powerful than an all-out strike at the 7th or 8th level of Tony. They were injured again and couldn't block the densely packed water swords. Put! Yuxinglan was hit by a sword in his thigh, and Ning Yanghui was hit by a sword in his left arm. At this time, the ancient ferocious augur rushed down, the dragon claws fierce to the extreme. Just a collision, Ning Yanghui long sword in his hand flew out horizontally. The entire body was also caught by the dragon claws, and then ripped. Blood rains down. Anon dash. The ancient fierce Jiao roared as its body turned and opened its mouth, biting the Gun King Yuxinglan in its mouth, its sharp teeth chewing Yuxinglan to pieces. Ha 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 dash. Chang Biaojin let out an unrestrained laugh. It was this battle that made his blood boil slightly. But it's not enough. I've heard that the sect leader of the Relief and Suffering sect has returned to 1 in 10,000 forces and has reached the Seal King level. His eyes were shining brightly, and his battle intent was raging. Above the Tony realm was the true martial realm. True martial artist. The body is like a diamond. All power to one. Gathering thoughts for thoughts. When all three were achieved, one could cross over into the true martial realm. And the one who achieves one of them is the Seal King level. Chapter 41, The Relief Sect's Counterattack. Crushing all the forces of Great Chu. The general altar of the Relief Sect, located in the north of the city of Tribulation City, the largest city in the land of 100 cities, on top of a huge mountain peak. It had been more than 600 years since the founding of Great Chu, and it had also been more than 600 years since the Salvation Bitter sect had fled into the land of the 100 cities. The city of Suffering has also been established for more than 600 years. The entire Suffering city was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. And the peak at its back was the Suffering Mountain where the main altar of the Suffering Relief Sect was located. At this point, on top of the Bitter Mountain, within a black hall, hundreds of clear incense sticks were lit. The clear fragrance was faint and hovered over the great hall. On the north side of the main hall, there were rows of lamps burning quietly. The firelight was crimson, reflecting the entire hall in red, but noiselessly, for lights went out one after the other. This was the Hall of Life and Death of the Salvation Sect, and every senior had a lamp. When people die, the lights go out, and now 4 lights are out. The firelight of the entire hall looked dimmed. The old man in charge of guarding the Hall of Life and Death was still dozing off, but suddenly seemed to sense something and immediately opened his eyes to look upwards. When he saw the 4 lights located on the highest 3 floors go out, his face changed greatly, and a look of horror as well as disbelief appeared in his eyes. The 4 lights went out. 3 guardians and a prophet are dead. He was shaken and horrified. 2 words. He immediately got up and ran towards the main hall in a panic. A few moments later, called the Heavenly Eagle, The relief bitter sect's Vice Lord Shin Wubai, with an ice-cold face, sat at the top of the main hall. 5 people were seated below. It was the 4 remaining Dharma kings of the relief sect, as well as another prophet. Yuan Zhou is dead. Starland is dead. Yang Hui is dead. Zhou Yan is dead. Shin Wubai's voice was incomparably cold, as if it was coming out of a frigid purgatory. His heart was even more filled with anger. How difficult was it to cultivate a peak Tongyi powerhouse? Not to mention an existence like Liao Yuanzhou who had reached the level of a feudal lord. That's simply unattainable. But now it's dead all at once. What? When the 5 people below heard this, they all stood up violently, unable to believe it. A prophet. 3 Dharma kings. I can't believe I'm dead? How did you die? Could it be that the great Chu dynasty, once again, had launched a bloody killing spree against them? Almost every 100 years, the great Chu dynasty would have a supreme powerhouse step into the land of the 100 cities, decimating most of the peak Tongyi powerhouses, and even the top powerhouses of the feudal marquis level, that their bitter sect of deliverance had painstakingly cultivated. But it's nowhere near 100 years yet. The 4 of them, they are going to kill Chang Baijin and Luoyi. Looking at the time of death, he should have died at the hands of Chang Biaojin, Shin Wubai said icily. Qingbong? That Chang Biao who broke through Yuma Castle? He actually managed to kill brother Liao? The prophet Jai Jingshan, who was dressed in black and carrying a heavy machete with a stout body like a mountain, was shocked. Liao Yuanzhou was called the white-clothed sword saint, and his strength was not inferior in any way. If the other party can kill Liao Yuanzhou, doesn't that mean they can kill him too? And with 3 Dharma kings, it gave him a chill. That Chang Baijin should have the strength of a sealed king level. Deep scorn also appeared on Vice Sect leader Shin Wubai's face. Seal the king? Prophet Jai Jingshan and the 4 Dharma kings all felt their scalps tingle. An existence at this level could already be called an absolute powerhouse, standing at the top of the 3 kingdoms. Then isn't Li Yu the major general of the North Xiu army? How is it that a supreme powerhouse of the Seal King level has emerged under his command? When the North River Li clan was not yet extinct, the strongest Jinbei general Li Chang, only with the help of the power of Chu's Qi, can have the unusual Tongyi peak combat power. Why is it that now that the North River Li clan has been destroyed, this Li Yu's subordinates have successively appeared peak Tongyi powerhouses? And none of them were unusual Tongyi peaks. Now the Seal King level is popping up. I have already reported this matter to the sect master. Shin Wubai pressed one hand on the armrest of the seat and one on his thigh. The prophet and the 3 pharaohs cannot die in vain, as the patriarch meant. When he emerges from the gate, he will personally travel to meet that Chang Baijin for a while. But Chang Biaojin has the rank of a feudal king, while that Luo Yi is a feudal marquis. Back in the battle outside Xingyang City, he fought with the dynasty guardian's silhouette outside the county town for a long time before killing it. There's no way it could be wrong. The sect leader ordered all 6 of us to go out and behead that Luo Yi first. Prophet Jai Jingshan and the 4 Dharma kings pondered a little and all felt that there was no problem. After all, it was confirmed that Luo Yi possessed feudal marquis level battle power. And how could one feudal marquis rank hold off the 6 of them? Among the 6 of them, there were 2 feudal lords. Even if that Luo Yi had 18 weird cavalrymen under his command, it was definitely more than enough. The vice sect master pestered Luo Yi, and the 5 of them first beheaded the 18 cavalrymen before combining their efforts to kill Luo Yi. Stable. By the decree of the Godfather, the 6 men saluted and spoke in hushed tones. Early the next morning, Li Yu woke up. The 2 dainty maids who slept in the ear room immediately brought a urinal, hot water, towels, and willow branches, and waited on him to change his clothes. He stretched his arms out and let the 2 maids serve him. The mind was already on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. Luo Yi kills a living being at the 4th level of the Tony and intercepts 100 channels of the power of the past life. Chang Bai kills a feudal lord level being and intercepts 1,000 channels of the power of the past life. The great Tangfoot soldier kills a peak spirit and intercepts 500 channels of the power of the past life. The heavenly festival army kills beings at the 6th level of Qi eating and intercepts 10 channels of the power of the past life. 1 feudal marquis level and 3 unusual Tony peaks? Someone from the relief sect? Li Yu looked at the information on the 10,000 people's purple map and raised his eyebrows slightly. In the land of 100 cities, the only force that could come up with this kind of strength at once was the suffering relief sect. Very nice gift. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But this battle also exposed the strength of Chang Buijin. But it is thought that only the relief and suffering sect knows about it. There are a total of 6,562 channels of the power of the past life. After pondering for a moment, he decided that it was better to continue to strengthen Chang Daojin and Luo Yi's command. The Saving Bitterness sect had suffered such a big loss, so it was expected that they would not stop. After all, from the style of that Three Flowers Walker, it could be seen that he had acted as a bully for hundreds of years in the land of the 100 cities. and even if he had been besieged by the Great Chu from time to time, he had still cultivated an overbearing nature. Then let you never see the true strength of the military generals under my command, he whispered in his mind. Without giving it any more thought, he directly summoned 400 Tianjijin for Luoyi and 200 great Tang foot soldiers for Chang Daojin. So, the Heavenly Festival Army had a total of 1,800. 1,000 under Luoyi's command. The great Tang foot soldiers totaled 1,300. 1,000 under Chang Daojin's command. He guessed. When the opponent realized that Chang Baijin's strength was so terrifying and wanted to take revenge, then most likely he would turn to Luoyi. After all, in the eyes of the world, Luoyi was at most at the level of a feudal lord, and not many people would have seen that shocking arrow at the bottom of Yuma City. Even if they saw it, they would think that it was because Luoyi and the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun were attacking one after the other. He walked out the door and into the main hall of the county courthouse. My lord, the other 12 members of the 13 sword mausoleums have also appeared in Yanshan City. Should we kill them directly? Tianfeng has been waiting here for a long time and said with a solemn face. All here? Li Yu's eyes narrowed and his eyes contained killing intent. Not a single one. This hall of slayers built by the Dechu royal family, let it be destroyed in his hands. He would crush all the forces in Dechu's grasp step by step. Chapter 42, Overthrowing the 13 Sword Tombs. Summoning the 5th Human Master. Still can't reach the boss? A woman dressed as a civilian woman frowned in a plain civilian room. She looked like a seeker, but she was the 3rd-ranked assassin in the 13 Sword Mausoleums. At the peak of the Tongyi realm. Can't get in touch, but we left some marks in the city. The boss will contact them when he sees them. The man with a short body and a childish look, looking like a 7 or 8-year-old toddler, shook his head. He was the 7th-ranked assassin in the 13 Sword Mausoleums, and even though he was only at the 7th level of the Tongyi realm, his appearance was too deceptive, and he had once assassinated 2 strong people at the 8th level of the Tongyi realm. The boss should be hiding in the county courthouse, ready to strike at any moment. A hoarse voice came from the side. It was the middle-aged man with ordinary looks but cold eyes. He was the 2nd-ranked assassin of the 13 Sword Mausoleums, at the peak of the Tongyi realm, and had assassinated more than one peak Tongyi. In the 13 Sword Mausoleum, his status and strength were second only to Zhao Fenghua, so he has a name too. He was given the surname Zhao and named Zhao Soul Snatcher. The crowd in the room nodded. For the boss, Zhao Fenghua, they all had a kind of blind adoration. After all, the only assassin in the world who had reached the strength of the feudal marquis level was Zhao Fenghua. Zhou's sealed throat is the ceiling of the hitman industry. Even if it's not contactable, they would also never think that something had happened to Zhao Fenglong. In their minds, no one in the world could kill Zhao Fenghua. Even if a Seal King level supreme powerhouse made a move, it would at most injure Zhao Fenghua, and it would never be possible to kill him. The world's #1 assassin wants to escape, and a Jedi powerhouse can't stop him. But no one noticed. The air in the room became much more humid, and a stream of clear water quietly flowed behind Zhao Raider of Souls. The clear water rumbled and transformed into Jing Ku, who was dressed in ordinary robes. His face was calm, and the clear water in his hand became a sword. There was no sound, no light, no movement. The sword that Qing Shui had transformed into had pierced through Zhao Raider of Soul's neck. It all happened too fast and too soon. Even though the assassin who was on the opposite side of Zhao Raider of Soul saw him, his mouth had only opened when Zhao Raider of Soul's neck had already been pierced. The long sword transformed into clear water and dispersed from Zhao Raider of Soul's neck, transforming into drops of clear water suspended in midair. Time in the entire private room seemed to have slowed down tenfold at this moment. One of the killers reacted, horror surfacing on his face. They reached for their swords, but Jingku just looked at them expressionlessly and flicked his sword finger. Heaven and earth seemed to resound with the sound of crisp and pleasant sword sounds that resembled the roar of a dragon and tiger. A drop of suspended clear water transformed into a tiny thumb-length water sword in the air. The water sword crossed the air and instantly stabbed out. PFFFFFFFFFF. In the 13 sword mausoleums, the 10 assassins ranked from the 4th to the 13th, the strongest at the 8th level of Tongyi and the weakest at the 6th level of Tongyi, had their necks instantly pierced through by the water swords, and hot blood splattered out. 10 corpses flew across the room toward the back in a neat and tidy manner. Throughout the private house, only the female assassin with the 3rd-ranked peak Tongyi strength was left to block the tiny water sword, but her face was also horrified to the extreme at this time. The pupils of her eyes contracted to the size of a needle's eye as fear surged out. It's too strong. This man who suddenly appeared with water as his sword was too strong. One sword killed Zhao Raider of Souls, who was one line stronger than her, and in a snap of her fingers, she killed the remaining 10 assassins. Even if it was the world's #1 assassin, Zhao Fenghua, whom she admired immensely in her heart, she felt that she couldn't do it so lightly. An unspeakable fear filled his entire body. Seal the king level. This was a Seal King-level Jedi killer. The boss can't be reached. He's probably dead, dying under the sword of this terrifying and overwhelming killer in front of him. The moment the thought welled up in her mind. Escape. Escape on your own. Tell your majesty that there is another terrifying and overwhelming assassin under that Liu's command. But the thought had only just flashed through her mind. Already, he found the terrifying man whose face was always calm and indifferent standing in front of him. Drops of clear water flew in from all directions, and reformed into a long sword in the man's hand. The long sword was clear and translucent, with not a single stray color in sight. Brush dash. The long sword stabbed. Block. She shouted frantically in her mind. The sword in her hand raised and blocked horizontally, but she found out. The sword stabbed out by the other party turned straight into clear water and passed through the sword she was blocking in front of her, and then pierced through her throat without any obstruction. The opponent's sword was not only fast, but it was also as soft and changeable as water. How can there be such a terrible killer in the world? The last thought flashed through her mind and her consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Jinka still couldn't see any change of expression on his face. He took one step, and his entire body collapsed into a water droplet, which landed on the ground and transformed into a pool of clear water, flowing out of sight in the twinkling of an eye. A few moments later, a group of Tianjie army generals walked in, wearing special gloves, and after scavenging a body, they all threw it on a cart at the entrance, and then pushed it out of the city and threw it into the burial pit. The 13-sword mausoleum, the strongest assassin hall in the Great Chu dynasty that made people scared, was overthrown. Two-peak Tony, worthy of being the 13-sword mausoleum. It's really strong. In the county office, Liu sighed as he looked at the information on the 10,000 people's purple map in his mind. With such a hall of killers, it was no wonder that it could make quite a few dignitaries of the Dezhan dynasty and Desheng dynasty turn pale at the sound of it. Indeed, it is a sharp sword in the hands of King Zhao of Chu. At the same time he marveled again. Jingku is really great. 12 assassins. Among them there were also two-peak Tony. Frozen were all killed without running out of that one tiny private room. If this were to be rumored, I'm afraid no one in the world would dare to believe it. The morning passed quickly. Liu still followed Tianfeng to learn how to handle government affairs. Now Tianfeng not only had to deal with the affairs of Yanshan City, he also had to deal with the affairs of Xingyang City and Yuma City. Xingyang City and Yuma City are now under military control, but a single clerk has been sent from Yanshan City. Although the occupation of Yanshan City was short-lived, Tianfeng had already unearthed 30 to 40 usable talents, all of whom he took on as students and sent to Xingyang City and Yuma City a few days after teaching. The instruction is then directed and continued remotely by flying pigeon signals. In Tianfeng's hands, all the complicated political affairs seem simple and easy. Yuan Hao's talent is truly breathtaking. Li Yu sighed. Without Tianfeng's presence, it was hard to imagine how he would be able to put the three cities' political affairs in order. Even though he was a traveler, he had never had any experience in handling political affairs. It's not as easy as it looks on paper, but you have to do it. Toward evening, the sun was setting. Li Yu's mind was placed on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples. There were already a full 8,435 channels of the power of the past life on it. Sure enough, the decision to let Luo Yi and Chang Gaojin kill their way into the land of 100 cities was too correct. It seems that they have once again breached two separate cities in one day. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. And in fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the roads between the cities and the land of 100 cities were very poor and mostly winding mountain roads, I'm afraid that there would simply be more than just two cities taken in a single day. It's time to summon a human master again. I wonder if this time, and which one of them will come out of the world. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Luo Yi, Chang Baijin, Tianfeng, and Jing Ku. There was not a single weak one out of the four. Chapter 43, The Will to Die. On the purple map of the 10,000 peoples, the power of the 5,000 paths to the next life decreases. A figure that is either majestic, calm and introverted, sharp and intriguing, majestic, or proud, of the world keeps surfacing and disappearing. A few moments later, the image was fixed on the figure of a valiant man with a resolute face, as calm as a mountain, as if he could hold it up even if the sky collapsed. He wore icy armor and held a dark lance in his hand. His body stood above the earth, just like a divine mountain giant that suppressed the earth. The wind and clouds roared above the dome of the sky, and there was a figure that seemed to hold up heaven and earth and was unmeasurably tall standing behind him, with his head in the 9 heavens and his gaze falling on the 9 specters. Behind them, 700 generals stood in heavy armor, with only cold, determined, and bloodthirsty eyes showing, and the entire world seemed to be echoing an earth-shattering roar. There's death in the trap. There is a death of ambition in the trap. There is death in the trap. And as the shocking roar came out, it seemed that another 300 once dead general spirits surfaced. emitting the same roar. There is death in the trap. Trapped with a will to die. Li Yu was stunned. It was as if he had truly heard the terrifying roar that seemed to be able to tear apart the sky and shatter heaven and earth. That voice contained an unimaginably monstrous will. He's seen his fair share of armies. The 18 horsemen of Yen Yun, the Tianjie army, and the great Tang foot soldiers. But even the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun did not have this kind of terrifying will that was 1,000 times harder than iron. The 18 horsemen of Yen Yun were cold, sharp, dead, and silent. This army, however, is determined, bloodthirsty, fearless, and can hold up an entire world. The Trap, one of the strongest armies of all time. Even among heavy infantry, the Trap battalion is the first of its kind in ancient times. Excitement also surfaced in Li Yu's heart. He didn't expect it. This time the one summoned out of the world will actually be that famous general who single-handedly trained the Trapped battalion. Gao Shun. Lu Bu had two great generals under his command, one of which was Zhang Liao Zhang Wenyuan, who later became the mighty Zhang Wenyuan, the first of the 5 good generals in Chao Wei's camp. The second is Gao Shun. Tap. Crisp. Steady footsteps came through the door. Next moment, wearing black armor, his face was calm with a kind of majesty, and his body was as thick as a mountain as the Yingwu man walked in. A moment of seeing him, Li Yu was in a trance as if he saw a giant mountain. The giant mountain was lofty and immeasurable, but it seemed to hold up the entire world, so that heaven and earth could not be brought together. Holding his helmet in his left hand and a lance in his right, he entered the hall and dropped to one knee. Gao Shun, pay respects to the Lord. The voice was thick and solemn, calm and majestic. Its voice is like a human being. General, please rise. Li Yu immediately helped Gao Shun up. He had great respect for this famous general whose name had been passed down through the ages. There are many famous generals of old, but there are not many whose character can be called excellent. For example, Luo Yi, despite his great achievements in battle and a lifetime of conquest, rebelled against the great Tang. Gao Shun, on the other hand, is definitely one of the top choices among the famous generals in terms of character. He was loyal to Lu Bu, and even ended up following him to his death in peace. Few words, no alcohol, clean and military discipline. He looked at the information about Gao Shun that appeared on the purple map of all peoples in his mind. Name, Gao Shun. Rank, first-class general. Realm, Tomi 3. Physique, innate Shin Yudao fetus. Cultivation progress, 1%. Daily cultivation can roughly increase by 10%. Technique, the sentient divine Yu Jing. Troop type, 3. 000 soldiers of the Trapped army, a troop type of the last generation. 3,000 Trapped battalions? It seems to have taken into account all those soldiers of the trap camp who died in battle. After all, every battle must be the first. The will to trap. There is death. Too many war dead. Li Yu sighed. Moreover, just now, the purple map of 10,000 peoples also revealed 2,300 trapped camping spirits, which together amounted to exactly 3,000 trapped camps. His mind languished. I wonder what kind of terrifying style the 3,000 trapped battalion will be when they all come out? He thought. Perhaps with just 3,000 trapped battalions, they could level the entire Dichu dynasty. However, the absolute generation of soldiers, summoning out of the world required too much past life power. One would need 100 past life power. Summoning the world's 3,000 trap camps requires 300,000 channels of past life power. Thank you, Lord. Gao Shun got up. He swept his eyes and saw Tian Feng, who was smiling and saluting at the side, and cupped his fists. Meet Mr. Yuan Hao. He naturally knew Tian Feng. After all, Lu Bu had defected to Yuan Shao for a while back then. Farewell, General Gao. Tian Feng returned the salute. For Gao Shun, he was very appreciative. After all, for the general, can do Gao Shun this kind of strict degree of self-discipline, is not much. Li Yu also didn't disturb the two to catch up. He looked at the 4,235 channels of the power of the past life that remained on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. Think about it. He still chose to summon the 30 trapped camp generals from the world. This is the most prestigious heavy infantry in 1,000 years. There's death in the trap. He naturally looked forward to seeing it. As for Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin's command, each of them currently led 1,000 Tianjia troops and 1,000 great Tang foot soldiers, which was sufficient for the time being. After all, in the land of 100 cities, most of the cities are small cities, with a garrison of as few as 700 or 800, or as many as 1,000 or 2,000. There were no more than 5 cities in the land of 100 cities that could support 5,000 soldiers like Yuma City. As for saving suffering, he believed that whether it was 1,000 heavenly sectors or 1,000 great Tang foot soldiers, after forming the earthly fury military soul, the battle power would be enough to shock a peerless powerhouse at the Seal King level. So, Next he would have to prepare himself to face the 20,000 Chu guards that were on their way, as well as the unknown number of Jiashan troops, and the garrison. Is there anything better than a trap camp? It doesn't take much. He felt that if he could have 700 trap battalions, it would be enough to easily slaughter 20,000 Chu guards and Jiashan troops. After all, this is the Jedi troop trap, arguably the strongest heavy infantry in Chinese history. On the martial arts field, Liu directly consumed 3,900 Dao of the power of the past life to summon 30 trapped battalions. The 18 horsemen of Yin Yun had been promoted to the Tani second tier, and the Jedi soldiers he summoned out of the world after him all started out at the Tani second tier. The power of the past life needed has also risen. Phew! 30 men in heavy armor and battle helmets, with only a pair of cold eyes showing. They held a cold halberd in their right hand, a large dark shield in their left hand, and swords hanging from their waists, and when the 30 of them stood together, an impenetrable, thick and heavy aura like a mountain came over them. A terrifying to the extreme baleful aura filled out, even causing the surrounding air to distort. Kill, kill, kill. No one opened their mouths, but it was as if a horrifying killing sound resounded in the heavens and earth, shaking the 10 directions. Greetings, Lord. Greetings, General. 30 people knelt on one knee, their voices low with an unspeakable excitement and thrill. Their gazes looked at Gao Shun, and tears kept flowing down from their eyes. Finally, I can follow the general side by side again. Wherever the general's eyes go, that's where the will of their trap camp goes. Gao Shun was also excited and thrilled as he looked at the 30 generals who were kneeling on one knee. It's his brother. Brothers in life and death. Follow him as he fights the world's trap camp without fear of death or anything else. The will of the trap. He bellowed. There is death and there is no life. The 30 trappers roared, their voices swelling to the sky. It was as if they were announcing to the earth the coming of their trap. Chapter 44, The Trapping Battalion Goes to War. My name is Gao Shun, and I have come to destroy the city. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Liu woke up and let his maids wait on him. The first thing he did was to check the purple diagram of 10,000 peoples in his mind. The power of the past life has been much less in the past 2 days. It seems that quite a few of the city's owners and defenders have abandoned the city and fled. He frowned. This he had expected. Luo Yi and Cheng Biaojin attacked the city and killed countless people. And when the city behind them got the news, it was naturally impossible for them to stay in the city and wait for death. And as long as they burrowed into the nearby mountains and forests, it was impossible for Luo Yi and Cheng Biaojin to look for someone over the mountains. In 2 days' time, it was surprising that only 2,800 or so channels of the power of the past life had been intercepted. It's a huge difference compared to the first day. Let's give up on these small towns for now. Attack the great city. Liu's face calmed down. Small town lords and defenders can escape, but those big cities shouldn't be able to escape. There are 6 other large cities in the land of 100 cities. 3 of them were occupied by the Relief sect, while the other 3 were Harvest City, 10,000 Wealth City, and Joyful City. Behind Harvest City is the Harvest Cult, which believes in the heavenly god of harvest and joy. Behind the city of 10,000 Kai is the 10,000 Kai cult, which believes in the 9 directions god of wealth. Behind the city of joy is the cult of joy, which believes in the goddess of joy. Slaughtering all 6 of these great cities would naturally allow for the interception of a large amount of past life power. As for the rest of the city, just take your time later. With more Beishio troops under his command, he can naturally occupy them all. They are all sects that have been swept away by Dechu and driven to the land of 100 cities to languish. Even if there is still a great deal of faith in the darkness of Dechu, none of it is enough to be feared. Li Yu's face was expressionless. After getting dressed, he directly handwrote 2 letters and sent them by carrier pigeon to Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin respectively. This carrier pigeon is specially bred, the Great Wasteland Fei, often in pairs. As soon as it is released, the other side will look for the other one, thus completing the delivery of the letter. Originally belonged to the Xingyan army, it now belonged to him naturally, and there were 5 pairs in all. As for which city Luo Yi and Chang Biao chose to attack, that was up to them. The only thing he needed was a large amount of the power of the past life. Come to the county courthouse. Tianfeng and Gao Shun had already been waiting here. My lord, there are now more than 500 Beishou troops in Yenshan City. Gao Shun saluted, his face solemn. After Gao Shun was born, then he quickly took over all the armies of Yenshan City, Xingyang City, Xingyang Pass, and Yuma City. This includes among others the Tianjie Army, the Great Tang Foot Soldiers, the incoming Beishou Army, the surrendered Xingyang Army, and the Xingyang City Garrison. In that case, then let's take both Xingfeng City and Shantai City. Li Yu ordered. Xingfeng City was neighboring Yenshan City, and had now assembled 5,000 defenders, with some of the Jinbei army still present. Jinbei army, It is the army that replaces the Baishio army in guarding the northern border, numbering only 50,000. Most of them were staged on Jinbei Pass to guard against the northern Daejeon dynasty taking advantage of the opportunity to move south. However, it also separated 10,000 troops and horses in Xingfeng City and Shanghai City, the purpose of which was self-evident. My lord, there are 5,000 defenders and 5,000 Jinbei troops in Xingfeng City. It's not easy to take it. Tianfeng voiced out. The cities of the Dechu dynasty were not as chaotic as the land of 100 cities. With its strict laws and prosperous Qi, Dechu could not only summon a dynasty guardian shadow, but also various city guarding devices. Together with the fact that the Jinbei army was one of the field armies of the Great Chu, it was well equipped with machine tool crossbows and should not be underestimated. What does General Gao think? Liu looked at Gao Shun. He was naturally aware that Xingfeng City was powerful. Moreover, there was also a peak Tony in Xingfeng City. It is the old General Tiani of Chu who rushed to Xingfeng City to sit on the town, who had already been dismissed, but was reinstated a few days ago, with the rank of a first-grade official of Chu. At the peak of the Tongyi realm, the power of the national fortune of a first-rank official title was enough to rival that of a feudal lord. There are also 5,000 Jinbei army to cooperate, and the national luck is added to the humongous death. But what he wants, it is Xingfeng City that is powerful. Only a strong strength would allow him to intercept more of the power of the past life. If Xingfeng City only had 1,000 defenders as it had in the past, he hadn't had the interest. With only 50 trap battalion generals and 300 Tianjia troops, the last general can break it, Gao Shun said in a deep voice. He never fought an unsure battle and understood what the Lord wanted. That's why he only takes Chinese soldiers. Yes, I'll match you with 50 trap battalions. Wait for the general's triumphant return. Li Yu smiled. I will live up to the Lord's high expectations. Gao Shun's face was serious. He and Tianfeng, both unsmiling men, clasped their fists and saluted heavily. Under the city of Xingfeng, behind Gao Shun stood 50 trap battalion and 300 heavenly festival army. 350 men stood at the bottom of the city, and in contrast to the densely packed defenders on the walls, they looked extraordinarily thin. Who are you? Why do you serve that traitor? The veteran General Tiani stood on the gate tower, gazed at Gao Shun and drank in a deep voice. He had a head full of white hair flying, holding a large sword in his hand, and wrinkles crawled all over his face, which was covered with the frost of years of military service. As a generation of veteran generals, he was loyal to Chu, and even though he was over 100 years old, when the king of Chu gave the order, he still came in armor and sword. The thing I hate most in life is a rebel. 9 times in his life he rebelled, killing heads every time. What can't get by? What the government is forcing the people to rebel? What great grievances and feuds? These are not reasons for rebellion. Whatever the reason, if you rebel, then you should be killed. My name is Gao Shun. Gao Shun stood with his spear, his body straight. By my lord's military order, break Xingfeng City. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who resist will die. His voice was calm and solemn, and carried a chilling coldness and killing intent. Hidden, the winds in heaven and earth seemed to take on a murderous air. Ha 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 dash. What a joke. 10,000 generals under my command. How many men under yours? 300 people. And you dare to talk big? This general has been fighting for his entire life, and he has never seen such an arrogant and cocky person. The veteran General Tiani laughed out loud, his long snow-white beard fluttering, and there was scorn in his eyes. 300 or so men, and they want to take the city he's stationed in? It's simply delusional. Although he, Tian-yi, wasn't considered to be a supreme powerhouse, but with the addition of the dynasty's Qi, he could be comparable to the level of a feudal lord. The opponent didn't have the power of the dynasty to add to his strength. Even if he was stronger, could he still be stronger than him? It's so uninformed. The young people nowadays are also too open-minded. Does he really think he's too old to lift a sword? Then let the world see that Tiani is still able to carry a sword and kill people. Where are the trap camps? Without any nonsense, Gao Shun bellowed. The 50 trapped battalion generals took a step forward, and monstrous bloodlust welled up in their eyes. They finally could once again fight alongside Zhen. Since they had come to this world, they were going to make the name of the trap camp spread throughout the world and be feared by the world. Let the world tremble before the trap. Chapter 45, Trapping Camp Divine and Demonic Army Formation. Billions of demonic mountains. 5 miles outside Xingfeng City, on top of Xingfeng Mountain, Li Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes staring out of Xingfeng City. Beside him stood Tianfeng, and the wild winds on top of the mountain hunted, blowing the robes of the two men. My lord, General Gao Shun's ability to train troops is truly unparalleled in the world. Tianfeng sighed. During the Three Kingdoms period, there were endless battles and a strong army stepped onto the stage of history. the white horse of righteousness, tiger leopard rider, the halberdiers, sentinel deadman. However, amongst the many strong soldiers, the trap camp still belongs to the strongest class. Yuan Hao. Let's take a look at the might of the trapped battalion. Li Yu laughed. At this time, his mind was also placed on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples, which showed the information of the trapped camp. This is the Jedi soldier, one of the strongest soldiers in Chinese history. Even if there were only 50 of them now, it would be enough for the world to remember the name of the trapped battalion. Troop type, trapped battalion. Rank, extinct troop. Realm, Tongyi 2. Physique, innate devil mountain body. Technique, the Sutra of the Heavenly Devil Mountain. God's demon army formation, billions of demon mountains. The spirit of the earth's fury, master of the magic mountain. Outside Xingfeng City, as the 50 trapped battalion generals stepped out, a raging tide of bloodthirsty chi rushed up. The bloodbath radiance was so dense that it seemed to be dripping blood, and vaguely, it made the defenders on the city's head seem to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood and endless corpses and bones coming at them. Many of the defenders took a step backwards, their faces white. Hiss dash. The magistrate of Xingfeng City sucked in a breath of cold air. How could there be such a terrifying army? It's not even a war yet, and just looking at it from afar is so appalling? Bloodbath into illusion. How many living beings have been killed to form this monstrous aura? How in the world is it possible to practice such a terrible army? The vice-general of the Zhenbei army also looked shocked and incredulous. He was also a veteran general in the army, and understood how heavy the fury of this area of 50 men was. In the middle of the army, anything could be false, but this fury couldn't be faked in the slightest. All of them are at the second level of Tongyi. That traitor Li Yu, where did he find such an army? I've never seen such an appalling army in all my life of fighting. Veteran General Tian Yi's pupils contracted, and waves of shock rose in his heart. The strength of these 50 people was such that even an army of 1,000 people would probably not be able to stop them. Whose ministry is this, to actually be able to practice such a horrifyingly strong army? But that's okay. They have 5,000 defenders and 5,000 Zhenbei troops on their side. With an army of 10,000 here, it's not easy for 50 people to die without fear. Great Chu First Grade Primus General Tian Yi, I respectfully request that the dynasty's chi be augmented by 10,000 generals. Great Chu's First Grade Primus Great General Tian Yi respectfully invites the guardian of the dynasty to descend. Great Chu's First Grade Primus Great General Tian Yi respectfully invites the guardian of the dynasty to descend. Granted. Da Chu. Granted. Tian Yi saluted and bellowed towards the city. And unlike Pang Zishur, the county guard of Xingyang City, and Su Hofeng, the guard of the Xingyang army at the time, he respectfully invited the dynasty guardian to descend 4 times in a row. The next 3 times were all saluting in the direction of Chudu, and there was a voice full of majesty responding in a vague manner. Phew! A ray of chi light descended from the sky, enveloping all 10,000 generals in Xingfeng City and gaining enchantment. Moment! On the walls of the city originally also pale, heart flooded with fear of the defenders, Zhenbei army, suddenly face a change in color. Temperament changed greatly, full of murder, cold, blood, kill kill kill, war 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 war. 10,000 troops let out a roar. Their morale was like a rainbow. As strong as the enemy is, they can gnaw off a piece of their enemy's flesh and blood. And beside Tian Yi, there was an additional silhouette of a dynasty guardian. This dynasty guardian shadow was all about aura, and it was actually not the normal county summoning dynasty guardian shadow of the Tongyi 7th level. Instead, it had reached the peak of Tongyi. The aura of the dynasty guardian summoned from the county was generally the same. Boom dash! Tian Yi's body also rushed up with a shocking aura, even stronger than the dynasty guardian beside him, reaching the feudal marquis level. Machine tool crossbows, ready, he ordered. There was an icy smile on his face. He would like to see how more than 300 people could attack the city. He felt, with 10 machine crossbows firing in unison, the other side might have to collapse in morale. Although those 50 soldiers were very strong, each of them had the second level of the Tongyi realm, and the terror of their fury was astounding. But the machine tool crossbow was a heavy weapon of Chu. Even the peak of Tongyi could be shot, let alone the tiny Tongyi second layer. It might be possible to directly penetrate several people with a single arrow. Squeak! A total of 10 divine machine tool crossbows were under the control of the operators, pointing directly at Gao Shun as well as the 50 soldiers of the trap battalion. The crossbow was thick as an arm was drawn full by the bowstring, ready to shoot an amazing arrow at any time. Trap battalion, break the city! Gao Shun's face did not change in any way as he coldly ordered. Yes, the 50 trap battalion generals led the way. The blood fiend chi gushing out around them even formed a dense blood mist, which drifted around like a world of purgatory had appeared on earth. 50 men with a shield in one hand and a halberd in the other violently charged towards the gates of Xingfeng City. "Shoot! On the citadel!" the veteran general Tian Yi ordered, his eyes filled with killing intent. Under the divine machine tool crossbow, no matter what kind of fury is amazing, no matter what kind of Tony second layer you are, all of them will be shot. The rest of the Xingfengqing county magistrates and lieutenants, the vice-generals of the Zhenbei army, and so on, all had blazing gazes. In front of the divine machine tool crossbow, nothing can stop it. No matter how strong the army in front of them was, they would never be able to withstand the might of the divine machine tool crossbow. This was a great killing weapon that made all those terrifying Fey in the 100,000 wildernesses fear it. Phew dash. The air was instantly torn apart. 10 crossbow arrows as thick as arms were hideous and terrifying, carrying a terrifying might that seemed to be able to break through everything, piercing towards the 50 trapped camp generals. Even the air formed ripples visible to the naked eye, scattering in both directions. On Xingfeng Mountain, Li Yu watched intently. When the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun transformed into the Hell Lord could withstand the divine machine tool crossbow, that was the Hell Master's bizarre and unparalleled ability to penetrate through the seemingly virtual and real 10 hells, directly sending the crossbow arrow shot from the divine machine tool crossbow into the 10 hells. But the trapped camp does not resort to such tactics. What's it gonna take to fend it off? Not that he had any worries. Since Gao Shun dared to let 50 soldiers of the trap battalion go forward to break the city, he showed that he was not afraid of the divine machine tool crossbow. After all, what he knew, Gao Shun also knew. Boom dash. The 10 thick divine machine tool crossbows were as fast as they could be, arriving in front of the 50 trapped camp generals in a flash. The trapping battalion generals' footsteps did not stop, still charging towards Xingfeng City. However, above their heads, the terrifying bloodbane mist coalesced in an extremely special way to form 10 dark demonic mountains that were 3 feet tall and resembled substance. The magic mountain was not high, but it was jagged with strange rocks, and it surged up, crashing into the 10 thick crossbow arrows that were shot at it. Hidden underneath each demonic mountain seemed to stand a terrifying shadow, and he was holding the demonic mountain high, like an ancient demonic god pulling up mountains and throwing them down. God and the Devil's Army formation. Billions of magic mountains. Chapter 46, The Might of a Billion Demon Mountain. Gao Shun who resembled a divine mountain. Boom dash. The 10 dark demonic mountains were as if they were indestructible and slammed into the 10 thick crossbow arrows. Large sparks bloomed. The thick crossbow arrows spun crazily, to pierce through the dark demonic mountain, and then pierce and kill the trapped camp generals in the rear. However, a steady stream of bloody fury poured into the dark devil mountain. Let the dark magic mountain dead in front of the crossbow, as the world's most solid material, simply impenetrable. Bang! Beneath the dark demonic mountain, the terrifying shadow that seemed to exist and yet didn't roar, and the demonic mountain erupted with astonishing might. A thick crossbow bolt flew across the room and burst into pieces. The speed of the 50 trapped battalion generals was not affected in any way, and they still continued to rush towards the gates of Xingfeng City. Wherever the 50 people passed, the dark demonic mountain sank and floated, just like 50 demonic generals from the ancient times, terrifying the heavens and wanting to drown the earth. How can that be? They actually blocked the flurry of fire from 10 divine machine tool crossbows. It's not a dodge, it's a hard fend off. On the city wall, veteran General Tian Yi was horrified. That's 10 sacred machine tool crossbows. Even if it was a different peak Tongyi powerhouse, he wouldn't dare to make a hard contact. 10 divine machine tool crossbows were enough to shoot a peak Tongyi powerhouse. But they were blocked by 50 soldiers. Even though he had been fighting for a lifetime and had seen a lot, he had never seen such an incredible scene. When their great Chu dynasty's national weapon, the divine machine tool crossbow, was able to be resisted by a group of soldiers. Looking at the dark demonic mountain that sank and floated above the heads of those soldiers, there was a deep doubt and shock in his heart. What kind of tactic is this? Why would a mere 50 Tony second levelers be able to withstand the unison fire of 10 divine machine crossbows? Open the gates and meet the battle. Kill. He took a deep breath and ordered. Though normally there is a big advantage to defending the city, but the other side is small in number, but strong individually. Then going out of the city to surround and kill is naturally a better way to unfold manpower than letting the other side mount the walls and surround and kill. And, outside the city 10 god machine crossbows could also help. He could see that the opponent had blocked 10 divine machine crossbows from firing in unison, but it clearly wasn't easy either. In the siege of the army, and then attacked and killed with the divine machine tool crossbow, it will be able to build success. Rumble dash. The gates are open. 5,000 Xingfeng city defenders killed out with high morale. They were the defenders drawn from the rest of the cities, and in the Great Chu dynasty, the city defense forces were naturally not considered elite, but Tiani let the city defense forces kill out first. At the back of the 5,000 city defense troops were the 5,000 Jinbei army. Kill. Tian-yi drank coldly. His entire body violently rushed out of the gatehouse. His large sword in his hand was like a thunderbolt as he killed towards Gao Shun. The Dynasty Guardian's shadowy face blurred and followed closely behind, similarly killing Gao Shun. You guys get on too. Gao Shun's face remained unchanged as he ordered towards the 300 Tianjia troops. Boom dash! The 300 Heavenly Festival army stepped out, a dark underworld lightning permeating their bodies as they charged towards the city's defenders right after the trapping camp. Chop! The trapped camp shouted angrily. 50 men with halberds slammed down. The icy cold halberd blade instantly cut down one of the defiant defenders. The moment the two armies collided, then a large amount of blood was spilled and a body fell. Trap the will to die. The generals of the trap camp roared. Like a reef, they stood above the shore, allowing the large number of brazen Xingfeng city defenders to rush in from all directions, only to be cut down with the halberds in their hands. Kill, kill, kill. A large number of defenders came forward, like moths to a flame, to extinguish the flames. But no matter how many defenders rushed up, the 50 soldiers of the trap battalion did not take a step back, and wherever the halberd passed, a body fell. The will of the trap. There is death and there is no life. The roars of fury shook the heavens and moved the earth, even as the dark demonic mountain that sank and floated above their heads smashed down from time to time, each time smashing 7 or 8 soldiers into a bloody mist. It's a purgatory. The humongous Chu army rushed to kill, but all of them could only be turned into corpses, and on the walls, from time to time, there were thick divine machine tool crossbows shooting down, but they were all blocked by a dark magic mountain, unable to bring half a bit of damage to the trap camp. The other side, the 300 Heavens Festival troops were also killing frantically in the enemy camp. A large amount of underworld thunder constantly condensed above their heads and flew out again and again. For every underworld thunder that flew out, 2 or 3 soldiers were scorched by the power of the thunder. Kill, kill, kill. The Wargos and Tang swords in their hands were also constantly waving, constantly harvesting the Chu army's lives. Occasionally a shuriken crossbow bolt was fired at them. At that moment there would be a large amount of underworld thunder surging towards the crossbow, shattering it in mid-air. The power of thunder. It's the power of destruction. Kill. Exhaust them. Great Chu warriors. Fearless. The vice-general of the Zhenbei army roared. At this moment, a large number of Zhenbei troops also rushed out of the city gates and surrounded and killed towards the trap battalion and Tianjie army. There were also quite a few Tongyi realm generals among them, similarly roaring and killing their way in. And at the farthest point from Xingfeng city, Gao Shun, armed with a gun, was fighting the veteran Tian-yi and the dynasty guardian Void. The lance was cold and thick. Every shot that smashed down was like a divine mountain falling, and the power was terrifying to the point of being appalling. With the power of one person, he completely pressed down on the veteran Tian-yi and the dynasty guardian Void. Asterisk 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 ah. It's actually a supreme powerhouse at the Seal King level. What does the Imperial City Department do? Li Yu didn't even know that there was an additional supreme powerhouse at the Seal King level under his command. Only eating dry food. What a damn thing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The veteran General Tian-yi frantically fended off Gao Shun's attacks, cursing in his heart, his lips shivering with anger. He blanched, his heart bitter. Seal the king's rank ah. How could such a supreme powerhouse appear under a rebel? I heard that under the traitor Li Yu, there was another one named Luo-yi, who also had the strength of a feudal lord. Boom boom boom. Lance after lance smashed in. Tian-yi and the dynasty guardian kept retreating. Their arms were trembling, and it became harder and harder to resist. The strength of General Gao Shun's marksmanship is no weaker than General Luo-yi's. Tian Feng sighed, but he could also see it. Gao Shun and Luo-yi's gun paths were completely different. Luo-yi was bloodthirsty and crazy. Each shot seemed to be going for someone, and his killing aura was overwhelming. Instead, Gao Shun's shot was as thick as a mountain, one shot after another, like a continuous mountain, suppressing the enemy until death. The Trap Battalion and the Sky Festival Army are still a bit low in number, despite the power to break through the city. I'm afraid I won't be able to take the enemy captive after their morale has collapsed. Li Yu stood on high ground and had a clear view of the battle. The Trap Battalion and the Tianjie army were like two killing vortexes, and any Chu troops that entered could only become corpses. However, when the power of dynastic Qi is augmented by more than 2/3 of the deaths, the augmentation will collapse. At that time morale would also immediately collapse and the remaining soldiers would flee in fear. Let's have 50 more traps. His face was calm. At this moment, the power of the past life on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples had exceeded 7,000. Under Xingfeng City naturally hadn't yet allowed him to obtain such a huge power of past life. It's the sight of Changbiao that's making gains. As his mind moved, in the mountains and forests outside Xingfeng City, 50 Trap Battalion generals suddenly rushed out once again. The Devil Mountains sank and the terrifying baleful aura rushed into the sky. like a most terrifying arrow, instantly penetrating into the Chu army. And the veteran General Tian was pale and horrified. That terrifying army actually appeared 50 more. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. And in the next moment he was blown apart by a shot from Gao Shun that shattered the large sword in his hand. The icy cold lance was like a huge mountain smashing down directly towards him. Chapter 47 Resurrecting Dead Soldiers. King Chu was so angry that he spat out blood. Boom dash! The Dynasty Guardian shadow violently burned itself. Turning into a ball of piercing light fiercely crashed into Gao Shun's lance. The lance swung away slightly, but it still grazed the veteran Tian Yi's left hand. Veteran General Tian Yi's left hand along with his left shoulder instantly crumbled into a bloody mist. The veteran General Tian Yi screamed miserably as he was cloaked and his body staggered back. Both eyes became blank. Previously, he had thought that hundreds of people from the other side coming to attack the city was simply whimsical and a joke. But I didn't expect it. The one who ends up being the butt of the joke is actually going to be himself. Seal, a king-level general, terrifying enough to defy the pawns of the sacred machine tool crossbow. How can there be such a horrible army in the world of man? He completely reversed his previous experience of marching to war. Ha 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 dash. I, Tian Yi, have fought all my life and exterminated rebels for Chu 9 times, but I never thought that one day I would die on the road to exterminate thieves. Come on. I, Tian Yi, do not fear death, but you rebels will never come to a good end either. The depth of my great Chu's heritage is not something you can imagine. The power of the dynasty is also beyond your imagination. Ha 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 dash. Gotenei will be waiting for you down there. Tian Yi suddenly laughed out loud, his confused eyes steeply becoming resolute. Even if only one arm is left, even if the sword that had followed him in battle for decades was shattered, he also still roared as he continued to kill Gao Shun. Rebels? When a dynasty kills loyalists full of young and old, it is said that the Ming dynasty has come to its end. This dynasty, it won't take long for it to turn into dust. Gao Shun's indifferent and calm voice came out. The long spear in his hand was as thick as a mountain, and although it looked as if it wasn't fast, the vision of a divine mountain was floating faintly above it. Boom dash! The lance was heavy to the extreme, and in the eyes of the veteran Tian Yi, the opponent's lance kept enlarging until it filled the end of his vision. In front of his eyes, everything had disappeared, and there was only this long spear, as vast as the heaven and earth's divine mountains. Bang! Veteran General Tian Yi's body was ferociously stabbed, and the terrifying power stirred as his body smashed against the wall without any more life. A generation of great Chu veterans, dead. Gao Shun's face did not fluctuate as he looked above the city wall and steeply leapt up in the air and rushed up. When the operators of the 10 divine machine crossbows saw that Tian Yi was dead and the other side was charging up, each of them looked hideous and did not hesitate to destroy the divine machine crossbows that they regarded as treasures in the past. Their first day as a god machine crossbow manipulator, it was understood that as long as the army was defeated, the sacred machine tool crossbow had to be destroyed before he died. Never allow a single god machine crossbow to fall into the hands of the enemy. Kill. After destroying the divine machine crossbow, they drew their battle swords and killed towards Gao Shun in a brazen manner. Some of the soldiers on the walls were also still there, and they came to kill with the same brazenness. The power of dynastic qi is truly awesome. Without the power of the dynasty's qi added, their morale would have collapsed long ago. Gao Shun's gaze was calm. The lance in his hand waved casually, and one of the Chu troops who killed up was completely destroyed in the twinkling of an eye. Immediately after, he took a few steps and killed all of the county magistrates and lieutenants who were fleeing in terror, as well as also other high-ranking people in the county. Less than half a day, the 5,000 defenders and 5,000 Jinbei troops were annihilated for the most part, and the remaining soldiers fled partly and surrendered partly. And for the first time, the Sky Festival army had casualties. 6 deaths. Dead soldiers can be summoned again. Summoning requires 10 times the power of the past. Looking at the handwriting on the 10,000 people's purple map, Li Yu's heart breathed a long sigh of relief. He had always known very well that a general could not avoid death in battle, let alone an ordinary soldier. The lack of casualties before was due to the lack of enemy strength. This battle against the humongous tens of thousands of Chu troops was arguably the strongest battle he had ever faced. He'd been a little worried. Will there be few soldiers left under Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin and others at the end of the fight? Now he was at ease. It is possible to summon dead soldiers back again. It costs 10 times the power of the past life, but it's worth every penny. After all, this is tantamount to resurrection. Summon the dead 6. He spoke to the violet figure of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. Phew! The 6 corpses of the Tianjia soldiers lined up in front of him. Suddenly the hideous wounds all over his body healed. The pale face returned to red. The broken armor recovered. And then all of them opened their eyes immediately afterward. And their fury was raging. See this scene. Tianfeng and Gao Shan raised their eyebrows, but neither of them made a sound. Greetings, Lord. The 6 men dropped to one knee, all looking quite elated. After all, how could one not be happy when he had clearly died in battle and now he had come back to life again? Go on, get back in line. Li Yu waved his hand. The 6 men rose, saluted, and left the hall of the county courthouse. He, on the other hand, slightly closed his eyes, his mind still on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples. At this very moment, the power of the past life on it had once again reached 3,235 channels, and he found the power of Qi also had an extra 1,000 channels. Occupying a county can also acquire the power of Qi? But why didn't I get it when I captured Yinshan City? Could it be because they didn't occupy the county at that time and didn't devour the power of the county's Qi? Li Yu was thoughtful. The power of Qi fortune in his hands had now reached 2,500 channels. With another 500 Dao, he would be able to raise his cultivation to the 3rd level of Tony, rest and recuperate for a day, and take the Shangtai city tomorrow. After a moment's silence, he ordered, "Yes, Lord." Tianfeng and Gaoshan had no objections and saluted to receive orders. Shu Du, the king's palace. The king of Chu, Zhao, was watching the 12 beautiful maidens dressed in tulle singing and dancing lightly and laughing. As for what Li Yu, he had forgotten about it for the time being. Anyway, the 13 sword mausoleums, Great General He Gong of Jinghua, King's Guard Commander Wei Jiufan, and Marquis Zhao Yiyuan of Jiashan were sent. The district rebels will be bound before him in time. At that time, if he wants to kill or die, it's still up to him. What submerged dragon? In front of this true dragon of his, there is only one way to lead the neck to be killed. Well, the state master really understands how I feel. These 12 dancers, each one of them is called a great beauty. Ha 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 dash. Zhao grabbed one of the dancers who jumped to his side and wrapped her arms around him, lifting up the glass of wine and asking the other to feed her drink with her lilac tongue. There was only one person sitting below. It was none other than the great Chu state master Wen Yu. He held a feather fan in one hand and a wine glass in the other, shaking and laughing. "It's good that your majesty likes it. Then play the music. Then dance." Just then, a eunuch hurriedly came from outside, kneeling on the ground and trembling. "Your majesty, Zhao Fenghua has been killed and the 13 sword mausoleums are all destroyed. Veteran General Tianyi was killed and Xingfeng City fell into the hands of the traitor Li Yu." The voice fell. King Zhao of Chu's face was instantly gloomy. How dare a little rebel kill the children of orphans, break the blade of orphans, and destroy the old general of orphans? He was so angry he could have spit blood. That's the knife he trained. Bang! He kicked over the table in front of him and threw out the stunning dancer in his hand. Furious. "Filth! Lone destroyed your entire clan, so you should kneel down to thank you and lead your neck to be killed. How dare you turn against Lone? Lone will make you wail for 100 days and die." Chapter 48, one of Luo Yi's strongest powers. The upward song Heavenly Tribulation. Pass on the will of the orphan. Order one person from the Sword Palace and one person from the Academy, and their cultivation level shall not be capped at the Marquis level. Lone enthroned them as Imperial Master and Imperial Master. The overwhelming sword that the Hall of Swords traveled to was enshrined as the Chief of Soldiers and Horses. King Zhao of Chu said angrily, "In a dynasty, there was a limit to the number of official titles of the first rank that could be enthroned out. Even these official titles of the first rank were formulated at the beginning of the founding of the country. In any dynasty, the maximum number of official titles of the first rank is 9. For example, De Chu. The 9 official titles of the first grade are, Left Prime Minister, Right Prime Minister, Military and Horse Marshal, Emperor Teacher, Lieutenant, Too Much Master, Too Much Teacher, State Teacher, Military and Horse Chief Instructor. As for the Yu Great General of Jinghua, Great General of Snapdragon, Great Commander of the King's Guard, they were all just from the first rank, and from a maximum of 18 names from a single class. In the Chu dynasty, the official title of the first rank would often only enthrone the existence of a feudal lord. This was because only the power of dynastic Qi of a positive first-rank official title could augment a feudal lord-level existence. If it was added from the power of the dynasty's Qi of a first-rank official title, the battle power of a feudal lord-level existence would not be enhanced much. There were rumors that it was related to the Yi grade of the dynasty's Qi power. So, in the De Chu dynasty, quite a few of the first-rank official titles were not standing. Rather, they are temporarily enshrined when the need arises. Your Majesty, rest your anger. State Master Wen Yu stood up and saluted. He was also a bit secretly alarmed. It actually enthroned 3 full-fledged first-rank officials at once, and it's also from the 3 major universities. In the past, the people of the 3 major universities cannot have an official position. After all, an official title of less than 1 rank was of little use to a peak Tony powerhouse, and the titles of the first rank are counted. As for the position of a sealed king that could be comparable to the power of a proper first-rate dynasty's Qi, not only did that count, but it would only enthrone people of the royal family. This son is rampant. he shall be punished with 100 days of lynching, Zhao said angrily. Together with the former Zhaoshan king Zhao Yuan, this was 4 feudal lord ranks, adding the power of the positive first grade of national fortune and the power of the king's level of national fortune. All of them were able to utilize the battle power of the Seal King level. Little submerged dragon, I'd like to see how you can still jump around. In front of Lone, the submerged dragon is just a small snake at the bottom of the well. If I want you to die, you can only die. It would be your honor to destroy your entire clan and kill your parents and relatives. Ungrateful and deserving of death. Late night, outside of West Ding City, one of the 6 remaining large cities in the land of 100 cities. Luoi rode on his warhorse and looked at a quiet and somewhat peaceful-looking city wall. Torches blazed on the walls. 100 feet outside of the city, all of them were also plugged with torches, and they were visible in all their splendor. He squinted his eyes with amazing eyesight and was able to see that many of the defenders on the city walls were dozing off. It looked so unguarded. At this moment, behind him were not only the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun and the 1,000 heavenly sectors, there were also 100 knights clad in armor and armed with mounted spears, with choppers, bows and arrows slung from their war horses. Each cavalryman wore an icy helmet, revealing eyes with a strong bloodlust. The eerie coldness of that aura was just like the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun, and it looked as if it was a weakened version of the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun. The 100 horsemen appeared and returned in the evening, and these 100 cavalrymen were none other than the top troop type under his command. The Heavenly Festival Iron Cavalry. The Heavenly Festival is also a heavenly calamity. The Heavenly Festival Iron Cavalry, which could also be called the Heavenly Tribulation Iron Cavalry. This is the enemy's apocalypse. There was an ambush. Luo sneered in his heart, while the large city ahead looked normal. This was the most abnormal part of it. He, Luo, had traveled all the way north, passing through 4 cities, and it was hard to cover his tracks. And this large city belonging to the relief sect should be able to guess that this was where they were aiming. In that case, how can you still be so relaxed? Was this not putting him, Luo, in his eyes? Apparently it was done on purpose, trying to paralyze him. Chang Biaojin destroyed a prophet in 3 Dharma kings of the relief sect. It has already exposed the battle power of the Seal King level. In that case, it seems that the Saving Bitterness sect is treating me, Luo, as a soft persimmon that they intend to pinch? Interesting. Don't dare to go to the trouble of that stick of a man, Chang Biaojin, and come to seek my general's bad luck? A bloodthirsty sardonic smile brought up in his eyes. He, Luo, who killed like a man, would actually be treated as a soft target one day? But he, Luo, was not a careless person. Since the other party dared to come, it meant that their strength was not weak. Even that suffering relief sect master who was rumored to have already returned all power to one and possessed a Seal King level battle power had also come. In that case, let's just prepare a great gift for you and others. It just so happens that the Lord has summoned out of the world for me 100 Heavenly Festival Iron Horsemen. Minimum standards met. His face was cold and hideously vicious, and his eyes were filled with raging killing opportunities. The first few days a city was not very productive. Those city lords and defenders all fled and hid. Now it was hard to stumble upon a large city, which also had a great possibility of possessing a group of senior members of the bitter saving sect. He naturally couldn't let it go. He had to kill them all. The 18 horsemen of Yen Yun. He opened his mouth coldly. The 18 horsemen of Yen Yun indifferently said, Sky Festival Iron Horsemen. Luo spoke again. 100 Heavenly Festival Iron Cavalrymen with killing intent blazed out. The Heavenly Festival Army. Luo drank. 1,000 Heavenly Festival Army licked their lips, their faces filled with bloodlust. Open the Divine and Demonic Army Formation, the Havoc of the Heavens. Luo said in a cold voice. The Divine and Demonic Military Formation of the 18 Horsemen of Yen Yun was the 10 Directions of Hell. The Heavenly Festival Iron Horsemen's Divine and Demonic Army Formation was Heavenly Tribulation Descending. The Heavenly Festival Army's Divine and Demonic Military Formation was Underworld Thunder Purgatory. And these 3 armies were all under his command, and could execute the Divine and Demonic Army Formation, the Havoc of the Heavens, which was a unification of the 3 armies, the hijacking of the Divine. It was the strongest Divine and Demonic Military Formation that united the 3 armies under his command. This time, let the world see what is meant by the Divine Havoc. Yes, the 18 Horsemen of Yen Yun, the Iron Horsemen of Tianjie, and the Tianjie army all had flames burning in their eyes as they led the way in hushed voices. They were all a little excited in their hearts. That's the Divine Havoc. It was their strongest Divine and Demonic Military Formation. Phew! A large amount of blood-devouring mist surged out, enveloping the 18 Yen Yun Cavalry, 100 Heavenly Sect Iron Cavalry, and 1,000 Heavenly Sect Army. Large black clouds emerged from the sky. Black clouds are pressing down on the city. A black as ink light of the heavenly tribulation seems to be falling from the sky, as if it is falling from the unknown heavens. The terrifying light of the heavenly tribulation transformed into a humanoid tribulation light above the heads of the 18 yin cavalry, the heavenly festival iron cavalry, and the heavenly festival army. They stood above the army, a spherical heavenly tribulation suspended in their hands, as if they were ancient beings descending from the land of the heavens, ruling over the heavenly tribulation of all beings. A trace of heavenly tribulation light fell on the large trees and boulders next to them. Moment. The large trees and boulders were directly vaporized, and the ashes flew away. There was even a raging and surging light of heavenly tribulation that enveloped the army, forming heavenly tribulation armor around them, like an invincible army that had stepped out from the heavens. And far away on the walls of Shiding City, the defenders were still dozing off without half noticing. Then Luo Yi will come, right? Prophet Jai Jingshan sat quietly and frowned. It will come. I have studied his line of march and his purpose. He's killing people. Perhaps this is his method of practicing troops and also killing people to ingest baneful energy, which is why that weird and overwhelming 18 cavalrymen appeared. Vice-sect leader Shen Wubai calmly said. Such a method of practicing the army is unheard of. Jai Jingshan sighed, then heartily said, perhaps we can get this strong method of practicing soldiers from him. When Shen Wubai heard this, he also revealed a heartfelt expression. Indeed, such a bizarre and unparalleled method of training troops. If we can get, the Bitter Relief sect, might still have the hope of killing their way into Dachu to rebuild the great new dynasty. In that case, when he arrives, we will cripple him and imprison him, he ordered. Prophet Jai Jingshan and the 4 great Dharma kings all nodded their heads. They're confident, with their strength, along with the fact that the city lord of Shiding City was also at the peak of Tony's strength. In addition to a full 10,000 Shiding troops, the district Luo Yi was still not at the mercy of being needed. Chapter 49 A Divine Deluge from Above. The Relief of Suffering Sect Fear. Outside of West Ding City, 7 or 8 miles, the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun were at the head. 100 Sky Festival Iron Riders followed. 1,000 Sky Festival troops ended up, forming a sharp arrow. Fully 100 humanoid figures holding the power of the heavenly calamity stood above them, all surging with the dark, ink-like light of the heavenly calamity, and even vaguely, in the sky above their heads, there was also a corner of the Devil's Palace that was completely formed by the light of the heavenly tribulation floating in the air. The roving light was volatile, and a corner of the Devil's Palace even revealed countless ancient inscriptions, containing the supreme principles of heaven and earth. Kill, Luo Yi ordered indifferently. The lance in his hand was blood red, as if it had been taken out of the sea of blood, and it even made people think that it was a lance condensed entirely from blood. Kill, the Grand Army's voice was cold, as if it no longer had a trace of emotion. Rumble dash. Luo Yi was in the front, and the army was in the back, charging towards Shiding City. The human-shaped light of the heavenly calamity stood in the sky above, and the corner of the Devil's Palace was surging with the light of the calamity, as if it was the immortals and gods that could be crashed to death. The whole earth, it all began to vibrate in an instant. The dark clouds in the sky dome that had originally obscured the stars and moon were all instantly dispersed by the light of the heavenly tribulation. A corner of the Devil's Palace was horizontal and majestic. It struck fear into all existences that could see the scene. The city walls. Many of the defenders who were dozing off were suddenly awakened. After all, the vibrations were a little too strong. Stronger than the city lord's favorite wagon motion vibrations. What's going on? Has the Earth Dragon turned over? Or are there tons of cavalry coming? Many of the defenders panicked, and they all immediately looked outside the city. It was dark outside the city. However, in the distance, as if there was some horrible beast hiding in it, it was coming towards their West Ding City. There was even a hint of thunder that came from the sound, depressing people's hearts to the extreme. What's that? It seems to be a corner of a huge palace. Many of the defenders looked at the distant sky in horror and fear. With the help of the starlight, it was as if they saw the corner of a vague palace that was crashing through the dark clouds and rolling in, and the vibrations on the ground are getting stronger. But it was impossible to see in the darkness of the night. The unknown scares people the most. A dark night. A corner of a palace crashed horizontally in. Which who looked at the heart, not Harry. It's just beyond their imagination. Fear magnified in their minds. Sound the alarm. Come on, come on, come on. The defending general came out of the chamber, looked at the face immediately horrified, and hurriedly ordered, dang it dash. The long, urgent ringing of the alarm bells spread throughout the city in the night. Inside the city lord's mansion, the deputy sect master of the relief bitter sect, Shen Wubai, Prophet Jai Jingshan, the 4 Dharma kings, as well as the city lord of Shiding City, who was sitting on one side, were waiting with great anticipation for Luo Yi to throw himself into the net. All 7 people's eyes lit up. They snapped to their feet. Dozens of other saving bitterness sect disciples at the Tongyi realm in the hall all stood up as well. A smile appeared on Shin Wubai's face, and he said rather excitedly, "It must be that Luo coming. All of you remember. You must catch him alive. You can break all the arms and legs of that Luo, but keep him alive. This son's mastery of the method of practicing soldiers may be the key to our bitter saving sect's rise to power once again." The crowd all nodded excitedly. "Go! Come with me to the battle. That Liu killed the prophet and Dharma king of my saving bitterness sect. This time let him lose one of his great generals as well." Shin Wubai walked out of the city lord's mansion first. A warhorse had already been prepared outside the city lord's mansion. Just a moment. Dozens of war horses galloped and had already reached the southern city gate. Shin Wubai gently stepped, his body leaping up like a willow leaf, directly stepping onto the 15 or 16 feet high city wall. Prophet Jai Jingshan, the 4 Dharma kings, the lord of Shiding City, and quite a few Tongyi-level powerhouses all leapt up in the air to step onto the city walls. What's that? Shin Wubai's brows furrowed as he looked at the corner of the blurry palace that crashed across the sky and shattered the dark clouds in the sky. Wasn't it said that under Luo Yi's command, there were only 18 cavalrymen as well as thousands of foot soldiers? What the hell is this? Could it be that Luo Yi possessed some amazing treasure that formed a vision? The rest of the crowd similarly stared dead on at the corner of the blurry palace that was getting closer and closer and also appeared more and more real, their faces somewhat horrified. A palace gable with only one corner showing. As it approaches, a terrifying pressure swept across the sky. That was the pressure from the heavenly tribulation from above. What's that? At this point, Prophet Jai Jingshan's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at a humanoid figure that gradually appeared under the starlight beneath that corner of the blurry palace. The terrifying light of the heavenly tribulation filled these humanoid figures. Each one of them seemed to come from the heavens, holding a spherical heavenly tribulation in their hands, and their cold, unseen eyes casting a hint of emotion on them. This instant, Jai Jingshan felt fear. It had been many years since he had felt fear, but now just being gazed at by the icy eyes of those humanoid figures, he felt fear. Hiss! What is this? The person in the lead is Luo Yi. A blurred palace in one corner. A humanoid figure that seems to have mastered Black Thunder. A Tongyi martial artist lost his voice, his face shocked as fear surfaced in his heart. The ordinary soldiers, on the other hand, were even more pale and trembling. What is this? They felt how this was so metaphysical in front of them. At this moment, the army led by Luo Yi had already entered the place where the light of torches shone below the city wall. A corner of the heavenly dome was crossed by a demonic temple. Below, a humanoid figure holding Black Thunder stood in midair, lofty and ancient, like a god or devil. At the bottom were the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun, the Iron Horsemen of Tianjie, and the Tianjie army, who were clad in the light of the heavenly tribulation transformed into ancient armor. Such a horrifyingly bizarre scene shook everyone to their core. Even Shin Wubai, the previously confident vice sect master of the Relief Bitter sect, had his pupils tightly contracted and his scalp tingling. This looks a little scary. The blurred corner of the palace, a humanoid figure holding the thunder, looked like it was not to be messed with. Luo Yi, I am Shin Wubai, vice sect master of the Saving Bitterness sect. If you are willing to join my Saving Bitterness sect, my Saving Bitterness sect is willing to treat you to the position of vice sect leader. You may even be given 100 beauties, 100,000 taels of silver, and a viewing of my Relief sect's secret scripture, the 100 Difficulties Marrow Cleansing Sutra. He took a deep breath and fiercely bellowed at Luo Yi below. The rest of the crowd stared intently. If they could persuade this Luo Yi to surrender, the strength of their Saving Bitterness sect would surely rise a notch. It was completely able to make up for the fall of Prophet Liao Yuanzhou as well as the 3 great Dharma kings. Below, Luo Yi raised his head, his eyes filled with the colors of ferocity and blood as he coldly said, "Just with a bunch of you dirtbags, are you worthy of recruiting my Luo Yi? Wipe your necks clean, one and all, and wait for this general to send you on your way. Kill, not a single one." Chapter 50, Successive Beheadings of Peak Tongyi. Luo Yi stomped out the suffering Relief sect. Kill, the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun, the 100 heavenly sect Iron Cavalry, and the 1,000 heavenly sect army bellowed icily. The killing sound instantly penetrated the 9 heavens and shook the human world. The grand army charged dash, headed by the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun. The army slammed into the gates of West Ding City. Rumble dash, the city gates burst into pieces, and even that section of the city wall exploded, sending debris flying. The blurred face of a humanoid figure that was in charge of the heavenly tribulation was cold and indifferent, and the spherical heavenly tribulation held in his hand was instantly thrown out. Boom dash, a large swath of heavenly tribulation light exploded and swam like a dragon and snake, and all of the guarding soldiers and experts of the Tongyi realm that were enveloped by the light of the heavenly tribulation vaporized in an instant as if they had never existed. This terrifying scene caused the pupils of all the higher echelons of the suffering relief sect to lock up in shock. Vice sect leader Shun Wubai's face was unsightly to the extreme. The strength of this army under Luo Yi's command was too terrifying. Even he didn't dare to face this terrifying army that seemed to have come out of a myth. What kind of tactic is this? He was overwhelmed, yet he felt wild. If he could master such tactics on the other side, so, couldn't he become the sect leader of the suffering relief sect, or even trample the Dechu dynasty to the ground and re-establish the Dxian dynasty? At that time, he is the king of the Daxin dynasty. King's Landing. Thinking of this, he stared deathly at Luo Yi and yelled, "Capture Luo Yi." The armies under his command are naturally not attacked, and by capturing Luo Yi and forcing out this method of practicing troops, the rebuilding of the Daxin dynasty is just around the corner. At that time, you will all be founding ministers, and you'll be awarded Marquis and King. Hereditary. His voice fell. Zhai Jingshan, the 4 great Dharma kings, and the Lord of West Ding City were all breathing heavily. Seal the Marquis. Seal the King. Hereditary. It appeals to them too much. After all, as long as they were sealed as a Marquis, they would be able to use the power of national fortune to add to their strength. The hereditary succession is a guarantee that future generations will be rich and prosperous, and the martial arts will flourish. All generals fight and kill the enemy. For killing one enemy army, a reward of 1,000 taels of silver and 10 female slaves. Shin Wubai spoke again. The defenders on the walls were suddenly breathing heavily. 1,000 taels of silver and 10 female slaves. Just kill one enemy soldier and they won't have to worry in their lives. One of the defenders all had reddened eyes, staring at the terrifying army in death. Can't take on a whole army. It's still possible to kill a man on your own, right? Heavy rewards will be rewarded. At once, a large number of guard soldiers who were overwhelmed by the heavy reward roared and growled as they rushed towards the upper Cthulhu skyjacking. But they don't even know. What exactly are they facing? That's the heavenly tribulation of the ascension. The divine and demonic army formation that reigns over the heavenly calamity of all beings. Kill! Shin Wubai yelled. His black hair flew. His entire body leapt out in the air. His right hand with cold gloves became a claw, like a sky eagle pouncing on food, pouncing towards Luo Yi. If it was hidden, a huge heavenly eagle silhouette emerged on all of his body, opening its mouth to let out a ferocious cry. Kill! Prophet Zhai Jingshan shouted angrily. His lanky body similarly leaped out. He had drawn the thick machete he carried behind him, rolling the blade light dazzlingly, ferociously and overwhelmingly slashing towards Luo Yi. The light of the blade was vast and cold and sharp, as if it could split the entire earth. Kill! The 4 great Dharma kings followed closely behind, the 2 of them using swords. The light of the swords like thunderbolts, as fast as lightning, brilliant and piercing. The other 2 used their fists, and their fists coalesced into huge fists that were about 10 feet in size, as if they could push everything horizontally. Another person with a halberd thick, above all the dull color of blood, at this moment relighting, as a blood flame burning, halberd light fell, sonic boom piercing ears. The 6 of them combined their efforts to seriously injure and capture Luo Yi in the shortest possible time. All 6 of them were confident. With the strength of the 6 of them, it was enough to seriously injure a Seal Marquis level powerhouse in a short period of time. A bunch of dirtbags. All to hell. Kill! Luo Yi opened his mouth icily, his face fierce and violent, the lance in his hand as if drawn from the sea of blood, with monstrous blood color ferociously stabbing out. The speed of it. It had already exceeded the limit of what an ordinary Tony realm expert could capture with their naked eyes. The warhorse under his seat leaped up like a dragon, bringing him directly avoiding the attacks of Shin Wubai and Zhai Jingshan, the 2 top feudal lord-level powerhouses. He directly came face to face with halberd King Guqian. Bang! The blood-colored lance swung gently. The chopped-down halberd was instantly swung away. The cold and ferocious lance was like a blood-colored dragon that had escaped from its trap, fast to the extreme, roaring and piercing straight through the neck of halberd King Guqian. Halberd King Guqian's face showed a look of shock, horror, despair, and regret. He hadn't expected it in any case. He actually couldn't even block a single shot from Luo Yi himself. This is definitely not a fiefdom level. This is the seal of the king level. The vice priest mistook me. The vice priest has misled me. He didn't have time to make a single sound, and his body fell straight down. Katsumi, Shin Wubai, Zhai Jingshan, and the other 3 Dharma kings were incomparably shocked and discolored. One shot killed the halberd king. Guqian? What strength is this? Wasn't it said that Luo Yi's strength was at the feudal lord level? How could the feudal marquis level kill halberd King Guqian with a single shot? I've told you that you're nothing but dirt, and you still don't believe me? Die! Luo Yi's voice was merciless. The warhorse under his seat stepped and leaped in the air, and with a turn, he had already appeared on the side of another Dharma king. The long spear was like a dragon, and it seemed as if a demonic god was whispering in the heavens and earth. And the terrifying spear intent shook the mind. Block him. Fist King Fengxian was horrified and immediately raised his fists, exerting all his strength to the limit. The remaining king of blood swords Do Lin, Prophet Jai Jingshan, and Vice Priest Xin Wubai, all three of them clenched their teeth and let out roars of rage as they ruthlessly killed towards Luoyi, deflecting the attacks for Fengxian. Even if they knew that Luoyi's strength was wrong from what they knew, most likely not at the feudal marquis level, but at the feudal king level. But now the arrow is in the air and has to be sent. At this point, if you run away, you may die faster. The only thing to do was to block Luoyi first and then look for a chance to see if he could kill the other party or leave. Kill, kill, kill. Xin Wubai's head full of black hair exploded. His body's true power boiled to the limit. His hands were like real heavenly eagles, constantly colliding with the long spear in Luoyi's hands. Next to him, Jai Jingshan was frantic with his sword and also kept clashing with Luoyi. Boxing King Fengxian, Blood Sword King Do Lin, and Battle King Tao Li were harassing them from the side, throwing punches and chopping slashes from time to time. The six figures fought fast with fast. The long spear in Luoyi's hand transformed into a phantom, pressing the five to attack with the strength of one man. Die! Luoyi's eyes flashed with coldness. The lance in his hand had already passed through War King Tao Li's neck. The second Tony Peak was killed. A few looks of despair passed across the faces of the remaining four. Luoyi is too strong. Simply unbeatable. Is this the sealed king level? Die! Luoyi shouted angrily. Black hair flew, and the shadows of one terrifying demon god after another surfaced around them, and the icy cold gun intent suppressed all the demon gods, and the demons bowed down. It also suppressed the four Xin Wubai. Boom dash! A spear stabbed out. The wind and thunder moved in unison, and Fist King Fengxian and Blood Sword King Do Lin were instantly stabbed, and their bodies flew up in the air and exploded. A short moment. He had already killed 4 Peak Tony in a row, and his demonic might was overwhelming. Chapter 51, the entire Suffering Relief Sect's army is wiped out. Summoning the 6th Human Master. The only remaining Bisect Master Xin Wubai and Prophet Jai Jingshan were pale and fearful in their hearts. It's too strong. This Luoyi's strength was simply terrifying to the extreme. There's no way to resist. Moreover, the other party obviously didn't reach the Seal King level through all power returns to one or body like Vajra. Rather, it is through gathering thoughts as thoughts. That's some real gun sense right there. Overbearing and overwhelming. Bloody and violent gun intent. No wonder it's rumored. It is said that gathering thoughts into thoughts is the most difficult. Today it seems. An existence that had reached the Seal King level with gathering thoughts into intent was also the most terrifying. They had also seen sect masters whose all power returns to one had reached the Seal King level strike. But where was the feeling given to them that Luoyi was so ferocious? One shot. It actually directly left the 2 peaks of Tongi, Boxing King Fengxian and Knife King Do Lin, with their corpses and bones intact. How horrible is this? It's time to send you on your way. Luoyi looked at the two indifferently. The lance in his hand pointed diagonally at the ground, and the next moment it seemed as if one blood-colored star after another was lit up above. The stars shone brilliantly, and the lance pumped out the air, fiercely and incomparably smashing down fiercely towards Xin Wubai. It's his mastery of the gun kill. Scarlet Star. Each star that lit up made the lance in his hand twice as heavy. Boom dash. The air exploded dash. Xin Wubai's face was incomparably frantic. He doesn't want to die. He's the vice lord of the Relief and Suffering sect. The sect leader was always in seclusion. And he was the emperor of the land of the 100 cities. And he's only in his 60s, so he's got 40 or 50 years to live. His hands transformed into eagle claws, and the sky eagle's shadow emerged behind him, emitting a dying chirp. Boom dash. But the lance was too fast and heavy. A blood-colored star seemed like a real star, pushing across with an unimaginably terrifyingly huge force. Instantly, Xin Wubai's hands were smashed off and his chest collapsed, and his entire body flew up like a broken doll, smashing down to the ground and bouncing several times, his eyes wide open in death. Vice Priest Jai Jingshan was horrified, but in the twinkling of an eye, he then saw the long spear in Luoyi's hand smashing over again. The blood-colored stars were incomparably blinding, and it was as if they had all transformed into true star vastness in his eyes. Boom dash! He spat out blood. The long sword in his hand crumbled, his sternum collapsed and shattered, and he was killed directly by a shot. The 6 senior members of the Bitter Relief sect who had come were all wiped out in just a few moments. Luoyi looked down at the corpse on the ground, his face expressionless. He looked up at the mostly collapsed walls. The warhorse leaped up and landed on it, a sweep of the eyes. At this time, there had long been few defenders left on the walls. Everywhere, dark as ink, the light of the heavenly calamity was raging. It was as if the heavens were punishing the city by sending down countless heavenly tribulations. Can't see the body. All the living beings covered by the light of the heavenly tribulation flew to ashes and directly vaporized. The city lord of West Ding City let out an unwilling roar. But the next moment it was annihilated by the terrifying light of the heavenly tribulation that erupted from that corner of the blurry palace. The entire western Ding City was filled with heavenly tribulation light. A blurry corner of the palace was suspended above the dome of the sky, while a humanoid figure transformed from the light of the heavenly tribulation stood in midair in various parts of the city. The light of the heavenly calamity poured down. A large number of the defenders who had fled in terror were struck by the light of the heavenly tribulation and instantly vaporized. The whole city was shivering. The light of the apocalypse enveloped the earth. All the residents of West Ding City were shivering and hiding in their homes. Some people saw through the window that the terrifying light of the apocalypse fell. That is, one after another of the guards flew to ashes, and all of them trembled with fear. It was the defenders who took refuge in the civilian houses. Nor could they escape the strike of the light of the humanoid heavenly tribulation. It was spectacular. The divine heavenly tribulation. This is one of the strongest powers that belongs to me. Luo-yi looked down on the entire city from above and muttered indifferently to himself. At the moment it was as if it was a real demon god, was watching the army under his command reign in the heavenly tribulation, destroying all enemies. Good. All the defenders of West Ding City, including those tawny experts who had ascended the city walls, were killed. It was only then that the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun, the 100 heavenly sect iron horsemen, and the 1,000 heavenly sect army returned and stood beneath the city wall looking up at the Lord General above them. A fervent look passed through each person's eyes. This is their general. Go on, kill all those who are deeply sinful in this city, and leave no one behind. Luo-yi ordered with a cold face. He could imagine how fearful the inhabitants of the city are at this very moment, but that didn't stop him from killing in the slightest. He didn't have time to stay behind to clean up the sinners in those small towns he had captured earlier. But this big city is different. Big city populations are not comparable to small towns. Moreover, this large city belonged to the Relief and Suffering sect, and was even more in the heart of the 100 Cities land, unlike Jade Horse City, which was right next to the Great Chu dynasty. So there was a good number of people in this city. More than 180,000 people. I am afraid that there will be no fewer of them who are deeply sinful. Even clearing out this one city might be a bigger gain than if he captured 10 small cities. If it wasn't for Tian Feng's repeated admonitions to him when he left, he was tempted to just slaughter the city. Clean and sharp. Where is the need to spend so much effort to identify the guilty as now? Yes, General. The 18 horsemen of Yen Yun led the way. The 18 people immediately separated and each led a portion of the Heavenly Festival Iron Cavalry and Heavenly Festival Army forward to investigate the city. This kind of thing isn't hard. They don't know who's guilty as sin, but the residents of the city know. It just takes some time. Early the next morning, Xing Fengqing, Li Yu stepped out of the bedroom. As he walked, he opened the purple map of the 10,000 peoples to check it out. A look of joy appeared on his face when he saw a full 13,122 channels of the power of the past life on it, then checked out the details. It looks like Luo-yi has captured a big city. According to Luo-yi's marching route, it should be Shiding City? So many tawny peaks, and Feng Ho level? The higher-ups of the Saving Bitterness sect have indeed all gone to surround Luo-yi. I wonder if that sect leader of the Saving Bitterness sect has gone yet. If he didn't go, he should still be in seclusion. Rumor has it that the Saving Bitterness sect master has been in seclusion for a long time. Looking at the number, it seems like the top brass of the Relief and Suffering sect died out all at once. Little half died at the hands of Chang Baijin. Most died at the hands of Luo-yi. Li Yu had an odd expression on his face and rubbed his chin. What would be the expression on the face of the Suffering Relief sect's master if he came out of the gate and realized that all of the top echelons of the sect were already dead? I'm afraid I'm going to go crazy. He shook his head and sighed. Immediately afterward he fell into deep thought. How can I spend so much power of passing away? And he found, the power of the past life continues to rise. Though the rise is slower, mostly one by one, the power of the past life. But in this few moments, there were already more than 60 more channels. There are still 2 days to go before the Chu army arrives. His face was slightly grave. It was only natural to go all out to enhance strength now. Let's summon a man of honor first. At the first stage of the 10,000 people's purple diagram, only 7 first-rate human masters can be summoned, and this is the 6th. A burning light flashed in his eyes. This time, and which one of them will be outstanding? Chapter 52 The Pope Who Ruled the Chatty World. The power of the 5,000 paths to the next life is subtracted. On the purple map of the 10,000 peoples, the figures of a large number of people and heroes kept flashing by. A moment later, the image was fixed on a figure with a thin face and wearing a scribe's robe. He sat quietly in the middle of the courtyard. holding a crimson brush as if it were stained with human blood. A pair of eyes were calm and deep, vaguely as if they could see another world of treacherous clouds and ghosts. In that world, there are bookworms, demons and ghosts that harm people, swordsmen in the air, and the underworld. From a distance, the courtyards where the scribes were all looked dark and gloomy, as if they were not on earth but in the midst of ghosts. Trance. It made people feel like there were ghostly shadows after ghostly shadows hovering behind him, terrifying and gloomy. The next moment, the image shattered. Liu awoke from that image with some surprise. The opponent is not a military general, nor is it a schemer. Could it be someone from the Taoist lineage, the Confucian lineage or the Buddhist lineage? There are so many outstanding people in the history of China, though his pre-crossing history skills were pretty good, but based on one picture alone, he would have had a hard time seeing who it really was if it wasn't extremely recognizable. Squeak! The door to the courtyard of the Aliyah was pushed open. A man who looked just like the one in the picture, appearing to be in his 30s and wearing a light gray scribe's robe, stepped in. He was not very tall, but his eyes were bright and penetrating, with a kind of understanding that saw through the world's affairs on earth. Pu Songling, greetings to the Lord. The middle-aged man bowed and saluted, his voice giving off a sense of extreme purity. Just hearing the other party's voice all made Liu feel that his mind was cool and the distractions dissipated. Pope, Pu Songling, who wrote Liu Jai Zi? Liu suddenly dawned on him. No wonder the 10,000 people purple figure image seemed to contain a world in the other party's eyes. That must be the Liaojai world written by the other party. No need to be polite. Sir, please rise. Liu immediately reached out to help Pu Songling up with a smile on his face. He hadn't thought about it. The first-rate human expert summoned this time would actually be this one. He was also curious in his mind. How strong is this one? If you are fighting someone, what means are used? Thank you, Lord. Pu Songling stood up straight, a touch of moroseness appearing on his thin face, his gaze looking somewhere in the city. My lord, there are people in this city who keep ghosts. Should we kill them? At these words, Liu froze. Raising ghosts? He had traveled to the Great Chu dynasty for 20 years, but in his memory, he had never heard of any existence that could raise ghosts. The De Chu dynasty, the Dezhan dynasty, and the Desheng dynasty all had only the martial arts path. Interesting. Could it be that there are actually some special means hidden under the martial arts? And it seems to be extremely well hidden? A few looks of interest appeared on his face at once. He once asked Luo the matter of the souls of the living beings that he had killed, and he himself had seen it with his own eyes after he had reached the Tani realm. It was indeed as Luo had said. The souls of the beings that were struck down were instantly dispersed the moment they died, and none of them were found to be able to remain on Earth at all. But now, instead, Pope told him that someone was keeping a ghost in the city? Go on, check it out, he said directly. With Pu Songling on his side and Jingku in the dark, he was not worried about his safety. After all, how strong could a ghost breeder who could only stay hidden be? If one was so powerful that even Pu Songling and Jingku could not be defeated, then there would be no need to hide at all. Lord, follow me. Pope led the way ahead. The two of them walked out of the county office and headed towards the slums on the south side of Xingfeng City. The further south you go, the dirtier and narrower the streets seem. The houses on either side also looked more and more dilapidated and low. And when you get to the slums, there are even a number of thatch-covered houses, with alleyways full of foul water and even quite a bit of excrement. Liu's face was calm. It didn't stop with the dirt all over the floor. At the bottom of this world, life is what it is. To be alive is the greatest gift of all. And what quality of life is never something that the underclass can aspire to? This is it? Watching Pope stop in front of a short house, Liu narrowed his eyes. Standing outside of this house, vaguely he felt an eerie aura. Right. There are quite a few ghosts in here. Pu Songling's gray robes fluttered, and it seemed as if there was a world about to unfold in his eyes. The next moment, an eerie figure stepped out of his eyes. From the size of a finger or a fist, it transformed into the size of a normal person. This was a stunningly beautiful-looking young girl. The young girl had her hair draped over her head wearing a long black dress, and her temperament was soft but extremely gloomy. Her appearance made Liu feel like the temperature around him had dropped more than 5 degrees. Nye Xiaoqian, meet the Lord. The young girl smiled sweetly and saluted Liu. She was slightly transparent and was floating 3 feet off the ground. Nye Xiaoqian. Liu was quite surprised. Is Pu Zongling's way of fighting by summoning all the ghosts and spirits inside Liu Zhi to fight? No need to be polite. He waved his hand, his face looking extremely interested. Since Nye Xiaoqian can come out, so is it possible for demons and devils like Yen Chek Ha, Feng San Yang, Xin 14 Yang and even the tree demon grandmother to come out? Do those characters and demons that joined the world of Liu Zhi in later times, such as Zhuo Qianhu, Shi Hang Pudu, and Black Mountain Old Demon, also appear? After all, It seems that Pope has mastered the world of Liuozhi Zi. All those characters and demons are likely to evolve. Rong Lingshan quietly sat on her knees. Around her fluttered 8 ghostly shadows, each one cold and morose, constantly twisting, and there was another ghostly figure sitting face to face with her on its knees, opening its mouth and spewing out a large amount of ghostly chi, which was sucked into her mouth and nose between her inhalations. A breath of air. A large amount of ghost chi was swallowed by her, and on the other side of the room, there was an old woman with a withered face sitting on her knees, but her skin was dry all over. Her hair had fallen out. She didn't have a few teeth left. Her face was covered in old age spots, and she was skin and bones. A pair of miserable green eyes stared straight at Rong Lingshan, drool dripping from the corners of her mouth. Rong Lingshan's heart chilled. She could feel the eyes full of malice behind her. She also knew very well that the moment she practiced the ghost-eating Tony technique was the moment the other party would eat her up. After all, she had already seen the other party eat 4 young girls who had practiced the ghost-eating Tony method, and she's the 5th, and the last one. But there was nothing she could do to resist. One could only follow the other party's orders to continuously cultivate the ghost-eating Tony method and step by step become the other party's qualified food. She's desperate, but she couldn't even take half a step away from here under the eyes of the other side. GGG. Who knows where the hell that reincarnated evil girl is? The church has actually asked us to come here to find. But it's not bad to come over to this side of the dynasty. It actually allowed me to find 5 food items that can cultivate the ghost-eating Tony method. When this food matures, I'll be able to refine ghost intent and become a Seal King level existence. Make another effort to find some tasty food. Maybe I can advance to the true martial realm before I go back. Ga ga ga. The crone laughed strangely, but the next moment, she realized that a female ghost had walked in outside the front door. An extremely beautiful female ghost. The female ghost's eerie eyes looked at her. Chapter 53, The Strength of Pu Songling. Peeping into a corner of the heavenly palace. A female ghost? Isn't this area only the Qi and Blood martial Dao inheritance? The great lunar imperial dynasty once but gave a ban on allowing the rest of the martial arts inheritance to remain in this area. How did a female ghost appear? The crone was a little confused. The Qi and Blood martial arts path is wide open, and the battlefield kills and 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 kills, but you can't raise ghosts. Only the ghostly martial Dao lineage was good at raising ghosts. Could it be that there were actually hidden ghostly martial arts powerhouses in this great Chu dynasty? Or was it one of the fellow disciples of the sect who had come to search for the reincarnated evil woman just like him? You are. Her torso stood up, and 3 hideous evil ghosts violently rushed out of the gourd hanging at her waist. The 3 hideous evil ghosts were all holding iron forks. Their bodies were solid, and they were all close to 10 feet in height, and the rolling yin chi swept out. The aura of any of them was no weaker than the peak of Tongi. Just a plain weak woman dash. Raising ghosts in the city has angered my lord dash. Nia Xiaoqian covered her mouth and laughed softly as a long sword appeared in her hand at some point. A long sword covered in talismans with an extremely heavy yin aura. The long sword shook. The talisman on it instantly fell off, transforming into icy cold, extremely cold nether lightning that spread out towards the old crone as well as the 3 hideous evil ghosts. Rong Lingshan was horrified and immediately hid in a cower. She was only at the Qi-eating realm, and she felt that any of the Yin thunderbolts that smashed into her body would be able to kill her. The 9 ghostly creatures were also frightened and swarmed into a blackened cloth bag at her waist. Damn maid, and dare to make a move on me? The old crone's face was instantly extraordinarily gloomy, and her miserable green eyes were filled with killing intent. She opened her mouth, which had only 3 teeth left, and swallowed one of the 3 hideous evil spirits in one gulp. Moment. Her originally dry and seemingly lifeless body directly swelled. In a flash, he transformed into a sturdy old crone with a height of 10 feet full of muscles, and in his hand, there was also an extra long sword with a sinister aura, which straightly broke through a channel of sinister thunder and stabbed at Nia Xiaoqian. The 2 remaining hideous evil spirits growled and followed with teeth and claws. The Yin thunder smashed into them, and they immediately let out a wailing ghostly cry, and large swaths of ghostly energy were smashed into dissipation. Sins! How dare you! A cold cry came out abruptly. A wide, huge sword came across the sky and slammed into the long sword stabbed out by the old woman. Bang! Sparks splashed in all directions, and the old woman's face changed as her body was knocked back by the ferocious and powerful force. Boom dash! The door to the room burst into pieces. A tall, chivalrous man strides in, with sword brows and a straight face. Sins! How dare you drive a ghost to harm people? Heaven and earth are limitless. Qiankuan borrows the law. Go! He pinched his sword finger, and the huge sword turned and slashed directly onto a hideous evil ghost. This sword carried a large area of clear chi. The clear light was like a cold moon, and the vast and righteous chi swept through, directly splitting this hideous evil ghost into roiling ghost chi. Nie Xiaoqian smiled coquettishly and opened her mouth slightly. The roiling ghost chi was swallowed cleanly by her in one gulp. Where did a swordsman with a vast and righteous spirit appear from? Actually hanging out with ghosts? The old crone had an expression of having seen a ghost on her face. A swordsman of great integrity is actually joining the ghosts? What a weird combination. She raised her muscular arm and was about to kill her opponent with her sword again. But suddenly, the ground cracked. A tree root as hideous as a giant python rushed up from the ground and fiercely wound its way toward him. And the ground broke open in all directions one after another. A tree root rushed out, resembling a terrifying python. The old woman's face changed drastically, and the long sword in her hand immediately turned to fend off the thick tree roots that swept in. Cluck cluck cluck. Grandmother is still so sinister and vicious. Ah. Nie Xiaoqian laughed delicately, her body swinging lightly, the long sword full of talismans twice pierced with dark lightning, smashing towards the old crone. And in the meantime, a swordsman with a vastly righteous aura was obviously extremely restrained against ghosts, and also cut down the second hideous evil ghost. With a change of sword technique in his hand, the wide giant sword turned in the air and stabbed ferociously towards the old woman. Chow! Chow! A righteous swordsman, an eerie ghostly creature, and a wickedly creepy giant tree. This little dynasty, how come there are so many weird things? The crone screamed. She was barely able to block the thick tree roots that swept around her as well as the dark lightning that smashed in, but she was no longer able to defend herself against the wide, huge sword that stabbed in the air. Dash! The wide giant sword violently chopped off the crone's head. The head was filled with the colors of unwillingness and despair. She simply hadn't expected that she would actually die in a small dynasty. She was an existence destined to step into the true martial realm. Phew! The headless corpse shook, and like a deflated ball of leather gushed out a large amount of ghostly energy to transform into a shriveled and hideous evil ghost. The evil spirit is still trying to escape. However, it was entangled in the huge tree roots and subsequently devoured by them. Grandma Dash! How can you be so kind as to steal Xiaoxing's food? Nie Xiaoqian stomped her Jiojio and said with some anger. However, it was obvious that the tree demon grandma didn't bother to pay attention to her, and the roots of the tree fiercely penetrated deep into the ground and disappeared. Poof! Next time you dare to rob me of my food, I'll pick all your leaves with Saishin. Nie Xiaoqian's pretty face made a fierce look. The burly swordsman shook his head helplessly, and his gaze went to Rong Lingshan, who was hiding in the corner and shivering. Rong Lingshan instantly turned pale, curling up as if she were a kitten, fearing that she would be cut down by the other party's sword. You guys go back. At this point, Li Yu and Pu Songling had already walked in, and Pu Songling faintly said, the burly swordsman, Nie Xiaoqian, and the tree demon basilisk who was nowhere to be found all of a sudden turned into 3 rays of light and rushed within Pu Songling's eyes. Is this the strength of Pope? That was awesome. Whether it's Nie Xiaoqian, Yan Qixia, or tree demon grandmother, all of them have the battle power of a feudal lord. And it's obvious that Pu Songling hasn't brought out his full strength yet. Li Yu's eyes burned in amazement. It was the first time he had seen such a fight. He would call it the Great Summoner. The 6 first-rate human experts summoned out of the world now were all incredibly strong. He was now very curious and extremely expectant. A top-notch human being above a first-class human being, or even that supreme human being who was called a champion of an era. And how strong will it be? My lord, this man has not done any evil, so how should he be disposed of? Pu Songling swept his eyes at Rong Lingshan, who was curled up and shivering, and inquired. The other party has bred ghosts, but they have not done evil. He was in charge of the Liuzhai world and was extremely sensitive to good and evil. Take it back to the county courthouse and ask for information. Take this body back too. Li Yu commanded. Pope nodded. My lord, according to Rong Lingshan, that old crone is not from the Great Chu dynasty. Instead, it comes from the Great Moon dynasty. In the county government office, Pu Songling said in a deep voice. Great Moon dynasty. Li Yu's gaze was fixed and his face was extraordinarily serious. He hadn't heard of any Great Moon dynasty, but the name of the dynasty, just by hearing it he knew that it must be a higher country than the dynasty status. Once he had also heard that there were wider worlds beyond this region of Dechu, Dezhan, and Deshang, but it is not known what kind of world it is. Now the old crone's methods and the name of the Great Moon dynasty gave him the feeling that he had peeked into the tip of the heavenly palace. Chapter 54 Innate World Body. Walking Good Fortune Child. My lord, there is no need to worry about the Great Moon dynasty. What we are facing today is still the Great Chu dynasty. Tian Feng spoke up from the sidelines. He gazed at Pu Songling, slightly surprised in his heart, because in his senses, Pu Songling's aura was very odd. Not like his warlock lineage, not like the Taoist lineage, and somewhat different from the Confucian lineage. What Yuan Hao said is very true. Li Yu nodded. After he had stepped on the Great Chu dynasty, he would then consider the matter of the imperial dynasty. There's no point in thinking about it more now. After all, his current level was too far from the imperial dynasty above the dynasty. The only way to approach the level of an imperial dynasty was to exterminate the Dechu royal family, avenge the hatred of the entire family, and use everything from the Dechu dynasty and even the rest of the surrounding dynasties to provide for oneself. He mentally placed his mind on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples, on which Pu Zongling's message surfaced. Name, Pu Zongling. Table character, Ru Xian. Rank, first-class masters, categorized into first-class masters, top masters, and top masters. Realm, Tongshan 3rd level, equivalent to Tongyi 3rd level. Cultivation progress, 1%, daily cultivation roughly improves by 10%. Physique, innate world body. Technique, seal the gods and edict the ghosts. Innate world body? Could it be that this one special physique allows Pu Zongling to possess a chatty world? Li Yu murmured in his mind. He glanced at the remaining power of the past life on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples, and 12,132 channels. This included the 1,000 Dao obtained from killing the crone just now, as well as the 1,500 Dao from killing the 3-peaked Tony evil ghosts. And during this time Luo Yi's side was also still killing people, allowing him to gain a lot of past life power. According to the intelligence, 20,000 Chu guards will need 2 more days to enter the Yen Gate corridor. The 20,000 Jiashan troops coming from the east will reach Shanghai City in about 5 days. And nowadays, under my command, I have 6 great men: Luo Yi, Chang Baijin, Tian Feng, Jing Ku, Gao Shun, and Pu Zongling. There are 1,800 of the Heavenly Festival Army. There are 100 Iron Horsemen of the Celestial Festival. There are 1,300 foot soldiers of the Great Tang. Then there's the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun and 100 trappers. Li Yu mused. To be honest, this number of soldiers he felt was too low. Chu's army came from both sides. On one side, there are 20,000 Chu guards from the south to the north, and he intends to snipe at the Yanmen corridor. On the other side was the 20,000 Jiashan troops from the east to the west, and he intended to take Shanghai City or Jining City, which was a bit further east, to take charge of sniping. But whether it's sniping in the Yanmen corridor, or sniping in Jining City, this all requires a lot of soldiers. Think about it. He directly chose to summon 200 heavenly sectors and send them to Luo Yi's vicinity. Time is running out. He needed Luo Yi to speed up and try to capture 2 more large cities in the land of 100 cities when he faced the Chu army. And this, it would require Luo Yi to split his army in 2. One way was led by Luo Yi himself. One way is led by the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun. After destroying the 2 great cities, he was going to come back immediately. Luo Yi should be able to understand what I mean, he muttered in his mind. Adding 200 Tianjia troops at once. If Luo Yi still didn't understand, then he wasn't fit to lead an army at all. My lord, Rong Lingshan also said that the purpose of that old crone's visit was to look for some reincarnated evil woman. And the crone wasn't the only one who came. Pope went on. As for why the other party was saying this to Rong Lingshan, he felt that it should be the old crone who thought that Rong Lingshan would surely die. And it didn't matter if he said something more. The world is full of such people. He wasn't surprised. Even in his Liaozhai world, there are many such demons or ghosts. Reincarnated wicked woman? And the fellowship? Li Yu raised an eyebrow. It's worth a party in the imperial dynasty to come all the way to find. This reincarnated evil woman is definitely not simple. But that has nothing to do with him. But the crone's fellow disciples. He gazed strangely. The crone is a walking force of the past life and a generous child of good fortune. At the normal seal marquee level, it was 1,000 channels of the power of the past life. However, the old crone also brought with her 3-peaked Tony evil ghosts, allowing him to gain an additional 500 channels of the power of the past life. And the crone's fellow disciples should be good at raising ghosts as well, right? Killing a fellow crone was comparable to killing several peaked Tony powerhouses. But, in the end, it's from the imperial dynasty. Would there be a terrifying existence of the true martial realm among them? But that said, the total number of the Heavenly Festival Army has now reached 3,800 heavenly sectors gathered into the souls of the Earthly Fury Army would have the strength of a Seal King. 3,000 now. If one were to gather into an Earth Fiend army soul, would it be possible to fight against a terrifying existence in the true martial realm? His eyes burned. But that's all. It all has to be verified to be clear. General Gao, go forth and march. He looked to the silent Gao Shun and ordered. My lord. Gao Shun's face was solemn, and he kneeled on one knee and said in a deep voice. He had a few moments of longing in his eyes. As a military general, naturally, he is most eager to conquer the city and conquer the land, and to make a worldly achievement. He had heard Tian Feng say it. Both generals Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin were killing it in the land of 100 cities. And how can he, Gao Shun, lag behind? He Gao Shun, acting in life is not weak. more than 800 miles away from Xingfeng City. In the middle of a barren mountain range, a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the shattered jade pendant at his waist. His face was suddenly gloomy to the extreme, and his eyes were tinged with violent anger. "Who is it? How dare you kill my mother-in-law? A small dynasty. How dare you bully me like this?" He stood up, and a cold and terrifying ghostly aura permeated all over his body, distorting the air around him. Wherever the ghostly aura passed, all the grass and trees in the vicinity quickly withered and died. Even a large tree behind him went from vibrant to ghostly. All the leaves fell off and the trunk began to twist up irregularly, faintly emitting fear-inducing sinister laughter. "The last place. It's that direction." The middle-aged man patted the black gourd on his waist. A large swath of pitch-black, ink-like ghost chi surged out, forming a hideous and evil ghost bird in front of him. The ghost bird spread its wings over a foot, its eyes scarlet as blood. The middle-aged man walked onto the back of the ghost bird. The ghost bird immediately shot up into the sky and headed towards Xingfeng City. "Kill my mother-in-law. I will exterminate all 9 of your clans, and extract your soul and sacrifice it to become a painful evil ghost that is tortured day and night." His pale face was filled with fierce killing intent. In just 1.5 hours, he was already less than 60 miles away from Xingfeng City. At this time, a mountain below, Pu Songling suddenly raised his head and looked at the ghost bird that was preparing to fly over the heads of the crowd. There was a flash of light in his eyes. A burly swordsman rushed out from it steeply. "Sins! A heavy body of ghostly chi. Must have mutilated countless people in the world. Should be killed. Heaven and earth are limitless. Qianquan borrows the law. The sword transforms into thousands." The swordsman shouted angrily, his feet stepping on a giant sword and rushing up to the sky, holding a divine sword with a brilliant golden light in his hand. At this moment, the divine sword stabbed out and disintegrated into thousands of sword shadows, stabbing madly towards the ghost bird in the sky above. Each sword shadow seemed to carry a terrifying aura of invulnerability. Chapter 55 Ancient Divine Weapon. Yen Shekha's Regulus Excalibur. "That's..." Li Yu was surprised. His eyes widened considerably as he looked at the divine sword in Yen Shisha's hands with its brilliant golden light. That sacred sword was engraved with the sun, moon and stars on one side, and mountains, rivers, grass and trees on the other. On one side of the sword hilt is written the art of farming and animal husbandry, and on the other side is written the policy of unification of the 4 seas. If he's not mistaken, isn't this the legendary ancient artifact, Regulus Excalibur? Is this the movie version of Yen Shisha with Regulus sword? He was a little dazed. The Yen Shisha he had met not long ago clearly did not have the Regulus divine sword yet. "How come you're out now, directly holding Excalibur? Could it be that the old crone was too weak to be worthy of Yen Shisha's use of the Regulus divine sword?" And Pu Songling's Liuzhai world. And there's actually a movie version of a magically altered Yen Shisha? Doesn't that mean the old black mountain demon who occupies the hell also exists? The strongest tough guy in the world. Zhuo Qi too. Is there two? The Qihang Pudu who sucked the dynasty's luck to strengthen his body also had one? At this time, the vault of heaven. Sumu had his feet on the ghost bird. His face was gloomy and icy. His eyes were raging with killing intent, and he was thinking of how to concoct the person who dared to kill his mother-in-law. Suddenly sensing the terrifying sword aura rushing up from below, as well as Yen Shisha's righteous and furious shout. "It's you dash! You killed my mother-in-law! Damn!" When Sumu saw Yen Shisha, he immediately burst into a rage. They have a bizarre tactic in this clan, where being killed attaches a hint of a mark to the murderer. So now as soon as he saw Yen Shisha, he confirmed that the other party was the murderer of his mother-in-law. But the opponent's thousands of sword shadows stabbed at him. "Too fast and too fierce. Integrate into my body dash." He roared and opened his mouth to inhale. The ghost bird at his feet was instantly swallowed in one gulp. His body swelled up violently, transforming into a 10 feet tall. But the odd thing was that it became as light as a willow. Even when he was in mid-air, he was only slowly descending, and he turned in the air as if he wanted to, avoiding the thousands of sword shadows that stabbed at him. "Death comes!" Sumu shouted angrily, his head full of black hair flying. He removed the ghost head large sword on his back, his body stepping in the air, his eyes spewing out a thick ghostly aura as he chopped down towards Yen Shisha with a sword. The blackened blade light fell as if it was going to cut the sky dome in half. "Humph! Demons don't try to be evil." The sword returns to the whisker. Yen Shisha pinched his hands with the sword sequence, and the thousands of sword shadows that had split out instantly returned to form a giant sword in front of him. The giant sword chopped down across the sky, and the golden light was brilliant and piercing. Terrifyingly huge power surged out. The giant sword directly chopped the falling black blade light and knocked Sumu down from mid-air, slamming him hard onto the ground. Tongyi Peak 3rd level. No wonder it killed the old man's mother-in-law. But do you think you can defeat me at this level? Who isn't still at the 3rd level of the Tongyi Peak? My evil god sect spans a state. How can it be imagined by a peak of Tony in your tiny dynastic land? Let's show you the secret techniques of my evil god sect. Ground. Sumu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face grim. 5 ghostly cheese suddenly rushed out from the gourd at his waist, transforming into 5 hideous evil ghosts. Among these 5 hideous evil ghosts, 2 of them were obviously taller and stronger by a large margin, and the aura on their bodies no longer belonged to the peak of the unusual Tony. Instead, it had reached the second level of the Tony peak. Integrate into my body dash. He roared and growled, his mouth wide open. One of the second level of peak Tony and one of the unusual peak Tony hideous evil ghosts were instantly eaten by him in one gulp. The power of 2 more evil spirits in his body. His body swelled up once again, and even the surface had more than a hint of fine cracks, obviously by allowing 3 evil spirits to integrate into himself at once. He had already reached his utmost limit, even these 3 evil spirits. He didn't dare to swallow all of them at the peak second level of the Tony. Only 2 of them were at the peak second level of the Tony. Come on, I'm going to blow you away. He roared at Yen Chuxia, his eyes turning a tragic green color. His body's ghostly aura so dense that it even completely shrouded the 3-foot area around him. Far away, Li Yu marveled a bit. The cult of evil? Across a state? Worthy of being a power that came from the imperial dynasty, this means of devouring ghosts to enhance themselves was really somewhat strong. Originally, it had the strength of the Seal King level. How strong would it become if it swallowed the 3 great ghosts again? He was all a bit worried for Yen Chuxia in his heart. Just rest assured, Lord. Although Yen Chuxia may not be able to help him, Yen Chuxia is not the only one in my world. Pope smiled softly. The Regulus Excalibur. In Yen Chuxia's hand? Li Yu inquired. This is Regulus sword. Ancient artifacts of Chinese legend. It's a divine sword formed by the power of the world in my world. It's naturally not comparable to the real Regulus Excalibur. Pope shook his head. How could he have the real Regulus Excalibur? It doesn't even take much thinking. Li Yu nodded. Indeed. Although Pu Songling possessed a chatty world, he was only a first-rate human being. And what is the existence of Regulus Excalibur? The legendary ancient artifact. Boom dash. Steep. The earth cracked open and hundreds of thick tree roots twisted and rushed out of the ground. A terrifying ghostly and demonic aura permeated every tree root. The strength of the breath was far more terrifying than when he had faced that old crone before. Li Yu saw. In the distance floated a huge acacia tree, more than 30 feet tall, with many branches and leaves, and hundreds of ghostly shadows standing on the tree's crown. Among them is Nie Xiaoqian. It was also one of the strongest ghostly shadows. It dawned on him. At this moment, the tree demon grandmother should have borrowed the power of a large number of ghosts, and that was why she was a great deal stronger. Rumble dash. Hundreds of tree roots twined around. Sumu roared with fury, the ghost-headed greatsword in his hand slashing frantically, splitting apart one tree root after another. But the tree roots were too thick and contained too much terrifying ghost and demonic chi. Even as strong as he was, he couldn't cut it off with a single slash. And as the chopping continued, the terrifying tree roots were approaching crazily, even entangling the ghost head greatsword in his hand. Asterisk. What kind of monster is this? Sumu's face was gloomy and unsightly. Even though he came from a side of the imperial dynasty, he had never seen a giant tree that was capable of attacking. And it was also so powerful that it was practically no weaker than the 3rd level of the Tani Peak. Regulus Divine Sword. Exorcise the demons. In mid-air, Yen Chuxia's black hair flew, his eyes cold, and the sword skill in his hand rose again. The huge Xian Yuan divine sword bloomed with an even more brilliant light, as if it was thrown by an ancient heavenly god to break open the heaven and earth. Boom dash. The loud noise shook the ears. The golden giant sword that was as brilliant as the heavenly might descended from the sky. Sumu's face changed drastically, and he felt even more fear. The ghost head sword was entangled in the tree roots, and even his legs were entangled in the tree roots, so he couldn't move. There was nothing he could do to avoid it. Is he actually going to die in this small dynasty? No. He, Sumu, was the future class manpower of the reincarnated evil woman. How could he die here? Chapter 56 Evil God Cult equals Good Fortune Child? The might of the Regulus Divine Sword. Block dash. Sumu growled. The remaining 3 peak Tony evil ghosts, at his command, could only stand in front as shields despite their extreme resistance, and Sumu could only stretch out a pair of hands, doing his best to fend off the evil spirit after it. Pust. 3 evil ghosts, one of which was at the 2nd level of the Peak of Tongi, and 2 of which were at the Peak of Tongi. However, in front of the Regulus Divine Sword formed by the cohesion of the world power of the Liaojai world, there was no resistance at all, though not the humane holy sword of Chinese history, but it is also the holy sword of humanity in the world of Chatelaine. That brilliant heavenly might is most restraining to ghosts. Under one sword, Not only were the three evil spirits chopped in half, Sumu was also chopped in half. The body of an evil spirit could not resist the might of the Regulus divine sword. Ahem. In mid-air, Yen Chekha's face turned pale as he gently coughed a few times. The sword almost emptied him as well. After all, with one sword, it could be said to have killed a Seal King ranked human, 3 entire Seal Marquis ranked evil spirits, and 3 Peak Tony evil spirits. The might was brilliant, truly like the might of the heavens. Awesome. Li Yu marveled. A sword strike. Is this the strength of Pope? It was actually possible to summon 2 Seal King level existences from within the Chatelaine world. Moreover, Yen Chekha was also holding the Liaozhai world's humanitarian sacred weapon, the Regulus divine sword. Pu Songling's face was also a bit pale, and the light in his eyes flashed. Yen Xixia in mid-air, and the tree demon grandma further away all turned into a ray of light and returned to the Liaozhai world. My lord, this is almost as much as I can do today, and I can't maintain it for long if I let 2 Seal King levels out. If it wasn't for that person melting ghosts and being most restrained by the Regulus sword, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to kill him. Pope smiled. Against demons and monsters, he's a pro. After all, his Chatelaine world was not only filled with demons and devils, but also practitioners who subdued demons and eliminated devils. It seems this man is in a cocoon. I thought that my body fused with ghosts had increased in strength, but I didn't want to actually encounter Regulus. Li Yu also had a smile on his face. His mind was placed on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples. A message flashed on it. Pu Songling kills a feudal lord-level ghost spirit and intercepts 1,000 channels of the power of the past life. Pu Songling killed the peak ghost spirit of Tony and intercepted 500 channels of the power of the past life. Pu Songling kills a Seal King level being and intercepts 500 channels of the power of the past life. What a delivery boy. It actually allowed me to directly gain 6,000 channels of the power of the past life. Li Yu's heart was quite joyful. The old crone from before had given him 2,500 channels of the power of the past life in one go. He already thought the crone was quite generous. I didn't realize. The middle-aged man who came aggressively to avenge the crone was even more generous. Ah, the power of 6,000 paths to the next life. If you rely entirely on killing ordinary pawns, you need to kill 6,000 of them. I wonder if this person will still have fellow disciples running to take revenge, he muttered in his mind. The people of this what's-his-name evil god sect were each good fortune children to him. He found out. One was beginning to like this evil god cult person. With just a few more people from the evil god sect at the Tani level, the strength of his command could quickly skyrocket. His eyes looked toward the Shangtai city in the distance. At this time, Gao Shan had already led 100 trap battalions and 300 Tianjie troops to kill the city wall. This city is guarded by 5,000 Jinbei troops and 1,000 city defense troops. However, Xingfeng city was broken, obviously bringing great pressure to the defenders in the city. I would have thought that the city generals would have led those 5,000 Jinbei troops to withdraw. I didn't realize it was still there. Li Yu's gaze was strange. Xingfeng city was broken. This Jinbei army general actually remained in the city. It's something you know you can't do. Predictably, another general who was loyal to Dechuan would never withdraw without orders. It made him feel quite emotional in his mind. Over the 600 years of history of the Great Chu dynasty, there were too many loyal civil officials and military generals who were not afraid of life and death. His father, Li Sung, too. So was Tian Yi, the veteran general who was killed by Gao Shan under Xingfeng city. Even Su Hofeng, the guardian of Xingyang Pass who was killed by Luo Yi. There are now more than 8,300 channels of the power of passing on. This newly captured city is unstable and needs more soldiers to maintain it, he whispered in his mind. Without much hesitation, he directly summoned 800 great Tang foot soldiers out of the world. This time there was no summoning at Qinglish. Instead, they are summoned directly in their neighborhood. Xingfeng city and Shangtai city were newly occupied, and he needed some of the great Tang foot soldiers to maintain them. Although there is the North Shou army in place, but this new occupation of the city is still going to be dominated by the summoning of soldiers. That's a total of 2,100 great Tang foot soldiers. Counting up, the number of first-class soldiers is already 5,100. His face was calm. The order was given for the newly minted 800 great Tang foot soldiers to enter the Shangtai city ahead and follow Gao Shan's command. Harvest City. This is one of the big cities in the land of 100 cities. Very prosperous. This is also the territory of the harvest cult, who believe in the heavenly god of harvest and joy. At this very moment, the gates of Harvest City were wide open. Outside the city gates stood the Harvest Sect Master Chinan, as well as most of the Harvest Sect's top brass. Among them, Sect Master Chinan was a feudal lord-level existence, and there were 3 other peak Tony powerhouses. This is the strongest battle force of the Harvest Sect. Although it was far inferior to the Suffering Relief Sect, It already belonged to the top 5 major forces in the 100 cities land. Tap. The ground shook slightly as the sound of horses' hooves came from far away. The hearts of the senior members of the Harvest sect were suddenly tense, their eyes unblinking as they looked into the distance. Gradually, a flag waving in the wind appeared from around the corner of the peak. The flag had a blood-colored background with a large Cheng character written on it. Thousands of cavalry splattered the ground with smoke and dust as they came towards Harvest City. The leader was wild and burly, with a huge battle axe resting across his warhorse. His eyes were like bronze bells, his face was full of beard, and his aura was terrifying. Even looking from afar made the senior members of the Harvest sect feel their scalps numb. Coming. Kiernan's heart tightened as he straightened his clothes and greeted him in stride. With a distance of 100 feet to go, he saluted deeply, his waist about to bend to 90 degrees, and respectfully said, "The Harvest sect has come to welcome the heavenly army into the city." The senior members of the Harvest sect behind him also bowed deeply and respectfully. "The Harvest sect has come to welcome the heavenly army into the city." The voices were neatly harmonized, as if they had been rehearsed in advance. Phew! Chang Biaojin stopped his horse, and the 1,000 great Tangfoot soldiers behind him also controlled the speed of their horses and slowly stopped. 1,000 pairs of cold and indifferent eyes gazed at this group of executives of the Harvest sect. However, anyone who could appear here was of the Tony realm. There were hundreds of them at a glance. "Is your Harvest sect a sincere defection?" Chang Bite grinned and suddenly opened his mouth. A pair of eyes rested on the leader of the Harvest sect, Sectmaster Chinan, causing this sectmaster to feel an increase in pressure. "Naturally sincere defection. General's divine might is overwhelming. How would I, the Harvest sect, try to stop a mantle? Please also enter the city. General, I, the Harvest sect, have prepared a sumptuous meal for the generals," Kinnan said respectfully. Chang Bite's eyes flashed. Should he accept the other party's defection? Chapter 57, Overthrowing the Harvest sect. The underbelly of the Harvest sect. Kiernan was very nervous. He was afraid of being recognized by Chang Biao. Once Chang Biaojin realized that the other party would not enter the Harvest City, the big gift that they had prepared for the Harvest sect would be useless. And without that great gift that was specially prepared for Chang Biaojin, they simply couldn't stop Chang Biao's ferocious might. After all, in their intelligence, Chang Biaojin had destroyed a prophet and 3 Dharma kings of the Relief sect in a single battle. The strength definitely reached the Seal King level, and their Harvest cult was just a step stronger than the 1 prophet and 3 Dharma kings that Chang Biaojin had destroyed. "You're nervous?" Chang Biaojin sat on his warhorse, looking down on the sect leader of the Harvest sect from above, and opened his mouth. "The general is so prestigious that it is natural to be nervous about coming face to face with him." Kiernan smiled. "Why did you surrender me?" Chang Bite nodded his head, as if he had already believed Kinnan's words, and inquired. He had received a letter of surrender from the other side not long ago, which was why he wasn't surprised by the scene of the Harvest sect's top brass greeting each other outside the city. "General is too strong for my Harvest sect to match. If I'm right, my Harvest city should be the general's goal today." Kinnan laughed bitterly. Chang Bite was non-committal. Indeed, he had traveled all the way up to the northeast from the time he received the Lord's letter, aiming straight for Harvest City. There weren't many big cities left in the land of 100 cities, only 6. 3 of them belonged to the Relief sect, and all of them were on Luo Yi's marching route, and the closest large city in his marching route was Harvest City. "Where is the evil that you were told to prepare?" He trailed off. The Harvest cult sent a letter of surrender, and he returned a letter. The letter asked the Harvest sect to prepare 3,000 villains of the body refining realm, 100 of the chi eating realm, and 10 of the Tony realm for him to practice on. The land of 100 cities is full of evil people, and most of these wicked people flowed into a great city. Many wicked people, even, joined directly among the sects of the Suffering cult, the Harvest cult, the 10,000 Fortunes cult, the Joyful cult, and so on. Of course, there are also a large number of wicked people who do not join the sect, but live in large cities. After all, the various enjoyments of a big city are far from being comparable to those of a small town. "General, it's ready, and please, General, enter the city." "All in jail," Kiernan replied. "Bring out the people first. The city is small and not suitable for this general to practice his troops with living bloodbaths." Chang Baijin directly refused and commanded without question. "Practicing with the blood of living creatures?" Chinan and quite a few of the Harvest sect's top brass swept their gazes over the thousands of great Tang foot soldiers, their hearts filled with greed. They had already heard that the great Tang foot soldiers under the other party's command were very powerful. If they, the Harvest sect, could obtain the other party's secret method of practicing troops, they would definitely be able to rise up and even unify the land of 100 cities. "General, there is a wide martial arts field in the city, which is perfectly adequate for generals to practice their troops. There's no rush to practice. Why don't we let the generals eat and drink before practicing?" Kinnan persuaded. Quickly, quickly dash, quickly into the city dash. His mind was screaming. As long as he entered the city, this Chang Baijin wouldn't be able to turn over any waves even if he possessed the strength of a seal king. When the time came to force out the other side's method of practicing troops, the rise of their harvest sect would be just around the corner. You're in a hurry to get this general into the city. There can't be some kind of ambush in the city, can there? Chang Daojin's eyes immediately narrowed as he looked down at the harvest sect master with a mischievous expression. Behind him 1,000 great Tang foot soldiers were instantly filled with a trace of fury. No, how could there be an ambush when I, the harvest sect, have sincerely defected to the general? With the strength of my harvest sect, where would I dare to make a move against the general? Kiernan's heart jumped, but his face waved his hands and hurriedly explained. He didn't dare say anything more. Immediately with a wave of his hand, he asked the vice sect leader to go forward and bring over the evil people who had already been prepared. Do the whole show. Naturally, he would not be unprepared for anything. Anyway, it was just an arrest in the city, which was too easy for their harvest cult. After all, 8 out of 10 of the martial artists in the city were villains, and there were even more villains of the Tani realm. Just a small half hour. The sun had just begun to set when the harvest cult soldiers had already escorted more than 3,000 people out of the city. Almost every one of them is full of cross-faced, evil-looking people. Chang Baijin swept his eyes and looked no further. Even if there were wrongdoers here, there were certainly not many of them, and he was too lazy to pay attention to them. A light wave of the hand. Behind him 1,000 great Tang foot soldiers rolled over and dismounted, holding up their Tang swords and stepped forward, cutting down the more than 3,000 wicked people who were bound and even gagged with a single blade. The bodies instantly covered the ground. The blood flowed and gathered, forming streams. The eyelids of the harvest sect's crowd jumped. The other party's killings were too crisp. A few moments later, all 3,000 men fell in a pool of blood. And at that moment the fury on the 1,000 great Tang foot soldiers also thickened. After all, having killed more than 3,000 people, the fury produced would naturally not be small. Thanks to all of you from the harvest cult. I'm still quite pleased with this gift. Chang Bite grinned. As long as the general is satisfied. General, follow me into the city. Harvest sect master Qinan squeezed a smile out of his face and opened his mouth. There's no rush. There's one more gift I haven't received yet. So how can I enter the city so soon? The smile on Chang Bite's face gradually became hideous. And a gift? Qinan froze. The many senior members of the harvest sect were also stunned. Where's the second present coming from? Boom dash. A loud bang came out. The battle axe in Chang Baijin's hand erupted with terrifying bloodlight, as if it carried a might that could split the world, ferociously and overwhelmingly directly chopping the harvest sect's Lord Qinan into 2 halves. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. An icy, bloodthirsty, and hideous voice came out of Chang Biao's mouth. Terrifying killing intent erupted from his gaze, and the warhorse under his seat raised its hooves and rushed out. The battle axe was as fast as it could be, once again chopping through the neck of that peaked Tony Bai sect master of the harvest sect. Kill. 1,000 great Tang foot soldiers drank coldly, their killing voices shaking. Terrifying bloody fury surged up, coalescing hundreds of blood-colored augur dragons around them, emitting heart-shattering dragon roars as they killed towards the crowd. Boom dash. Chang Baijin stood tall. The battle axe in his hand seemed like an ancient demon god chopping down, and heaven and earth were as if they had been turned into a blood color. The second peak Tony powerhouse raised the long blade in his hand and roared angrily to fend it off. However, the power of the battle axe was too violent, and Chang Daojin's divine power was ferocious to the extreme. The long knife shattered. The body was split by an axe. Ha 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 dash. Still want to count on your grandpa Cheng? First I'll step on you. An icy cold voice came out of his mouth, and he had already appeared in front of the last peak Tony powerhouse, like a towering demon king looking down on ants. This peak Tony powerhouse's body trembled. In a trance he seemed to see a demon king holding up the sky standing and looking down on him. He doesn't want to die. He's the vice priest of the harvest cult. He had a long life to enjoy, but as the icy battle axe chopped down, his body stiffened, and the lance in his hand was only half raised. Kill kill kill. 1,000 great Tang foot soldiers carried rolling baleful auras, and hundreds of blood-colored augurs roared as they charged, tearing apart one of the upper echelons of the harvest sect. How dare you! Steep! An angry shout came from Harvest City. A blinding flash of autumn color lit up, turning into a golden-colored, over 10 feet tall war mannequin. He stood on the walls of Harvest City and roared, as if a god of war had come to earth. Chapter 58. Harvest Heavenly God out. Chang Biao killed the heavenly god, the legendary sky god of harvest and joy? A war doll left over from the near ancient times. No wonder the harvest cult keeps letting me enter the city. Chang Bite rode his high horse and squinted at the war dolls on the city wall. War dolls. This was a product of the recent ancient period, and in the legend of the Great Chu dynasty, This area had once given birth to an extremely strong dynasty in the recent ancient years. That dynasty was proficient in puppets in addition to martial arts. The strongest of the war dolls produced reached the true martial realm. There are even legends that some war dolls are so strong that they are believed in by a large number of humanoids and are therefore psychic. And these psychic war dolls are honored by some humans as gods. He hadn't thought of that. The heavenly god of harvest and joy behind the harvest cult was actually not fictional, but a truly existing and psychic ancient war doll. Stop. This god can forgive your sins. Seeing that the great Tangfoot soldiers were still slaughtering the harvest cult hierarchy without stopping, the war mannequin's voice was angry with anxiety. As psychic war dolls, he became in the faith of the people. Naturally, they are also limited by the beliefs of the people. The harvest cult was the source of his faith. Now that the top echelons of the harvest sect were being slaughtered, his power was also diminishing drastically. Even the consciousness he was born with would die out once the harvest sect was destroyed. Ha 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 dash. A war doll would be a nice gift. You can take it back to the Lord. A hideous smile appeared on Chang Bait's slightly naive face, and his eyes were filled with bloodlust. When it came to the battlefield, he was a true mongrel. Boom dash. The battle axe in his hand chopped out. An ice-cold axe light spewed out from the mouth of a blood-colored scaly dragon, chopping a high-ranking member of the harvest sect at the 8th level of the Tani into two halves. He swept his gaze. An axe chopped out. In the divine demon army formation, wherever the soldiers under his command's fury reached, that was where he attacked. In the twinkling of an eye, 7 axes struck out. All of the remaining Tony 7th level or higher existences of the harvest sect were directly killed off. The remaining experts below the 6th level of Tomi were swept away by the great Tangfoot soldiers, filling the ground with corpses and blood. You, damn you. Watching all of the upper echelons of the harvest sect being annihilated, the war mannequin was so angry that his body trembled with rage. Had he not left Harvest City, his power would have been further weakened. He would all rush straight out and kill all those damn people in front of him. This is his harvest religion. Is it easy to pass it down from near ancient times to the present? That's nearly 5,000 years. How many crises have been encountered in the past 5,000 years? But none of them have been the total annihilation of the sect's hierarchy. Damn, it's you. Chang Daojin's gaze was ghostly, and the color of cold blood filled all of his pupils. He sat down his warhorse and rushed out, leaping violently toward the walls. The battle axe was raised high, and behind it, the silhouette of the mixed demon king stood, roaring with its mouth open, descending with a terrifying axe intent that could shock all living beings. Great Tangfoot soldiers at your service. Exterminate the harvest sect and leave no one behind. The man was in mid-air, and orders were already coming out of Chang Biao's mouth. Yes, 1,000 great Tangfoot soldiers led the charge toward Harvest City. An icy cold fury swept through the air, and a blood-colored auger dragon opened its teeth and claws, terrifying people. Such an army had completely exceeded the imagination of the defenders of Harvest City. Run away! Coupled with the fact that the top brass of the Harvest sect had just been completely slaughtered outside the city, all the defenders were trembling with fear and shouting as they frantically fled for their lives. You deserve to be killed. The war mannequin was in a state of blinding rage. If the harvest cult is destroyed, his consciousness will also die out. Looking at Chang Baijin, who leaped in the air, he had monstrous killing intent in his eyes. The golden yellow lance held in his hand stabbed out ferociously and overwhelmingly. An aura that was not the least bit weaker than the Seal King level erupted. Actually, if the upper echelons of the harvest sect hadn't been destroyed, he would have been able to exert strength far beyond the Seal King level. Boom dash! The giant axe collided with the golden yellow lance. Terrifying ripples swept out, and the city wall was torn open with a fine crack in the 3 feet of land around the two. Ha 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 dash! Ouch! Chang Baijin laughed loudly. His eyes were thick with battle intent, and the battle axe in his hand kept chopping down. The opponent was a war mannequin, and although the strength exerted was at the Seal King level, it had amazing defense and strength. Just what he wanted. Kill! The two collided madly. One man rode on a warhorse. One man was about 10 feet tall, and all around the city wall battlements were shattered into pieces one by one, and the great Tangfoot soldiers had already killed their way into the city. But not a single disciple of the Harvest sect will be left behind, as more and more Harvest sect disciples were killed. The breath of the war mannequin that was constantly fighting with Chang Biao was also getting weaker and weaker. Several times he tried to disengage to kill the great Tangfoot soldiers, but he was deadlocked by Chang Baijin. And even at the back he had been deadlocked. More than 2 hours later, Chang Bait looked at the motionless war mannequin in front of him, whose consciousness had completely died out, and grinned. This war dummy had taken several axes from him, but only shallow wounds surfaced, showing how hard the material used to make the dummy was. Pass on my general's orders. All sinners in Harvest City, kill them all. One day without sealing the sword. He turned to the city and ordered. Yes, immediately. A great Tang foot soldier passed on his general's order to all the great Tang foot soldiers in the city. Blood enveloped the entire city. Killing became the main theme. Commercial terrace city. Time passed slowly and it was night. The sounds of fighting in the city had long since disappeared. My lord, Shanghai City has surrendered 1,000 soldiers and has taken all of them into custody. The 6 great families of Shanghai City, 5 of which have been exterminated for their evil deeds. All the fields and acres, money and grain in Shanghai City are being counted by the students sent by Mr. Tian Feng. Gao Shan saluted and said seriously. There was a pause. He immediately asked for orders. My lord, Shun asks for orders to take Jining City. East of Jining City is a slope. Good for defense. We can meet the Zhaoshan army here. Being on high ground is never the best terrain for defense. He had already met the Tianjie army and the great Tang foot soldiers. Both armies, however, are equipped with warbows. Moreover, with the strength of the 4th level of the Qi-eating realm, each one of them did not have a close range. And there was also a very good degree of accuracy. Naturally, he intended to take the high ground and start with a few waves of arrows. Dechu's army didn't know about the divine and demonic army formation, and could only rely on the most primitive shields and armor to fend off arrows. It can still cause a lot of casualties with accurate shooting. That's exactly what I'm saying. Li Yu nodded and ordered. General Gao, take Jining City early tomorrow morning. Gao Shan clasped his fists. My lord. Watching Gao Shan go out, Li Yu's mind was focused on the purple map of 10,000 peoples. A look of joy appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is because the power of the past life possessed in the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples is at an all-time high. Chang Biao also captured a large city. According to his marching route, it should be Harvest City. It's worthy of being an ancient sect, rumored to have been passed down from the near ancient times. There are actually over 100 experts of the Tongyi realm. A smile filled his face, plus the harvest of Merchant Terrace City. He now had a full 25,355 channels of the power of the past life. And it continues to rise. Soldier. I need a lot of soldiers. His face calmed down. Without hesitation, he came to the martial arts arena and summoned 100 trap battalions and 1,200 great Tang foot soldiers in batches. In this way, the trap battalion under Gao Shan's command reached 200. The great Tang foot soldiers under Chang Biaojin's command amounted to 3,300. Tomorrow Luoyi and Chang Biaojin should be back. I really want to see how horrifying the earthly fury military soul formed by 3,000 Tianjie troops and 3,300 great Tang foot soldiers will be. Zhao. It won't take long. After this battle, I'll go straight south and make you live in constant fear. An icy color flashed in his eyes. Chapter 59, Xiaoyu. Why are you so wary of your sister-in-law? Wudong County. Chuding City. This is one of the 12 cities in Wudong County. It was also the northernmost city to enter the Yinmen corridor. At this very moment, there were 20,000 Chu guards stationed outside of Chuding City. And as the sky dawned, the entire barracks clamored. A large number of Chu guards had breakfast under the command of generals at all levels, and immediately afterward began their morning exercises. And on either side of the Chu guards' military camp, there was another military camp that was much smaller. This is the barracks of the 2,000 King's Guards. As for the 1,000 red-robed T-riders that came with the army, they had long since dispersed northward to become army scouts. In the big tent, the 4 of them, Xinghua Great General He Gong, King Guard Commander He Jubuan, Chu Guard Grand Commander Yang Zongji, and Imperial City Department Commander Pei Wuqi, were seated on the left, and to the right. 3 others sat quietly. One man was dressed in white, with a full head of white hair draped over his shoulders. It looked to be 60 or 70 years old, but it was still ice-cold and indifferent, with a long sword with a sheath in his hand. It was none other than the Sword Palace's Supreme Elder He Tianrui, who had been temporarily enthroned as the Imperial Master. Next to him was a man wearing a scribe's robe, with a scribe's turban on his head, no blades visible on his body, and his mouth was tinged with a seeming smile. No younger than He Tianrui, he was Fan Gui, one of the 4 chiefs of the Fu Zi Academy. He was temporarily enthroned as Tai Fu. The last person had a stout body with domineering eyes. A taller-than-human chopper stood beside him, and his body was thick with fury, with a full head of thick black hair. Looking at him was like seeing a knife. It was one of the 3 supreme swords of the Hall of Swords, Lu Ma Ti, who was enshrined as the chief instructor of soldiers and horses. There were only 7 of them in the tent. However, after these 7 people added the power of the dynasty's Qi, they were 3 Seal King level, 2 Seal Marquis level, and 2 Peak Tony level. The strength was a cut more terrifying than all the top echelons of the Suffering Relief sect combined. Counting the 20,000 Chu guards and 2,000 Wine guards, this army could have easily swept away the Relief sect. Even the entire land of the 100 cities would be swept away by this army. This is the strength of the Great Chu dynasty. Take a small portion of it and it's scarier than the entire land of 100 cities. According to the report from the Tea writers, the traitor Liu has arranged for men to be on the Ghost Gate stream in the Yinmen corridor. Pei Wuqi said in a deep voice. The Ghost Gate stream is one of the few most dangerous places in the Yinmen corridor. The cliffs on both sides are more than 30 feet high, and the width can be about 3 feet. The other side occupies the geographical advantage. It's not good to pass through. He Gong frowned. Then Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin have not yet returned from the land of 100 cities. Have they? Why don't I go ahead and occupy this Ghost Gate stream? The Blade of Extinction, Lu Mati said in a cold voice. The district had some small soldiers on it, and he could easily sweep them away. Not very useful. There are more dangerous places in the Yinmen corridor than just the Ghost Gate stream. And if you take over the Ghost Gate stream, they can still set up in other places. He Gong shook his head. Why worry so much? With our strength, pushing across is. What geography is all dirt in the face of absolute strength? Yang Zongji opened his mouth, his voice icy cold. What General Yang said is not wrong. The Zhaoshan army will also attack the rebels without a few days, and then the rebels will fight on both sides and can be easily destroyed. Nowadays, they are just grasshoppers after the fall. They can't hop around for a few days. Why don't we stay here for 2 more days? And when the Zhaoshan army is in position, we'll attack from both sides and sweep away the rebels. Academy head Fan Gue smiled. The crowd nodded. Of this they were convinced. With their strength and the Zhaoshan army attacking from the other way, how can the district rebel Liu be? It's time for this farce to end. Then wait 2 more days. Great General He Gong of Jingua clapped his hands. How far is it to Shantai City? Hunting Zhaoshan army. Winding out 10 miles. Zhao Yi Yuan, the king of Zhaoshan, rode his warhorse and faintly inquired. Your Majesty, there are still 280 miles to go. Within 4 days, we can march on Shantai City. Grand General Jing Nan said in a deep voice. Order someone to go to Jining City and tell them to prepare a large amount of meat. I want to treat the army. Let the brothers eat and drink, and then overthrow the rebels in one battle. Zhao Yi Yuan ordered. Yes, Marquis. The great General Jing Nan clasped his fists and immediately arranged for his men to go fast. Noon the next day, Li Yu was already standing in the county office of Jining City. Jining City's resistance was extraordinarily weak. The magistrate and the lieutenant fled. The defenders also lost their armor and weapons and either fled back to their villages and towns or simply surrendered. The big clans in the city had also fled, leaving only some small clans that had never harmed the people still standing. It seems that my reputation of Li Yu's delight in destroying great clans has spread. Li Yu smiled, but that left him with a lot less to gain. Whether it was the power of the past life or the harvest of money and grain, it was far inferior to Yenshan City and Xingfeng City, not to mention the commercially developed Shantai City. In the entire county of Xingyang, Xingyang City is the first major city as a county city, while Shantai City is the second major city. Gained another 1,000 chakra power. A smile appeared on Li Yu's face. He immediately consumed 3,000 Dao of Qi power to raise his cultivation to the 3rd level of Tongyi. This feels so good. A moment later, he exclaimed. And he discovered that Luo Yi's cultivation level had been promoted to the 4th level of Tongyi. A Luo Yi at the 3rd level of the Tongyi realm was a Seal King level combatant. What about the 4th level of Tongyi now? It was definitely enough to terrify those absolute powerhouses of the Great Chu dynasty. General Gao, I'll leave this place to you. 200 trap battalions and 2,000 Great Tang foot soldiers. When Bite returns, he'll be here too. Looking at Gao Shun, who was silent and said little, Li Yu said in a deep voice. Based on intelligence, the strength of the Zhaoshan army's army this way was significantly weaker than the Chu Wei's way. So he would concentrate most of his strength in the Yinmen corridor, and facing the Zhaoshan army, with 2 people, Gao Shun and Chang Biaojin, leading 200 trap battalions and 3,000 Great Tang foot soldiers. It was almost enough. Moreover, in a few days, Gao Shun and Chang Biaojin would also be promoted to the 4th level of Tongyi. The battle power truly reached a point that terrified the Great Chu dynasty. Don't worry, Lord. Gao Shun is here, and will surely completely destroy the Zhaoshan army. Gao Shun's face was serious as he saluted. Li Yu nodded. Without delay, he took Pu Songling as well as the 300 Heavenly Festival army and left directly from Jingning City to go back to Yenshan City. When the sun goes down, Yenshan City was already far away, but on one side of the official road, there was a big red sedan chair standing quietly. 4 dainty maids in red sarongs were responsible for carrying the sedan chair, and in front of the sedan chair there were also 4 dainty maids holding flower baskets. 4 women carry the sedan chair and 100 flowers open the way. What are you doing here? Li Yu stopped and frowned at the large red sedan chair that stood silently. Next to him, one of Pope's eyes had long since narrowed. The 300 Tianjia troops were silent, their hands pressed on the Tang swords at their waists. This official road was suddenly solemn. Oh Koshiro, Why be so wary of your sister-in-law? Wouldn't Auntie do you any harm? A lazy, flirtatious female voice came out of the large red sedan chair. Even just listening to the sound, it was as if one could see the image of a stunning woman reclining on a bed. Chapter 60, The Red-Clothed Sect Master. Summoning the seventh man. Auntie, you, Xiao Beibei, are the sect leader of the red-clothed sect. I can't afford to reach you. Li Yu sneered. His mother's name was Xiao Yinin, and this red-clothes cult sect leader Xiao Beibei in front of him was indeed his mother's younger sister. And the Redemptorists. It's a major problem for the Dechu dynasty. It has been active in the territory of the Dechu dynasty for 200 to 300 years, and it still exists even after many sieges by the Dechu dynasty. I'm the red-clothes sect master. Are you, Li Yu? Any worse? TSK, Tisk, openly rebelling in the northern border of the Great Chu dynasty. This is much more powerful than my red-clothes sect. Having more than one supreme powerhouse at the Seal King level under one's command is truly mind-boggling. In the large red sedan chair, the lazy female voice came again, rather marveling in her tone. I asked you, why didn't you save my parents to relatives a month ago? You, the red-clothes sect master, are a world-famous sealed king-level powerhouse. If you make a move, they won't die. Li Yu's face was icy cold as he gritted his teeth. Ever since his father, mother, eldest sister, and youngest sister had been sent to death row, he had wanted to find this sister-in-law to save them. But, can't find it. This world-famous red-clothes sect master had completely lost a trace of his voice during that time. You have more than one Seal King level under your command. Why don't you make a move? The lazy voice said faintly. It wasn't just that she was puzzled. Even the civil and military officials of the Great Chu dynasty and even King Zhao of Chu were puzzled. If a Jedi powerhouse were to make a move, it still wouldn't be difficult to rob a few death row inmates from Kyoto. Li Yu was silent. It took a moment before he spoke. They came under my command after the deaths of their father, mother, eldest sister, and youngest sister. The big red sedan chair fell silent. After a long time, it was only then that a lazy female voice came out of the large red sedan chair again. 3 months ago, the previous generation of blade masters of the Blade Hall, as well as the Four Directions King, discovered my trail and have been hunting me down. I fled into the 100,000 Great Wilderness and have only recently returned. Of course, even if I'm in the middle of the Great Chu dynasty, why should I save them? You should know something about what they did to me in the first place. If it weren't for my ruthless sister, how in the world would there be the murderous red-clothes cultist, Xiao Beibei? Cluck cluck cluck. Xiao Beibei laughed, and her clear laughter carried far out on this empty official road. So what did you come to see me about? Li Yu's face regained its calmness. That incident did ring a few bells in his memory, but he was sure there was a reason his mother would do it. Nothing. Just here to meet my wonderful nephew. After all, if you hadn't rebelled in the Northern Realm, the previous generation of blade masters in the Hall of Blades, as well as the 2 Sifang kings, may not have withdrawn. People were chased all the way into the territory of the desolate ape giant clan and almost died there. Luckily my nephew saved my life. How would you like my sister-in-law to repay you? The flirtatious and seductive voice came out from within the large red sedan chair, simply causing one's breath to become short. It's a real natural beauty. Even the sound is to die for. Don't talk to me like that. We don't know each other well. Next time don't get so close to me either. Li Yu said faintly. He didn't pay any more attention to Xiao Beibei and directly drove his horse towards Yanshan City. Pu Songling glanced at the bamboo forest behind the big red sedan chair if he was aware of it, and also drove his horse to follow. The 300 heavenly festival troops followed at the end. Watching Li Yu go away, the large red sedan chair lifted up a corner, revealing a melon face that was as white as jade and absolutely beautiful. This face carried a few shades of gravity. Phew! A woman in black rushed out from the bamboo forest not far away. Her voice hoarse as she stood beside the large red sedan chair. That person should be a Seal King level. And meditatively, I also feel a few sensations of heart-stopping. Perhaps there are still Seal King levels hiding in the dark. Seal the King level is also a little too much. This nephew of mine also doesn't know where he found so many Sealed King level. But this is good for our red cult. With him holding back the high-end battle forces of the Dechu dynasty, we may have hope of entering the king's tomb and getting. The latter words Xiao Beibei did not utter, but the longing in her voice was plain as day. Go see the old preceptor. The woman in black was pale and hoarse. Xiao Beibei nodded. This black-clothed woman was a supreme powerhouse that their red-clothes sect had cultivated with a special secret method, although it was at the level of a sealed king, but with only 10 years left to live. That's the price. Li Yu quickly entered Yanshan City. My lord. Tianfeng greeted him with a serious face. 20,000 Chu guards are still stationed outside of Shooting City today. They should be planning to wait for the Zhashan army to arrive to attack from both sides. Li Yu had a few cold colors on his face. Wait for Zhashan's army to arrive and attack from both sides? That's just In a couple of days Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin can return. Let did you fear then? Let's wait for Luo Yi and Chang Bianjin to return. Their operation in the land of 100 cities should be almost over, he said calmly. Tian Feng nodded. A rare touch of wariness also flowed out of his eyes. As a strategist, the true value is equally reflected on the battlefield. And it doesn't take long. He could also truly let the world see some of the terror of the Warlock One, altering the heavens, create a disaster, wreaking havoc on an army. 2 days passed in this way. Luo Yi pays his respects to the Lord. Chang Biaojin pays his respects to the Lord. Outside of Yanshan City, Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin rolled over and dismounted from their horses, clasping their fists and saluting Li Yu. Both of them were dusty, with a large army behind them, and their horses' hooves hunting. 2 large flags were waving in the wind, both with a blood-colored background. Ziyan and Biaojin. No need to be polite, tough on the 2 generals. Li Yu shook Luo Yi and Chang Biao's hands and smiled. At this very moment, on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind, but there were a full 955 channels of the power of the past life. It's been a couple of days. Luo Yi and the 18 cavalry of Yan Yun split their forces into 2 directions and broke the 2 remaining major cities of the relief sect. And Chang Biaojin was no less impressive, sacking the city of Joy, which was controlled by the Joy cult, the whole land of 100 cities. The only large city left was the Wankai city, with the Wankai sect behind it. Conquering the sands is a matter of enjoyment for art. So what is hard work? Luo Yi said in a deep voice. Me too. Chang Biaojin immediately concurred. Luo Yi immediately gave him a disgusted look. Undeterred, Chang Biao glared back. Li Yu smiled as he clenched his fist slightly, intending to summon the 7th human master now. His heart was full of anticipation. The 7th man. And which one from the history of China will it be? Brothers, guess who will be out this time? Hint, a famous Qin general who broke Handan. February Red came to ask for favorites. Chapter 61 Great Qin's last famous general. The first half-step top human master. The power of the 6,000 paths to life is reduced. On the purple map of the 10,000 peoples, a figure flashed by. Even if it was only called a first-class human master by the 10,000 people's purple figure, it was still terrifying in its aura. As if an ancient god or demon was about to redescend into the human world from an unknown land. It was hard for even Li Yu to imagine. How terrifying would the top human masters above the first-class human masters, or even the absolute human masters at a higher level, be? A few moments later, the image was fixed on a man standing in a mountain of corpses and blood, holding a bronze sword with a cold and solemn face. Uncountable corpses were piled up at his feet, and a vast and endless stream of blood flowed. Behind him swept the bloodbath aura that roamed the sky in poles. Above his head floated the towering blood-colored god devil, his eyes as cold as the sun and the moon as he looked down below. A flag that had long since become unreadable, as if it had been fished out of a sea of blood, was raised high. Behind him, an unimaginably huge barrier seemed to stand beyond heaven and earth. Vaguely, 3 big words that seemed to contain the principles of heaven and earth could be seen on the barrier. Hangu Pass. The next moment, the screen is broken. Li Yu snapped back from the shock of the mountain of corpses and blood. He's all a little creeped out in his mind. Who is this? Treading on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, holding a bronze sword. Could it be one of the famous generals of Great Qin? Tap. The icy sound of horses' hooves came from the distance. Ha! Ha! Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin froze slightly, and their eyes both immediately narrowed as they looked into the distance. Both of their bodies immediately tensed up, each gripping their blades. And the 18 Yan Yun cavalry, 100 Tianjie iron cavalry, 2,200 Tianjie army, and 1,000 great Tang foot soldiers under their command all tensed their bodies slightly. An overwhelming baleful aura swept in from the distance. This baleful aura did not show any luster, but it made everyone feel this terrifying baleful aura. What a strong fury. Luo Yi gripped his blood-colored lance, and his eyes showed amazing battle intent. Chang Biaojin looked at the corners of his lord's slightly smiling mouth and immediately relaxed. He knows. This existence that came carrying a terrifyingly monstrous aura was surely a fellow colleague as well. But he was also curious. Which famous general could have such an appalling fury? The sound of horses' hooves became clearer and clearer. In the distance, at the corner of the official road, a blood-colored warhorse rushed out. The warhorse was draped in blood-red battle armor. That blood-red color was obviously not the original color of the battle armor, but was dyed by blood. On the back of the horse sat a man with a cold and solemn face. His body was not too tall nor too strong, but it gave people an extremely terrifying feeling. Even just being swept by the other party's gaze would give one a sense of heart-stopping fear. Under the watchful eyes of Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, Pu Songling, and secretly Jing Ku, the visitor rolled off his horse less than a foot away from them and bowed on one knee. Zhang Han, greetings to the Lord. Zhang Han, Li Yu was shocked. At the same time it dawned on me a little. No wonder such a pervasive aura of death is present. No wonder the image shows feet treading on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. So this is the one. The last famous general of Qin who swept away Qin Shang, Wu Guang and a large number of rebel armies with 100,000 Lishan prisoners, defeated the allied forces of Qi and Wei, forced to kill the king of Qi and the king of Wei, killed Xian Liang, broke the army of Zhao, and broke through Handan. No one knows exactly how many people this one led the army to kill after the Great Qin heavenly change, but it was definitely a real mountain of bodies. If not for the incompetence of Qin Ershi and Zhao Gao's control of the dynasty, he would have disappointed the dynasty, the army and the old Qin people. With Zhang Han's ability, he might be able to lead the Qin soldiers to save the day and keep Qin from dying in the 2nd century. Zhang Han, Luo Yi and Chang Biao were surprised. They naturally knew the great name of this one. That's a famous Qin general, and Great Qin, but the dynasty that swept away the 6 kingdoms and unified the world. Chapter hand. I can't believe it's this one. Pope was also quite surprised. The last famous general of Great Qin. Li Yu stepped forward to help Zhang Han up and spoke. General Zhang doesn't need to be polite. He had great joy in his heart. Of the 7 men summoned to the world today, 4 are famous generals. However, Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, and Gao Shan are not considered to be truly famous generals of the commander-in-chief type. And the Zhang Han in front of him is the real commander of the party. At the end of the Qin dynasty, it was he who commanded the Qin army to gallop across the world, killing the world to see the Qin army blade again, even if it's just leading a team of prisoners. It also showed terrifying strength. He looked at the information of Zhang Han that was revealed on the purple map of 10,000 peoples in his mind. Name, Zhang Han. Table name, Xiaorong. Rank, First Class General, Half-Step Top Class. Realm, Tongyi 4. Physique, Innate Immortal Slaughtering Body. Technique, Slaughter Scripture. Troops, 100,000 Lishan prisoners, First Class Troop. 10,000 Great Qin Iron Cavalry, Top Class Troop. 5,000 Qin Ruishir, Last Generation Troop. Half a step to the top? Zhang Han's rank is actually half a level higher than a first-class famous general. Li Yu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect it. The last human master of this 10,000 people's purple diagram class subclass would actually reach the half-step top tier. It's hard not to. The last human master to come out of each level of the purple map of the 10,000 peoples would be a human master half a level higher? But that won't be clear until the next verification. At this time, Zhang Han's appearance was undoubtedly a great help to him. Originally, he also planned to have Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, and Gao Shan each lead their troops south. After all, it was a bit difficult for the 3 to follow the orders of one particular person. But it's different today. With Zhang Han out in the world, he believed that both Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin and Gao Shan would be willing to follow the military orders of this famous general of Great Qin. By then, the soldiers under his command were not then divided into 3, each acting on its own. Instead, it's completely under the command of Zhang Han. Even if it ends up being a 3-way split as well, it's a pivot, not 3 pivots. And Zhang Han also had the same Tongyi 4th level realm. Nowadays, under his command, Luo Yi, Tian Feng, Chang Biaojin, Jing Ku, and Gao Shan had all been promoted to the 4th level of Tongyi. The Tongyi 3rd level would be able to rival the Fengwine level at the 3rd level of the Tongyi Peak. What about the 4th floor of the Tongyi? Moreover, as a half-step top-level Manjie, Zhang Han's battle power might be a tier stronger than Luo Yi and the others with the same cultivation level. Thank you, Lord. Zhang Han stood up. He gazed at Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, and Pu Sonling and slightly clasped his fists. The 3 immediately returned the salute. All 3 of them had a certain amount of respect for this famous general of Great Qin. After all, this one is too good. 38,955 channels of the power of the past life remain. Li Yu mused. Nowadays, under Luo Yi's command were the 18 horsemen of Yun, 100 Tianjie Iron Horsemen, and 3,000 Tianjie Army. Chang Biaojin had 300 Great Tang Foot soldiers under his command. Gao Shan has 200 trap battalions under his command. That's all the soldiers currently summoned out of the world. Of course, 500 of these Tianjie troops were stationed at Xingyang Pass and Xingyang City, and 300 Great Tang Foot soldiers were stationed at Yuma City. This part of the staff cannot be moved yet. After all, there were no native powerhouses under his command, except for the summoned human masters. In that case, then summon forth into the world 100 trapped battalions, 1,000 Great Tang Foot soldiers, and 1,800 Lishan prisoner army. A light flashed in Li Yu's eyes. So much for that. Chang Biaojin and Gao Shan were at Jining City, with 300 trap battalions and 4,000 Great Tang Foot soldiers under their command. Instead, he led Zhang Han, Luo Yi, Pu Sonling, Tian Feng, and secretly Jing Ko, as well as the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun, 100 heavenly sectional iron horsemen, 2,500 heavenly sectional troopers, and 1,800 Lishan mountain prisoner troopers to the Yen Gate corridor to meet the Chu guards. After this victory, directly swinging his army south, he swept through the north. Chapter 62, without reaching the peak of Tongi, you are not qualified to talk to me. The army hunts. It snaked out for more than 10 miles, with the flags waving and the fury so intense that it scared the birds away from the mountains and forests on both sides. He Gong, the great general of Xinhua, Wei Jiofan, the commander of the King's Guard, He Tianrui, the supreme elder of the Sword Palace, Fan Gui, the head of the Husbandman Academy, Lu Matii, the absolute sword of the Hall of Knives, Yang Zongji, the grand commander of the Chu Guard, and Pei Wuqi, the commanding officer of the Imperial City Department, rode in the forefront. Up ahead is the Ghost Gate stream. He Gong opened his mouth. No harm done. Pushing across is. Lu Matii's voice was overbearing. As one of the 3 absolute swords of the Hall of Blades, he was confident enough. He was originally at the 2nd level of the Tani Peak, the feudal marquis level. After obtaining the official title of Chief Instructor of Soldiers and Horses, and adding the power of positive first-grade chi, his entire strength was already not the least bit weaker than that of a Seal King-level existence at the 3rd level of the Tani Peak. Ha ha ha. Senior Lu Mati is truly domineering. That's the way it should be in my generation. Yang Zongji's face was filled with killing intent. After all, in the beginning, he was the one who asked for orders from the court to hunt down the rebels. Now we are about to meet the rebels. Naturally, the killing machine is full of intensity. Then I'll trouble a few of you. He Gong cupped his fists and saluted towards Lu Matii, He Tianrui, and Fan Gui. General, he don't worry is all. District rebels, destroyed in one battle. Fan Guile smiled. He Tianrui didn't open his mouth and was silent. Your Highness, up ahead is Jining City. Great General Jing Nan said with a raging wariness. Set up a formation and destroy it in one battle. This battle will be over as soon as possible. This king still has to go back and hold a bar mitzvah for his son. Zhao Mountain King Zhao Yuan faintly said. Yes, Your Majesty. The eyes of the great generals Jing Nan and Zheng Han were all filled with hideous killing intent. They should be able to gain a lot of war credit again for destroying the rebels in this battle. In the middle of the royal palace of Chu, King Zhao of Chu was sitting on the ground with his breasts bare, holding a beauty in his arms, drinking wine in his mouth, and a dozen or so beautiful women dancing in tulle in front of him. Ha 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 dash. O master of the state, today the Zhaoshan army and the Chu guards are going to make their move. That traitor Li Yu, but the district submerged dragon, actually dared to rebel? In front of Lone, he's nothing but a clown. After 10 days and half a month, when he is escorted to the capital, the state master will accompany me to enjoy the 100-day lynching. Zhao laughed out loud and let loose. He was in a good mood. That traitor who killed his favorite son and daughter will finally be trampled down by the army today. He'd love to see it. When the traitor Li Yu is escorted to the capital, will he tremble with fear and fall on his knees and beg frantically for forgiveness? That's a pretty funny image. Who can stand in the way of my king's army? State master Wen Yu smiled. He sipped his wine quietly, not caring in the slightest even though there was a beauty beside him as well. Beauty was no temptation to him. Thinking about it gives Lone a pain in the ass. That filthy thing doesn't know how to be grateful, so I'll make him suffer. Ha 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 dash. Come, state master, let's share a drink. The king of Chu, Zhao, laughed unceasingly. You could tell that he was indeed in an extremely good mood. After all, how can you be in a bad mood when your sons and daughters' revenge will soon be avenged and a submerged dragon will be trampled to death? On the Ghost Gate stream, a large number of boulders were pushed down by the soldiers of the Tianjie army, forming a huge stone pestle 10 feet high in the mountain stream, blocking the road, as if it were a simple barrier. Is this the war dolls that were famous throughout the world in the recent past? Li Yu was quite curious as he looked at the 2 war dolls that Cheng Diao had brought back in front of him. These 2 war mannequins, one was golden yellow in color, as if it was molded from gold, and was about 10 feet tall, holding a golden lance. The other was as tall as a normal person, and its appearance looked similar to that of a normal person, with delicate skin, long hair, and a stunningly beautiful appearance. Apparently, this second war doll was a trophy from Chang Diaojin's conquest of Pleasure City. According to ancient records, most of the war mannequins from the recent ancient period were able to utilize the battle power of the true martial realm. These 2 should also be able to utilize the battle power of the true martial realm if they are thoroughly driven. Tianfeng sized up the 2 war dolls and opened his mouth. With so many raids on his family, he naturally searched out some ancient books and even orphan books, and he basically read them all. After a pause, a look of regret appeared on his face. It's a pity that the method of operating war dolls in the recent past has long been lost. Those who came after were only sacrificed as gods, and in this way generated consciousness to utilize. But this is not an orthodox method after all, and it does not reach the limit of the strength of the war dolls. Next to it, Puzonling suddenly laughed and opened his mouth. Maybe I can get the Ghostbusters to try. His, Chatelain's world, has the most ghosts and monsters. And are ghosts and monsters able to invade it and manipulate the war dolls? After all, ghosts are able to invade the bodies of living beings and thus manipulate them. You can try. Li Yu's spirit was revitalized and he immediately said, if he could fully manipulate these two war mannequins, not to say that he would reach the strength of the true martial realm, but as long as he could not be weaker than the current Chang Biaojin and Luo Yi, he would already be terrifying. Phew! A female ghost walked out as a light flashed in Puzongling's eyes. It's none other than Nie Xiaoqian. Of all the human masters, only Puzonling was still at the third level of the Tongshan realm and hadn't advanced to the fourth level of the Tongshan realm. After all, Pope was born only 4 days ago. At the time of their emergence, Luo Yi, Chang Baijin, Jing Ku, Gao Shun, and Tian Feng had not yet advanced to the fourth level of Tony either. Brush. Nie Xiaoqian looked at the two war mannequins as she took a step to merge into the overwhelmingly beautiful-looking war mannequin. The next moment, the war dolls moved. It's very maneuverable. You can exert a level of battle power that is one level stronger than the Seal King level, but it's not yet up to the true martial realm. Nie Xiaoqian's voice came out from the war doll. A level of battle power stronger than the Seal King level? Li Yu's eyes flickered. Sealed King level. Being at the third level of the peak of Tongyi, it required one of the three body like a diamond. All forces coming together, and gathering thoughts into thoughts. And what if it's 2 out of 3? Obviously the battle power would be above the Seal King level, but not up to the true martial realm. It should be the strength that Nie Xiaoqian is able to exert nowadays when she occupies the war mannequin. Perhaps it was also the level of battle power that Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, and the others were able to utilize nowadays. Just this level. He hadn't met them yet in Dechu and didn't know what to call them. After all, the power of Dechu's dynastic qi, at most, would only enhance the feudal marquis level, allowing feudal marquis level powerhouses to possess feudal king level battle power. It had not been heard that the power of the Great Chu's qi was capable of empowering a supreme powerhouse at the Seal King level. To exceed the Seal King level of battle power, one must rely on oneself and the Great Chu dynasty. Lord, it's coming. Zhang Han suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes looking into the distance. Li Yu also looked over. There a great army came in great numbers. The 7 people at the head rode on their horses, and an aura at the level of Seal King and Seal Marquis was undisguised as it rose up to the sky. Traitor Li Yu, why don't you kneel down and beg for surrender? The dynasty heavenly army has arrived. If you throw down your weapons and surrender, there is still a way to live. Don't say a word. Icy cold voice steeply came from below, voice with extremely raging murderous aura. More as if carrying the power of 20,000 Chu guards. The fury rushed skyward. You are Yang Zongji? Without reaching the peak of Tongyi, one is not qualified to talk to me. Li Yu carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently, are you satisfied with Zhang Han? February Red came to ask for favorites. Chapter 63, let the 3 great schools' inheritance be severed and the mountain gate be broken. Not qualified to talk to you until you reach the peak of Tongyi? Little rebel. What an ignorance. You think that with Luo Yi, Chang Baijin, and Gao Shun, you can be allowed to do whatever you want? Ha ha ha. The depth of the dynasty is not something you frogs at the bottom of the well can imagine. Yang Zongji laughed coldly. He swept his gaze from Li Yu's side and realized that he did not see the figures of both Cheng Biaojin and Gao Shun. This made him snicker even more in his mind. It's a two-way street. Then Cheng Baijin and Gao Shun. They must have gone to fend off the Zhaoshan army. And this way, occupying the terrain thinking that with one Luo Yi, they can block them? It's so whimsical. As for the 2 additional unfamiliar faces beside Li Yu, he did not look at them in the slightest. Just kidding. Really thinking that the existence of a peak Tongyi was a cabbage. Out of the 3 unknown powerhouses, Luo Yi, Cheng Biaojin, and Gao Shun had already shocked people. It's hard not to. How many more could there be under the opponent's command? He doesn't believe it at all. As for the 2 war dolls, neither is on the edge of the cliff and cannot be seen from below. Sword Palace, Blade Hall, and Husbandman Academy. The 3 of you withdraw now, and I can forget about it. Li Yu moved his gaze away from Yang Zongji and looked at Etienne, Lu Ma Ti, and Fan Go. Among the great Chu dynasty, half of these geniuses were pocketed by the dynasty. The other half of the geniuses had mostly joined the 3 universities. After he had stepped on the Chu capital and decimated the Zhao royal family, he was going to occupy this world as well. And occupying the world. It's not enough to just have the best of the best under your command. After all, there are only a limited number of human masters. He needs a lot of talent. And there is a great deal of talent among the 3 universities. especially the Fuzi Academy, which is full of peaches and plums, is a well-deserved holy place in the hearts of readers. You're past it? A touch of contempt appeared on Lu Mati's domineering face. My Hall of Swords was founded 600 years ago. There has been the birth of a true martial realm giant. 5 Seal King Invincibles, 17 Seal King ranks, 48 Seal Marquis ranks, and over 150 unusual tawny peaks. A little rebel. How dare you speak so loudly? What a way to make the world laugh. You're past it? What are you holding me to account for the Hall of Swords? Lu Mati is filled with surging domineering energy, although he is in the middle of the mountain stream, but his eyes are full of contempt. This is the Hall of Knives, one of the 3 major universities of the Dechu dynasty, and after 600 years of development, it was now the time when the Hall of Swords was at its peak. Even if the King of Chu's orders, they sometimes didn't listen. A little rebel was not even in his eyes. Brother Lu is right. Li Yu, you know too little about the Great Chu dynasty and the 3 great universities. You have no idea what kind of depth the Great Chu dynasty has. Though the Seal King level is strong, it can be called an absolute powerhouse. But we have 3 Seal King level warriors right here. And under your command? Luo Yi is sealed at the Marquis level. Chang Biaojin is unusual at the peak of the Tani. And Gao Shun is sealed at the King level. With this kind of strength, you should never say some unknown big words to make people laugh. Fan Gue, one of the 3 chiefs of the Fuzi Academy, smiled. He did not look as contemptuous as Lu Mati though, but in his heart, how could he look down on a little rebel? What's more, among the 3 great universities, their Fuzi Academy was deservedly the strongest academy. After all, the contemporary husband is the #1 strongest person in the Great Chu dynasty. It was the old undead stepping out of hiding in the royal family that was not as strong as the contemporary husband. Luo Yi Seal Marquis level. Chang Biaojin unusual Tony peak? Li Yu's face looked odd. When was this intel? 20 days ago? But it's also true. No one would think that in a mere 20 days, the strength of a certain being would change drastically. That's incredible. After all, for any existence at the peak of the Tongi, if they wanted to further their strength, it would take years as a unit. Even the vast majority of Tongi peaks would not be able to become a feudal marquis level in their entire lives, let alone a feudal king level. As for stepping into the true martial realm from the Tani realm, that already belonged to legend for the martial artists of the 3 great royal dynasties of Dechu, Dezhan, and Deshang. 600 years of the Hall of Knives. There had also only ever been one Gaijin powerhouse from the true martial realm that had come out. Since you have chosen to make an enemy of me then be prepared for the legacy to be severed and the mountain gate to be broken, he said with a calm face. Since the 3 universities are reluctant, then let all those scholars from the 3 university campuses be turned into his sustenance for summoning men and soldiers. That's ridiculous. You're nothing but a lost dog of the Northern Riverly clan. How dare you bark here? Still want to break my Blade Hall's legacy and make my Blade Hall's mountain gate broken? Ha 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 dash. Ridiculous, ridiculous. I don't know who gave you the courage to say something so laughable. Lu Mati burst out laughing. The rest of the crowd was lost in laughter. Between the heavens. It was the King of Chu who didn't dare to say that he would let the 3 great universities cut off their inheritance and their mountain gates break down. Now a little rebel dares to say that? Come down and die. I'll send you down there to meet your big family of relatives. A family should be neat and tidy. In your absence, your large family of relatives are afraid to be lonely and isolated down there. Lu Mati sneered and drove his horse forward, pointing his sword straight at Li Yu. A terrifying blade aura spread around the area with an astonishing aura. A piece of rubble around them bounced, and some even broke from it, as if they had been chopped apart by an invisible blade chi. Who is he? He is the absolute sword of the Hall of Swords. The strength was not inferior to the current generation's Blade Hall master. His gaze was scornful, as if he was looking at Li Yu like a bedbug. My lord, I will go and behead him, Luo Yi said with an icy face, killing intent surfacing in both eyes. How dare you insult the lord? You should be killed. Go on. Li Yu's face was always calm. Since the other party wanted to play pre-formation one-upmanship, he would satisfy them, just in time, before the great battle opened. First behead a Seal King level existence to sacrifice the flag. This battle was no longer in his eyes. His gaze had looked at the entire Dechu dynasty. His first goal was never to step on the Chu capital and kill the entire Chu royal family to avenge his parents' closest relatives. Boom dash! Luo Yi leapt down from the cliff on his horse, holding his blood-colored lance in his hand. Remember, you died under Luo Yi's gun. His voice was cold and indifferent, and his eyes had a bloodthirsty color in them, like a demonic god coming out of the underworld. Just you? I don't know what's going on. A feudal marquis rank, with no national fortune to add to it. What are you going to fight me with? 30 rounds. Within 30 rounds of this seat, I will cut you down by the sword. It's also your honor to die at the hands of this seat. Lu Mati's domineering demeanor remained, a pair of eyes looking down at Luo, his voice contemptuous. He was now at the Seal King level, a feudal lord level, looking for death. As the voice fell, he had already leapt up in the air. The battle sword in his hand emitted an astonishing light, like a full moon falling from the sky above, chopping down towards Luo. Luo raised his head slightly, a scowl on his face. Chapter 64, Zheng Han strikes, killing a Seal King level Jedi in seconds. 30 rounds to cut me down? Looking at the sharp blade light that chopped down like a full moon, Luo's eyes were filled with a terrifyingly fierce aura. He gripped the blood-colored lance in his hand. A blood devil light swept out behind him, and the silhouette of a world-defying demon god emerged, standing in the middle of a mountain stream, taller than the cliffs on either side. Vaguely, there were more demon gods around as if they were about to step out, emitting terrifying low roars. The entire mountain stream seemed to have changed into another world in this instant. A gun shadow hung above the sky dome, suppressing all the demon gods. See this scene. The pupils of Fan Gui and He Tianrui in the back all contracted violently. Gun will. This Luo was really just like the rumors. Having mastered the intent of the gun, if not for the lack of cultivation, the strength would not stop at. The thoughts in the two men's minds hadn't finished spinning. It was seen that the aura on Luo's body no longer had any concealment, and it was so vast that it shot straight up to the sky. That was far stronger than the feudal level. It was also a more terrifying aura than the Seal King level. Seal King invincible. Fan Gui and He Tianrui exclaimed in horror. The other party was actually a sealed king invincible who had achieved 2 of the 3 body like a Vajra. All power returns to 1. And, gathering thoughts into intent. Seal King invincible. Is in the air a knife cut down? Faces still full of contempt. Cold smile. Lu Mati's face also violently changed. Full of unbelievable. How can it be? Wasn't the opponent a feudal lord level? How did it become Seal the King invincible? In the past 600 years of their Blade Hall, they had only given birth to 5 King Seal invincible terrifying existences. According to the information from 20 days ago, the other party had fought for a long time under Xingyang City before even the Pictonian dynasty guardian was beheaded by a gun. Could it be that the other side was hiding at that point? A terrifying existence that was invincible as a Seal King was actually hidden as a Seal Marquis level. The gap between the Seal Marquis level and Seal King invincible was simply too great. Although they were both at the peak of Tony, one had already stood at the true martial realm for the most part, and one was still outside the door. Boom dash! Luo pierced out with a shot. The light of the blade that Lu Mati chopped down suddenly broke. Even though he had Seal King level battle power at this moment, and he was executing the full moon blade technique, one of the strongest blade techniques in the Hall of Blades, he was still unable to resist under the Seal King invincible's terrifying strike. His entire body flew backwards through the air, his face pale and his mouth and nose overflowing with blood, and the precious sword in his hand shook violently. The entire right hand holding the sword was dripping with blood and the bones in his hand were broken. Kill me in 30 rounds? Just you? 2 shots to kill you. Luo's icy voice rang out. The demonic god silhouette that surfaced between heaven and earth let out a terrifying roar. The entire mountain stream seemed to be shaking. The large number of Wanguards and Chu guards who saw the scene were all pale with fear in their hearts. Is this the next enemy to face? Boom dash! Luo leaped up in the air. The bloody lance in his hand seemed to transform into a bloody true dragon, with the roar of the devil god, stabbing forward towards Lu Mati who flew out backwards. Lu Mati fear. Scalp is numb to the point where it seems to be cracked. The body of the strong real power surging, accelerated backwards flying. Stay under the gun. Fan Gui and He Tianrui looked at each other, and the two of them gritted their teeth and rushed out. Combining the power of 3 Seal King levels, it was still barely enough to fight against Seal King Peerless, but just then, they found themselves in front of an additional man in black armor with a cold face. The man was holding a bronze sword, his eyes looking at them indifferently. Just by meeting the man's eyes, it was as if Fan Gui and He Tianrui saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood with no boundaries in sight, terrifying to the extreme of the fury rushing. The two people's breathing was suffocated. There is a kind of body in the mountain of corpses above the sea of blood, body stiffened feeling. Horror. A horrible existence beyond imagination, though it hasn't been crossed yet, but just by locking eyes with each other, the two knew. The terror of this man in front of me was not second to that King Seal invincible Luo, and it might even be still more horrible. The two of them were horrified to the extreme in their hearts. Where did this terrifyingly strong person come from? Seal the King invincible? Or a true martial realm that had completely transcended the Tony level? The two of them simply couldn't dare to think about it any further, their hearts sinking straight down. A sword. Zheng Han opened his mouth indifferently. As the words fell, the bronze sword in his hand had already chopped out. In the eyes of Fan Gui and He Tianrui, the whole world disappeared. Everything in heaven and earth is gone. What an army! What a cliff! What a lume! All of it seemed as if it had never existed. The only thing is a bronze sword. It was as if it was the only thing in the world. Countless shouts of murder resounded in the ears of the two men, and all the voices came together to form two terrifying murderous sounds. Slaughter, killing, pust. Fan Gu and He Tien Rue, two existences with Seal King level battle power, stood frozen in place, and Zhang Han's body had already appeared a foot behind the two. His face remained as cold and indifferent as before. A drop of blood fell from the bronze sword. Bang! Bang! The heads of Fan Gue and He Tien Rue broke off, and their headless corpses spewed out large amounts of hot blood as they fell to the ground. A sword! Two peerless powerhouses with Seal King level battle power were beheaded. Even from the beginning to the end, neither of them had ever made a move. It's not that they don't want to make a move. Rather, under Zhang Han's terrifying sword that seemed like it could slaughter immortal gods, the two were unable to strike. The other side. Lu Matii let out a miserable scream. His entire body was ferociously pierced through by the blood-colored lance in Luo Yi's hand. The terrifyingly huge force shook, and Lu Matii's majestic body was directly split into pieces. In the twinkling of an eye, the three Seal Marquis-level powerhouses from the Hall of Blades, the Fuzi Academy, and the Sword Palace that had come, the existences that were empowered by the Great Chu dynasty's national fortune to possess Seal King-level combat power, were all beheaded in front of the formation. This moment, the four people who were still behind, General He Gong of Xinhua, Wei Jiufen, the commander of Wang Wei, Yang Zongji, the commander of Chu Wei, and Pei Wuqi, the commanding officer of the Imperial City Department, had cold hands and feet, and their faces were pale without a trace of blood. They can't imagine it in any way. Three supreme powerhouses of Seal King level battle power. I can't believe it's a photo op. And they were all decimated by the other side. What kind of horror scene is this? Even if they were just dreaming, they had never dreamed of such a shocking image. Seal the King's rank in the middle of the Great Chu dynasty, that was a truly overwhelmingly powerful person. How can you die so easily? The four looked at Zhang Han with incomparable fear. Especially this man who didn't show up in the intel was horrible. Two Seal King levels were killed with a single sword. Could this be a supreme being of the true martial realm? For the Great Chu dynasty, the existence of the true martial realm already belonged to the true supreme powers. Awesome! Is this the terror of a half-step top human master? How terrifying would it be if it were a true top human being? And what about the Jedi who are even more above? On the cliff, Li Yu marveled. One sword killed two Seal King levels. This was simply a myth when placed in the middle of the Great Chu dynasty. He'd love to see it. When King Zhao of Chu learns of this, what will be his expression? Definitely. It's going to be quite exciting, isn't it? The Grand Army. Kill the enemy. He ordered. Kill, kill, kill. The icy shouts of the Heavenly Festival Army and the Lishan Prisoner Army instantly swept across the 10 directions. Chapter 65 Desperate Zhaoshan Wang Zhaoyi Yuan. Seal King Invincible Rescue. Jining City. Underneath this city, which had once experienced many battles, there was once again a large army in great numbers. 20,000 Zhaoshan troops lined up in formation with a majestic aura and a fury like an abyss. Zhaoshan Wang Zhaoyi Yuan rode his horse and stood at the forefront, flanked by the great generals Jing Nan and Zhang Han. The three had obviously added the power of dynastic qi. Zhaoyi Yuan's aura was undisguised, as vast as a king's arrival, which was at the Seal King level. The auras on Jing Nan and Zhang Han were also quite terrifying, both at the feudal marquis level. Your Gao Shun? Zhaoyi Yuan swept his gaze from Cheng Daojin and looked at Gao Shun. There was some confusion in his mind. Gao Shun, the only King Seal level existence under the traitor Liu, actually didn't follow the traitor Liu to fend off 20,000 Chu guards? In that direction, there were three Seal King levels from the Hall of Blades, the Sword Palace, and the Husbandman Academy. Normally, should have put the bulk of the fight that way. How do you let Gao Shun block him here? It's hard not to. Under the traitor Liu's command, there's a second Seal King rank? That shouldn't be possible. He, Zhao Yuan, was once the great Chu god of war, but his true cultivation was only at the feudal marquis level, and he could only reach the feudal king level by adding the power of national fortune. The traitor Liu, what virtue and ability! It's already unbelievable to have a Seal King level under his command. How could there be a second one? Do you really think that a Seal King level existence is a cabbage? It's me. Gao Shun stood on the city wall, looking down at Zhao Yuan with a solemn expression. He looked again at the 20,000 Zhaoshan troops behind Zhao Yuan and was slightly surprised. The Zhaoshan army's elites made him change his mind a little about the army of the Dechu dynasty. After all, before facing the Jinbei army, if it is not the power of the dynasty's qi luck to enhance the bravery and fear of death, it is not a strong army at all. But the Zhaoshan army in front of us, the spirit is obviously stronger than the Jinbei army by more than one step. This is the elite who have truly experienced bloody battles. But even more elite, it couldn't compare to the trap battalion under his command. I'm curious, where did you, Luo Yi, and Chang Bite next to you all come from? I've heard that Luo Yi also has 18 cavalrymen under his command that can transform into 3-foot giants, which is clearly not a tactic of the 3 great dynasties, Zhao Yi Yuan inquired. He had been fighting with the foreign race snake scale race for many years, so he naturally knew a lot of secret stories. For example, on the other end of the vast and majestic reflecting moon mountain range was the terrifyingly unimaginable Great Moon Imperial Dynasty. There were also a large number of terrifying foreign races surviving in the 100,000 great wildernesses in the south. Even he had heard of it. Further south in the 100,000 great wilderness, there were even kingdoms established by foreign races. It's just that that's what the rumors are, and it's never been confirmed. After all, in the history of the 3 great royal dynasties, no one had been able to cross the 100,000 great wastes. Even a terrifying existence of the true martial realm could not pass through the 100,000 great wastelands. You're not qualified to know, Gao Shun said lightly. Chang Baijin fought alongside him, looking at the great generals Jing Nan and Zhang Han beside Zhao Yuan, with a touch of contempt at the corner of his mouth. 2 feudal marquis rank, he could kill them with a single axe. Lord arranged for him and Gao Shun to be here. It's really a bit of a big deal based on the dirt chicken and dogs in front of him. Chang Biaojin led 2,000 great Tang foot soldiers. All of them can be destroyed in a single battle. Although the Zhaoshan army was quite a bit stronger than any of the armies he had seen before, it was still not in his eyes. It was worthless compared to the great Tang foot soldiers under his command. The king is not qualified to know? A cold color appeared on Zhao Yuan's face. Who is he? Zhao Yuan? King Zhaoshan of the Great Chu dynasty. A supreme powerhouse with Seal King level battle power. Behind him, Grand General Jing Nan's gaze flickered as he cupped his fists towards Zhao Yuan. Your Majesty, why don't you let me ask for a battle and first behead the Chang Baijin to thwart the other side? Zhao Yi nodded farther and agreed to Jing Nan's invitation to fight. Gao Shan actually scorned him so much, so let's behead one person first. Although his Zhao Yuan's true cultivation was not as good as the other parties, he was both at the Seal King level after adding the national fortune, and dared to despise him so. Jing Nan received Zhao Yuan's consent, and his face was overjoyed. He immediately drove his horse forward and pointed at Chang Biaojin and shouted, General of the rebels, dare you fight with me? Jing Nan. His body was big and strong, and he held dual whips, his eyes full of provocation. Even the warhorse under him was majestic, with hot air coming out of its nose. Ha ha ha, since you want to seek death, I will fulfill you. If you can block my axe, I'll keep you alive. When Chang Baijin heard that Jing Nan wanted to fight him, he first froze, then burst out laughing. No hesitation. He rolled onto his horse and leapt off the wall. The general of the rebels is rampant. Give me death. Jing Nan was furious. His horse immediately rushed out. The double whips in his hands blossomed with a blinding light, bringing a ferocious and huge force towards Chang Bianjin, who had just leapt down and smashed hard. The strength of the feudal marquis level was exerted at full strength. Poof! Dirtbag! Chang Bite let out a light grunt, and a touch of fury appeared in his eyes. The next moment, his battle axe was raised in his hand, and a fearful and endless killing aura immediately filled his brows. Chop! An axe chopped out as if it was going to split this world. The double whips in Jing Nan's hands were directly chopped off, and following that, his entire body was chopped into two by an axe. Zhao Mountain King Zhao Yuan's pair of pupils plummeted and turned into the size of a pinpoint. A single axe decapitated the feudal marquis level battle power of Jing Nan? What kind of strength is this? Jing Nan. Behind him, another great general, Zhang Han, lost his voice. How could he not have expected that his best friend would die without even blocking a single blow from his opponent? When was the feudal level so unbearable? Your turn. Chang Bite smiled sardonically and waved his big hand. Behind them, the gates of Jining City opened wide, and 4,000 great Tang foot soldiers poured out in a stream. Icy cold blood-devouring chi swept out, stirring the wind and clouds in the sky. Kill! Chang Bite ordered. He himself, on the other hand, rode his warhorse and rushed towards Zhao Shan Wang Zhao Yuan. This instant, Zhao Yuan felt his scalp tingle slightly. The opponent's strength was far beyond his expectations. Seal the king? Is this Chang Baijin also a sealed king level? The long spear in his hand was like a tumbling dragon, instantly stabbing toward Chang Biaojin. Boom dash! The battle axe chopped down. A terrifyingly unimaginably huge force struck. Zhao Yuan's eyes instantly widened, and his entire body flew horizontally from the back of the warhorse, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes revealed disbelief and shock. It's not the sealed king level. It's King Seal invincible. This Chang Biaojin was actually a terrifying existence that was invincible in terms of sealing kings. Ha 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 dash. Chang Bai-jin's loud laughter shook the four directions. He was like a mongrel king killing out, casually chopping the great General Zheng Han with an axe, followed by another axe chopping Zhao Yiyuan away again. My life is over. Zhao Yiyuan spat out blood in large mouths. His gun-wielding arm was broken, and his heart was in despair. He had also thought of destroying the rebel Liu as soon as possible and then going back to officiate his son's bar mitzvah. But now, he can't go back. The opponent actually had the existence of a Sealed King Invincible. Seal King Invincible could be far too powerful than Seal King level. That was a terrifying existence that was already extremely close to the true martial realm. Boom dash. The third axe chopped. Zhao Yiyuan's face was filled with despair. But just then, a mournful voice rang out, followed by a large sword as black as ink coming across the sky from afar, clashing with the battle axe in Chang Biaojin's hand. The two Seal King Invincible powers collided, and a large amount of rubble around them crumbled into pieces. Chapter 66 Demon Mountain Sovereign emerges, slapping the Seal King Invincible to death. Chang Bite raised his head, his eyes full of killing intent looking into the sky above. There was a huge pitch-black giant bird flying there, the giant bird spreading its wings over 3 feet, and all of its body was filled with a gloomy ghostly aura. A powerful aura came from the giant bird, not the least bit weaker than the Seal King level Zhao Mountain King Zhao Yiyuan. It was a giant bird of the Seal King level. However, Chang Biao's gaze was not on the giant bird, but rather on the 3 figures on its backbone. 3 figures in black robes. Even his head was covered with a black hood, and his face was shrouded in shadow, with only his scarlet eyes visible. There was no concealment in the aura of the 3. Eerie and bizarre, cold and terrifying, all above the Seal King level. One of them beckoned. The pitch-black greatsword that had collided with Chang Bai-jin's battle axe and thus bounced away turned in the air and returned to the man's hand. Zhao Yiyuan, who had fallen to the ground and was spitting out blood in a large mouth, looked on in shock. Someone saved themselves? Who's this? He looked at the 3 figures high in the air with terrifying auras. He hadn't seen these 3 people in the De Chu dynasty. In the Great Chu dynasty, as far as he knew, there was no such dressed-up terrifying powerhouse. But whoever it is, his heart was all full of gratitude. Almost. It was so close. He was chopped with an axe himself. His heart was still filled with disbelief. That Chang Bai-jin under the banner of the traitor Liu was actually a King Seal Invincible existence. Who are you people? How dare you stop me from killing the enemy? Chang Bai-jin stood with his axe and said icily. And the 4,000 great Tang-foot soldiers stopped in a neat and tidy manner. A pair of icy eyes looking at the 3. Silks of bloodbath mist gushed out from the 4,000 great Tang-foot soldiers. Terrifying. Over. On the back of a giant bird, the black-robed man with the pitch-black greatsword in his hand paid no attention to Chang Bai-jin, and instead, his gaze looked downward at Zhao Yiyuan. Someone from the royal family of De Chu? Zhao Yiyuan immediately nodded his head and staggered to his feet to salute. Zhao Yiyuan, king of Jiashan of the Great Chu dynasty, meet the 3 of you. It was only in his mind that he guessed the identity of the 3. The next moment a name suddenly appeared in his mind, instantly causing his eyelids to flutter. You don't think so? It's not coming from that place, is it? Since you are a feudal king of the De Chu royal clan, you should know about my evil god sect, the black-robed man indifferently said. Evil deism. Zhao Yiyuan's eyes revealed shock and a few moments of ecstasy as he hurriedly bowed deeply once again. Zhao Yiyuan has met the 3 lords of the evil god sect. He was the sealed king of the De Chu royal clan, and knew some hidden secrets that even the topmost existences of the 3 great universities were not aware of. For example, the origin of that founding ancestor 600 years ago. There are top secret records in their clan that the founding ancestor was from the evil god cult. The fact that he was able to establish the De Chu dynasty here and overthrow the previous dynasty, DXIN, was also aided by the evil god sect. Each of the subsequent De Chu rulers would secretly accomplish something on behalf of the evil god sect. What exactly was going on? He wasn't sure. However, it was known that the royal family had always been connected to the evil god sect. Even to his knowledge, there were a few uncles of the royal family, so they traveled to the evil god cult and joined the evil god cult. Of course, it's all top secret. I'm afraid that even in the evil god sect, it's not something that ordinary disciples can know. I will kill this man for you first. The black-robed man's voice remained indifferent, and his gaze redirected to Chang Biaojin. It's not easy to cultivate into Tony Invincible, or what you call Seal King Invincible strength, in this barren land. But alas, the Tony invincibility of a small place is like a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to see the vast sky. His voice was very indifferent as he stood on the back of the giant bird, looking down on Chang Biao from above. Can't see the big sky? Chang Bite wanted to laugh a little. In a few days, as long as his cultivation was further advanced, he would be able to completely reach the true martial realm. Is this what the other side calls a frog in a well? Unable to see the big picture? Thank you. My lord. Zhao Yiyuan was incomparably surprised. It would naturally be a great thing if we could kill the Seal King Invincible under the traitor Li Yu's command. No more King Seal Invincible Chang Bite. He could still lead the Zhaoshan army to take down Jining City in front of him, then kill all the way to Yanshan City. Meet with the 20,000 Chu guards led by He Gong. Capture Li Yu and send him to the royal capital to be disposed of by His Majesty. The city walls. Gao Shun narrowed his eyes as he looked at the three, but the corner of his mouth revealed a faintly invisible smile. It's actually 3 more people from the evil god sect? He did remember that the Lord was quite happy when Pu Songling had beheaded that evil god cultist earlier. In that case, then all 3 will stay here. But, he looked at Zhao Shan Wang Zhao Yiyuan. The Great Chu dynasty and this evil god cult from the Great Moon dynasty have a connection? But yeah, it wasn't a surprise that there were stronger forces behind them when they were able to establish a dynasty. So it seems. Then behind the Deshang dynasty and Dezhan dynasty, there might be forces of the Great Moon dynasty hiding behind them as well. But what does it matter? Just kill it. General Chang, you lead your soldiers to step on the enemy army first. After all, the soldiers under your command are better suited for mass combat. I'll take care of these 3. He spoke suddenly. Chang Bite froze, but nodded, full of murderous anger. Then it's up to you. Make sure you kill them all. Great Tang foot soldiers, follow me to kill the enemy. Boom dash. He no longer paid attention to the 3 people on the back of the giant bird above, and immediately led 4,000 Great Tang foot soldiers to charge towards the 20,000 Zhaoshan troops. The rolling baleful aura instantly swept towards the Zhaoshan army. Kill, kill, kill. Earth-shattering shouts of murder resounded through the heavens and earth, and the rolling baleful aura was like wolf smoke rushing into the sky, dispersing the clouds in the firmament. Generals, kill the enemy. I, Zhao Yiyuan, with my position as a sealed king, asked the dynasty's chi to add 20,000 Zhaoshan troops. Zhao Yiyuan ordered with an angry roar. With 3 lords of the evil god sect here, this battle will be won. Don't look at Chang Bite Jin's ferociousness now, but he's going to die without a burial place later. And as the Seal King of Great Chu, even in the wilderness, he was still able to ask the dynasty's chi to strengthen the generals under his command. This is the right possessed by the title of the feudal king as the king of 1, the king of 10,000. In the entire De Chu dynasty, there were only 9 people who were feudal kings. Only 9 people have that right. 2. A large amount of chi power converged from all directions to fall on the 20,000 Zhaoshan troops. At once, the Zhaoshan army, which originally felt fear, swept away their depression and their morale soared, and they rushed towards Cheng Biaojin and the 4,000 Great Tang foot soldiers without fear of death. The 3 people from the evil god sect paid no attention to the soldiers from both sides who were bloodily battling together below. Their gazes were incomparably cold and morose as they looked at Gao Shun. What are you? A piece of trash from a dynasty. How dare you speak to us like that? I will extract your soul and refine it into an evil spirit under my control for eternity. Die. The words fell. The black-robed man holding a large black sword had already leapt down from the air, and a terrifying ghostly aura permeated the large sword as it chopped down towards Gao Shun. And on the gourd at his waist, a large amount of ghost chi also emerged, forming a full 7 hideous evil ghosts that hissed and lunged at Gao Shun. As a disciple of the evil god sect, he wouldn't give his enemies any resistance and would use his full strength whenever he made a move. These 7 evil spirits were all ghosts he had cultivated over the years. 2 of them were of the sealed king rank, and the remaining 5 were all of the sealed marquis rank. Trap camp. Gao Shun's face remained unchanged as he spoke faintly. As his voice fell, the 300 trapped battalion generals who had been silent behind him raised their heads. The terrifying aura instantly rushed up. The bloodbane chi rushed up 100 feet high, enveloping everything as the 300 auras merged into one. The next moment, an open palm as large as 10 feet stretched out from the blood-devouring gas, and with a slap, the black-robed man who had swooped down was sent flying and spitting blood from his mouth. Soul of the fury of the trapped camp. Demon Mountain Juggernaut. Chapter 67. On the day when the world reopens, use my demonic blood to remake heaven and earth. I am in charge of the Devil's Mountain. I subdue all demons. On the day the world reopens, use my demonic blood to remake heaven and earth. An icy, indifferent, majestic, and calm voice came out from the blood fiend chi that swept 100 feet high. The palm of a hand that was more than a zhang in size stretched out, and after slapping the black-robed man away, it gripped a Seal King-level evil spirit with a tight grip and a pinch. The Seal King-level evil ghost suddenly vanished in smoke. Subsequently, the palm of his hand straightened out, as if it had transformed into the most terrifying heavenly sword in the world, and slashed violently horizontally. The 5 feudal marquis-level evil ghosts were chopped into 2, emitting desperate screams of annihilation. The other Seal King-level evil ghost retreated in terror, managing to dodge the heavenly sword's horizontal chop. However, The 10-foot huge icy palm once again reached out, grabbed him, and this time it did not crush him, but grabbed him back into the blood fiend chi. True martial realm. The black-robed man who was slapped out and spitting blood from his mouth shouted in disbelief and fear. It was definitely the true martial realm. Only an existence of the true martial realm could slap him away and heavily injure him so easily. Only an existence of the true martial realm could kill a Seal King level evil spirit so gently. How is that possible? How could a true martial realm existence appear here? His body smashed on the ground and bounced back up again, spitting out blood while looking in horror at the bloodbath aura that swept over 100 feet. If he remembered correctly, wasn't that 300 soldiers there just now? How did such a terrifying palm reach out from it in an instant? Bang! The bloodthirsty aura dispersed. A terrifying figure in black armor with a blurred face emerged from it. This figure was 10 feet tall, revealing rough and ancient skin, as if it had existed for hundreds of millions of years and was made of rocks, and it was densely covered with ancient patterns that seemed to be full of heaven and earth principles. A pair of eyes were cold and indifferent, majestic and calm, looking down at the black-robed man below the city wall. Subsequently, he raised his head slightly again and looked towards the other two black-robed men on the back of the giant bird who looked horrified. Who dares to stand above me? He spoke indifferently. Boom dash! A 30-foot huge demonic mountain appeared out of nowhere, carrying a terrifyingly powerful energy to suppress the giant bird and the two black-robed men on its back. The air was wildly distorted. The terrible sonic boom was sharp and piercing. An unimaginably terrifying pressure came, and the giant bird immediately fell from mid-air with a wail. The eyes of the two black-robed men on the back of the giant bird were glazed over. Their eyes were glazed over. What kind of existence was this? Not only was his body 10 feet tall and lofty like a mountain, he could actually manipulate a pitch-black mountain peak to suppress his enemies. It was simply too terrifying. The two did their best to dodge, but the Devil's Mountain is shrouded. The air was as if it had condensed into substance, 100 times harder than iron plates. Even though the two of them had exploded their Seal King invincible strength to the limit, they were still unable to leave the range enveloped by the Devil Mountain. Aha dash! Samarong! U-18! Zhang Rang! If you hadn't made a move, we wouldn't have to face this true martial realm monster. Laozi died. The two men's faces were hideously twisted as they cursed at the black-robed man who had struck first. At the same time, they fought with everything they had, releasing all the evil spirits they had cultivated, and then recklessly opened their mouths and swallowed them all. Terrifying power raged within them. Even his flesh cracked open a slit, unable to withstand such a terrifying force. But it's still not enough. Seal King invincible even if he had already squeezed most of his body into the true martial realm. However, it was still at the Tung E level. However, the 300 trapping camp coalesced into the Earth Fierce Army Spirit Demon Mountain Sovereign was a genuine true martial realm. The gap between the great realms, even if they had swallowed the evil ghost with the evil god sect secret method and their strength had risen by a large margin, it was still not enough to fight against it. Boom dash! The demonic mountain crushed down the two Seal King invincible evil god sect disciples, as well as the evil ghosts they swallowed, and the Seal King level giant bird. All of them were suppressed into a bloody mist by the 30-foot terrifying demonic mountain, and the blood mist didn't disperse, being swallowed up by the demonic mountain as much as it could. Even the ghost chi formed from the crumbling of the ghostly creatures was not spared. All of it was devoured cleanly. See this scene. The black-robed man who fell to the ground with heavy injuries trembled all over. He didn't even think about it. Just on a whim, wanting to help the royal family of the Great Chu dynasty, he would actually provoke such a terrifying monster. He's gutted right now. Why? Why did he or she just take a shot? Why is one's hand so cheap? It's not good to pretend you didn't see it and just walk away from the side. He couldn't wait to slap himself at this point. The heart is filled with despair. At this moment, he was just like Zhao Shan Wang Zhao Yuan when he had just faced Cheng Baijin. All were gripped by despair, but Zhao Yuan had him to save, and he had no one to come to the rescue. The Demon Mountain Sovereign looked at him with an indifferent gaze. Reach out. That huge demonic mountain flew up from the ground and proceeded to press down towards the black-robed man. Bang! The ground shook. The black-robed man without any resistance was suppressed into a blood mist by the 30-foot demonic mountain, and the blood mist and ghost chi were in turn swallowed by the demonic mountain, making it seem as if a pattern was lit up on top of the demonic mountain. The lines were ancient and twisted, just like a demon god being suppressed. Want to come out? If you are subdued by me, you shall be driven by me for all eternity. The Demon Mountain Sovereign remained indifferent as he once again reached out and pointed. The Devil's Mountain flew up. It then smashed down towards the Zhaoshan army. Boom dash! The earth shook once again, and over thousands of Zhaoshan army generals were crushed by the demonic mountain, and the twisted ancient lines above the magic mountain, but also violently stretched out a hideous devil hand. A grab crushed more than 100 Zhaoshan army soldiers. Blood mist was hideous devil hand big mouth swallow. Gao Shan stood on the city wall and watched all this with cold eyes. He naturally had an extremely deep understanding of the Demon Mountain Juggernaut, the earth-devouring military soul formed by the cohesion of the soldiers of the trap camp under his command. It looks like it has self-awareness. In fact, this is just the collective consciousness of the generals of the trap camp, temporarily fused into one, incarnating the Demon Mountain Lord. He also treated himself as the true Demon Mountain Lord. Disarm the military spirit, he ordered. The 3 people from the evil god sect were already dead, so there was no need to be coalescing the souls of the earthbending army. After all, condensing the Earth Fury army soul to strike, the pressure on the trapped camp generals was extremely unsustainable. If it goes on too long, it might even cause some serious damage to the trapped battalion generals. This is the downside of the Earthquake military soul. Although the Earthly Fury military soul was incredibly powerful, it could only be used as a base card. The only one that could operate for a long time was the Divine Demon Army formation, which was a conventional force. As his orders came out, the 10 feet huge Demon Mountain Juggernaut disintegrated. The demonic mountain in the distance also disintegrated. The Blood Fury Chi surged and reappeared on the city wall as 300 somewhat pale-faced trapping camp generals. On the Ghost Gate stream, Liu suddenly realized that there was a large amount of extra power of the past life in the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples. The trapping battalion killed 3 Seal King Invincibles, 6 Seal King ranks, and 13 Seal Marquis ranks? Nice one! A full 28,000 channels of the power of the past life. His face was filled with a look of consternation and surprise. Where did all these money-giving boys come from? It's not the evil god cult again, is it? Chapter 68, Resurrecting Soldiers Again. Unprecedented Great Harvest. In the Ghost Gate stream, the Heavenly Festival Army and the Lixian Prisoner Army charged icily. The 2,000 King Guards and 20,000 Chu Guards suppressed the fear in their hearts and roared to resist. They are the trump cards of the Great Chu dynasty. Although some of the Wine Guards and Chu Guards saw the scene where Luoi killed Lu Mati with 2 shots and Zhang Han killed Fan Gu and Tian Rui with 1 sword in seconds, even more, he heard several people exclaiming in shock, knowing that the Seal King Invincible was among the enemy, but they don't know anything about sealing the king as invincible. Just know that under the military order, even if you are afraid, you have to fight to the death, but there's too much of a gap between them, and it was in the wilderness. None of them had dynastic chi blessings. Facing the Tianjie army and Lixian prisoner army, whose entire army was above the 4th level of chi eating, they were simply unbeatable. Not to mention, the Heavenly Festival Army and the Lixian prisoner army also formed a divine and demonic military formation, and any king or Chu guards were destroyed at the touch of a button. It's like ice melting. Wherever the Heavenly Festival Army and the Lixian prisoners army pass, the king's guards and Chu guards of the Great Chu died at all costs. Throughout the mountain stream, corpses spread out and blood gathered into streams. Is this the Lixian prisoner army led by Zhang Han? Liu stood in the mountain stream and watched the battle. The 100,000 Lixian prisoners army was a legend in that era at the end of the Great Qin dynasty, but it defeated Qin Shang and Wu Guang as well as a number of insurgent armies. After all, their original bodies were just a group of Li Shan's prisoners, only temporarily pulled out to form a large army, but they didn't expect to push across one enemy army after another. Great Qin's system of military honors and titles has shaped one strong army after another. Tian Feng sighed. Originally, he had planned to show the Lord how the warlock's Tao could change the heavens, invoke disasters, and destroy everything, but with Zhang Han out of the picture, it was clear that he would not be needed any longer. But he didn't care. As a schemer, he doesn't actually like to do things himself, and how could he care if he didn't need to make a move? Which meant that the Lord's command was far stronger than the other side's? I don't know when I'll be able to see the might of the Qin Rueshi. The Wei Wushu pawns are already unrivaled in the world. But Xuanzi said that the Wei Wushu pawns could not meet the Qin sharpshooters. It is evident that the strength of the Qin sharpshooters should still be above the Wei Wushu pawns. Pope laughed beside him. There will be opportunities. Liu opened his mouth. Under Zhang Han's command, he may also be able to summon the world's 5,000 Qin warriors. Qin Rueshi. That was the most terrifying elite among the great Qin that unified the 6 kingdoms. Qin Rueshi has made great achievements for Qin to unify the world. He didn't know how strong the 5,000 Qin Rueshi would be if all of them were to come out. I also wonder how many Qin Rueshi would be under the command of the rest of those even more terrifying and famous generals of Great Qin. For example, Sima Rong, who pioneered the Qin Rueshi. For example, the Great Qin's god of murder, Bai Qi, who made the world fear him. Another example is Wang Jian, the invincible military god who swept the country during the reign of the first emperor. Honestly, seeing Zhang Han so terrifying, his heart was incredibly curious and expectant of the horrors of those famous generals of Great Qin, especially the one who kills to the point that the world fears that absolute killing god. I don't know when, It is only in the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples that one can summon out of the world those peerless masters of the absolute generation who have crowned an era invincible. He murmured in his mind, yearning very much for it. After calming his mind a little, he mentally looked towards the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples. At this moment, the power of the past life on the violet figure of the 10,000 peoples had reached a staggering 37,627 channels, and it's still soaring upwards at an alarming rate, almost just in the blink of an eye. It soared by more than 300 channels. He understands. It wasn't just the Tianjie army and Lixian prisoner army below that were killing like crazy. The great Tang foot soldiers on the other battlefield were also killing like crazy. The king's guards, Chu guards, and even the Jiashan army didn't just have soldiers at the body refinement realm. Among them were also a large number of officers of the qi-eating realm, as well as generals of the Tangyi realm. This battle is over. Perhaps the power of the past life can exceed 50,000 Dao. Li Yu whispered in his mind. His mind was still on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples. As he moved his mind, the information of the Lixian prisoner army surfaced on it. Troops, Lixil prisoner army. Rank, 1st class. Realm, 4th level of qi-eating. Physique, harem dragon body. Technique, dragon prisoner technique. God and demon army formation, battle of the beasts. The spirit of the earth's fury, the ancient prisoner of dragons. Trapped in a battle. The divine demon army formation of the Lixian prisoners' army doesn't feel quite the same as the Tianjie army, the great Tang foot soldiers, the Yan Yun 18th cavalry, or the trapping camp. He thoughtfully gazed at the 1,800 Lixian prisoner army below. The divine demon army formation they formed at this time did not form a blood-colored scaly dragon, a type of baneful creation, as the heavenly festival army did. Rather, with the killing, as time continues, as more enemy troops die, with rivers of blood all over the ground. The whole army has been rising in strength. He saw a Lixian prisoner army's 500 lords, originally only at the Tangyi first layer realm, had a battle power comparable to that of the Tangyi third layer. After opening the divine and demonic army formation battle of trapped beasts, his battle power immediately soared to the 5th level of Tangyi. And now, the battle power had soared another small realm, reaching the 6th level of Tangyi. It's even in the process of being elevated. A large amount of blood turned into blood qi like moths to a flame, surging toward the 1,800 Lixian prisoner army, the beast of the trap. The more you fight, the more you get. Li Yu marveled in his heart. This is the Lixian prisoner army under Zhang Han. This battle. It was a battle that lasted until sundown. The sun was setting in the west, reflecting the bodies and blood all over the ground. The gurgling blood gathered into a river and dyed the earth completely red. Fallen banners, broken wargoats, tattered armor, rolling heads, ghastly limbs. In it, Li Yu saw the unwilling body of Jingwei General He Gong. The fearful head of the King's Guard commander Wei Zhubuan was also seen. He even saw the corpse of the originally arrogant and unrivaled Yang Zongji. Clean up the battlefield. Zhang Han ordered. The 1,800 Lixian prisoner army and the 2,500 heavenly festival army immediately took action. Death of 19 LAX prisoners army and 15 Sky Festival army. Resurrect them all, Li Yu said in a deep voice. Though the resurrection requires 10 times the power of the past life as it did at the time of summoning. But these were brothers who had died in battle for him, so how could he begrudge some of the power of the past life? At once, consuming 400 Dao of the power of the past life. The 19 Lixian prisoner army and 15 heavenly festival army who had just died in battle slowly surfaced and saluted gratefully. The other battlefield is also over. 42 great Tang foot soldiers were killed in battle. Resurrect them all. 2. He once again consumed 4,200 Dao of the power of the past life to resurrect the 42 great Tang foot soldiers who had died in battle near Changbiao. The generals who followed him. Not a single one must die. There are actually still 64,082 channels of the power of the past life. The Chu and Wang guards here pretty much collapsed by the time they were half dead. After all, there is no dynastic Qi power to add to it. Looks like more Chu troops died on the other battlefield? Li Yu murmured in his mind. And how to summon so much of the power of the living? Infantry or cavalry? Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin and Zhang Han, and who summoned the better soldiers under their command? Hey, sometimes it's a little hard to choose when you have a lot of famous generals under your command. Chapter 69 Mass Summoning. The Sword Palace was stunned. Outside Jining City, looking at the corpses and blood all over the ground, looking at the Jiashan army generals who had also completely collapsed after the collapse of the added power of Qi. Zhao Yiyuan was lying on the ground covered in blood, his eyes blank. Why is it like this? How spirited he was when he came. Thinking that with the Seal King level battle power he possessed after adding the national fortune, he had 20,000 Jiashan troops under his command. With the cooperation of another army, the traitor Li Yu was defeated and captured and escorted to Kyoto. but the reality. But he was the one who was almost killed by Chang Biaojin's 3 axes. The 2 generals under his command were also killed by Chang Baijin's casual splits, and in his despair, yet another 3 saviors came, the 3 Seal King Invincibles of the Evil God sect. His confidence came back at that point. With 3 Evil God sect sealed King Invincibles here, wouldn't it be easy to exterminate Chang Biaojin and Gao Shun? He could still capture the traitor Liu and escort him to Kyoto. But I didn't realize. 3 Evil God sect sealed King Invincible terrifying existences were killed in the twinkling of an eye. True martial realm. That 10-foot huge terrifying existence was actually in the true martial realm. Under the banner of the traitor Liu, he possessed a terrifying battle force of the true martial realm. He despaired again. And the army under his command was unbeatable when facing the army led by Chang Biaojin. It's like eggs against rocks. He had never seen such a fearsome army. And it was actually able to condense into a blood-colored augur dragon with terrifyingly extreme baneful chi, flying across and sweeping everything. It was a nightmare. Well, the nightmare is almost over. Son, your bar mitzvah father can attend. Don't blame father. He murmured softly. His eyes began to lax, and he turned his eyes to be silent again. One of the 9 kings of the Great Chu dynasty, King Zhaoshan, died. Great Tang foot soldiers, clean up the battlefield. Take the prisoners into the city. Chang Bianjin rode his warhorse and bellowed. On the side, there were still more than 5,000 alive Zhaoshan soldiers trembling and squatting on the ground, their faces pale and unable to see half of the blood color. Their minds were filled with fear. The strength of the enemy army simply made them despair. Don't say belligerent. In the past, I just hadn't heard of such a horrible army. Think of the blood-colored scaly dragons flying in the sky, the cold and cruel wargos, the extremely accurate bows and arrows, and they shuddered uncontrollably. Zhang Han is the commander-in-chief, commanding from the center. Luo Yi and Chang Bianjin are the generals, attacking the city. As for Gao Shun, then let's go and annihilate the 3 major universities. Li Yu's gaze flickered, and a decision was made in his mind. Nowadays, the number of soldiers under his command was already considerable. The Tianjie army totaled 3,000, the Tianjie Iron Horsemen 100, and the Yan Yun 18 horsemen. The Great Tang foot soldiers totaled 300 in the trap, 1,800 prisoners of the Lixil army. The past life power consumed by these soldiers adds up It's 124,000 channels. And unlocking the second order level of the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples requires the consumption of 200,000 Dao of the power of the past life. Only 76,000 channels short. I can't believe the power of the past life consumed by resurrecting soldiers doesn't count. But 76,000 channels is fast. Li Yu whispered in his heart. No hesitation. He immediately summoned the world's 400 Heavenly Festival Iron Horsemen, counting the original 100 Sky Festival Iron Horsemen. That's 1,500. Infantry can be summoned separately, but the cavalry. He felt that summoning the same type of cavalry would be even more terrifying. After all, the cavalry formed a scale and the terror level skyrocketed. It's only 1,500 horsemen, though, but this is a top-tier soldier. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The top-tier soldiers were at the 7th level of chi eating when they came out of the world, and based on the battle power of those 100 Heavenly Festival Iron Horsemen summoned out of the world before. Although his cultivation was at the 7th level of chi eating, his battle power had reached the 1st level of Tongi. 1,500 top cavalry. It was the 500 terrifying cavalrymen who had reached the Tongi level and could also condense the Divine Demon Army formation to strengthen their strength once again. He was going to. In the ensuing war against the Great Chu dynasty, Luo Yi only commanded the cavalry, the 18 horsemen of Yan Yun and the Iron Horsemen of Tianjie. By commanding only cavalry, mobility will be at its peak. As for the Sky Festival Army, temporarily used as a city defense force, it is responsible for the defense of occupied and soon-to-be-occupied cities and towns. Subsequently, he summoned another 200 Lixian prisoner army, bringing the number of Lixian prisoner army to 3,000. As for the last remaining bits of the power of the past life, he summoned 700 Great Tang foot soldiers, bringing the number of Great Tang foot soldiers under Cheng's command directly to 5,000. Only 12,000 channels short of the power of the past life. The Vanguard purple map will unlock the second order level. Anticipation showed in his eyes. At the second order level, he could continue to summon human masters. My lord, what about the prisoners? More than 8,000 prisoners were taken in this battle. Zhang Han stepped forward and saluted, saying with cold solemnity, "What does Yuan Hao suggest?" Liu gazed at Tian Feng. The other battlefield of Jining City should also have a lot of captives. It's not easy to manage more than 10,000 prisoners, and 10,000 people to eat and drink is a big problem. My lord, Many of the official roads in Dichu are in disrepair, and the captives can all be sent to repair the official roads. Only better official roads are more conducive to the speed of marching, the development of commerce, the people's long-distance travel, and so on. Tianfeng said solemnly. Li Yu naturally understood this. If you want to get rich, you have to build roads first, and it's also important to increase the speed of marching. How long have the 20,000 Chu guards traveled all the way from the capital of Chu? It is because many local official roads are in disrepair and the roads are difficult to navigate, making it impossible to march too fast. Unless one abandons all provisions and travels light. Let's arrange it as Yuan Hao said. This matter will be taken care of by Tianfeng, and you will be given the right to mobilize the Tianjie army. He commanded. Tianfeng and Zhang Han led the way. Sword Palace. It is located on top of the Tianshan Mountain in the north. The Tianshan Mountain towers above the clouds, and from the halfway point upwards it is covered with snow and ice all year round. Sure show. Bai Yijian walked up to the top of Tianshan Mountain step by step, looking at the thatched cottage without a trace of ice or snow in front of him. In front of the thatched hut, an old man sat cross-legged. The old man was dressed in white, with white hair and beard, and his eyes were closed. However, around him, there were 3 swords hovering, and within 3 feet, an even more astonishing sword aura filled the air. What is it? The old man slightly opened his eyes and looked toward Bai Yijian. All of his eyes seemed to have a sword in them, capable of penetrating the heart. Supreme Elder He Tianrui is dead. Bai Yijian calmly said. Where is your master? The old man's face was unchanged. Went to defend Zhaoshan Pass for Zhao Yiyuan. The king of Zhaoshan, Zhao Mountain King Zhao Yiyuan is also dead. Bai Yijian's voice was still calm. Both of them added the power of the national fortune. Both of them had Seal King level battle power. And both of them actually died? What's going on? Could it be that after my long absence, another Seal King invincible has been born in this world? The old man frowned. No, Master Ancestor, as well as the Hall of Blades, Lu Ma Ti, and the Academy, Fan Gue, are also dead. Besides, 3 Seal King invincibles of the evil god sect also died. Bai Yijian said. The old man's face changed instantly, and he stood up violently in disbelief. The 3 Seal King invincibles of the evil god sect are also dead? How's this? Death at the hands of whom? He is the Seal King invincible. But tell him that 3 Seal King invincibles died at once? And it's still the Sealed King invincible of the evil god sect. Bai Yijian looked at his master ancestor's shocked appearance and said again. Our sword palace has made an enemy of that man, and under the other party's command. It is suspected to possess 2 true martial realm existences. Old man? What did you say? True martial realm? Or 2? The old man sat on his butt, his face uglier than if he had eaten a dead rat. Chapter 70, The war report reaches the king's palace of Great Chu. The king of Chu fears. Shu Du, the king's palace. Today, the royal palace is decorated with lights and colors, and everywhere looks joyful. Even the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace changed into a red dress to show their joy. After all, today is All Saints' Day. His Majesty's birthday should be celebrated by the whole nation. One minister also walked into the palace dressed in joyful attire, bowed to each other and then headed towards the Hall of Longevity. This was a large hall in the palace of the king of Dichu, built specifically for the All Souls Festival. Pearls and onyx were all over the hall, and all kinds of precious things abounded. However, this one hall was not built by the current king of Chu, but by the previous king. The present king of Chu is just a small expansion and a small decoration. Lord Chen is here? Come sit here. I wonder what congratulatory gift Lord Zhang has prepared for my king. It's just 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. It's not worth mentioning. Worthy of being Lord Zhang, he was able to get his hands on 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. Unlike me who could only take out 3 heavenly heart-sacred lotus only. The heavenly heart-sacred lotus? This is a rare treasure. Lord Chen is awesome. One minister talked and laughed. The lowest of the great Chu courtiers who could enter the hall of 10,000 longevity was from the 3rd rank. And behind each of them, almost another side of the big families was represented. His Excellency the Prime Minister has arrived. The Lord Marshal has arrived. The Master of the State has arrived. Lord Imperial Master has arrived. The eunuch at the steeple door raised his voice. There was a sudden silence in the hall, and all the ministers bowed to the 4 figures that walked in. In the Great Chu dynasty, the high status of these 4 was on par with those 9 royal sealing kings. Any one of them possessed the cultivation of a feudal marquis, and after adding the power of the national fortune they were all at the level of a feudal king's battle power. A few moments later, His Majesty has arrived. All of the Great Chu subjects immediately bowed down deeply and shouted, "Long live the king! Ha ha ha! Please rise, all of you love ministers." King Zhao of Chu smiled broadly and walked into the hall, waving his sleeve robe and sitting on the dragon chair in a very good mood. "Thank you, My king. The ministers stood up straight. Immediately, a civilian minister stepped out and bowed. Today's All Saints' Day is celebrated universally. I dreamed of the goddess congratulating your majesty yesterday, so I happened to come across a poem to dedicate to your majesty. Immediately, a few more civil ministers stepped out, and one bowed with a smile. Your majesty, the world is now clear and peaceful, and the people are rich, and this is all due to your governance. Yesterday when I was walking in the alleys of Kyoto, I was stopped by a group of people who had made a garment for all the people and asked me to offer it to His Majesty and to give thanks to His Majesty for having all the people in his heart. Chu Wang's face is full of smiles. Looking at this hall full of loyal ministers and good generals, he felt that in another 20 years, he must be imperial to expand 1,000 miles of territory in the north. With the assistance of such loyal officials and good generals, why worry about not accomplishing such a great cause? I-Ching, quickly read out your poem, so that all the ministers can savor it. And the man means clothes, bring them up as well, so that the ministers can view them. He opened his mouth with a wide grin. Today is a real pleasure. And that traitor, Li Yu, should have already been eliminated, right? District Submerged Dragon, also dare to rebel against the orphan. Really looking for death. A single decree from the lone man can trample this tiny submerged dragon to death beneath the bottom of the well. For Seal King level, what can that traitor Li Yu resist with? You still want to avenge the whole clan? It's really whimsical. He felt. The fact that he himself could personally decree the death of the entire Li Chang clan was a favor to them. Where do ordinary people get this kind of treatment? How dare you rebel, and dare to kill his son and daughter? That's giving face. Ha ha ha. And master of the state, didn't you say you had found a few more wonderful dancers? Let them come in, so that all of you can enjoy the dance of the most beautiful women. He chuckled. But just then, one of the deputy commanders of the Imperial City Division, with a pale face, stumbled and rushed into the great hall and knelt on the ground, saying with a trembling voice, Your Majesty, urgent report from the front. The Zhaoshan army is defeated. The Chu Wei are defeated. King Zhao Yuan of Zhaoshan, Grand General Jing Nan, and Grand General Zheng Han died in battle. He Tian Rui, the Supreme Elder of the Sword Palace, Fan Gui, the head of the Fuzi Academy, and Lu Ma Ti, the Absolute Sword of the Sword Hall, were killed in battle. Great General He Gong of Jingguo and King's Guard Commander Wei Zhibuan were killed in battle. Grand Commander Yang Zongji of the Chu Guards and Commander Pei Wuqi of the Imperial City Department were killed in battle. The evil god sect's 3 sealed king invincibles have fallen to the battlefield. Under the banner of the traitor Li Yu, it is suspected that he possesses 2 true martial realm existences. He spoke the entire battle report in one breath, his face ashen. The entire hall of 10,000 longevity was deathly silent. Everyone froze in place, staring at him in disbelief. Even those as strong as Prime Minister Yen Tianyue, Military Marshal Wei Nangwa, State Teacher Wen Yu, and Imperial Teachers C 3000 all had their pupils suddenly shrunk. A look of horror spread across their faces, and they felt a cool air rise from the soles of their feet, their scalps tingling. True martial realm? Under Li Yu's command, he possessed a terrifying existence in the true martial realm? Zhao Yi Yuan, He Tian Rui, Fan Gui and Lu Ma Ti are all dead? All 4 of them were not weak. And 4 of the evil god sect's sealed king invincibles died? Many people in the temple were hearing about the evil god cult for the first time. However, all 4 of them knew about the evil god cult. Above, the smile on King Zhao of Chu's face froze, and he looked at that deputy commander of the Imperial City Department in disbelief. What did he just hear? That traitor who could be casually trampled to death with a single foot in his eyes, and whose entire clan should be grateful to him if he was given death, had 2 terrifying existences of the true martial realm under his command? Did the other side say it wrong? That district rebel was nothing more than a hopping submerged dragon. How could he have a terrifying existence of the true martial realm under his command? No way. That Li Yu is nothing but a leaky fish of the North River Li clan. A bedbug that can be pressed to death at will. How could there be a true martial realm existence under the banner? He stood up and roared. A face was instantly gloomy to the extreme, and there was anger as well as a few points of fear in his eyes. He's a little scared. Could that traitor, Li Yu, be a true dragon in a potential abyss? No way. Figure it out for yourself. We must kill that traitor Li Yu. By the way, evil deism. That traitor Li Yu killed the 3 seal king invincibles of the evil god sect, and he himself is going to invite the strongest of the evil god sect, treading down the rebels, exterminating clean that Luo Yi, Chang Baijin, Gao Shun. Even he felt, those 100,000 base show troops will also be killed cleanly. Yanshan City. Li Yu returned to the city in the evening of the day the war ended, but it was now 5 days after that battle. Zheng Han is really fast enough. In just 5 short days, you've taken down 9 cities in a row. And you've even taken down the county town of Wudong County. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Yu's mouth. He was a little excited at this point, because after taking the county seat of Wudong County, Zhang Han did not hesitate to aim the butcher's knife at the big families that usually fished the people. Heads rolled in the 9 cities. Zhang Han was too fast. Many of the great clans had just fled to the next city when Zhang Han had already killed and easily captured it. 12,000 channels of the power of the past life is enough. As long as we consume this 12,000 power of the past life, the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples will be able to be promoted to the second stage. Li Yu's face was filled with anticipation. The second order purple map of the 10,000 peoples. What would be the difference? Guys, can I get a 5-star review? Appreciate it. Chapter 71 Second Ranked 10,000 People's Purple Diagram. Unlocking the Divine and Demonic Talent. A total of 15,326 channels of the power of the past life. Let's just summon 1,500 Heavenly Festival Army. The more cities that are captured, the more cities that need to be defended by the Sky Festival Army. Li Yu decided after a moment of contemplation. According to the conclusions he had reached from his discussions with Tianfeng, Zhang Han and others, the optimal number of defenders for an ordinary city occupied today is 300 Sky Festival troops. Because the 300 Heavenly Festival Army became Earthly Fury Army souls, their battle power could be comparable to the peak of Tony. That's enough to hold an ordinary city. The county town, on the other hand, is to be guarded by 500 Tianjia troops. 500 Heavenly Festival Army became Earthly Fury Army souls, capable of possessing feudal marquis-level battle power. And this had the power to easily suppress all the forces in the city. Anyone who tried to make any small moves in the cities he occupied could be easily suppressed by the Heavenly Festival Army. There are now 13 ordinary cities occupied, and 2 county cities. 4,500 Sky Festival guards are needed. There are 3,000 of the existing Heavenly Festival Army, and just enough to summon another 1,500 out of the world. He whispered in his mind. No hesitation. He came to the Yanshan City Defense Barracks. There were only 300 Tianjia troops in training in the barracks. The training of the Heavenly Festival Army is equal to cultivation. As a first-class troop type, the speed of cultivation was not as fast as that of a top-tier troop type or an extinct troop type though. However, daily practice also boosts your practice progress by 2%. Only, as a soldier, if the cultivation is to be raised, that is the whole army raised together. And naturally, the cultivation progress of the Heavenly Festival Army summoned out of the back was far inferior to that of the Heavenly Festival Army that came out of the front. But, as a soldier, the whole is as one. The cultivation progress of the Tianjia army that came out behind them would follow extremely fast, while the cultivation progress of the Tianjia army that came out in front of them would fall off. It was equivalent to the Heavenly Festival Army that came out in front of them giving a portion of their cultivation to the Heavenly Festival Army that came out behind them. Eventually the whole army is in agreement. That's the troop type. All aspects are in agreement in order to coalesce the divine and demonic army formation and the earthly soul. Consistency in every aspect is a requirement that is almost impossible for the military on this side of the world. Li Yu sighed. The soldiers he summoned out of the world were able to do so, and that was because there was a divine and demonic army formation to regulate it. But in order to practice the divine and demonic army formation, we must first be consistent in every aspect. It's simply a question of whether the chicken or the egg came first. The only way to do so was to summon the Chinese soldiers who were born to coalesce divine and demonic military formations. From this point on, he thought that this world should not have a divine and demonic military formation or an earth-devouring military soul. This is a power that belongs uniquely to the Chinese military. Greetings, Lord. The 300 Heavenly Festival Army knelt on one knee and saluted. The generals are excused. Go and guard the perimeter and do not allow anyone to enter the barracks. Li Yu opened his mouth. Yes. The 300 Heavenly Festival troops immediately dispersed and surrounded the barracks. Phew. Li Yu looked at the empty schoolyard in front of him. 12,000 channels of the power of the past life were suddenly missing from the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in the depths of his mind. And in front of him, 1,200 figures appeared out of thin air in the schoolyard that covered a not-so-small area. Only 1,200 can be summoned? To summon it later, you need to wait until the purple map of the 10,000 peoples is promoted to the second stage? Li Yu was slightly surprised. Is it hard to believe that the purple map of 10,000 citizens, which was promoted to the second rank, would have a great impact on the troop types? So you have to wait for promotion before you can continue to summon soldiers? Since only 1,200 people could be summoned, the remaining 3,000 or so of the power of the past life would be kept for now. Greetings, Lord. 1,200 men on one knee, their voices complete as one. Be excused. Li Yu raised his hand, his eyes looking towards Tianfeng who had followed him. Yuan Hao, you arranged these 1,200 Heavenly Festival Army. Tianfeng had a smile on his face and said with considerable delight. Many thanks, Lord. In the past few days, he had been mentioning that the number of Tianjia troops was too small, and that they had to go into the cities to guard them, and to watch over the 10,000 or so prisoners to build the roads, so they were really understaffed. Now that this extra 1,200 Heavenly Festival army had solved his urgent problem, he naturally rejoiced. Li Yu nodded and went back to the county office, with Jing Ke secretly guarding him, and with Pu Sonling, who had just been promoted to the 4th level of Tongyi, following beside him. He was half afraid. Pope's promotion to the 4th floor of the Tongyi, one's battle power had similarly reached the level of Seal King invincibility. And that's not even the main thing. Most notably, those 2 war dolls from the near ancient period, the female ghosts from Pu Songling's world of Liuzhai, could already be manipulated to exert the battle power of the true martial realm. This was the same as having 2 more true martial realm existences on his hands at once. It didn't take long. Back at the county courthouse, Li Yu sat down and immediately placed his mind on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. Just after summoning the 1,500 Heavenly Festival army, the purple diagram of 10,000 peoples in his mind was enveloped by a purple mist. And now, the purple mist finally cleared. The treasure of humanity, the purple map of all nations, holding the wheel of life and death and the 10 directions of the Tao. It has been promoted to the 2nd order level. 12 first-rate men and 1 top-ranking man, the last one, can be summoned. The power of the past life required to summon a top human being is 5 times that of a first-class human being. All the released human masters unlock the god and demon talent. The power of the past life required to summon a human master is doubled. The cultivation level of all the released soldiers is raised by 3 minor realms, which can be crossed over to the major realms. The power of the past life required to summon soldiers is doubled. Looking at the information on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples, Li Yu was very surprised. Divine and magical gifts? What's this? Human Jia actually has a divine and demonic talent. It just hasn't been unlocked in the past. He never thought about it. It turns out that the human jade that has now been summoned out of the world is not really a full body yet. Nowadays, Luo Yi, Cheng Biaojin and the others at the 4th level of the Tongyi realm had already reached the Seal King invincible level of strength. One step further would be the true martial realm. The divine demon talent would definitely make Renjia's battle power even more terrifying. His eyes burned with anticipation. There's also a 3 minor realm boost for all troop types as well. The Heavenly Festival Army, the Great Tang Foot Soldiers, and the Lishan Prisoner Army have been promoted from the 4th level of Qi Eating to the 7th level of Qi Eating. The Heavenly Festival Iron Cavalry has even advanced from the 7th level of Qi Eating to the 1st level of Tongyi. The 18 Yan Yun Cavalry and the Trapping Battalion, on the other hand, have been promoted from the Tongyi 2nd layer to the Tongyi 5th layer. He was in a stirring mood. There's no doubt. The strength of all the great armies under his command skyrocketed by a large margin. 300 trapping battalions of the Tongyi 2nd layer realm gathered into the Earth Fiend army souls would already be no weaker than an existence of the true martial realm. Easily decapitated 3 Seal King invincibles of the evil god sect. Now, what about the 300 trapped battalions on the 5th floor of Tongyi? After gathering into the earthbending military soul to form the Demon Mountain Lord, his strength was simply unimaginable. I'm afraid it's just not considered weak at the level of the true martial realm. It was just that he had little to no knowledge of the true martial realm. It was also unclear how the true martial realm was divided. It looks like we need to make a trip to the Sword Palace as soon as possible, he muttered. The Sword Palace, as one of the 3 major academies established by the founding monarchs of the Great Chu dynasty from the very beginning of the dynasty, surely had information on the true martial realm, and the Sword Palace master, Bai Yijian, had stabbed him once. The Sword Palace Supreme Elder came to surround him again. He had given the 3 major universities a chance. But the other side didn't care in the slightest. Then there is no need for the 3 universities to exist. The Sword Palace is in the Northern Realm. So let's step on the Sword Palace first. And the second stage of the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples can also summon one of the top human masters in the world. His eyes were filled with anticipation. What a top man. Setting the stage for an era. What kind of personage can be called top-notch by the purple map of the 10,000 peoples? Chapter 72, The Terrifyingly Terrifying God and Demon Talents of the Human Masters. In the county courthouse, Li Yu calmed his agitated mind a little. He hadn't even thought of it before. The purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples was promoted to the 2nd rank, and it would actually have such a huge change. The gift of gods and demons. He murmured in his mind, very curious. What exactly is this divine and demonic talent? Glancing at Puzondling, who had suddenly closed his eyes next to him and seemed to be adjusting to some great change, he immediately converged his mind on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples and pulled up Puzondling's information. Immediately, Puzondling's message surfaced on the purple chart of the 10,000 peoples. Name, Pu Sonling. Table character, Ru Xian. Rank, First Class Master. Realm, Tongshan 4th level, equivalent to Tongi 4th level. Physique, innate world body. Technique, seal the gods and edict the ghosts. Divine and demonic talent, exterminate ghosts and decapitate demons. Any ghosts or demons fighting with Pu Sonling are restrained by the aura of the world of Liuzhai, and their strength is lowered by one small realm, with no limit to the large realm. Exterminate the ghosts and decapitate the demons. This is the god-devil talent? Liu sucked in a breath of cold air. Any ghost or demonic creature that fought with Pu Sonling would have its strength lowered by a small realm, and there's no limit to the great realms. That is to say, now if a true martial realm ghost creature appeared in front of Pu Sonling and fought with him, his strength would be suppressed to the peak of Tongi. Although the battle power might be Seal King invincible, it was no longer in the true martial realm. No wonder it's called the divine and demonic talent. Dang, that's scary, Liu murmured in his mind. Pu Sonling was already extremely restrained against demons and ghosts. Now that the demons and ghosts are facing Pu Sonling to be lowered by another small realm, it is simply a true and veritable nemesis of demons and ghosts. Immediately after, he looked at Jing Ke's divine and demonic talent again. Divine magic talent, stabbing god. When stabbing an enemy, one's own strength is increased by one minor realm, not limited to a major realm. The god of thorns. Liu's eyes flashed. With this divine demon talent, Jing Ke would undoubtedly become terrifying. Now at the 4th level of Tongi, Jing Ke, who has the invincible strength of a sealed king. It could be said that there was hardly any seal king invincible that could block his assassination. After all, whenever he assassinated an enemy, Jing Ke's strength would skyrocket to the true martial realm. Even with Jing Ke's weirdness of being able to transform into flowing water, it was to assassinate an existence in the true martial realm, and he felt that there was a great possibility that he would succeed in his assassination. Awesome! Worthy of being a divine devil talent. A flash of excitement appeared on his face. There's no doubt. The appearance of the divine devil talent made the battle power of all the human experts under his command even more terrifying. He immediately checked up on the divine demonic talents of several other human experts. Zhang Han, divine and demonic talent, hanging on to command. Hanging on to command. Strength increase by one minor realm. Unlimited major realm. Luo Yi, divine devil talent, wrath of the demon god. When fighting with 5 or more strong enemies, the strong enemies are deterred by the wrath of the demon god, and their strength is reduced by one minor realm, not limited to a major realm. Chang Bite, divine devil talent, Big Dipper Axe Jedi. When fighting an enemy in single combat, the strength will be increased by one minor realm, not limited to the major realm. Gao Shun, divine demon talent, trapped formation, indestructible. As long as there is still one person in the trapped formation on the battlefield, Gao Shun and all the trapped formation generals will not be killed and will not be extinguished. Tian Feng, divine and demonic talent, rigor and integrity. When Tian Feng angrily rebukes the enemy, the righteousness of heaven and earth comes with the wind, suppressing the enemy's strength by a small realm, not limited to a large realm. It's worthy of being a divine and demonic talent that's only unlocked by the second-ranked 10,000 people's purple diagram. It's just not normally scary. Terrifying as hell. Liu was quite excited. With the divine and demonic talent, the human Jia was nearly completely different compared to the past. Even if a human expert without a divine devil talent fought with a human expert who possessed a divine devil talent, he was afraid that he would be decapitated in the blink of an eye. Of course, for Pu Sonling and Luo Yi, who had little use for one-on-one combat with humans, the god and demon talent was another matter. However, these two people's divine and demonic talents were not weak in the slightest, especially Luo Yi. That god and demon talent was simply strong to the point of being terrifying. If 5 true martial realms came to surround Luo Yi, wouldn't it turn into 5 Seal King invincibles in the blink of an eye? He marveled. And after suppressing the enemy's strength, there can be no restriction on the other one to strike. For example, Zhang Han. He found out Zhang Han's divine devil talent and Luo Yi's divine devil talent could simply form a perfect complement. One suppresses enemy strength, one that strengthens itself, with one increase and one decrease. That could simply create a one-sided spike game. Compared to the horror of the divine devil talent, doubling the power of the past life needed to summon a human master would be nothing at all. Anyway, for him, the next step is to step on the Great Chu dynasty. The power of the past life can naturally be obtained in large quantities. Day 2. Liu took Pu Sonling and Jing Ke and rode a giant bird captured from the harvest cult toward the county seat of Wudong County. Nowadays, Zhang Han and Gao Shun are here. Luo Yi and Chang Biao were in the other 2 small frontline towns. Just over half an hour, Liu then saw the county seat of Wudong County. He sighed. This kind of giant bird collected from the 100,000 Great Wilderness is quite convenient. If it's riding from Yanshan City to Wudong County City, it will take at least 7 or 8 hours. But this giant bird is very rare. Only some big powers tame so few. Even the harvest cult only has this one end. And Luoyi and Chang Biaojin only brought back 4 heads from the 100 cities. If we can tame thousands of these giant birds in the future, the Jedi soldiers under the Lord's command will be able to march easily. Pope laughed. Li Yu nodded. Most of the extinct troopers are small in number. If there were thousands of giant birds, it would be enough to transport 5,000 Qin Rue Shi. 5,000 Qin Rue Shi who can travel 10,000 miles in a day. How terrifying should they be? A few moments later, the giant bird landed at the Wudong County City Guardhouse. My lord! Zheng Han and Gao Shun saluted. Zheng Han is still cold and solemn, and his slightly thin face carries a kind of sternness. And although Gao Shun also has a solemn face, it does not give people a sense of harshness, but rather a sense of solemnity. General Gao, lead the trap battalion under your command and follow me on a trip to the Sword Palace. Li Yu ordered. This place was no longer far from the Sword Palace. It's only 500 miles or so. With the trapping battalion's current cultivation at the 5th level of Tongyi, there was no need to ride a horse at all, and they could arrive within a day. That's still counting the halfway break. If it's a hasty march, half a day is enough time to traverse more than 500 miles, though bringing Puzonling and Jingke was also enough to step on the Sword Palace. But he had one more trip to make to Jiashan Pass. That's where the foreigners were stopped. Just right for Gao Shun to lead the trap camp and kill the foreigners cleanly. Anyway, Gao Shun possessed the divine and demonic talent Trap Formation Undying, and did not need to worry about causing attrition in the Trap Formation camp when fighting the foreigners. Yes, Lord. Gao Shun led the order. His face solemn. Sword Palace. I'm coming. I wonder if the Great Chu Sword Saint regrets having stabbed that sword in the first place? Li Yu's face was calm. That sword he would not forget. If Luo Yi hadn't been at his side, he would have definitely died at the hands of Bai Yijian. It would have given the Sword Palace another chance, but it was rejected by that supreme elder of the Sword Palace. So, just let the Sword Palace disappear. Chapter 73, Gao Shun, by order of the Lord. I have come to level the Sword Palace. Bang! King Zhao of Chu's complexion was horribly gloomy, and he slammed the teacup in his hand on the ground fiercely, roaring, damned rebels. Surprisingly, they took away most of Wudong County's qi as well. Traitor! Traitor! I only hate why I didn't catch you earlier and behead you at the market entrance together with your parents. He would never admit that the anger he was showing was just to hide the fear inside. It's too fast. In 5 days, the other side had laid down 9 cities in a row. He was afraid he'd wake up one night. It was then discovered that the adversary had brought more than one true martial realm being down to the royal palace. Although, as the king of a country, he can borrow the power of his nation. With his own cultivation at the peak of Tongyi, he could completely possess the strength of the true martial realm with the help of his nation. However, he didn't think that the self in that state could truly rival a true martial realm existence. Why isn't Uncle Six back yet? He was in a foul mood. His 6th uncle, who had joined the Evil God sect and become a disciple of the Evil God sect at an early age, was heard to have stepped into the true martial realm. 5 days ago, he had already sent the message to his 6th uncle, who was in the Evil God sect, through a special means, so that 6th uncle would come back immediately to help him kill the rebels. Moreover, he also instructed that he must bring a few more fellow disciples of the true martial realm over to press the damned rebel to death in one go. Why? Why would a true martial realm existence help that traitor? Why don't you help the orphan? He gritted his teeth. He had slept poorly for the past few days, even sleeping with his sword. I'm afraid that the rebels will suddenly kill us at our door. This feeling of being on edge was something he had never experienced before in his life. Damn it! Damn it! Lone killed your entire clan and exterminated your parents to the core. Don't you think about your own family's reasons? He walked around the Great Hall, holding his heart. After all, when he didn't destroy the North River Li clan because of any merit. After all, Li Cheng was only at the 8th level of the Tony realm, and after adding the dynasty's fortune, he was also an ordinary Tony peak. The Beihali clan was also only one of the great clans of the Northern realm, and it didn't even rank in the top 3. As for the 100,000 Northern Shou army, although it was not weak, but within the territory of his Dechu dynasty, there were more than 800,000 elites. So what could 100,000 Northern Shou army do? But the real reason behind this curtain, he didn't even dare to mention. Once it's mentioned, maybe even their royal clan's branch in the evil god cult would be wiped clean. Think about it. He suddenly had a shock in his heart. His face turned pale, and a flash of horror passed through his eyes. That traitor Li Yu's sudden additional true martial realm existence under his command. It won't be from. No way. Absolutely not. If it came from there, how could I have survived until now? Even the branch of my royal family in the evil god sect has long been destroyed. He immediately shook his head and hurriedly snuffed out this overly horrifying thought. All of a sudden, A beautiful courtesan trotted in and knelt on the ground respectfully. "Your Majesty, there is a reaction to the bronze mirror you told me to keep an eye on at all times." Zhao immediately brightened his gaze, the fear in his eyes disappearing. All of his miserable face regained its redness, and even took on a touch of excitement. Brush! The sword in his hand was sheathed, lording it over the kneeling courtesan. Blood splattered on the ground, and a look of respect still lingered on the courtesan's pretty head. Zhao didn't even look at it more than once. He left this palace in stride and headed for his chambers. That brass mirror. It was the only way for him to contact his sixth uncle who was in the evil god sect. Now the brass mirror reacts. It indicated that Uncle Six had seen his message and was also on the other side of the brass mirror. The traitor Li Yu. When sixth uncle descends with a few true martial realm existences dash. I'd like to see the look on your face. He was quite excited. Even thought of traveling with Uncle Six when the time came. To see with his own eyes how desperate the face of the traitor Li Yu was. Giant birds across the sky. Li Yu, Pu Songling, and Gao Shun stood on the back of the giant bird and headed toward Tianshan Mountain. The lower 300 generals of the trap battalion ran as if they were flying. Following behind. General Gao, you've already advanced to the 5th level of Tongyi, right? Li Yu opened his mouth. In the 5 days since the attack on the 9 cities, not only did Gao Shun advance to the 5th level of Tongyi, Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, Jing Ku, and Zhang Han had also advanced to the 5th level of Tongyu. There was also Tian Feng, who had been promoted to the 5th level of Tongshan, the same realm as the 5th level of Tongyu. These are the men and women under his command. The speed of cultivation is so fast that it is desperate. Luo Yi, who was the first to come out of the world, was only 40 days old. However, it had been promoted from the Tongyi 1st layer to the Tongyi 5th layer, breaking through a small realm in 10 days. This wouldn't even be believed if it was spread out. Just broke through yesterday, Gao Shan said in a solemn manner. At the 5th level of the Tongyi realm, one's strength should not be weaker than that of the true martial realm, right? Li Yu inquired. Although he felt, the 4th level of Tongyu had the likes of Gao Shun, who had sealed King's invincible battle power. At the 5th level of the Tongyi realm, one would inevitably reach the true martial realm battle power, but it's safer to ask in person. My lord has not seen a true martial realm existence, but I think it should be about the same, Gao Shun said in a deep voice. And actually, the 300 trapping camp under his command nowadays, if they were to form the Earth Fiend Army Soul Demon Mountain Sovereign, they would be even stronger than him in all their strength. It was only that the Earthly Fury military soul could not last, especially when forming a terrifying military soul such as the Demon Mountain Juggernaut, which lasted for an even shorter period of time. Of course, as the lord of the trapping camp, he could also form a Demon Mountain Lord with him as the lord. Even because of the divine and demonic talent trapped undying, the Demon Mountain Juggernaut that was formed with him as the main focus was not only greatly increased in strength, but also greatly increased in duration. This was his bottom card, and he would not reveal it easily. The power of the trap is his power. He and the trap are one. Li Yu nodded. He did a little math in his mind. It was then that he realized that he already had quite a few true martial realm combatants under his command. Even Pu Songling, the only one whose cultivation had yet to be promoted, was able to manipulate 2 war mannequins to possess true martial realm battle power. It made his heart quite excited. After all, this was the battle power of the true martial realm. In the Great Chu dynasty, it was a truly invincible force. What Seal King level? What Seal King invincibility? All of them were unbeatable in front of the true martial realm's battle power. Zhao, do you feel the fear? I will make you more afraid, he muttered to himself in his mind. The hatred of his father's closest relatives, the entire clan, the old and young, and those uncles of the Northern Shou army, he had never forgotten. After stepping on the 3 major universities, he was about to personally lead an iron cavalry and kill Zhao directly to the Chu capital, killing Zhao and wiping out the Zhao royal family. The back of the city can be pocketed step by step, but revenge can't wait. My lord, Tianshan has arrived, pointing to the large snow-white mountains whose outlines were already visible in the distance. Puzongling reminded. Sword Palace. Li Yu's face was indifferent. Not for long. The heavenly mountain is close at hand. Gao Shan took a step off the back of the giant bird, blundering through the air. It was as if there were invisible steps beneath his feet. With every step that fell, a transparent ripple rippled through the void. Yanshan City Gao Shun, by order of the Lord, I've come to level the Sword Palace. He opened his mouth and drank coldly. His voice was vast, instantly spreading throughout the entire heavenly mountain. Chapter 74, Sword Palace Ancestor. Trapping Camp Charge Unrivaled. Above the heavenly mountain, the previous palace master of Seal King Invincible's Sword Palace's face was hard to see when he heard the voice coming from the bottom of the mountain. Behind him stood Bai Yi Jian. However, his face still looked calm. as if nothing in the world was worth moving him. What's death? But it was just a matter of going to the world of the way of the sword and transforming into a sword. A lot of times, he even thought he might be a sword. A plain sword. Even he often dreamed that he was a sword stuck in a mountain peak. That peak was filled with swords. Too many to count. That place, he thought might be the world of Sword Dao. One may have come from there originally, and death is merely going back. As for the disciples in the gate, since he had entered the Sword Palace and received the blessings of the Sword Palace, he also needed to bear the evil consequences of the Sword Palace. There's nothing intolerant about it. That's how he thinks things are in the world. It's like when he first stabbed a sword at Liu. Now that the other party had come to trample the Sword Palace, it was all very normal. No, I must go and bring out the ancestor. The Seal King Invincible old man gritted his teeth and immediately hurried to the only forbidden place in the Sword Palace. Bai Yijian followed. Grandmaster? The Grandmaster is still around? Even if the ancestor is still around, this has nothing to do with me. There was no curiosity in his mind, and he would follow simply because the place was one he had never been to. It feels like after coming back from Yenshan City and I became unhinged He paused suddenly, his brow furrowing. How did those thoughts just pop up on their own? He was an orphan brought back from outside by his master. If there was no master, no Sword Palace, where would he have come from? How could one think that the Sword Palace didn't matter? A few moments later, he had followed his master ancestor to the Forbidden Land. Sealed King Invincible by Ziyan looked anxious as he held up a sword from a bed of white jade bubbling with a deep chill in the deepest part of the Forbidden Land. It was a sword like white jade. The ancestor is above. There is a great enemy coming to the Sword Palace. Surely the ancestor will appear and cut down the enemy for the Sword Palace. Bai Ziyan held the white jade-colored sword in his hands high, respectfully and anxiously. Bai Yijian's face had become calm and indifferent once again at some point. He quietly looked at the alabaster-like sword. He felt this sword was simply no match for any of the countless swords on that mountain peak. Buzz. The alabaster-like sword lit up with a brilliant white light. The next moment, the white jade sword hovered in the air. An amazing white light surged out from the sword, then slowly coalesced to form a white light silhouette. The white light silhouette looked very young, with hair tied casually, an upright body, and a pair of sharp eyes. Take me to kill the enemy. The white light figure's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. Yes, ancestor. Sealed King Invincible by Ziyan was surprised. It was also the first time he had seen the ancestor. In the past, I had only seen it recorded in the secret stories of the sect. In 600 years, the ancestor has only appeared once. That time, he decapitated a true martial realm foreigner that ran out of the reflecting Moon Mountain range. And now, it's the second appearance. Gao Shan took one step down from midair. He wore black armor. His face was calm with a kind of majesty, and his body was as thick as a mountain. Holding a long spear in his hand, his body was straight. As if in a trance, it was loftier than the heavenly mountains in front of him. Where are the trap camps? He stood on the ground and opened his mouth. The icy voices of the 300 trapped battalion generals shot up into the clouds. Behind the gatehouse of the Sword Palace, a large number of Sword Palace disciples converged and coldly drank. This is where the Sword Palace is. Those who dare to be reckless will be killed without pardon. The land of the Sword Palace is no place for wildness. Stand down. A Sword Palace disciple's voice was icy cold. They don't know anything about Yenshan City or Gaoshan. After all, being in the Sword Palace, one basically had 2 ears and didn't hear anything outside the window. All they know is, the Sword Palace was one of the 3 great universities of the Great Chu dynasty. It's the place to stand at the pinnacle of the Great Chu dynasty. Even if it was a full-ranked member of the imperial court, or even a royal family feudal king, they could not be unrestrained when they came to the Sword Palace. Now, someone actually dared to say that they came to step on the Sword Palace? Intolerable. As for these ordinary Sword Palace disciples, it was obvious that the previous palace master who had emerged from the gate was not concerned, nor did they make them avoid it. Ordinary Sword Palace disciples die when they die. The power of the Sword Palace had never relied on these ordinary disciples. Instead, if he could delay some time so that he could invite the ancestor out, that would already be considered a contribution to the Sword Palace, and it would be a good death. Kill, Gao Shan ordered with a calm face, as his orders came down. At that moment, the 300 trapping camp all turned into a trail of shadows and killed towards those Sword Palace disciples. How powerful are the generals of the trap camp now? Every single one of them had reached the 5th level of Tony, and their battle power was almost already no weaker than that of an ordinary Tony 8th level. 300 trap battalions. That's 300 Tony 8th level. And they also formed the God and Demon Army formation. For the trapping camp, as long as they charged the formation, that was bound to form a God and Demon Army formation. It's something that's been etched into your bones. They never underestimate any opponent. and with the terrifying addition of the Divine Demon Army formation, all of their battle power had even reached the peak of Tongi, 300 peak Tongi. Above their heads, there was even a terrifying demonic mountain forming. Each demonic mountain seemed to be a real mountain, black as ink, carrying a heart-stoppingly terrifying might. Even underneath each demonic mountain, there were demonic shadows holding their hands up high, as if they were the ones holding up the demonic mountains, ready to roar and hurl them out at any time. Boom dash, a charge. The 300 to 400 Sword Palace disciples that stopped in front of them. Among them, there were even more than 100 experts of the Tongi realm. All died under this one charge. Rolling waves of blood splattered in all directions, and a body flew out horizontally with shock in its eyes, as if it hadn't even expected to die in a single glance. The difference in strength is too great. 300 peak Tongi rushing the formation, and an even more terrifying demonic mountain to match. This was invincible in the middle of the dynasty. Go up the hill and kill without mercy, Gao Shan indifferently said. With one step he was already standing at the forefront of the trap camp, and then walked towards the mountain. Watching him was a step up, as if he couldn't walk fast enough, but actually, he took a single step over a distance of 10 feet, and with the trapped formation battalion following behind him, they even formed a large number of residual shadows. You can see how fast they are at this point. A Sword Palace disciple rushed out from all around, but rushing out and touching it kills you. Just a moment. Gao Shan had already led the trap battalion to the largest square in the Sword Palace. A large number of Sword Palace disciples looked at them with fear and hatred. Even though their bodies were trembling, they held their swords against them. Gao Shan swept his gaze. He looked to the far left. There was an extremely terrifying sword intent coming from afar. And the strength of this sword intent. Let the floating clouds in the sky be chopped away. Hidden. A huge sword could be seen, charging straight up into the sky. One of Gao Shan's eyes narrowed at once. He slightly tightened his grip on the long spear in his hand, and a terrifying gun intent rushed up from his body as well. Sword intent and gun intent collided in midair. Chapter 75 Exterminating the True Martial Existence. By Ejian's Plea for Mercy. The Sword Palace actually has a true martial realm base? On the back of the giant bird, Li Yu was quite surprised. That sword intent transformed into a rushing sword was truly somewhat terrifying. That's not a living being. Instead, it's a sword. The sword has left behind the master's sword intent from back then. Jing Ke's voice suddenly came. The powerful sword intent that apparently rose up to the sky caused this swordsman, who had also cultivated sword intent with his sword, to look at it a few more times. A sword can be this strong? Then wouldn't the other party have been stronger back when they were alive? Li Yu raised an eyebrow. At this time, he could already see the white light figure that came step by step. A white haze of light formed the silhouette of a man, with a young face and cold eyes, holding an alabaster-like sword in his hand. Behind this white light silhouette, he saw an old man as well as Bai Yijian who had stabbed him in the first place. Your intentions are good. The white light figure looked at Gao Shan with ice-cold eyes and slowly said. His voice had no semblance of emotion. You're not human. Gao Shan's face was calm and steady, and the shadow of Shen Yu emerged in his eyes. You're a sword? Awesome. A single sword left behind can erupt with such terrifying sword intent. His face was slightly marveled. He felt, if the owner of this sword was around, it might be necessary to have the 300 trapped camp form the Earth Fiend Army Soul together as the Demon Mountain Lord in order to rival it. And that's just the rivalry. If you want to kill, then he would have to take out his strongest cards and gather as the Demon Mountain Juggernaut along with the 300 trapped camp in order to do so. To make him take out his strongest card in order to kill, it was evident that the other party was extraordinary. What? Ancestor is a sword? This isn't the ancestor. It's the ancestor's sword? Seal King Invincible by Ziyan froze in place. He had always thought that the ancestor had practiced some kind of special technique, which was why he was able to avoid the greatness of time and live from 600 years ago until now. But I didn't realize. It's not the ancestor, but the ancestor's sword? What about the Grandmaster? A sad color appeared in his eyes. Ancestor died that year. As for Bai Yijian, his face did not change in any way. After all, he had long since seen that the other party was just a sword, and it was still far inferior to any of the countless swords on that mountain peak. If my lord were here, killing you would be simple. The white light figure indifferently said. It's easy to kill me? Gao Shan gently shook his head, his voice still as calm as a mountain. Your master is here and can't kill me. A touch of anger seemed to emerge from the white light figure's cold eyes. The next moment, the sword in his hand diffused a white sword air, and all around. Instead, 6 more figures that looked just like him holding alabaster swords appeared. The 7 figures were like 7 icy stars in the sky, and a large amount of sword chi connected them to each other. Vast, massive sword chi seemed to pierce through millions of divisions. The Sword Palace disciples in all directions were shaken back by the terrifyingly sharp aura. their eyes showing shock and fervor. This was the strongest underpinning of their sword palace. Just the one sword left behind by the ancestor back then had the power of being invincible. They looked at Gao Shun as well as the 300 trap camps with hatred. How will you block such a terrifying ancestor's sword? It is an honor for you to die under the sword of your ancestor. Then meet my lord's 7-star Vorpal sword technique. The white light figure said icily. Boom dash. The air was instantly torn apart. The 7 white light figures holding the sword of white jade carried a large amount of sword chi and pierced towards Gao Shun at an unimaginable speed. The tips of the 7 swords converged at one point. Clank dash. Gao Shun's eyes were cold and solemn as he stabbed out with his spear. It was as if one divine mountain after another had surfaced on the gun. Terrifyingly huge forces swept through. The tip of the gun directly collided with the tips of the 7 swords. 7 strands of extremely sharp sword chi surged forth. 7 strands of terrifying true martial power converged into one, their power raging to an unimaginable degree. But Gao Shun's face remained unchanged. Holding his gun and not retreating, he was like an ancient giant mountain that stood here, that would not be shaken. The white light figure's face changed for a split second, revealing a touch of shock. 7-star Vorpal sword technique. One could explode 7 channels of true martial power in that instant. 7 channels of true martial power combined into one. How terrifying was that? It was his master's famous sword technique. It was also the supreme legacy of the Sword Palace. The last time he was awakened, he used this sword technique to directly decapitate a foreigner of the true martial realm. Of course, it was also because that foreigner belonged to the true martial realm that had just been promoted to the true martial realm and hadn't even thoroughly grasped the strength of the true martial realm. But no matter what, that was also a sword technique that had decapitated a true martial realm foreigner. But now that he had used it, he had not achieved the battle results he deserved. Blocked by the other side. In his eyes, it was as if the other party had transformed into a giant mountain, and he could block any attack. Trap camp. Gao Shun drank coldly, his head full of black hair flying slightly. Boom dash. As he gave the order, at once, the divine and demonic military formation billions of demon mountains formed by the 300 trap camps directly included him as well. As the lord of the trapping camp, he was also the lord of the divine and demonic military formation billions of demonic mountains. It's just that on weekdays, he usually doesn't reign over the divine demon army formation. After all, many times, he was not only the general of the trap camp, but also the main general of a party. Boom dash. As he became the lord of the divine and demonic military formation billions of demon mountains, the aura on his body instantly skyrocketed by a large margin. The lance in his hand shook. Immediately, 6 of those 7 white light figures in front of them collapsed. Since it's a sword, then be honest and make a sword. When Gao Shun's calm voice sounded, the lance in his hand had already stabbed out. Bang! The white light figure came out with his sword to resist. However, the terror of this shot surpassed the white light figure's expectations. The sword in his hand bent violently, in which an unimaginable will that resembled a monstrous demonic mountain rushed ferociously. This will was too strong, too terrifying. This is not the will of Gao Shun alone. Rather, it contains the will of the 300 trapped camps together. The will even transformed into a demonic mountain, directly grinding out the white light figure's will. In the end, it wasn't a true living being, and the flaw in the will was too great. It was just a collision, and Gao Shun's will was extinguished. The entire white light body collapsed and reformed into a white jade sword that crashed to the ground. All the people of the Sword Palace froze. They stared blankly at the sword of white jade that crashed to the ground. Extinguished? The last of their Sword Palace's reserves were destroyed? Seal King Invincible by Ziyan's face was pale. The Sword Palace is finished. Even the ancestor's sword of perpetuation, which had once slain a foreign race in the true martial realm, had been destroyed. Trap dash. Tread down the Sword Palace. Gao Shun looked at the dull, fearful Sword Palace crowd and coldly ordered, slow down. Just then, Bai Yijian suddenly stepped out, his face calm as he looked towards Liu who was standing on the back of the giant bird in the distance. If I kill myself here, can I spare the Sword Palace disciples? They are available to you. Chapter 76, Stepping on the Sword Palace. Summoning the 8th human master, Liu calmly looked at Bai Yijian. That day outside of Yanshan City, the other party bluntly stated that they had come to kill him. Without Luo Yi, he would have died. I once told that supreme elder of your Sword Palace that if I retreated, I would not be blamed. But he didn't retreat. Kill me twice, and be overthrown. As for you and the other disciples of the Sword Palace, who have enjoyed the blessings of the Sword Palace, then they will be destroyed together with the Sword Palace. Liu's voice was calm. Since you have stepped into the path of cultivation, then life and death are each at the mercy of heaven. Became a disciple of the Sword Palace and met him. That's how it's meant to be. This death, there is no such thing as right or wrong. Only positions. Different positions, then kill. This statement was made. Gao Shun's eyes showed a touch of ice coldness as he spoke again. Trap battalion. Kill the enemy. Kill. The 300 trapping camp instantly transformed into a trail of shadows, charging towards the Sword Palace disciples. When they raised their hands and knifed, heads rolled and rivers of blood flowed. Seal King Invincible by Ziyan's eyes were wide with rage as he roared and charged violently towards Liu, who was standing on the back of the giant bird. The body leaped up in the air, spanning a distance of tens of feet to kill Liu. However, Liu's face did not change half a bit and remained calm. Beside him was Puzongling, and in the dark was Jing Ku. Who can kill him? A drop of water appeared in midair at some point. This drop of water transformed into a tiny sword. It was as if an expressionless man was reflected in the sword. The man's pair of eyes couldn't see half a fluctuation, and the tiny sword instantly pierced through the throat of Bai Ziyan, who was leaping in the air, with a speed that was terrifying to the extreme. Even if Bai Ziyan had the strength of a sealed king invincible, but there was only time to raise his hand, but not enough time to fend it off. Good. Fast. Sword. A flash of shock passed through Bai Ziyan's eyes. He had never seen such a fast sword in his life. A phrase came to his mind. If the sword is as fast as it can be, then nothing can break it. The luster in his eyes dissipated, and his body crashed down and hit the ground. Sunset. Red. Flaming clouds reflected in the firmament. Liu stood in the most hidden secret room of the Sword Palace. Here was the most important inheritance of the three-sect Sword Palace, along with some of the most important hidden secrets. 7-star Vorpal Sword Technique, Tianshan Sword Scripture, and 10,000 Sword Forging Body True Martial Secret Technique. The three inheritances are actually all at the true martial level. It is indeed worthy of being one of the three great universities that have been inherited by the Great Chu dynasty for over 600 years. Liu looked over the three inheritances with some awe. Subsequently, he looked through the hidden secrets recorded in the Sword Palace again. Among them was the detailed description of the true martial realm that he wanted to know. Existences in the true martial realm have already accomplished body like a Vajra, all forces return to one, and gathering thoughts into thoughts. And the cultivation of the true martial realm is to choose one of the three directions of cultivation. Body like a diamond, all forces return to one, and gathering thoughts into thoughts. If one chooses the direction of body like a Vajra, then one can cultivate the 10,000 swords body forging true martial secret technique to forge one's body to the extreme. If one chooses the direction of all power returns to one, then one can cultivate the heavenly mountain sword scripture and cultivate one's true martial power to the extreme. If you choose the direction of gathering thoughts into minds, well, the Sword Palace doesn't have any inheritance in this direction. And the 7-star Vorpal sword technique is only a martial art of the true martial realm, not a cultivation method. However, it mentions that choosing the gathering thoughts into intent direction is the most difficult, but also the most terrifying in terms of strength. Strange. Why do you have to choose one direction to practice and not all three together? Liu muttered. He handed the book to Pope and the others so that they could look at it as well. Subsequently, he flipped through another secret book that recorded the royal clans of the Great Chu. That founding monarch of the Dechu dynasty actually came here to establish the Dechu dynasty in the first place under the orders of the Evil God sect. The Evil God sect wants its disciples to establish the Great Chu, but it is actually searching for beings born with powerful souls. Liu frowned. He remembered that his eldest sister, Li Miaoling, and his youngest sister, Li Maoran, were both born with powerful souls. Could it be that his Beihali clan was exterminated because his eldest and youngest sisters were born with powerful souls? He continued to look. However, some of the hidden secrets recorded in the back were those of successive generations of Dechu kings. For example, a certain king of Dechu could not be humane and ended up making his queen go to her own brother to borrow his seed. Less than 3 months after the successful loan, he executed his own brother's entire family for treason. Another example is that a certain king of Dechu liked human wives, but none of the wives of the ministers of the court escaped the poisonous hand. There was no further mention of anything about the evil god cult after that. The cult of evil. Behind the Dechu royal family stands the evil god cult. Nowadays, I've revealed the battle power of the true martial realm under my command, and there's more than one of them. Is Zhao going to ask the evil god cult for help? Liu narrowed his eyes. He felt that should be a yes. And if the evil god sect sent reinforcements, there would definitely be more than one true martial realm. The true martial realm is divided into 9 heavens. I wonder what level the reinforcements sent by the evil god sect will be. He grimaced. The cult of evil god. That was a party in the Great Moon Dynasty. The power from the Imperial Dynasty was as strong as could be imagined. It put a lot of pressure on his mind. After all, Luo Yi and the others' regular battle power should be in the true martial first heaven. Zhang Han might have true martial second heavenly battle power. Of course, if the requirements of divine devil talent were met, then it could be even stronger. Also, Zhang Han, Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, Gao Shun and the soldiers under their command formed the divine and demonic army formation, and even gathered into the earthly fury army soul. That battle power would be much more terrifying. More power of the past needed. He whispered in his mind. The mind was placed on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. Destroy the Sword Palace. He now possessed 41,655 channels of the power of the past life. Above the Sword Palace, there were extremely many experts of the Tony realm. There were also a dozen peak Tony and 6 Fengho ranks. That's why it was possible for him to intercept so much of the power of the past life. It's time to summon the Manhwa again. He had a look of joy on his face. This was the first summoning of the 10,000 people's purple map that had been promoted to the second order level. Facing the pressure of the evil god sect, there was nothing to be afraid of, as long as one kept summoning human masters and soldiers. Then sooner or later, one day, the evil god sect would also be flattened by him. And the disciples of the evil god sect could each carry a number of severe ghosts with them. The harvest of killing a disciple of the evil god sect was too rich. Summon. Let me see which one of them will come out of the world this time. Li Yu's mind was placed on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind, and he murmured in his heart. The color of anticipation was written all over his eyes. Who would be the 8th Chinese mastermind to descend upon this world? Chapter 77. The city is full of gray hairs, but I will not lose my stranger's sword in death. I have fought alone for 50 years. How dare I forget the great Tang? The power of the 14,000 paths to the next life is reduced. A figure flashed one after another on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples. Each figure had a unique temperament that was impossible to ignore. A few moments later, the scene is fixed on a city standing alone in a sea of yellow sand. On the city stood a military general with a stranger's sword, his body straight and his eyes blossoming with resolute will. He had a head full of white hair flying as he looked at the vast enemy army in front of him that could not be seen at a glance. Behind him were a large number of gray-haired soldiers, but every one of them stood straight and gripped a stranger's sword. Amidst the yellow sand, above the lonely city, the army of white hair, the image shattered open. The city is full of gray hairs, and I will not lose the stranger's sword in death. 50 years of solo resistance. How dare I forget the great Tang? It's him, Li Yu muttered as he snapped back from that one shocking image. Just seeing this one image brought up bleak, sad emotions in his heart. It's a piece of history he's read. So the first moment he saw the image, he knew who had been summoned out of the world this time. The Ironborn Sheriff, Ungshi Capital Guardian, Xin Gua, this famous general of the great Tang dynasty. In the 4 towns of Anxi, led under the banner of the stranger army alone for half a century of lonely fighting. No supplies, no reinforcements. Even if the Great Tang still exists are not clear, but they are still holding on to the territory of the Great Tang, holding on to the Great Tang's Anxi capital, until the city is full of gray hair, still fighting with the enemy. Do not surrender, not retreat, die fighting to the last person. More than 50 whole years, a lone army fought the enemy for over 50 years to hold on to the territory of the Great Tang. Battle until you are gray-haired and there is not a single soldier left. What kind of sentiment is this? And what a shock! This is the last glory of the Great Tang. It is also the highest ethos of the Great Tang generals. Tap. Outside the chamber, there was the sound of steady footsteps. Li Yu instantly looked toward the door. Gao Shan and Pu Songling's eyes narrowed slightly, and their gazes also looked over. Just listen to the footsteps. The two knew that the person who came was very strong. But looking at the Lord's reaction, the two understood that the person who had come must be a newly minted colleague. Both were curious. Which one from history? Soon, into the doorway of the chamber stepped a gallant man in black armor, wielding a huge stranger's sword. The man appeared to be no more than 30 years old, but had a head of gray hair. The body was not considered tall, but it was like an impenetrable divine mountain giant. It was as if nothing in this world could bring him down, nor is there anything that can destroy his will. Guai Xin. Pay respects to the Lord. The man knelt on one knee and saluted Li Yu. His voice is very calm and thick. The voice characteristics were similar to Gao Shun's, but with a more fury. Gao Shun is also composed, but Gao Shun was calmer. Guai Xin was stoic with a fury, as if he would stand up and kill someone the next moment. Is he? A flash of shock appeared in Pu Songling's eyes. He naturally knew who Guai Xin was, the nephew of the famous Tang general Guazi, that ironborn county king who has stood alone in a lonely city for 50 years. His gaze at Guai Xin revealed a touch of respect. Who wouldn't honor such a famous general? With 5,000 years of Chinese history, there are countless famous generals. But who can do this? Gao Shan looked at Pu Songling with some confusion. Respect? What feats has this newly minted cohort ever performed? It actually made Pu Songling's heart grow fonder. He was a little curious. General Guai is excused. Li Yu helped Guai Xin up. At the same time, He placed his mind on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind and looked at the information about Gua Xin that appeared on it. Name, Gua Xin. Rank, First Class General, Half-Step Top Class. Realm, Tony 5. Physique, Iron-Blooded Demon Slayer Body. Technique, Iron Blood Demon Slaughtering Sutra. Divine Demon Talent, Indestructible when defending a city. Strength is increased by 1 minor realm, not limited to a major realm. Troop Type, 10. 000 White-haired strangers, never before seen troop type. It's actually a half-step top class just like Zhang Han. White-haired strangers? 10,000 Jedi soldiers. Li Yu was alarmed. This was by far the most number of Jedi soldiers that could be summoned out of the world out of all the human masters under his command. Even Zhang Han, who was also a half-step top level, could only summon the world's most supreme soldiers under his command. 5. 000 Qin Rue Shi. However, Zhang Han still had 100. 000 Lishan prisoner army and 10. 000 Great Qin Iron Cavalry under his command, under Gua Xin's command. On the other hand, there were only 10. 000 white-haired strangers. Thank you, Lord. Gua Xin stood up and clasped his fists toward Gao Shun, Pu Sonling, and the hidden Jing Ku. Gua Xin, meet the three of you. He was a half-step top-level human being, although his cultivation was at the 5th level of Tony just like Gao Shun and Jing Ku, but strength-wise, but it is one step ahead of Gao Shun and Jing Ku. So even though Jing Ku barely had any breath coming out, he still vaguely sensed it. Pu Sonling, meet the Iron Blood County King. Pu Sonling bowed deeply and solemnly said. Gao Shan also clasped his fists. The Iron-born King? He was more interested in his mind. Meet General Gua. Jing Ku also revealed his form and clasped his fists towards Gua Xian. The body then dispersed into water droplets once again and disappeared. There are still 27,655 channels of the power of the past life left. Li Yu mused. He glanced at Gua Xian and still decided to summon a group of white-haired strangers. After all, a general who has the cooperation of his pawns can only reach the strongest state of his strength. For example, Gao Shun before, a strength similar to that Sword Palace ancestor's saber. You can form a divine and demonic army formation in the 300 trap camp. After Gao Shun became the lord of the divine and demonic army formation, his strength immediately skyrocketed by a large margin, and he directly decimated that Sword Palace ancestor's saber. And even that wasn't even Gao Shun's strongest card. The strength was even too much more terrifying once the strongest undercard was played. This is the famous general. The difference in strength between a famous general who commanded a large army and one who did not was enormous. That's why it's a must to match the out-of-this-world famous generals with their pawns. However, the power of the past life that summoned the Jedi soldier now reached 200 Dao 1. With all this past life power in his hands, he could only match Gua Xian with 100 white-haired stranger swordsmen. However, Gua Xian, who had 100 white-haired stranger swordsmen to work with him, would also be much stronger. My lord, the hidden compartment has been discovered. Suddenly, Pope said. He had already released a few female ghosts before and was traveling all over this chamber, encountering walls and going straight through them as well, which is how he discovered the hidden compartments. Dark compartments? Li Yu's spirit lifted and he immediately walked over and looked at the wall in front of him. The Sword Palace had been inherited for 600 years. And the Sword Palace's ancestor was even a rather formidable true martial realm existence. Did you leave some kind of treasure behind? This dark compartment has a complex organ lock on it, and if you don't know how to open it, the self-destruct mechanism inside will destroy the items inside. But it's useless to me. Pope smiled slightly. Splat. A dark compartment only 3 inches in size opened in the wall. Nie Xiaoqian floated out from within, a haughty look on her stunning face, as if to say, I can open a dark compartment like this. I'm awesome. In the secret compartment, there was only one ring. What is it? A ring carefully placed in a secret compartment? Li Yu raised an eyebrow. What kind of ring is this? Could there be some old grandpa or grandma sealed inside this ring? Why else would the Sword Palace exist so carefully in a dark compartment? Chapter 78 The foreigners who slaughter my people should be exterminated. Pope reached down and took the ring out of the hidden compartment. He looked at the greenish-white ring in his hand, and the power of his will surged into it. At once, he then felt that his force of will saw a modest space. The space was 10 feet in length, width and height, and the interior was empty of anything. My lord, this is a ring that contains a small space. Pu Sonling confirmed that the ring was not dangerous before handing it to Li Yu and speaking. A space ring? Li Yu froze, quite surprised. He had never heard of space items before when he traveled over. It was unthinkable that there was actually a spatial ring in the hidden compartment of the most secret chamber of the Sword Palace. It made him quite excited. After all, space items, this is a must-have for home travel. He took the spatial ring, but realized he couldn't open it. My lord, this ring requires the power of intent to open. Pope reminded. The power of intent? Li Yu frowned. Intention is gathering thoughts as intention. In other words, this spatial ring could only be opened by a strong person who had completed the gathering thoughts into intent. He understood why the Sword Palace had placed this spatial ring in the dark compartment. Sword Palace for 600 years. Only that ancestor of the Sword Palace had accomplished gathering thoughts into thoughts. Although there were also strong people who had reached the Seal King level and Seal King invincibility in the back, none of them had reached it with gathering thoughts as thoughts. After all, of the three, the body is like a Vajra. All power is returned to one. And the concentration of thoughts is the intention. The concentration of thoughts is the most difficult to achieve. That's why Bai Jian was so shocked that day about Luoyi's cultivation not having reached the peak of Tani yet, but having reached gathering thoughts into thoughts first. My current cultivation level is only at the 3rd level of Tomi, but the power of Chi Fortune already has 16,500 channels. Originally, I wanted to sink my teeth into it and raise my cultivation level again, but for now, it seems like it's better to upgrade as soon as possible. The evil god sect may kill at any time. We can't even block the aftermath of the engagement, he muttered in his mind. No hesitation. He immediately consumed 4,000 Dao of Qi to raise his cultivation to the 4th level of Toni. Immediately after, he consumed another 5,000 Dao and 6,000 Dao of Qi power to raise his cultivation to the 5th and 6th Toni layers. There were still 1,500 channels of Qi power left. Not enough for another boost. This feeling, it's so cozy. Li Yu closed his eyes and felt the wonderful feeling of his body, physique and even soul becoming stronger. It was as if he was immersed in amniotic fluid. An incomparable feeling of comfort emanated from his body. 1 hour later, Li Yu walked out of the Sword Palace. The space ring he gave to Jing Ku. Anyway, Jing Ku was by his side at all times. And there was not much difference between the space ring in Jing Ku's hand and in his hand. And those items in the Sword Palace that were the most valuable had been put inside the spatial rings. Summon 100 white-haired strangers, Li Yu said in his mind to the 10,000 people's purple figure. At once, in the open space in front of him, 100 soldiers with young faces but full of white hair, holding stranger swords and carrying bows and arrows appeared out of thin air. Their faces were resolute to the extreme, as if Tarzan was collapsing in front of their eyes and they could not change their colors. But at the sight of Guaixian who was standing alive in front of him, and they cried, with red eyes and tears streaming down his face. He knelt in front of Guaixian and choked and exclaimed, "General!" Guaixian's eyes were also slightly red as he helped one of his generals up and patted them on the shoulder. Li Yu, Gao Shun, and Pu Songling stood and watched. Gao Shun sighed in his heart. How could he not feel the same way with the generals of the trap camp under his command? If the trap camp is there, he, Gao Shun, will be there. If the trap camp is gone one day, I think he, Gao Shun, will also be gone. A few moments later, the giant bird crossed the sky towards Jiashan Pass. Below them, 300 trap battalions and 100 strangers' swords followed. All of them were absolute soldiers, and all of them were at the 5th level of the Toni realm. The marching speed was naturally so fast that the running horses were far behind. And Jiashan Pass was not far from the Sword Palace, only 100 miles or so. It was only a small half hour, and it was already far away. However, at this time, Jiashan Pass was in disrepair, with corpses and blood everywhere. Broken banners fell to the ground. A warhorse was broken, and in many places there were signs of burns. Seeing this scene from the giant bird, Li Yu's brows furrowed. Jiashan Pass was broken. The Jiashan Pass without Zhao Yuan, the king of Jiashan, was broken so easily? Before the Zhao Yuan led 20,000 Jiashan troops to attack him, didn't he think that the Jiashan troops would be able to hold back the foreigners in the Inue mountain range after he left? Phew! Gao Shan and Guaixian leapt down from the back of the giant bird, and the two of them looked around Jiashan Pass and came back. My lord! The Jiashan army was defeated and should have evacuated part of it, and the Fei gave chase. Li Yu opened his mouth. Which way did they go? Gao Shun pointed to the southwest, in the direction of Jianan City. As a party general, he had long memorized the topographical map of the Great Chu dynasty in his mind. Jianan City, the second largest city in Xining County. Go! Li Yu looked at the southwest direction and immediately asked Pu Songling to drive the giant bird towards Jianan City. Behind them, the 300 trap battalions and 100 white-haired strangers immediately turned to follow. Less than an incense stick, Li Yu saw a large number of foreigners from afar. These Fei were covered in snake scales, even on their faces, and their tongues were sharp, forked, and they liked to spit their tongues out every now and then. All had iron spears in their hands, and their triangular eyes were cold and gloomy. At this moment, these foreigners were heading towards the Jiashan army, and in their midst were a large number of raggedly dressed human people tied up in a large string by ropes being driven forward by them. Every human citizen's face was filled with fear, dread, and despair. They staggered along, and as soon as they were slowed down immediately a Fey came with a whip and skinned them. Even Liu saw that there were many children under the age of 10 among them, but they were also treated cruelly by the foreigners. At this time, a girl with a bloodstained face fell to the ground off her feet and was immediately whipped by a Fey. Just 3 lashes and the girl was lifeless. And after the girl was lifeless, the Fey did not spare her body. A dozen or so Fey laughed and rushed forward, splitting the girl's body in the twinkling of an eye, bloody and cannibalistic. The surrounding human people looked at this scene with incomparable fear and despair, their bodies trembling. Asterisk. Li Yu's face was cold. General Gao, kill all the foreigners. There were more than 1,000 foreigners in front of them, and more than 4,000 or 5,000 human people under escort. He was able to imagine what these snake scale clan is escorting the human people back to do. That's acting as food, using other people's races as rations. Although he was an enemy of Dechu, but that was against the Dechu court, against the Dechu royal family, not against these ordinary people. The foreigners dared to slaughter my human people. It's time to cut off all the people. Chapter 79. From now on, the northern border province is my Li Yu's territory. Trap camp. Gao Shun's face was rare and incomparably cold. With a chilling murderous aura in his eyes, he angrily shouted. At the same time the voice came out. He had already stepped off the back of the giant bird and stepped into the void towards the alien race. A scarlet fury filled the lance in his hand. His black hair flew. His face was cold, and a lofty mountain rose between his back. Boom dash! Rolls of blood light flowed out from around the 300 trapped battalions, coalescing into a demonic mountain above their heads. The Devil's Mountain was cascading and vast as the sky. Kill! The 300 trap camps shouted angrily, and their murderous aura shattered the floating clouds in the sky. At this moment, it was only then that that team of over 1,000 foreigners realized that they were surprised to look at Gao Shun, who was walking in the air. And then they were surprised to look at the 300 trapped front battalions that were rushing in from a distance with a horrifying aura of killing. Ava Karuri! The Fey roared. Thousands of foreigners immediately converged, and a cruel, bloody color filled their icy vertical pupils. They drew the swords at their waists, their bodies snake scales standing up slightly, and yelled as they charged towards the trap camp. And among the foreigners, there was also a feudal marquis-level existence with a grimace on his face as he leapt up in the air to chop at Gao Shun. A large number of people turned pale and immediately hid to the side shivering. However, hope flowed from their eyes, and many of them clasped their hands tightly together as they prayed that this human army must win. Put! Gao Shun's face was icy cold as he stabbed out with a spear to directly kill the feudal-level snake-scale race powerhouse that had leapt up in the air. To him, the feudal level was already too weak. Even if it was a Seal King level, it was just a matter of one shot. Air! The feudal lord-level snake-scale clan powerhouse covered his neck in disbelief. He didn't even see what was going on. He was dead himself. Boom dash! The 300 trapping battalions violently collided with the thousands of snake-scale clans. Moment! A large number of snake-scale race corpses flew out horizontally. Cold snake-scale race blood splattering. A photo op. Half of the thousands of snake-scale clan that charged died, and in another breath, the remaining half was slaughtered by the 300 trapped camp. The entire army is at the 5th level of Tongi. These ordinary snake-scale clans were only at the 8th or 9th level of body refinement. So how could they possibly block it? Good. Awesome. The human people opened their mouths, a little dazed. It's too strong. They had just been praying for the human army to win, but they also knew the terror of these foreigners. After all, Jinan City's city defense army could not resist at all. But in one shot, they were all killed. This is simply butchery. Is this their army of Chu? They have such a horrible army in Dechu? I am Li Yu of the Beihali clan, and Major General Li Yu of the Beishio army. It's even Yenshan City's Li Yu. All of you return home in peace. I, Li Yu, will slaughter the foreigners. This is what I, Li Yu, say. Li Yu stood on the back of the giant bird, looking down at the people below who were gawking with their mouths wide open. His voice cold. The words fell. He didn't care what these people thought or talked about, and continued to head towards Jinan City. 300 trap battalions and 100 strangers followed. It didn't take long. Another army of serpent scales escorting the human population was encountered. Again thousands of foreigners. Kill! Li Yu ordered icily. Bang! It was still a photo shoot, and in a few breaths of time, all 1,000 snake scale clans were killed. So 3 times. In total, he had killed 5 groups of snake scales on the way and saved over 20,000 people. That would be Jinan City. Gao Shun pointed to the tall city that was faintly visible ahead and said, as the second largest city in Xining County, Jinan City was naturally extremely populated and had high walls. But at this point, instead, the city walls were covered in blood, and a large number of human corpses were discarded underneath the walls, including those of the Chu army. the people, and the Zhaoshan army, while on the walls a large number of serpent scale people stood, singing and dancing in a circle, with food cooking in cauldrons. But this food, Li Yu's face was cold. Serpent scales be damned. Surprisingly, the human race was used as a blood meal. Kill, he ordered. Kill, Gao Shun shouted icily. He led the 300 trap battalions to rush towards Jinan City. The Snake Scale clan on Jinan City also discovered them, but had no intention of defending themselves with the help of the city walls. Instead, they laughed and rushed out of the city gates, gathering more than 2,000 of their clansmen and killing them towards the trap camp. Ava Karuri, the serpent scales yelled, all with knives raised in their hands, all covered in human blood. One by one, their eyes were excited, as if the trapping battalions rushing ahead were all their platters. Bang! The two sides collided and it was straight up lopsided. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 Snake Scale clan were slaughtered by the trapped camp, and none of them could survive. Immediately after that, Gao Shan led the trap battalion to kill Jinan City. In the entire Jinan City, a Snake Scale race issued an alarm, and a large number of Snake Scale races converged and killed towards the trap camp. However, wherever the trapping battalion passed, no matter how many Snake Scale clans converged over, they were all slaughtered cleanly. Just a little half hour, the Snake Scale clan in the entire Jinan City had already been killed off by the trap battalion and the Stranger's Sword army, and there was not a single one left. The people of the city knelt on the ground and bowed in tearful thanks. I'm Li Yu from Yanshan City. From now on, the northern border province is my Li Yu's territory. Anyone who dares to kill the people in the northern border province, I, Li Yu, will kill without pardon. The 5 counties of the northern border. Hear my Li Yu's name and surrender. Li Yu stood on the back of the giant bird and bellowed. Seeing the scene of the Serpent Scale clan's bloody cannibalism, he was truly enraged. The human race is not food for the foreigners. Since Dichu is incapable of guarding the people of the northern border, let him do it. He, Li Yu, would never be reduced to letting his people be eaten by the foreigners under his rule. At this point, in a courtyard in Jinan City, a middle-aged man who was holding his sword but coughing and looking pale looked up at Li Yu. His eyes were ashamed. After all, he was the one who failed to block the Snake Scale clan's Snake Monarch, which allowed the Snake Scale clan to break through Zhaoshan Pass. Of course, this was also the reason why he was too shy to fight for his life against the Snake Scale clan's Snake Monarch, which was why he immediately fled after being heavily injured. Li Yu, you destroyed my sword palace. His hand holding the sword was so dead hard that his knuckles had turned white. He was the last palace master of the Sword Palace, by Yijian's master. It was also the top King Seal level powerhouse that Zhao Mountain King Zhao Yuan had invited down to the mountain to help him guard Zhao Mountain Pass. He stared at Li Yu, his grip on the sword loosening and tightening and loosening. Now that Li Yu is killing the foreigners, is he going to make a move? If you kill Li Yu, who will kill that foreigner? His face changed color. At times it was hideously indignant. At times it was tinged with shame. Even he forgot that he was only at the Seal King level. How could he kill that Li Yu who was able to overthrow the Sword Palace? But he didn't notice. A calm-faced figure appeared behind him at some point. The figure flicked his fingers. A drop of water flew out and transformed into a small crystal clear sword, instantly piercing his neck. Who is slaughtering my Snake Scale clan's people? A steep roar came from outside the city, and in the next moment a burly Snake Scale raceman rushed in with an angry face. But having just stormed the city, a shocking gun intent that seemed to cut through the clouds locked him in place. The Snake Scale clan man's face froze as fear rose in his heart. Chapter 80, Summoning the Jedi Troopers again. All foreign races. Decimate them. Lord Snake's sovereign has arrived. The human race suffers death. Wherever Lord Snake's sovereign passes, the human race kneels and begs. Lord Snake's sovereign is invincible. A loud roar followed from outside the city, aggressive and warlike. In this Snake Scale clan of theirs, Lord Snake's sovereign was the strongest. In front of the Serpent Monarch Lord, any enemy would inevitably be killed by the Serpent Monarch Lord. Just like before, Lord Snake's sovereign led them to break through Zhaoshan Pass and kill the human city. Snake Lord? Gao Shun stood at the top of an attic, holding a long spear, his black hair flying gently. His gaze was indifferent as he looked down at the Snake Scale race powerhouse that was rushing in stride from outside the city. A seal of the king. Boom dash. The gun intent crossed the air, and his body took a step towards the other party. It was as if the void had steps as he walked on it. The terrifying gun intent enveloped the Snake Scale clan's Snake Monarch, causing him to stop violently, his feet stiffening as his pupils contracted tightly as he looked at Gao Shun, treading the void. He had fear in his heart. Only a terrifying existence of the true martial realm could step into the void, a powerhouse of the Tongyi realm. Even if he sealed the king as invincible, would at most take a few steps in the air? Whereas a terrifying existence of the true martial realm could always step into the void. How is that possible? How could there be a terrifying existence of the true martial realm here? When was the Dichu dynasty so terrifying? As far as he knew, there shouldn't be any terrifying existences of the true martial realm in the Great Chu dynasty. His body was trembling and his face was pale. Facing a terrifying existence of the true martial realm, his Seal King level strength was simply worthless. Behind him, it was also followed by 3,000 to 4,000 snake-scale clansmen. Still yelling excitedly. My clan's snake monarch has descended. Why don't you people kneel down and surrender? A bunch of two-legged sheep, born to be food for our snake-scale clan. The two-legged sheep are tender. All of them should be caught and raised. None of them found out. The snake monarch standing at the front of them was already trembling in fear. Feeding on my people? I, Gao Shun, will overthrow the snake-scale clan and kill them all. Gao Shun's icy voice came. The next moment he was already standing in front of the snake monarch, his lance stabbing out in his hand. The serpent monarch roared in a hideous, desperate manner, raising the great sword in his hand to resist. But the lance swept in as if it were a true dragon, and a single collision shattered the large sword in his hand, piercing through his head without stopping. Bang! The serpent monarch's hideous, desperate head burst open as if it were a rotten watermelon, and bright red blood spilled in all directions. Rear! The excited voices from the mouths of all the snake-scale clansmen who saw the scene came to an abrupt end. They stared blankly at Lord Snake Monarch's headless corpse, their eyes filled with unbelief and horror. Lord Serpenter is dead. And that's when a large number of soldiers from the Trapping Battalion and Stranger's Sword Army also converged, killing towards this snake-scale race, rolling fury like a tidal wave. The terrifying killing aura shattered the floating clouds in the sky. In front of the Trapping Battalion and the Stranger's Sword Army, these 3,000 to 4,000 snake-scale clansmen screamed miserably as they were slaughtered, with little resistance at all. Even though there were quite a few snake-scale clans of the Tawny realm among them, and even 6 or 7 peak Tawny, they were still slaughtered by the trapped camp and the Stranger's Sword Army. A one-sided slaughter. Less than a quarter of an hour. The ground was filled with snake-scale race corpses, and blood stained the ground red. Still standing on the back of the giant bird, Li Yu spoke again. The snake-scale clan has been destroyed, and the people who were plundered are already on their way back. His voice carried all over the city. A large number of people opened the doors of their houses with trepidation and caution and knelt down to kowtow to Li Yu. They all understand. If it wasn't for Yinshan City's Li Yu making a move, they would all have been reduced to alien blood food. Wives, children, parents, all of them will be eaten by the foreigners. There were also more tears of joy. The loved ones who were taken will also return. The moment Li Yu's reputation in Jianan City had reached its peak. Go, continue the pursuit. The foreigners feed on my people, and must be decimated. Li Yu's face was filled with killing intent as he ordered. Soon, the giant bird left the city horizontally, with Gao Shan leading the 300 trap battalions and Guat Xian leading the 100 white-haired strangers following behind. At the same time, Li Yu's mind was placed on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. More than 5,000 snake-scale clans were killed on the road, and a total of 8,000 to 9,000 snake-scale clans were killed in Jianan City. And there were also a large number of Qi-eating realm and Tawny realm in the snake-scale clan. At this point in time, there were already 67,253 channels of the power of the past life on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples. Summon 200 white-haired strangers, he said directly. The white-haired strangers' record may not be considered too strong in history, but after 50 years of defending the lone city alone, the gray hairs are still fighting bloody battles with the enemy. This will, in the 5,000 years of Chinese history, is the pinnacle. He remembered watching a short movie about white-haired strangers before he crossed over. General, do you think the sun is far away or Chang'an? Of course the sun is farther away. Then, General, why do you look up and see the sun, but not Chang'an? The general was silent. And in this great world of metaphysics, the power of will obviously represented terrifying battle power. Phew! The purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples instantly had 40,000 channels of the power of the past life missing from it. The next moment, in the mountains and forests in all directions, a white-haired stranger army began to rush out one after another, looking at Guai Xian with excitement and thrill, tears running down their cheeks, but they didn't say a word, silently converging with the original 100 white-haired strangers and marching forward behind Guai Xian. It didn't take long. Another city appeared ahead. It was a not-so-large city. A large number of snake-scale race were attacking the city, and the defenders in the city were clearly the demoralized Zhaoshan army. At this moment, the serpent scales had attacked the city walls. The Zhaoshan army was retreating. That sword palace lord actually couldn't stop the snake monarch. My Zhaoshan pass was broken. causing Jin and city to be trampled by the foreigners. My sin. Tian Wenyu was furious and holding a sword was fighting a bloody battle with the Snakescale clan on the city wall. He was originally a scribe and was the military advisor of the Zhaoshan army. But at the moment, he also held a sword and went into battle to kill the enemy. But he was desperate in his mind. The Zhaoshan army can't hold back the Snakescale clan anymore. 100,000 Zhaoshan troops. The king took away 20,000. The remaining 80,000 Zhaoshan troops are now only 10,000 or so. And the Snakescale clan under the city. There are still 30,000 of them. Moreover, the strength of the Snakescale clan was also one step stronger than the Zhaoshan army. After all, there were still a large number of Chi Eater and Tongyi realm powerhouses among the Snakescale clan, while most of the powerhouses on their Zhaoshan army side had already died and fled. If you can't hold back the Fei, this city will also be trampled by the Snakescale clan, and the people of the city will be reduced to foreign blood food. I, Tian Wenyu, vow to die with Giant Pain City. Generals, kill for me. How can my human race be reduced to a blood meal for the foreigners? Take out your blood and fight to kill the enemy, Tian Wenyu yelled. As for the dynastic luck enhancement, the Zhaoshan army's morale was too low to be bolstered with dynastic qi. There are also prerequisites for dynastic qi to be added. A defeated army can't be empowered by the dynasty's qi at all anymore. But just then, he heard an icy killing sound coming from the distance. All foreigners, cut them down. Chapter 81 The Might of Guaixian / Killing into the alien race's ancestral land. Tian Wenyu looked furiously. Outside the city, after the alien army, 600 soldiers emitting a monstrous aura rushed in. The speed was so fast that it had turned into a stump. 600 soldiers? 600 people dared to charge the 30,000 Snakescale clan? Tian Wenyu couldn't believe it. Though it looks like those 600 pawns were great, but even more powerful. There's only 600 of them, too. How much can 600 men do on a battlefield like this? Why come and die? It's enough for me, Tian Wenyu, to die here. Retreat! He yelled abruptly at the 600 soldiers. If it's 6,000 soldiers, he'll put up a fight. But 600 soldiers, rushing up is a death sentence. If it won't do any good, why let these 600 soldiers die with him? But his voice had only just dropped. It had been seen that the 600 soldiers had been inserted into the rear of the alien army. Boom dash! People fall over. Wherever the 600 soldiers passed, a large number of Snakescale clan clansmen flew out horizontally, blood splattering everywhere. It wasn't a handful of snakescales, but a large group of them. It was as if a long spear had been violently thrust into a pile of cotton. However, all the Snakescale race that blocked the way turned into corpses, just in the blink of an eye. The feet of the 600 soldiers were already full of alien corpses and alien blood. Tian Wenyu's mouth was wide open, unable to believe his eyes. He even saw the Peak-Tony Snakescale clan roar angrily and kill up. But in the next moment, they were easily killed by several soldiers joining hands. What kind of army is this? A few pawns joining forces could kill a terrifying existence at the peak of Tony? Even he wondered if he was hallucinating from the stress. Otherwise, how could you see such an unbelievable scene? Yanshan City Liu is here. The foreigners slaughtered my human people. They should be exterminated. Trap battalion. Stranger's sword army. Kill the foreigners. Steep. He saw a huge flying bird crossing the sky with several figures standing on it, and one of them bellowed icily. Yanshan City Liu? Tian Wenyu drifted off. It turned out that these 600 terrifying soldiers below were actually soldiers from Yanshan City. No wonder. With such horrible soldiers, the king did not die unjustly. He smiled bitterly. More valiant killing ensued. The 30,000 Snakescale clansmen were being wiped out by the 300 Trap Battalion and 300 Strangers Sword Army at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Asterisk. Didn't Snake Lord go back to the rear? How could such a powerful army even pop up? In the center of the Snakescale clan's army, a tall and sturdy Snakescale clan general was shocked and angry. Next to him, there were 7 or 8 other Peak Tony generals who were also shocked and furious. Kill with me. Kill this human army. The tall and sturdy Snakescale clan general shouted angrily, his feudal marquis-level aura erupting as he led the strongest batch of Snakescale clan executives towards the 300 white-haired Stranger Sword Army to kill them. But before they could rush near the trap camp, they saw a silhouette standing in front of them, with a hideous stranger's sword in his hand, his white hair flying. His face was calm and cold. Die! The Snakescale clan feudal grade roared in anger and slashed towards Guaixian. The rest of the Peak Tony Snakescale clan followed suit, and the light from their blades was unceasing. Guaixian didn't say anything. His body didn't move either. It was only the hand holding the hideous stranger's sword that moved. At once, a flash of brilliant to the extreme blade light swept out violently. The light of the blade carried the meaning of iron and blood, as if 10,000 divine mountains and gigantic mountains were in front of them. all of which could be chopped up. But, regardless of whether it was a Seal Lord level Snakescale clan or a Peak Tony level Snakescale clan. Under this blade, all of them were instantly chopped into blood mist and dissipated into smoke. Even this blade continued to advance forward, chopping all 300 to 400 Snakescale race clansmen into a bloody mist before dispersing. A knife. It directly cleared a battlefield. The city walls. Tian Wenyu once again opened his mouth wide, his face showing an incomparably shocked expression. True martial realm. He stammered. It was all rumored that there was a terrifying presence of the true martial realm under Liyu's command in Yenshan City, which was why the king had died, but he didn't expect it. One would actually witness the terrifying existence of the true martial realm under Liyu's command in Yen Mountain City. Ah, the true martial realm. It was like a figure standing in the sky. Now it's actually right in front of us. Kill. The 300 white-haired stranger sword army drank coldly, and the rolling bloodbath chi filled the air, forming a simple and ancient city in the sky above their heads. Above the city, a rain of arrows continued to fall, shooting the foreigners to death. This was the divine and demonic military formation city of heaven and earth of the Jedi soldier type white-haired stranger army. The city loomed as if there stood a shadow like a god or a demon, and the light of the arrows was constant, shooting down a large number of foreigners with every breath. Only half an hour. The 30,000 Snakescale clan army was annihilated, and even if the Snakescale clan collapsed and fled, they were still being chased up and killed one by the Trapping Battalion and Stranger's Sword Army. In front of the Trapping Battalion and the Stranger's Sword Army, the Snakescale clan clansmen were simply unable to escape. The difference in strength between each other was too great, and so was the difference in speed. Liu stood on the back of the giant bird and looked down at the several Jiashan army executives on the city wall. These Jiashan army executives were covered in wounds and blood, but at this time, their faces were all jittery, obviously afraid that he would kill them all with a command. Tian Wenyu, the Jiashan Army's military division, pays his respects to Your Excellency. I, the Jiashan Army, would like to surrender to Your Excellency. I only pray that Your Excellency will leave the king with a bloodline. Tian Wenyu gritted his teeth, saluted deeply, and opened his mouth. The forces under the other side's command are too strong. 600 people killed 30,000 Snakescale clan. What kind of horrible army is this? The Great Chu dynasty is absolutely unrivaled. Moreover, the other party had more than one terrifying existence of the true martial realm under their command. He felt, in the future, this territory would inevitably belong to the immediate Yenshan city. Liu. Oh, Liu looked down at Tian Wenyu. The other party was dressed in a scribe's robe, but he went into battle with a sword to kill the enemy. He had still heard what the other party had said earlier about swearing to live and die with Jianpain City. This is a scribe with blood. As for giving up Jiashan Pass and retreating all the way to Jianpain City, he didn't blame the other side, missing their top combatants. The Jiashan army was too far off from the Snakescale race to be able to block it. If the entire Jiashan army was destroyed, then the Snakescale clan could instead go all the way south. Some of the Jiashan army was left behind, but it delayed a lot of time. It's a clear trade of space for time. It's only the people of Jianan City who suffer. Gui Xin. He opened his mouth. The end of the line. Gui Xin clasped his fists. The affairs of Xining County will be placed in your charge. How the Jiashan army is to be disposed of is up to you to arrange. Liu ordered. My lord will do as he is told, Gui Xin said. Subsequently, Liu looked to Gao Shun, who clasped his fists. Lord, don't worry. Shun will make a trip to the Reflecting Moon mountain range and will uproot the Snakescale clan and decimate them. Tian Wenyu and a few of the Jiashan army's top brass were shocked when they heard this. The other party is going to kill into the Reflecting Moon mountain range and completely kill off the Snakescale clan? May not. Tian Wenyu hurriedly said. The Snakescale clan is extremely deep, and there's the Snake King behind it. Rumor has it that the Snake King can exert the strength of the true martial realm in the Snakescale clan's ancestral ground. Gosen looked at him. Mr. Tian is thinking that Gao Shun can't defeat the true martial realm? In Gao Shun's hand, he has beheaded a Jinwu. Tian Wenyu's face was shocked. Chopped a true martial artist? This General Gao Shun is also in the true martial realm? He sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 82 The arrival of the eldest princess of the Daijin dynasty. A promise? 10 days later, Liu returned to Yenshan City. Gui Xin he stayed in Xining County. There were two provinces in the northern realm. The northern border province and the Linbei province. The northern border province has 4 counties. Xingyang County, Wudong County, Xining County, and Jinbei County. The 10 cities, including Xingyang City, Yenshan City, and Shangtai City, are Xingyang County. Past that to the east is Jinbei County, and further east is Xining County, and south from Xingyang County is Wudong County. Now Zhanghan, Luoyi, and Changbiaojin are in the middle of Wudong County. My lord, General Zhang Han has taken all of Wudong County and all of Xingyang County. Tian Feng saluted. Are the logistics keeping up? Li Yu inquired. Nowadays, he had summoned a lot of soldiers out of the world already. 300 white-haired strangers, 300 trap battalions, and 18 Yan Yun riders, 1,500 iron horsemen of the Heavenly Festival, 4,200 of the Heavenly Festival Army, 5,000 of the Great Tang foot soldiers, and 3,000 of the Lishan prisoners' army. With an army of this size, the daily requirement for provisions is a large number. After all, the first-class soldiers had all reached the 7th level of qi eating, the top troopers had even reached the Tongyi layer, and the absolute soldier. Then it is the 5th floor of the Tongyi. At this level of cultivation, the amount of energy that needed to be ingested was naturally greater. Lord, this is the second thing I want to mention to you. The eldest princess of the Daejian dynasty is here and wants to see you. She offered to exchange 100,000 white grain pills for your promise not to violate the Daejian dynasty in the future. Tian Feng said. 100,000 white grain dan? Li Yu raised an eyebrow. White grain dan. This is a specialty of the Daejian dynasty. One white grain pill could secure the physical needs of a qi-eating realm martial artist for 3 days. The Great Chu dynasty had tried to analyze the method of making the white grain pill many times, but all of them ended in failure. This was a great advantage for the army of the Daejian dynasty. As long as you bring a batch of white grain dan with you during wartime, you can avoid the most tedious transportation of grain and grass. My lord, this white grain dan is indeed something good. If we can supply our troops with a steady stream of, Tian Feng said meaningfully. Nowadays, they also face a lot of pressure on logistical transportation. Even if there was food, it was not a simple matter to transport it to the front line. No matter what world, fighting logistics are all very important. I'll meet up. Li Yu's face was calm. He stayed in Xining County for 10 days. Naturally he didn't do nothing. Guixian had already taken the county seat of Xining County, and he had also devoured a large amount of Xining County's qi power. So at this point, in his cultivation, he had already reached the 8th level of Tongyi. Having reached the 8th level of the Tongyi realm, this was no longer considered weak when placed among the 3 great royal dynasties, although there seemed to be a lot of strong people at the peak of the Tongyi realm. But actually, those were a group of people who stood at the very top of the Great Chu dynasty. A few moments later, Li Yu entered the main hall, and at a glance, he saw the woman sitting in the first position on the right side. This eldest princess of the Daejian dynasty was very beautiful, looking 24 or 25 years old, but her knitted brows and smile touched people's hearts, and wearing a palace dress on her body, she gave people a sense of grace and splendor. Yanshan City's Li Yu. Meet your highness, the eldest princess of the Daejian dynasty. Li Yu smiled and slightly clasped his fists. Wan Lin, meet the general. The Rapunzel stood up and slightly curtsied toward Li Yu with a very proper attitude. She looked at Li Yu with some curiosity in one eye. This, the same Yanshan City's Li Yu who was now famous and had more than one true martial realm existence under his command? It seemed to be excellent looking, clean and calm, as if nothing was on his mind. Your highness, the Rapunzel, please take a seat. Li Yu sat down, his eyes looking at this dear sister of the current king of the Daejian dynasty, and smiled slightly. I heard Yuan Hao say that the eldest princess wishes to gift me 100,000 white grain pills? In that case I would like to thank her highness the eldest princess for her generosity. Wan Lin also had a smile on her face, and her amazing beauty made it simply hard to look away. General, did Mr. Yuan Hao say that gifting the general with 100,000 white grain dan would require a promise from the general? She was also sighing in her mind. Has she ever been so lowly in the Daejian dynasty? The gift of 100,000 white grain pills was only in exchange for a promise of non-aggression from the other party. If someone had said that to her a year earlier, she was afraid that she would even just pull the man out and chop him up. Her Daejian dynasty had a history of more than 800 years, more than 200 years more than the Dechu dynasty, and even more than 400 years more than the Desheng dynasty. Of the 3 royal dynasties, she, the Daejian dynasty, has the longest history, but neither is she, or that brother of hers, who made the decision on the spot. After all, the strength shown by Li Yu's side was too terrifying. Ah, the true martial realm. Among their Dezhan dynasty, only the Tianshui Jingzhai had a true martial realm underpinning, as well as the fact that her brother, the ruler of the country, could exert the strength of the true martial realm by borrowing the power of the nation. But the bottom line is the bottom line. How could it compare to a truly terrifying existence of the true martial realm? In exchange for me not taking the initiative to invade the Daishan dynasty in the north? Li Yu looked at Wan Lin and gently shook his head. Your highness the eldest princess, your 100,000 white grain pills would be too expensive. And, as he said this, his gaze became a few degrees colder. I would like to know why a disciple of your Dezhan dynasty's state clan Tian Shui Jing Zhai, has appeared at Zhao Yumisti's side? Does the death of my parents, the death of my Beihali clan, have anything to do with your Daejian dynasty? He remembers it well. At the time of the beheading of Zhao Yuehao, the first beauty of the Great Chu dynasty, Zhao Yuehao had two Tianshui Jingjai disciples of the Tongyi realm by her side. The general is mistaken. I, the Daejian dynasty, have absolutely nothing to do with the matter of the Northern Riverly clan, Wan Lin said in a hurry. As for the Tianshui Jingjai disciple appearing beside Zhao Yuehao, it should be the relationship of Tianshui Jingjai's contemporary Saint Sun. He once met Zhao Yuehao and fell in love with her at first sight. Those two must be his arrangement. At this point, in her heart, she had already ruthlessly cursed the holy son of Tianshui Jingjai. It's not good to do anything, but to arrange the self-disciple in Zhao Yue Hazel that side. Contemporary holy sons? Where is this man? Li Yu's face was calm. Behind the Tianshui Jingjai is the great lunar imperial dynasty's goblet cult, and he is extremely gifted and has been sent to the goblet cult in the last year. Wan Lin replied without hesitation. As for the matter of the Great Moon Dynasty, she was sure that Li Yu must know quite a bit about it, so she didn't hide it. Even she thought, behind Li Yu, there must be a certain side of the Great Moon Dynasty's forces as well. Otherwise, there was no way to explain where the terrifying existence of the true martial realm under Li Yu's command came from. Even, she and her elder brother speculated whether it was an enemy of the evil god sect sent with the intention of seizing the territory of the Dechu dynasty under the evil god sect. Chapter 83, 3,000 Iron Cavalry going south. The sword points to the capital of the Great Chu Kingdom, the cult of the goblet. Li Yu was thoughtful, so it seemed that behind the three major royal dynasties, there was the power of the Great Lunar Imperial Dynasty. She looked at the eldest princess of the Daejian dynasty in front of her. Send 3 million white grain pills and 30,000 red spirit grain pills every year, and I can grant your request. Red spirit grain pills. This is also a type of grain elixir. However, it was a grain elixir that was supplied to the Tongyi realm for consumption. A single red spirit grain pill could allow an expert of the first 3 levels of Tongyi to maintain their physical needs for 3 days. 2 red spirit grain pills could sustain the physical needs of an expert at the middle 3rd level of the Tongyi for 3 days. 3 red spirit grain pills, on the other hand, could sustain the body needs of an expert of the 3rd level after Tongyi for 3 days. That is to say, even a sealed king invincible powerhouse would only need 3 red spirit grain pills to maintain his body's needs for 3 days. What? 3 million white grain dan and 30,000 red spirit grain dan? No way. That's never going to happen. The eldest princess of the Great Marigold Dynasty, Wan Lin, burst into flames and directly refused. Just kidding. Their Daejian dynasty nowadays only refined less than 4 million white grain pills a year. After all, this was a grain elixir that required a large amount of grain and meat refining, as well as a combination of special materials to be made. Li Yu wants 3 million pieces? As for the 30,000 red spirit grain pills, that was even more impossible. They are now producing around that number a year. All of these red spirit grain pills had to be supplied to their own country's Tongyi powerhouses. So where was there any surplus? Her Highness the Rapunzel can go back and think about it. Li Yu smiled slightly. After he finished speaking, he picked up the tea in his hand with a gesture of serving tea to the guests. The general is really strong. See you later. Wan Lin took a deep breath and turned to leave with the 2 guards behind him. Looking at the other parties disappearing back, Li Yu gently turned the tea in his hand. Nowadays, the world only thought that there were just 2 or 3 true martial realm under his command. But actually, the true martial realm under his command had long exceeded 10. Counting the horror of each army gathering as earthbending army souls, it was even more than 10. And for a while longer, the battle power under his command would be even more terrifying. And there would be more and more true martial realms. He believes, after he revealed himself to be stronger and stronger, and even overthrew the Dechu dynasty and decimated the Chu royal family, the Daejian dynasty would be willing. At that point, the Daejian dynasty then became his vassal, his granary, through and through. It was even so powerful that the Daejian dynasty would voluntarily submit to it. What realm are those 2 in? Li Yu wondered. He wanted to know how strong the guards could be that followed the grand princess of the Daejian dynasty as she traveled south to Great Chu. 2 Peak Tongyi. Within the territory of the Dechu dynasty, they are unable to add to the Daejian dynasty's qi, and are just unusual Tongyu peaks. Tian Feng spoke up. Li Yu nodded. So it seems, the strength of the Daejian dynasty should be similar to that of the Dechu dynasty. That night, riding on a giant bird, Li Yu once again arrived at the Wudong County city. My lord, Zhang Han, Luo Yi, and Cheng Biaojin were all here, clasping their fists and saluting. Zi Yan and Bite Jin, follow me south. Li Yu opened his mouth. At these words, Zhang Han's eyes all showed a flash of light. He naturally knew. What does Li Yu mean by going south? He leveled the Hall of Swords in the academy, and then stamped on the capital city of Chu. The Wudong County city was already at the southernmost tip of the northern border province. Only further south past that is the Linbei province, and to the south of the Linbei prefecture was the Chuhua prefecture, where the Hall of Blades and the Academy were both located in the Chuhua prefecture. The Chuhua prefecture continues south to the Kyoto prefecture. My lord, Luoyi and Chang Bianjin's eyes flashed, and they were quite excited. Finally, are you going to stampede the world? General Zhang, I'll leave the rear to you. Just lead the army to follow and attack the city. The 5,000 great Tang foot soldiers under Bite Jin's command will also be given to you first. Li Yu looked at Zhang Han and said in a deep voice, with strength, he naturally wanted to take revenge first. First, he stepped on the Chu capital and overthrew the De Chu royal family. The hatred of parents. The hatred of the eldest sister and the youngest sister. The hatred of more than 800 relatives of the Beihali clan. And the hatred of those uncles of the Beishio army. Stakes are blood feuds. It had been such a long wait. He didn't want to wait any longer. Directly first, he led the cavalry southward, straight into the night. Lord, don't worry about it. Zhang Han clasped his fists. In this way, the army under his command then became 3,000 Lishan prisoner army and 5,000 great Tang foot soldiers. As for the 4,200 Tianjia troops, they were temporarily being arranged by Tian Feng. Zhang Han was in charge of attacking the city. Tian Feng, on the other hand, was responsible for logistical supplies and city defense. Li Yu looked at the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. At this time there were already 163,320 channels of the power of the past life once again. This was the first time he had accumulated so much power of the past life. In addition to the 20,000 or so that were left 10 days ago, the extra 80,000 or so were all from the 10 days Zhang Han, Luo Yi, Guai Xin, and the others attacking and pillaging cities and blood-slaughtering a sin-ridden lineage, as well as Gao Shun's killing of the Serpent Scale clan in the Reflecting Moon Mountain Range. In particular, Gao Shun had killed his way into the Reflecting Moon Mountain Range and had already annihilated another Snakescale clan. Although the Reflecting Moon Mountain Range had a complicated terrain, with all sorts of miasma, poisonous insects, and poisonous snakes all over the place, but Gao Shun's divine and demonic talent trapped and undying was too strong. No matter what kind of miasma or poison, as long as it could not exterminate Gao Shun as well as the 300 trap camps at once, then it would not cause any attrition. Therefore, the 300 trap battalions led by Gao Shun were not the least bit afraid of even the most horrific of circumstances. Li Yu led the crowd to the outskirts of the city. Mindfulness. At once, he consumed 16,000 Dao of the power of the past life and summoned 800 heavenly sectors, replenishing the number of heavenly sectors to 5,000. Immediately after that, he consumed another 24,000 Dao of the power of the past life and summoned 400 heavenly junction iron cavalry, bringing the number of heavenly junction iron cavalry under Luo Yi's command to 2,000. Subsequently, he consumed 60,000 Dao of past life power and summoned 1,000 great Tang iron cavalry, 2,000 skyjacking iron cavalry under Luo Yi's command, 1,000 great Tang iron horsemen under Chang Biaojin's command. A total of 3,000 iron horsemen were the cavalry he led this time south. 3,000 cavalrymen who had all reached the Tongyi layer realm. The battle power of each cavalryman had reached the 3rd or 4th level of Tongyi at the weakest, and then formed the God and Devil army formation. That battle power could still soar a notch. With such a terrifyingly monstrous 3,000 cavalry, he wondered what the Great Chu dynasty would hold back. Back in the day, he felt that he wanted 100,000 iron horsemen to step on Chudu. Then it was decided that 10,000 iron horsemen would be enough. And now, after the 10,000 people's purple diagram was promoted to the 2nd rank, the cultivation of the top soldiers rose drastically. All of them were mostly at the Tongyi realm. He felt, 3,000 iron horsemen are enough to roam the world. Not to mention, there were also Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin, 2 generals with true martial realm battle power in command. Zao, shudder. Li Yu looked in the direction of Chu Du and said with an icy face, Chapter 84, King Zao of Chu's trepidation. The Hall of Blades praying for mercy? What did you say? Li Yu personally led 3,000 iron cavalry, bypassing a city and heading south directly from the northern border province? What's he up to? What is this traitorous man going to do? In the middle of the Chu capital, when King Zao of Chu heard this news, his face immediately changed drastically, and he directly lifted the table in front of him and flew out of the great hall. His eyes were filled with shock and anger, and even more so with a kind of fear that was hard to hide. He's scared. Fear that Li Yu will directly lead 3,000 iron horsemen to attack Kyoto. These days, he dreamed from time to time that Li Yu had killed his way into Kyoto, trampled him under his feet, and even more so, he wanted to lynch him. Every now and then he would be awakened. The concubines that he used to love so much are not even remotely attractive to him now. He was terrified. He's upset. He's afraid. Your Majesty, it is unclear what Li Yu's purpose is for the time being. Below, the kneeling new commander of the Imperial City Department said with trepidation. His face was also pale, and he was equally afraid that Li Yu would lead the Iron Cavalry to attack Kyoto. As the commander of the Imperial City Department, he felt that if Li Yu attacked Kyoto, he was afraid that he would not let him live. After all, he was the one who was responsible for capturing some of Beha Li's manpower in the first place. Check me. We must find out what that traitor is up to, Zhao said angrily. He walked around the upper part of the hall, his mind agitated. Didn't Uncle Six say that he would go and invite a few old ancestors of the royal family who have been in seclusion for many years to come over? Why haven't you come over after so many days? If you don't come over, when that rebel kills his way into Kyoto, you'll be finished. Pass on the will of the orphan. Order the king of Jinan to immediately lead 100,000 Jinan troops into the capital. Order the king of Jingbian to lead 100,000 Jingbian troops into the capital immediately. He took a few deep breaths and snapped the order. In this way, counting the 80,000 Chu guards and 20,000 wine guards that Kyoto already possessed, a total of 300,000 troops embraced the city, and he didn't believe that Li Yu leading 3,000 Iron Cavalry would be able to kill his way in. 300,000 troops, even if it was rumored that the 3,000 Iron Horsemen under Li Yu's command were strong, they would definitely be able to kill the 300,000 strong army, not to mention the 300,000 strong army. It was 300,000 pigs, not something that 3,000 Iron Horsemen could deal with. Thinking about this, he was slightly relieved in his heart. When Sixth Uncle comes over with those old ancestors of the Wang clan, and perhaps even the rest of his fellow disciples from the true martial realm I will kill Li Yu by 1,000 cuts. Damn thieves, how could they cause Lone to be so disoriented? He gritted his teeth in his mind. He is the king of the great Chu dynasty. In the beginning, although it was a gift to execute the Beha Li clan and behead Li Cheng on trumped-up charges, it was a gift. The king's grace is so great that the damn thieves don't even know how to be grateful. How dare you commit a crime? The kill. It should be 100 days of lynching. It's time to cut down everyone who is connected. Above the Hall of Knives, the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme at the moment. The contemporary lord of the Hall of Blades, sitting on top of the main seat, had a frown on his domineering countenance. He didn't look very old, just 30 or 40 years old, but his aura had reached the feudal marquis level, and he was clearly one of the strongest of the current generation of the Hall of Blades. Underneath, on the left side sat 5 old men, each with an extremely strong aura, like an overwhelming sword rising across the sky. Every single one of them was heck of a feudal lord level. On the right side, on the other hand, there were 12 people seated, and the aura on each of them had also reached the peak of Tongyi. Li Yu is leading 3,000 Iron Cavalry and has almost arrived at Chui Province. The Lord of the Hall of Blades, Lu Tiexin, looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Afraid of what? Fighting him is. My Blade Hall was founded 600 years ago, and there has never been a precedent of submission. Even if I have to die, I'll splash them with blood." An old man on the left side said angrily. His hair was white and his voice was filled with anger. 600 years. Had their Blade Hall ever been bullied like this? He was actually so grand that he led 3,000 Iron Horsemen with a raging momentum that he wanted to trample their Hall of Swords to the ground. That's right. My sword hall's 600 years of inheritance. Even if the entire hall dies in battle, I will not follow the thieves. Even though I'm only at the feudal marquis level of strength, I'm going to kill a few of his cavalrymen. Another stood up indignantly, anger in his voice. Even the anger was so great that the blood rushed to his head, making his whole face look full of blood. War, war, war. If you can't kill a true martial realm existence, you'll have to kill a few of his cavalrymen as well. We, the disciples of the Hall of Blades, have undying blood, already letting some of the outstanding disciples disperse and leave. What are we old guys afraid of? Kill, kill, kill. A senior member of the famous Blade Hall said angrily. The heart method of their Blade Hall was originally to be unrelenting, with the dominating blade decimating all enemies. At this moment, when they heard that Li Yu dared to lead 3,000 Iron Cavalry, looking as if he wanted to trample their Hall of Blades to the ground, naturally the group was furious and wanted to have a bloody battle. The Sword Palace has been destroyed. 600 years of legacy completely cut off. Lu Tiexin spoke quietly. The moment these words came out, the breath of the crowd that was so furious suddenly stagnated, and the anger on their faces all seemed to have been doused with a pot of cold water. After all, the Sword Palace was one of the 3 great universities on par with their Blade Hall. But now, the Sword Palace, however, is no more. Put down your dignity and pray that Li Yu will spare my sword hall. Just then, an old man with white hair walked in from outside and calmly said, Master, the current generation's Blade Hall Lord, Lu Tiexin, immediately stood up and saluted the old man. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. The rest of the crowd also rose and saluted, their faces showing respect. After all, this was the only two Seal King level existences amongst their Blade Hall. Elder Taishan, my sword hall's 600 years of reputation. How can I pray for my life to a thief just to stay alive? Someone said unconvincingly, do all of you want my Blade Hall to become the second sword palace? The old man looked at the crowd and sighed quietly. The crowd was silent. My lord, the Hall of Swords is just ahead. Luoi looked at the large number of buildings in the distance that were built halfway up the mountainside and said in a deep voice, Li Yu was wearing a simple white dress at this time, and did not ride the giant bird anymore, but rode a warhorse like Luoi and the others. He squinted at the massive buildings on the distant hillside. One of the buildings was quite conspicuous. It was a building that looked like a huge long sword. Go! Li Yu's face was calm as he ordered. Tap 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 dash. Behind them, 3,000 iron horsemen marched along, and the sound of their hooves even seemed unified. The entire earth trembled slightly. It was the vibration of 3,000 iron horsemen. 3,000 iron horsemen were like a forest, and a piece of black armor made people feel depressed in their hearts just by looking at it. This is not the cavalry of the Great Chu dynasty. Instead, they were 3,000 cavalrymen who all possessed battle power at the Tongyi level or above, even coalescing the souls of the earthbenders. Those were all terrifying existences that could decimate the ordinary true martial realm. Zao, step by step. I watched me lead 3,000 iron horsemen southward, step by step. Are you afraid? Li Yu muttered to himself in his mind. And the 3,000 iron horsemen are just the beginning. After he overthrew the Hall of Swords in the academy, he could summon more iron cavalry, and Gao Shun had been slaughtering foreigners in the Yingyu mountain range. Chapter 85, Destroying the Hall of Blades. Going to the academy. The huge square in front of the Hall of Blades. Li Yu stood on top with Luoi and Cheng Bianjin, followed by the 18 horsemen of Yan Yun behind him. Further back, there was a large number of iron cavalry, and there were even many of them already dispersed, surrounding the entire Hall of Swords. The moment. On the Blade Hall Square, the previous generation of the Blade Hall was the main focus, and behind it stood one of the Blade Hall's Seal Marquee level and Peak Tony existences, as well as a large number of ordinary disciples. Almost everyone looked at Li Yu and his party with vigilance and hatred. Blade Hall Zhang Kai, meet the Northern King. Zhang Kai, the previous generation head of the Blade Hall, saluted Li Yu and said in a deep voice, the King of the North? When did I become some King of the North? Li Yu's face was calm. He was still riding on his warhorse, looking down on the people of the Hall of Blades. 600 years of the Hall of Blades. The heritage was not much worse than the Sword Palace. You've already occupied most of the northern borderlands, and the world calls you the King of the North. The corners of Zhang Kai's mouth revealed a bit of bitterness. I wonder if Lord North King, can you spare the people of my Blade Hall? I will take my neck, and all the blame will be laid upon me. Kill or die, as you wish. Hear this. The senior members of the Hall of Blades behind him all had humiliated looks on their faces. Their sword hall had been passed down for 600 years and had always stood at the very pinnacle of the Great Chu dynasty. Even the king of the Great Chu dynasty had to be courteous to them. Even now, it has reached an extreme state. That is, the orders of the state ruler of the Great Chu dynasty. They may not necessarily have to listen to them, but now, the sealed king level of their Blade Hall, the previous hall master, had to grovel and pray for his life in front of his enemies. How does this not make them feel humiliated? Several people even felt in their hearts that it would be better to die in battle if they lived in such a humiliating manner. The soul of their Blade Hall was domineering and strong, preferring to die standing up rather than live on their knees. It doesn't have to be. I'm going up to the Hall of Swords this time to step on this place, Li Yu said with an expressionless face. He would not be softened by a few words from his enemies. The Sword Palace has been destroyed. Then the Hall of Knives and the Academy don't have to stay. He's thought it through. The Hall of Blades and the Academy had a lot of talent though, which he would use in the future after he stepped on the Great Chu dynasty. But it's only useful. And with the Hall of Swords and the Academy still in existence, then it will inevitably gang up, which is not conducive to ruling. Really want to make things worse? My sword hall has been passed down for 600 years, and it's not defenseless. Zhang Kai's gaze instantly became stern as he stared at Li Yu. He would rather die himself than preserve the sword hall legacy. But the other guy wouldn't give him that chance. Try it then. Li Yu's face remained calm and indifferent. He waved his hand. At once, the 18 horsemen of Yin Yin sheathed their curved swords in their hands and violently charged towards Zhang Kai. The moment they rushed out, they had formed a divine and demonic army formation. Kill! Zhang Kai's eyes were filled with killing intent as he angrily shouted. his black hair flying. He held a large sword in his hand, like a god of the opening of the heavens, leaping up and chopping towards the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun. Behind him, a single sword hall feudal marquis in Tawny Peak level existence let out a furious cry as they all killed towards the 18 Yin Yun cavalry. Even if I have to die. They also had to decapitate the cavalry under Li Yu's command. Kill! A large number of the disciples of the Hall of Swords roared in anger, raising their swords to kill towards the heavenly festival iron cavalry that had followed the charge of the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun. But soon, and they realized something was wrong. The 18 horsemen of Yin Yun were too strong. When the curved sword chopped, the light of the blade was like the waning moon in the sky falling into the earth, and the power of the sword was already no weaker than the feudal marquis level. And above the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun, there was even an extremely dense black mist filling the air, and within the black mist there were ancient war spears stabbing out from it, each strike even reaching the level of Seal King. Boom dash, a photo op. The previous hall master of the Hall of Blades, Zheng Kai, who possessed Seal King level strength, was struck by more than 5 ancient battle spears, and his entire body instantly flew backwards, blood spilling from his mouth. His face shocked. He hadn't thought about it. It was just 18 cavalrymen, and they were actually no match for him. The rest of the feudal marquis and Tony Peak level Blade Hall executives didn't have his strength. A touchdown. The clear and cold waning moon shone brightly, and a feudal lord level and Peak Tony level Blade Hall senior was instantly decapitated and fell dead. Hot blood splattered, and the headless body remained standing in place, stunned, as if they don't believe it at all. They were all feudal marquis level and Peak Tony level existences, but they were actually decapitated by the cavalry under the enemy's command. In a single glance. Rumble dash. Iron Horsemen trample. A large number of Heavenly Festival Iron Horsemen followed the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun and rushed into the crowd of the Hall of Swords. The icy cold wargos were like a forest, piercing and killing one of the Sword Hall disciples. Slaughter. It was a completely lopsided slaughter. The Heavenly Festival Iron Cavalry had similarly opened the Divine Demon Army formation, and under the enchantment of the Divine Demon Army formation, the battle power of any Heavenly Festival Iron Cavalryman was no weaker than that of a tawny 5th or 6th layer. With such a terrifying cavalry, how could those ordinary disciples of the Hall of Blades be able to take their place? Even if there was an expert of the Tony realm among them, they were crushed in a single glance. Zheng Kai roared, rushing out again even though his mouth and nose were spilling blood. But the 18 cavalry of Yin Yun did not give him any chance at all. As the light of the swords flashed and the ancient war spears pierced down through the rolling black mist, in the blink of an eye, Zheng Kai was pierced through by the war spear and his body died and his soul was destroyed. Li Yu quietly watched the iron cavalry trample through the Hall of Swords. Silently, he watched as a Sword Hall senior and disciple was killed by the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun and the Iron Horsemen of the Heavenly Festival. Not for long. The senior officers and disciples of the Hall of Blades were all killed. Not a single one left. The Hall of Swords has no more underpinnings? The Sword Palace even has an ancestor's saber that is comparable to the true martial realm. How come the Hall of Swords doesn't have anything? Li Yu was amazed. My lord. It should be that the Hall of Blades has long since transferred away some of its disciples, and the underpinnings may be in the hands of that part of the disciples. Luo Yi said in a deep voice. He felt that the Hall of Blades in front of him did not match the rumors. A power that has been passed down for 600 years has only one Seal King level strongest? He doesn't quite believe it. And they didn't have the slightest cover-up all the way south. If he was the head of the Blade Hall, he would definitely send some important disciples to a safe place first. It should be. Search the mountain. Li Yu ordered. More than half an hour later, Li Yu arrived at the deepest part of the Hall of Blades, which was a secret room. However, there were many things missing from this secret room. Only some treasures that were not easy to carry away. For example, a rather heavy chunk of precious iron, or a large piece of spirit wood. There's not much left. And I didn't see the inheritance of the Hall of Blades, so it really has been withdrawn. Li Yu's face was calm. That's nothing for him either. Even if they were to withdraw, what could those disciples of the Hall of Blades stir up? He has always had a grudge and a grudge. The Hall of Knives sent people to kill him, so he destroyed the Hall of Knives. Go to the academy. I wonder what the scene will be like at the Fuzi Academy, the top of the 3 university campuses. He commanded. At the same time, he was also quite curious. What kind of character is that husbandman, who is called the first strongest man in Great Chu? Chapter 86, The Bottom of the House. The Fuzzy Academy. This is the territory of the Dichu dynasty, the first of the 3 great universities. It is also a holy place for the world's readers. Even among the Dajian dynasty and the Desheng dynasty, they were quite famous. Throughout the entire Dichu dynasty, all the readers aspired to enter the Fuzi Academy to study. But any student who could finish their studies normally at the Fuzi Academy could directly become a lifer. have the qualification to take the temple examination directly and become a scholar in one go. Even those outstanding finishing students will be directly awarded the merit of a scholar. It could be argued that, as long as one is enrolled in the husbandry academy, then there is no lack of future if one is conscientious and does not make mistakes. Within the Dechu dynasty's court, many of the civil officials were from the Fuzi Academy. They honored Fuzi as the head of the world's literary way. The Fuzi Academy was located in the most beautiful mountain peak of Chua Prefecture, Chi-Yun Mountain. Chi-Yun Mountain was more than 400 feet high, with a large number of buildings constructed on its peak, and the sound of lang-lang reading came down from the mountain, giving people a sense of being filled with a sense of vastness and righteousness. Vastness, my lord. This mountain, however, has an incredibly dense and vast chi, and the mountain has been set up by an expert, and by uniting the mountain's strength with the vast and righteous chi, it can suppress the power of martial artists. Foothills. Luo-yi narrowed his eyes, surveying the Chi-Yun mountain in front of him and said in a deep voice, "This husbandman academy, worthy of being the first of the three great universities, has a grandeur that is not comparable to the Sword Palace or the Hall of Blades." Changbite also opened his mouth. In the eyes of both of them, on the Chi-Yun mountain in front of them, which didn't appear to be mysterious on the surface, there were countless amounts of vast and righteous chi tumbling and rolling around, and it was extremely strong. That uncountable amount of voluminous energy was thought to be the accumulation of 600 years of the Fuzi Academy. Too many readers have come out of here. Even many of the right and left prime ministers of the Dechu dynasty came from here. It seems that this husbandman academy, indeed, has the presence of a high-ranking person. Li Yu's face was calm. At this point, at the foot of Mount Chi-Yun, there was not a single person. He came with 3,000 iron horsemen with great fanfare, and the Fuzi Academy actually ignored it as if it hadn't seen it. Phew! Just then, a figure swooped down from the top of Chi-Yun Mountain. This figure was like a rock bird, and in the twinkling of an eye, it had stood on the gatehouse sign at the foot of the mountain, holding a sword and looking towards Li Yu's crowd. This was a middle-aged man with a thin face and calm eyes, speaking faintly. "Yenshan City Li Yu, this is the Fuzi Academy. You shouldn't come. The anger of the world's readers is too much for you to bear." He was just wearing a simple gray robe, but it was clean and immaculate, and his full head of black hair was meticulously tied. The sword in his hand likewise had little luster, as if it were the most unusual gentleman's sword. "What do you call it?" Li Yu opened his mouth. "Zhao Si." The middle-aged man's voice remained calm. "Someone from the royal family of Dechu?" Li Yu narrowed his eyes. "Exactly. The present king of Chu is my cousin and nephew. Li Yu, my Fuzi Academy is the holy land of the world's scholars. It's not permissible for you to lead an army here to spread wildness. Quickly retreat." The middle-aged Zhao Si spoke again. Li Yu's face went cold. "It seems that the Husbandman Academy thinks that I, Li Yu, don't dare to slaughter one of your sects? My Beihali clan was decimated by Zhao on trumped-up charges. Now you, the Fuzi Academy, have allowed a member of the Dechu royal family to come and see me? Is this to humiliate me? What's the harm in offending all the world's readers? I, Li Yu, besides, you, Fuzi Academy, can't represent all the readers in the world either." Zhao Si's brows furrowed, and his calm face took on a slightly cold color. "Do you think that the true martial realm is truly invincible? My Fuzi Academy has been passed down for over 600 years. How many people have studied here for most of their lives? How many great scholars rose to prominence here? I told you to retreat. That was to give you face, not wanting to fight with you needlessly, but by no means am I, Fuzi Academy, afraid of you. You can step on and destroy the Sword Palace and the Blade Hall, but do you think you can step on and destroy my Fuzi Academy? Speaking of the back," Zhao Si's voice had taken on a few harsh tones. "Try it then. Let's see how much better your Fuzi Academy can be than the Hall of Blades or the Palace of Swords." Li Yu's face was expressionless, as his voice fell. At that moment, the corner of Luo Yi's mouth beside him violently revealed a flash of hideous killing intent. Terrifying killing intent transformed into an ice-cold fury that rose up into the sky, and the bloodlight shattered all the floating clouds in the sky. It was a terrifying killing intent that killed countless people and slaughtered millions. "Luo Yi is here. Who will fight?" He drove his horse forward, holding his lance and pointing it straight at Zhao Si, who was standing on the door sign building. A body of armor. The sitting warhorse was also draped in armor. An icy cold blood fury filled the air, just like an ancient demon god stepping out from the long river of history. With that terrifying aura, even Zhao Si, who had prepared for this, felt his breath catch. "I, Zhao Si, am blocking you here." The sword in Zhao Si's hand diffused an extreme white light, and his left hand pointed upwards towards Mount Chi-Yun. At once, the Hao Ranjiang Qi that was visible to the naked eye whistled, transforming into a long dragon of Hao Ranjiang Qi around him. Coiling up and looking down at Luo Yi, That long dragon of vast and righteous chi was so bright and white that it was blinding, and everything in the world seemed to be repelled by the vast and righteous chi. Fury, murder, blood, everything else is rejected and obliterated by the Haoran chi. 600 years of vastness. What can you do? Zhao Ci's voice was indifferent, and the sound of reading on Mount Qian became more and more grandiose, even transforming into a single text that was suspended above Mount Qian. Each text was as large as a car bucket, brilliantly white and blooming with a searing color. What a fuzzy academy. The literary style is in full bloom, and the spirit of righteousness rises to the sky. Luo Yi praised, but his face was all cold. But you thought, with just this, you can stop me. Luo Yi? Instead of being at the 5th level of Tongyi, he had now crossed into the realm of the 6th level of Tongyi. With his realm at the 6th level of Tongyi, the strength of his strength would not be weaker than that of a true martial second heaven. This still didn't count the addition of the 2000 Heavenly Festival Iron Horsemen under his command unfolding the Divine Demon Army formation. If you count, that strength is going to take another leap. Boom dash! He rode his warhorse, his horse stepping into the void, and charged directly toward Zhao Ci on the doorplate building. The lance was like a dragon, forming a demonic god's silhouette behind him, looking down at Zhao Ci, with the same lance in his hand, overlapping with the lance in Luo Yi's hand. Anon dash! The dragon's roar came. The head of the long dragon formed by the condensation of that vast and righteous chi swooped down and crashed into Luo Yi. On Mount Qiyun, the words that had been punched into the car bucket also fell in the air, as if they were a cage to confine Luo Yi, only able to withstand the impact of the long dragon of Haoyan Jingqi. However, Luo Yi's face was cold, and the terrifying blood-devouring light on his body rushed. That mass of words just burst into pieces in the air, and the long spear in his hand violently clashed with the long dragon of the vast chi. A terrifying might swept through. The rubble and trees in all directions all exploded into pieces in an instant. Chapter 87, The Husbandman of the Husbandry Academy. True Martial Realm. Bang! The long dragon of Haoran Chi violently shattered into small halves. It was no match for Luo Yi's terrifying shot. Zhao Ci, who was standing on the doorplate building of the academy, had a slight change of color. Luo Yi's strength was beyond his expectations. This isn't true martial first heaven. It already has the strength of true martial second heaven. Wasn't it said in the beginning that this Luo Yi was only at the level of a feudal lord? In that battle on the Yen Gate corridor, this Luo Yi also only revealed the battle power of a sealed king invincible. By the end of the day, surprisingly, he revealed his true martial second heavenly battle power again. What the hell is going on? I've tried to overestimate him as much as I can, thinking that he might be in the true martial realm as well. I didn't expect that it would be a true martial second sky. He was appalled. He didn't know much about the true martial realm though, but also understand. At the true martial realm, when the battle power was 1 heavens higher, it was a great deal more powerful. And, this Luo Yi's strength, how come every time he appeared he was so much stronger than the last time? Intelligence. It was clearly recorded that when the other party broke through Xinjiang County City, they fought with the Peak Tongyi Dynasty Guardian Shadow for a long time before they were killed. If one had the battle power of a true martial second heaven in the first place, the Dynasty Guardian would never be able to block even one blow. Again, he bellowed. On Mount Qiyun, the vast and righteous chi was continuous, once again integrating into the vast and righteous chi long dragon's body to repair the damage. Anon dash! The long dragon roared and continued to charge horizontally towards Luo Yi. Li Yu, my Fuzi Academy has been passed down for over 600 years. How terrifying is the vastness? Luo Yi under your command can't break it. I advise you to retreat at once. Don't make any more useless efforts. Zhao Ci looked at Li Yu and said in a deep voice, can't break it? Luo Yi's face was icy cold as he looked at the long dragon of vastly righteous chi that was swooping down and drank coldly. Where are the Heavenly Festival Iron Horsemen? In the 2000 Sky Festival Iron Horsemen roared. Form a formation. Luo Yi ordered. At once, rolling fury rushed to the sky. The 2000 Heavenly Tribulation Iron Cavalry instantly formed the divine and demonic military formation Heavenly Tribulation descends. Rumble dash. Thunder shook the ears as a purple thunder filled the sky above the Sky Festival Iron Cavalry. The divine and demonic military formation Heavenly Tribulation descends even enveloped Luo Yi, the main general, as well. Luo Yi instantly gained the Heavenly Tribulation descending enchantment, and as the main general, he was even mobilizing part of the might of the 2000 Heavenly Festival Iron Horsemen. Boom dash! He smashed down ferociously with a long spear in his hand. The might of this shot simply shook the heavens and far exceeded the true martial second sky. The demon god looked down, and his spear rushed out dozens of feet away, ferociously crushing the long dragon of vast righteousness with a single blow. Put! The long dragons of the hordes are crushed. That Zhao Ci standing on the door sign building immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, his eyes were horrified, and he lost his voice in disbelief. How is it possible? How is it possible for you to shatter the long dragon condensed by my Fuzi Academy's 600 years of vast and righteous chi with a single blow? This is the brainchild of one of my husbandmen at the Husbandman's Academy. And at this point, it wasn't just him spitting blood. It was on Chi Yun Mountain, in that entire academy, that a single reader was also affected by the backlash, spitting out blood and staining the books in his hands red. When you get to the Hall of Hades, remember to tell him that Luo Yi, the one who killed you. Luo Yi's face was expressionless. He stepped towards Zhao Si step by step with his feet in the void. Stop! A loud shout came from the Chi Yun Mountain Hall. However, Luo Yi didn't pause for a second and instantly appeared in front of Zhao Si, piercing him with a single shot. Rolling blood splattered. Zhao Si's eyes were filled with despair. He hadn't thought about it. He himself was in charge of the strongest guardian of the Husbandman Academy, and the long dragon of vast and positive chi actually couldn't even stop the other party. Luo Yi flung the lance in his hand and threw Zhao Si's corpse away. He looked at the two white-clothed old men who swooped down from above once again with a fierce killing intent on his face. The next moment, he rushed forward to meet the two old men. A terrifyingly powerful energy erupted from the long spear in his hand as he swept it out. These two Husbandman Academy Seal King level existences didn't even have time to scream before they were swept away by Luo Yi into a roiling blood mist. Not to mention Luo Yi, who was at this moment augmented by the divine demon army formation Heavenly Tribulation descending. It was Luo Yi, who hadn't had the God Devil army formation Heavenly Tribulation descending augmentation before. Who could have swept away these two Seal King levels with a single shot? The Seal King level was very strong in the Great Chu dynasty. It belongs to the peak of the war. However, in front of the current Luo Yi and the others, they were similar to mole crickets, and could be destroyed in a single strike. Hey, steep! A long sigh came from the top of the mountain. Immediately after that an old man stepped down from the mountain. He was also in the air, and with his arrival, all that roiling vast chi was transformed into wind and clouds surrounding him. The endless words also surrounded him, as if they were worshipping him. Wherever he passes, the grass began to grow and was also falling down toward him as if to salute him. Fuzzy! Li Yu narrowed his eyes. This one was definitely the most prestigious legend of the Great Chu dynasty, and it looks, the opponent was not the rumored sealed king Invincible, but had already reached the true martial realm. So it seems, that lord of the holy sect of the Great Qing dynasty was also at the true martial realm. There were probably more than these two true martial realms among these three great royal dynasties. It just doesn't even show up on weekdays. It's top secret. Old man Chen Xiaoxin. Neat city lordly. The man slowly landed on the ground and slightly saluted towards Li Yu, his voice calm. As the husband of the Husband College, he had been in charge of the Husband College for over 100 years. The professor came out with too many students. Even among the successive generations of Husbandman Academy, he was one of the most gifted. His achievements were almost comparable to that ancestor of the Fuzi Academy. In his hands, a large number of works were written and circulated, and were held up as a standard by the world's readers. It was among the Dashing and Dajin dynasties that his writings were likewise very much honored by the readers. Between heaven and earth, if one were to talk about martial arts, then naturally the holy sect Holy Lord of the Great Qing dynasty would be the strongest. But if it's about Taoism, then he, Chen Xiaoxin, is the best in the world. So the literary style was equally prevalent among the Dechu dynasty, reaching a peak. Of course, even the way of literature is still the way of entering the martial arts with literature. It is just that the pure martial way is to refine one's chi, blood, and real power, while the way of using literature into the martial way is to refine one's vitality, and to use one's vitality to fight against the enemy, even after death. A hoary man can stay in the Husbandry Academy. This is the most important source of the vastness of the Fuzi Academy. I can't imagine that husbandman has actually entered the true martial arts. Li Yu sighed. Entered 50 years ago. Does City Lord Li know the forces behind the Great Chu dynasty? Chen Xiaoxin smiled slightly and looked at Li Yu as if he was looking at an old friend, without the slightest bit of saber rattling. It was as if the Zhao Si who had just died as well as the two Seal King levels were not from his Fuzi Academy. The Cult of Evil? Li Yu said. Chapter 88, Luo Yi's Battle with Fuzi. It is none other than the evil god cult. But does City Lord Li have any knowledge of the evil god sect? Chen Xiaoxin's body was surrounded by Haoren Zhengqi and densely packed white characters, his face still wearing a smile. He had one hand behind his back and one in front of him, and his demeanor was extraordinary. Don't know much. Li Yu shook his head. He was just clear that the evil god cult came from within the Great Moon Imperial Dynasty. As for the evil god church in the end in the Great Moon Dynasty, in what position? The church and how many strong people do not know. After all, not to mention the news of the Great Lunar Imperial Dynasty, he was not clear about some of the hidden secrets of the three great royal dynasties. The reflecting Moon Mountain Range. and the 100,000 great wilderness. Time is too short. Where was the time for him to learn these hidden secrets? I will speak with the city lord about the evil god cult today. Can the city lord withdraw his troops? Chen Xiaoxin's face became serious as his eyes locked with Li Yu. The aura on his body was very powerful, and with the 600 years of accumulation from the Fu Zi Academy, he had completely surpassed the true martial first heaven. Don't you think, husband, that just some information can be exchanged for so much? Li Yu calmly said. He had long been resolute in his heart to step on the academy. Before, wasn't the husbandman's academy humiliating him by allowing someone from that Dechu royal clan to come? Knowing that he had a deep enmity with the Dechu royal family, he still sent out the royal family. Now that you found out that the academy's 600 years of accumulated righteousness doesn't work, and Luo Yi's strength is beyond imagination, you want to talk peace? The things of this world are not so simple. Hey, it seems the city lord is unwilling to stop. Then let old me learn about General Luo Yi's methods. What kind of existence is Chen Xiaoxin, the #1 powerhouse of the Great Chu dynasty, the husbandman of the Husbandman Academy, has been in charge of the academy for even more than 100 years. His wisdom was so high that it was almost difficult to find a second person comparable to him in the Great Chu dynasty. Just from this one sentence, one could see the firmness in Li Yu's heart. He's also aware of, there is little room for maneuver between the two sides. Come, let Mr. Luo see what tricks the #1 of the Great Chu dynasty has. Luo Yi opened his mouth. He had already landed back on the back of his warhorse at this time, the lance in his hand pointing straight at Fu Zi, his eyes blossoming with amazing battle intent. Boom dash, rolling baleful aura like a blood dragon rushed up to the sky, and the demon god emerged behind him, stretching his arms and holding a blurred lance as he looked down at Fu Zi. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be changing, as if it were to be transformed into another world, to go from earth to the underworld. It was getting dark. It was as if there were demonic gods whispering in all directions, and no one was sure what those demonic gods were saying, but they gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. The man's face was extremely serious. He raised his right hand and spoke slowly. The sword comes. At once. From within the academy on Mount Shiyun, a long sword that emitted a brilliant blazing sunlight flew through the air and landed in his hands. This long sword was radiant to the extreme, and carried a monstrous and righteous aura. It was as if it was a handle that was completely made of condensed and substantial Hao Ran Zhang Qi converging together. It was densely packed with countless sage words floating on it, and just by being held in Fu Zi's hands, it seemed as if countless sage voices were resounding in the heavens and earth. The vastness of the world is great. Boom dash, the Hao Ran Zhang Qi pushed wildly across in all directions. Wherever it passes, the environment that had been affected by Luo Yi and thus become dark and cold became filled with positive energy once again. The whispers of that one demon god all blurred a lot, and the monstrous blood devil light dimmed a few points. This is not just the vastness of the husband alone, or the accumulation of 600 years of the entire Fuzzy Academy. How many great scholars in the past 600 years have dispersed all their righteousness in them before they died? Phew! A huge silhouette slowly appeared behind Fu Zi. That gigantic silhouette wore ancient robes, a crown on its head, and was filled with blinding white light as it stared at each other with the demon god silhouette behind Luo Yi. One is righteous and white. One was demonic and scarlet and dark. The two sides were right under Mount Shiyun, as if the whole world was split in two. Awesome! This husband is really something. It's actually possible to be on par with Luo Yi in terms of aura. Chang Bai let out a gasp of amazement. He knew very well how strong Luo Yi was at this moment. After all, the 2000 Heavens Festival Iron Cavalry still maintained the Divine Demon Army formation. At this moment, Luo Yi was empowered by the Divine Demon Army formation. The terror of the strength was estimated to be no weaker than the true martial fourth heavenly realm. However, with such a powerful strength, the NAFs remained divided, not weakened by half a point. 600 years of accumulation is naturally not weak. That Zhao Si from before, he only played a part of it. It is in the hands of this husband that the entire 600 years of accumulation has truly been brought into play. This person is a legend amongst the Great Chu dynasty, revered by the world, having crossed over into the true martial realm 50 years ago, and having 600 years of accumulation at his disposal. Li Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at both sides. As for who would win or lose between the two sides, he had confidence in Luo Yi. After all, at this moment, Luo Yi still hadn't brought out all his strength yet. If Luo Yi and the 2000 Heavenly Festival Iron Cavalry were to gather into an earthly fury military spirit, then the Fu Zi in front of him would be nothing more than that. I have a sword. The name is Vanguard. Please ask General Luo Yi to lead the way. The man spoke slowly. The brilliantly white sword in his hand violently stabbed out towards Luo Yi. It seemed that this sword was often sought after, as if there was nothing special about it. But in the eyes of Li Yu, Chang Biaojin, Pu Song Ling, and the shadowy Jing Ku, but in a trance, he saw a lamp and candle light up, each one representing a family. Countless, thousands of homes were lit with lamps and candles, and the sound of reading was heard in all of them. These countless lamps and candles came together to form this sword. That's what countless readers believe. That is also the desire of countless readers. Studying for the imperial examinations, and joining the civil service changed their lives. Luoyi's eyes were ablaze with raging battle intent, breaking that illusion and then stabbing out with a gun. After he stabbed out with this spear, the whispering voice of the demon god that had originally blurred down around him became clear once again. It doesn't even just become clear, it becomes as if it's right in one's ear. The demon god whispers, describing a gun that terrorizes them. That was Luoyi's gun intent to destroy everything. Even a demon god from the underworld purgatory would have to be completely and utterly worn down in front of this gun intent. Vanguard? Countless readers? The beliefs and aspirations of the readers? All of them are going to be worn out under this shot. Boom dash! The lance collided with the sword. Vanguards will collided with Luoyi's gun intent. Countless readers are crying out. They are part of the Husbandry Academy. For 600 years, countless readers have left their faith in this sword. Hundreds of thousands and millions. It was as if an ocean was undulating, with no boundaries in sight, transforming into 10,000 lights to drown Luoyi. Chapter 89, All the sages of all ages arrive. And the meaning of the sages. What a powerful sword. Vanguard. This is a sword that contains the last beliefs of countless readers. It's worthy of being someone who was able to advance to the true martial realm right in the middle of this dynasty. Pope exclaimed. He's also a reader. It is felt most clearly at this moment. How vast is the convergence of the beliefs of those countless readers. It's not just the world's readers. Rather, it's all the readers who have come out of here in the past 600 years. They are either for fame and fortune, or for their families, or for the dynasty of the country. Every scholar who can enter here to study has faith in his heart. Boom dash! Faith fused with an uncountable amount of vast righteousness, turning into a monstrous ocean that swept over Luoyi. At this moment, Luoyi was not facing one person. Rather, he was dealing with the countless number of readers in the 600 years of the Fuzzy Academy. 1 against a million. However, the 2000 Heavenly Festival Iron Cavalry formed a divine and demonic military formation, and its rolling baleful aura was like the dragon of heaven and earth, covering the sky and the sun. That fury was terrifying to the extreme, connected to the breath on Luoyi's body. It made Luoyi's entire strength seem to be climbing without end. Break dash! Luoyi shouted angrily. His black hair flew, his eyes were as bright as demonic stars, and the demon god's silhouette behind him let out a low roar. And the long spear in his hand was ferocious to the extreme. Let the oceans roar. Let the countless readers roar. Luoyi blocked Shinshoshin's sword 10,000 lights with just the lance in his hand. Even that terrifying gun intent obliterated the beliefs of one reader after another. That overwhelming killing intent crumbled one vast chi after another. That killing countless of the fury is simply going to destroy everything. All around the earth are cracking. The surrounding trees are all one plant exploded into pieces. The sight was horrifying. Any existence below the true martial realm stepped into it, fearing that they would be torn apart in the blink of an eye. Bang! The monstrous sweep of the 10,000 lights broke apart abruptly. It was shattered by Luoyi's shot. Husband Shinshoshin took a few steps backward, a shocked look on his face. He didn't expect it. He himself had already exerted this vanguard, stabbing out with this holy sword in his hand that had been passed down for 600 years and had been augmented by the beliefs of countless academy disciples over the past 600 years. And he still couldn't stop the other party. He advanced to the true martial realm 50 years ago. It's not like he's been the same for 50 years, having long since advanced to the true martial second heavenly realm, paired with this holy sword. That sword vanguard just now was so powerful that it had definitely reached the true martial triple sky realm, and even a line beyond that, but it was still broken. A touch of bitterness appeared on his face. General Luoyi's strength is astonishing. Old me is no match for him, but if you want to step on the academy, I will block it with my death. The words fell. Once again, a dense to the extreme vast chi rushed out from his body. This Hao Ranjiang chi had vaguely taken on a touch of blood color. The Hao Ran chi that surrounded him also took on a hint of blood color. Chen Xiaoshin's face turned pale and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Take my sword again. Sage's will. He looked at Luoyi and spoke slowly. The long sword in his hand also surfaced a few bloody colors as he stabbed out. As this sword stabbed out, the heavens and earth all seemed to echo, and the mountains all seemed to respond. A vast and endless amount of vast and righteous chi swept in, even converging in a raging manner from all directions. It was as if all of the literary luck in this area was being manipulated by him, thus adding to his favor. A huge sage silhouette surfaced in the sky. Approaching, another sage silhouette stepped out. In the blink of an eye it was hundreds of sage silhouettes standing in midair, their figures blurring as if they were watching the battle below. Last hit? Luo Yi's face was calm as he gripped the lance in his hand. What about the ancient sages? The gun in my hand can cut down all enemies. The words fall. An even more terrifying blood devil light surged up from his body, as if a true demon god had come to earth, his black hair flying like a waterfall, his eyes as if cold lightning had blossomed, and the lance in his hand stabbed out. It was as if this shot was going to break the earth, sink all living beings, and cause the sun and moon to collapse. Boom dash! This shot once again collided with husbandman Chen Shoshin's final sword. This sword from both sides had completely exceeded the true martial triple sky realm, reaching the true martial fourth sky. A terrifying might swept through. It even made the towering Qi Yun mountain tremble slightly. With the two people at the center, everything within 100 feet radius collapsed. The stones were turned into pieces, the trees were turned into wood chips, and the air was completely torn apart. Li Yu and the others stood 300 feet away to watch the battle. The last sword? At the cost of your life? Li Yu raised an eyebrow. He also had the 8th level of the Tawny realm now, and his eyesight was naturally much higher. Right. Under this sword, regardless of victory or defeat, this husband will die. He uses his own blood chi to drive out the vastness of heaven and earth. Use your own soul power to invoke the sage's intent branded between heaven and earth. The cohesion and unity of the vast and righteous chi and the sage's intent gave rise to this sword. With the true martial second heavenly realm, he has crossed 2 minor realms and reached the might of the true martial fourth heavenly realm. Pope opened his mouth. This person has extraordinary talent. If you don't die, you might have a chance to go to the next level in the future. Chang grinned, but the other side was already sure to die. What future? It's all gone. Boom dash. A terrifying might spread in all directions. That hoarfrost collapsed. That shocking fury shattered. Luo Yi remained standing still. Husbandman Chen Shoshin also stood still. Not after all. The man muttered. As the words fell, his body directly disintegrated and scattered into points of light. The sage silhouette that had manifested in midair also dispersed in this instant. The vast and endless vastness also violently spread out in all directions and disappeared without a trace. On Mount Chiyun, the sound of reading came to a screeching halt. It was followed by whimpers traveling down the wind. Do it! Li Yu's face remained unchanged as he indifferently ordered. The husbandman was dead, and there was no one left in the Husbandman Academy who could stand up to the Iron Horseman under his command. Everyone has to swallow the consequences of their decisions. When the Fuzi Academy decided to let Zhao Si, a member of the Dechu royal family, come to face him, it was already destined to have no more room for maneuver. He didn't care what happened in the Fuzzy Academy. All he knows is, to have a member of the Dechu royal family who had a blood feud with him come was humiliating him. Kill! Luo Yi's face was icy cold as he directly led 2,000 heavenly festival iron cavalry towards killing on Mount Chiyun. Haha dash! Kill! Cheng Baijin let out a loud laugh and also led the 1,000 Great Tang Iron Cavalry under his command to kill out. The sound of rolling iron hooves resounded throughout the entire Fuzi Academy. The Fuzi Academy, which had been handed down for 600 years and had trained the world's readers, trembled under the iron hooves. A reader was killed by the iron hooves, and blood coated the entire academy. What about the world's readers? So what if the readers hate me? Li Yu looked on with a calm face. Wasn't the great ancestor of the Ming dynasty also hated by the world's scholars? But so what? Chapter 90, The Ninth Man. Half a day later, Li Yu stood on top of the blood-filled Fuzi Academy, looking down at the rolling hills in the distance. Mount Chiyun is very high. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single peak that could compare to the height of Mount Chiyun. The white clouds are long, drifting between the mountains, looking full of a unique mood. My lord, these are the collections of the Fuzi Academy. Luo Yi came and the cavalry under his command carried out 2 large boxes of items. Li Yu looked over these 2 large boxes of items, one of which was filled with books. Not unusual books, but books written by the ancient sages themselves. These lone books contained the will of the ancient sages, and when read by the readers, they could sense the will of the sages and cultivate faster. In the other case, there were all sorts of literary treasures. However, they are all literary treasures made of extremely precious materials, all of which have special functions: tranquility, mental focus, righteousness of mind, sages' blessings, and so on. Arrange to send it back to Tianfeng. He'll take advantage of it, Li Yu commanded. After stepping on the Great Chu dynasty, the Great Chu dynasty's territory naturally needed a brand new dynasty to rule over it. He'll set up a dynasty, give the men and women and soldiers summoned out of the world a place to live. It also keeps the human people of this world from being displaced and victimized by the foreigners, and the establishment of a dynasty. Naturally, there is a need to cultivate talent. These orphaned books and literary treasures are the 600 years of the Husbandman's Academy's heritage, which will allow him to cultivate talents more quickly. And actually, what Tianfeng had been doing was to train clerical officials. For the world to be stable, there must be enough governors. And the governors? That is, a large number of clerical officials. A reader? He could do without the serious readers, but he needed a large number of clerical officials who had read books. A reader and having read a book. These are two different things. Most of those who could become a clerical official had also read books, but they are not considered to be readers and have no merit. They read just to be able to take care of business. Important decisions are made, and it's just a matter of having a human being to handle them. What I need is a large number of clerks who can handle specific matters. Liu had figured this out a long time ago, so he was not afraid of offending the world's readers. There are too many people in this world who have read books and are not recognized as readers. Phew. His mind moved, and his spiritual consciousness was placed on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples in his mind, treading down the Hall of Blades and the Fuzi Academy in succession. There's also Gao Shun killing foreigners in the reflecting Moon Mountain range. During this period of time, the power of past lives gained has reached 113,515 channels. Summon a man of honor again. I wonder which human master will be summoned this time. Li Yu's eyes burned. He especially looks forward to each call. After all, any of the human masters that had come out now were extremely strong. Phew. In the middle of his mind, the 16,000 channels of the power of the past life were suddenly reduced. The next moment, scenes of a large number of people and heroes flashed across the purple map of the 10,000 peoples. A few moments later, the image was fixed on a gallant general wearing white armor and holding a lance. He rode a robust white horse with an icy face, and a huge silhouette floated behind him. It was a white true dragon. A true dragon soaring with its whiskers flying, but already half of its body had transformed into a horse's body. Behind this one white horse general were 3,000 cavalrymen also riding on top of white horses. Their bodies were filled with monstrous fury, and there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood under their feet. And behind them there were 3,000 ing spirits following, similarly as ferocious as the sea, terrifying and overwhelming. Where righteousness is concerned, life and death follow. The heavens can tell, and the white horse is proof. Ancient cries resounded through the heavens and earth. Even if he was just looking at the image on the purple map of the 10,000 peoples, this astonishing cry resounded in Liu's mind. Gong Sun Zan. Liu took a deep breath and understood the identity of this white horse general. During the Three Kingdoms period, one of the northern overlords, General Gong Sun Zan of the White Horse. Gong Sun Zan, who almost overthrew all of Yuan Shao. Under his command, he even has 3,000 white horses and righteous soldiers, which are unrivaled in the world. It is simply called the best of the light cavalry. Even those foreigners on the northern grasslands who have grown up on horseback since childhood are far inferior. When Gong Sun Zan fights the northern foreigners, it's like a parent teaching his son a lesson. And that one famous Changshan Zhaozilong made his first appearance as a white horse vigilante. Tap. The sound of horses' hooves came. Li Yu, Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, Pu Songling, and the dark Jing Ku gazes all looked over. A lanky white horse approached. On the back of the horse sat a general in white armor, a white helmet, and a silver spear. His body was charged with a fierce aura, no worse than Luo Yi or Chang Biaojin. See this man. Luo Yi's gaze narrowed instantly, sensing the aura of a fellow northern lord. Brush. The white-armored general rolled over and dismounted, kneeling on one knee towards Liu. His voice calm. Gong Sun Zan, greetings to the lord. Gong Sun Zan, Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, and Pu Songling's faces suddenly looked slightly shocked. The three of them, two were generals from the Great Tang dynasty, and one was even from the Ming and Qing dynasties, so it was naturally clear who Gong Sun Zan was. They didn't expect it. This time the fellow who came out of the world would actually be that Gong Sun Zan who had almost swallowed the north and replaced Yuan Shao. If Gong Sun Zan really replaced Yuan Shao, then it would be hard to say whether old Chao's family would win or Gong Sun Zan would win at the back. Ha ha. Backway excuses himself. Liu stepped forward and helped Gong Sun Zan up. He was naturally satisfied with this summoning of Gong Sun Zan. After all, this is a vassal who has cultivated a white horse. Military prowess is not bad. And prima donna. Thank you, Lord. Gong Sun Zan stood up, then clasped his fists and saluted Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, and Pu Songling. Meet a few of you. Several people returned the salute. Liu's spiritual consciousness was placed on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind. Looking at Gong Sun Zan's information that showed up above. Name, Gong Sun Zan. Rank, First Class General. Realm, 6th level of Tongyi. Physique, White Dragon's demonized body. Technique, White Dragon Demonizing Sutra. Divine Magic Talent, Trample when leading cavalry. Increase your own combat power by 1 minor realm. Not limited to major realms. Troops, 30,000 White Dragon Iron Horsemen, top troops. 6,000 White Horse Guards, ultimate troops. This divine and demonic talent is quite good. A small smile appeared at the corner of Liu's mouth. just by leading the cavalry. You can raise your own battle power by a small realm. And there were actually 6,000 Jedi soldiers, the White Horseboxers, under his command. As for the White Horseboxer belonging to the Jedi soldiers, he wasn't surprised. In the Three Kingdoms period, far more tough armies appeared in that era than in many peaceful times, the greatest generation of soldiers. It is to crown an era though, but those armies that were at the top of the heap during the Three Kingdoms period could have topped the world in many eras. On the contrary, if there was only one army in the Three Kingdoms period that could be called extinct, that would be too petty. Chapter 91, 6,000 Iron Cavalry entering the Kyoto Palace. Expecting King Chu. There are still more than 97,000 channels of the power of the past life. 60 channels of past life power are now required to summon a top soldier. Summon 1,000 White Dragon Iron Horsemen for Gongsun. Summon another 500 Great Tang Iron Horsemen for Chang Bite. Li Yu had a decision in his mind. At once, the 90,000 channels of the power of the past life on the purple diagram of the 10,000 peoples in his mind decreased. And on the Fuzi Academy, which was full of mutilated bodies, a White Dragon Iron Cavalry and a Great Tang Iron Cavalry emerged out of thin air. An icy cold fury rose up to the sky, chilling one's heart. Greetings, Lord. Greetings, General. 1,000 White Dragon Iron Cavalry and 500 freshly minted Great Tang Iron Cavalry rolled over and dismounted, kneeling on one knee, their voices low and seemingly somewhat agitated. The generals are excused. Li Yu opened his mouth. Now, 2,000 Sky Festival Iron Horsemen under Luo Yi's command. 1,500 Great Tang Iron Horsemen under Chang Biaojin's command. 1,000 White Dragon Iron Horsemen under Gongsun Zan's command. There were a total of 500 Iron Cavalrymen. And every single one of them had battle power at the Tani level. Thank you, Lord, the generals murmured, standing up and quickly joining in to clean up the battlefield. They threw a body into a large pit that they dug and then filled it with dirt. He also collected all the money and books in the Fuzi Academy and stored them all in one place. It wouldn't take long for Zhang Han to send people over to transport these things away. Fix for the night. Tomorrow we leave for the capital city of Great Chu. Li Yu ordered. The capital city of Great Chu. At this time it was the morning court. King Zhao of Chu was sitting high at the top, and a number of civil and military ministers were listed on both sides. The head of the civil officials was the left minister Yan Tianyue, and the head of the military generals was the marshal of the Great Chu Wei Nangua. The two stood at the forefront. Report. The husbandman's academy was trampled by the traitor Li Yu. The husbandman died in battle. There is not a single survivor from the Fuzzy Academy. The deputy commander of the Imperial City Division came from the outside with a pale face, kneeling and crouching on the ground. With disbelief still in his voice, he said. This statement was made. The ministers in the Great Hall changed color. Many of these civil ministers were filled with anger. The Fuzzy Academy. It was the holy place for the world's readers and the place where they were taught all their knowledge. How dare that traitor Li Yu? How dare you make a move against the husbandman? How dare you slaughter the academy? Aren't you afraid of making enemies of the world's readers? Even if they were to occupy the world in the future, it would still be up to them, the readers, to rule the world. The traitor Li Yu. This is self-defeating to the world's readers. Damn. It should be killed. Even the left minister, Yan Tianyue, had an ugly face, and killing intent could not be suppressed from his eyes. He was a student of the Fuzzy, had the greatest respect for the husband. But now, his most respected husband was killed by that traitor Li Yu. At the same time he felt disbelief in his heart. What kind of being is the husband? As early as 50 years ago had already stepped into the realm of true martial arts. How could he die in the hands of the traitor Li Yu? Could it be that the true martial realm existence under Li Yu's command was even stronger than Fuzi? He knew quite a few of the hidden secrets of the Fuzzy Academy. It is more than clear that there are 600 years of accumulated vastness on the Fuzi Academy. With such a horrible foundation, how in the world did that traitor Li Yu step down the Husbandman Academy? Rebel! I can't believe I killed the husbandman and flattened the academy. He's trying to wipe out the world's readers. The entirety of my great Chu dynasty will not rest with this traitor. King Zhao of Chu said angrily. However, he was in good spirits and did not have the fear he used to have, and even seemed a little more subdued. If it was a few days ago, when he hears this news, he will have fear in his heart. But now, all he wanted to do was sneer a few times. It was because his sixth uncle had already brought the people of the royal family in the evil god sect, as well as some of his fellow disciples in the royal palace. He was looking forward to it now. It was looking forward to the one true martial realm existence that rebellious thief would find waiting for him after he stepped into the Chu capital. He felt, at that time, the face of the traitor Li Yu must have looked very wonderful. A mere rebel who still wants to level the Chu capital? What an overthinker. He will soon make the traitor Li Yu feel desperate. There will be no rest with the traitor Li Yu. A famous civil servant said angrily. the Fuzi Academy was destroyed, which completely ignited the anger in their hearts. If the original, they were still considering whether or not to surrender Liu, but now Liu was actually arrogant enough to destroy the academy and cut himself off from the world's readers. Such a tyrannical man they will never vote for. Very good. We are all of one mind. That traitor Liu is not to be feared. If he dares to come here, we will let him have no return. King Zhao of Chu was satisfied. He likes to see the scene in the courtroom where all the people speak with one voice and all crusade against that traitor Liu. Liu! Ah Liu! Whatever forces are behind you, but how does it compare to the evil god sect from the Great Moon Dynasty? This time you will be captured and killed by 1,000 cuts. Kill the children of Lone. This time Lone will let you die without a burial place. As a vassal of Lone, how dare you turn against Lone? Lone will show the world what happens when you oppose Lone. This world is the world of Lone. You can only live if Lone wants you to live, and you can't live if Lone wants you to die. Zhao muttered to himself in his mind. He expected Liu to throw himself into the net, looking forward to seeing the image of Liu kneeling at his feet and crying in pain and begging for mercy. More than anything, he was looking forward to seeing Liu tied to the execution post and being cut alive with a knife. That must have been fun. Half a month later, Liu led 6,000 iron horsemen and had entered the Kyoto palace. During this half a month, he hadn't been in a hurry to rush, because in this half of the month, whether it was Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, Gong Sunzan, Pu Songling, or Jing Ku, their cultivation had risen to a higher level once again. From the tawny 6th layer, he reached the tawny 7th layer realm. The strength of Luo Yi at the 6th level of Tongyu was no weaker than the 2nd heaven of the true martial realm. Together with the divine demon army formation formed by the heavenly sectional iron cavalry under his command, it was more than enough to rival the 4th sky of the true martial realm. Now the cultivation level is on another level. Strength naturally soared once again, and in this half-month, Liu also summoned the world once again 500 Great Tang Iron Cavalry and 1,000 White Dragon Iron Cavalry. It brought the Iron Horsemen under Chang Biaojin and Gong Sunzan's command to 2,000. 6,000 Iron Horsemen trampled along, and a nearby mountain peak gently shook. My lord, ahead is the Three-Mountain Pass. Luo Yi opened his mouth. Sansan Pass. When we left Kyoto House from here, we are now back. Liu looked into the distance. A majestic barrier could be seen there, if hidden. When the 18 horsemen of Yen Yun coalesced to form the juggernaut of hell to break the Three-Mountain Pass, and now, he returned directly with 6,000 iron horsemen, to use these 6,000 iron horsemen to trample down the Great Chu Kyoto. Zhao, I'm coming. I've come to avenge my parents' closest relatives, my entire clan of young and old, and my uncles in the Northern Shou army. Today I will step on the royal palace and exterminate your royal lineage. Liu's gaze was icy cold. A raging tide of terrifying killing intent gradually surfaced in his heart. Chapter 92, Outside Kyoto. Face to face with King Zhao of Chu. Sansan Pass. Only 3,000 men were stationed. This majestic pass is the last barrier into Kyoto from north to south. It can be said that this is the gateway to the northern part of Dechu Kyoto. But now, yet only 3,000 men were placed on guard. Tap. Shocking hoofbeats came, and the 3,003 mountain pass defenders blanched as they looked at the cavalry sweeping in the distance, setting off countless clouds of smoke and dust. Go. Straight up surrender. To have 3,000 of us fend off such a cavalry? This is clearly a way to get us killed here. The guardian of the Three Mountain Pass broke into a shouting match. He was not originally the guardian of the Three Mountains Pass, was set to lead 3,000 generals under his command here 3 days ago. Originally, he was still a bit elated. After all, the guardian of the Three Mountain Pass. Ah, this is a high-powered position. But now, seeing the terrifying iron cavalry rolling in, he finally realized why such an important position had allowed him to come. These iron horsemen were clearly the rumored iron horsemen of Yenshan City, the Yen Mountain city that was so terrifying and overwhelming that it had killed true martial realm existences. This is where he's going to die. Since he was going to die here, he simply surrendered. Soon, the gates of Sansan Pass are open. He and the generals under his command kneeled on one knee on either side of the gate and shouted. Pang Zhang, the guardian of the Three Mountain Pass, leading 3,000 generals under his command, is willing to surrender. Liu, surrounded by Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, Gong Sunzan, and Pu Songling, rode his horse and stood in front of Pang Zhang. Pang Zhang? Who is Pang Haoran to you? Is none other than my father. Pang Zhang's heart snapped. Could it be that his father, who had passed away, had some kind of grudge against Yenshan City's Liu? Although he had only looked up, he recognized that the one questioning him was none other than that Yenshan City Liu, the major general of the Northern Shou army. After all, when Liu's portrait was plastered all over the Great Chu dynasty, The wanted portraits of the Great Chu dynasty are not abstract, but realistic. Get up. Uncle Pang and my father had a good personal relationship. It's just that little is known about it. Since you are the son of Uncle Pang, take the men and go to General Zhang Han. He'll arrange your duties, Li Yu said faintly. Thank you, young general. Peng Zhang was delighted. Father actually has this relationship? Even he doesn't know. Without hesitation, he immediately took the 3,000 generals under his command and headed north. The Chu dynasty had even allowed him to send him to his death, so it was no wonder that he had rebelled. Watching 3,000 people leave, without much care, Li Yu continued to lead the 6,000 iron cavalry under his command through the 3 mountain pass and then headed towards the Chu Kyoto. It was a stretch of road he knew well. After all, in the beginning, he had left Kyoto all the way from this road. Are the evil god cultists coming? Li Yu's face was calm. For the people of the evil god sect, he still likes to behead them. After all, any person of the evil god cult belonged to the good fortune child, who loved to add to the forces under his command. Half an hour later, the majestic city of Kyoto could already be seen from afar. Kyoto City was the most majestic city of the Great Chu dynasty, like an ancient and overwhelmingly ferocious beast lying on top of the earth. The city wall was extremely high, and at this time it was filled with densely packed soldiers. Shelves of god machine crossbows were placed on the walls, almost every 3 or 5 paces. Beyond that, there was also a stone thrower, a good deal higher up the wall. What a majestic city! If ordinary soldiers attacked, I'm afraid 100,000 would not help, Pope exclaimed. Only in the middle of this world where martial arts were prevalent could one see such a majestic city. Only a transcendent power could build such a majestic city. Even the most majestic city is just as likely to be breached if the people are not able to do it. Walls are just walls. Gong Sunzan opened his mouth. Luo Yi and Chang Biaojin had a look of recognition on their faces. Tap. Iron horsemen trampled the earth. The city walls. A peaked Tony general stood on top of it, majestically looking down at Li Yu and the others, and shouted, "Who is the visitor? This is the royal capital. All of you dismount." Phew dash. A sharp arrow shot out from Luo Yi's hand and instantly pierced through this peaked Tony general. Splattering blood, catapults, machine tool crossbows, destroy them. An icy voice rang out from the city walls. Li Yu gazed over. It was a middle-aged man clad in a fox-skin jacket, with a majestic appearance and cold eyes. The aura of a Seal King level permeated his body. King Jingbian? Li Yu narrowed his eyes. Jingbian King, one of the 9 kings of Great Chu, but a mere Seal King? What is that? My lord. The person beside him is in the true martial realm. Pu Songling looked at the old man next to King Jingbian. This old man was dressed simply. Just a very ordinary-looking grey robe. A head full of white hair meticulously tied. Rosy face. If you do not pay attention to see would also think that it is the old eunuch beside the king of Jingbian. True martial realm? Li Yu looked at this old man. Ha 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 dash. Li Yu, you're finally here. Lone has been waiting for you for a long time. Just then, an excited voice came, wearing a dragon robe and a Pingtian crown. King Zhao of Chu, whose lips appeared thin, ascended the city wall and looked down on Li Yu and his party. He had a look of excitement and playfulness on his face. Beside him, followed by a true martial realm existence. Most of these true martial realm existences were old in appearance, and only 4 of them were middle-aged in appearance with indifferent eyes. King Zhao of Chu. Li Yu's gaze looked towards Zhao, his face icy cold. Zhao, I want to know, why did you destroy my Beihali clan in the first place? There's no need to bring out trumped-up charges. For that matter, he had been puzzled. Is it really because the big and little sisters' souls are naturally strong? You want to know? Then kneel on the ground and bow to Lone 3 times, and Lone will tell you. King Zhao of Chu looked at Li Yu with interest. He moved his gaze away from Li Yu again and looked at Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, Gong Sunzan, and Pu Songling. What's with the extra person? In the intelligence given by the Imperial City Department, there is no such martial general with white armor and white horse, and the cavalry isn't 4,000. It's almost 6,000. Are the Imperial City Department all dry? He was disgruntled. Of course, he didn't really care. After all, in front of the powerful members of the evil god cult that Uncle Six had brought back, it would not help if Li Yu just struggled anymore. The only thing they can do is to be killed and kneel in front of him, trembling and begging for mercy. Is there a difference between 4,000 cavalry and 6,000 cavalry? No, it's just 2,000 more bodies. Then I'll tackle you before I pry your mouth open and make you talk honestly. Li Yu said icily. His gaze also swept towards the one true martial realm beside Zhao. In total, there were 8 true martial realm existences, and there were only 5 true martial realms under his command right now. Luo Yi, Chang Biaojin, Gong Sunzan, Pu Songling, and Jing Ku. Of course, The true martial realm is not about quantity, but quality. Unbridled. You, a rebellious son, are really looking for death. A middle-aged man beside Zao was expressionless as he looked down at Liu indifferently. He stood on top of the city wall, towering over the city like a god looking down on ants. Chapter 93, Gongsun first kill in the true martial realm. Nest of the swift white dragon. Who are you? Liu looked at the middle-aged man. This was a true martial realm existence, wearing a black robe that looked 3 times similar to Zao. My name, Zhao Tuo. This frontier is the land of my Zhao clan's royal family. No matter where you come from or what forces are behind you, anyone who dares to lead a cavalry to my king's capital of Dechu today will die. Not only will you die, but everyone behind you will die. The cold-faced Zhao Tuo looked down at Liu without a trace of emotion in his voice. He had a very scary aura about him. It was as if there was a black dragon coiled behind his head, and his cold dragon eyes regarded all beings in this world as ants. All die? Just you? Gongsun rode out on his white horse and looked at Zhao Tuo on the city wall with the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of coldness. Who are you to bark in front of my lord? Come down. Let me beat it to death. Within 10 rounds, I'll make you bone and flesh. His voice contained an amazingly fierce aura, just like a supreme war general who walked out from an ancient battlefield. His aura rushed up and swept away the floating clouds in the sky. Who is he? He is Gongsun, who once reigned supreme in the north. It had also killed the heads of the northern foreigners. Who in the world knows the power of the 3,000 White Horse Guards? Although he had now arrived at a party of the metaphysical world, he still had the confidence to sweep the world. When the 3,000 White Horse Boxers under his command come out, he will definitely make the name of the White Horse Boxers once again famous in the heavens, so that 10,000 people in the world will be afraid. Ha ha ha. Do you realize that anyone who dares to talk to me like that is already dead? On the city wall, the ice-cold-faced Zhao Tuo stared at Gongsun with dense killing intent in his eyes. Immediately after, he raised his hand, and the entire world suddenly darkened slightly. The black scaly dragon coiled behind his head let out a soundless roar. Some inscriptions also surfaced on the surface of the 100-foot city wall, and hundreds of blood-colored long gorges coalesced in the sky above the capital of the Great Shu King. Ignorant grills. Zhao Tuo's voice turned into thunder and exploded in midair. The walls of this king's capital were poured with the bone and blood of 800 augur dragons, and every inch of the ground under your feet has been saturated with the blood of countless lives. Send you on your way. His face was filled with coldness and murderous intent, and he looked especially terrifying against the hundreds of blood-colored long gorges. Boom dash! He gave a sharp wave of his hand. Hundreds of blood-colored long spears pierced directly towards Gongsun. This was the might of the true martial realm. Between moving his thoughts, he could borrow the power of heaven and earth and explode with terrifying might. Send me on my way? Said I'd bone you in 10 rounds, so I won't beat you to death in the 11th. Gongsun's face was cold as he suddenly raised his hand in a false grip. The sound of war horses neighing suddenly came from the dome of the sky. A pure white spear pierced through the sky, the clouds disintegrating wherever it passed, like a divine gun piercing through the sky. This divine spear was fast to the extreme. The light was also radiant to the extreme. It was like a fiery sun falling from the 9 heavens, terrifyingly monstrous. Rumble dash. This divine spear directly tore apart those hundreds of long spears. When Zhao Tuo could see it clearly, the divine spear entwined with the 9 white gnarled shadows was already close at hand. His pupils plummeted. So strong. The strength of this military general under the city was surprisingly so strong. He was already at the 3rd sky of the true martial realm, but the strength of this martial artist below was not even the slightest bit weaker than him. Boom dash! A blood-colored long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. An inscription lit up on the longo. He violently stabbed out the blood-colored long spear in his hand, blocking the divine spear that was falling from the dome of the sky. Close at hand, the horrible aftermath swept across. The city walls were all torn apart, and King Zao of Chu looked shocked. The extremely dense power of Great Chu's chi-luck permeated his body, blocking the remaining power. However, his eyes were filled with incredulity. How is that possible? That true martial realm under Liu's command. How does it look like the strength is not weaker than Uncle Six, a rebel and a traitor? How could there be such a terrifyingly powerful potency? Boom dash! Zhao Tuo's figure flew out backwards 100 feet away and flipped in midair. Awesome! You're actually a true martial triple sky as well. But do you think that just because you are of equal cultivation to me, you can match me? Today, let you see the might of my evil god sect. His face was grim as he stared deathly at Gongsun outside the city, and in the next moment his body transformed into a phantom and swooped down towards Gongsun. All around him, a ghostly shadow emerged, and there were a total of 6 ghostly shadows. The aura on each ghostly shadow had reached the true martial realm. Ghostly breath whistles. A morose, cold, cloudy wind blew. It even froze the clouds in the sky. Fusion. An icy voice rang out. Those 6 true martial realm ghost shadows violently rushed into Zhao Tuo's body, and the vast ghost chi erupted. The scent on Zhao Tuo's body. Directly from the 3rd sky of the true martial realm, he crossed into the 4th sky of the true martial realm. True martial realm triple sky was still only the primary stage of the true martial realm. However, the 4th heaven of the true martial realm had already stepped into the intermediate stage of the true martial realm. What are you fighting me with? Come to die. Zhao Tuo's voice was cold to the extreme. A pair of eyes looking down at Gongsun. The long spear in his hand erupted with a might far too strong than before. The city walls. King Zhao of Chu laughed out loud, his heart full of joy. That's right. The evil god sect martial artist who had incorporated a full body of ghosts was truly in full form. Who can match the strength of Uncle Six at this time? It was bound to be easy to kill the military generals under Li Yu's command, as well as to capture Li Yu directly. The thought of Li Yu on his knees begging for mercy filled him with excitement. The rest of the true martial existences of the evil god sect on the city walls also revealed smiles. This battle is settled. Zhao Tuo took out his strongest strength, and the martial general below him would surely die. It might not even be necessary for them to make a move to directly destroy all of the other party. True martial realm 4th heaven? Poof. Looks like that's all the cards you've got. All at once then. Gongsun lifted his head and looked towards the swooping Zhao Tuo, the corners of his mouth revealing a terrifyingly ferocious intent. Where are the white dragon iron horsemen? His voice carried in all directions. In. The 2,000 white dragon iron cavalry roared. Each of them had the strength of the Tongyi level, and the 2,000 of them roared in unison. Their voices shaking the heavens. Form a formation. Gongsun's voice came down again. Boom dash. The 2,000 white dragon iron cavalry instantly formed the divine and demonic military formation nest of the ancient white dragon. This moment, monstrous might converged on Gongsun's body. It directly caused his aura to soar, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Phew, he stabbed out with a gun. The shot was as fast as it could be. Moreover, the breath was so strong that it surpassed the 4th heaven of the true martial realm. Zhao Tuo's face instantly changed in shock, and his face was filled with incredulity. How can it be? The other side's breath. How did it get so scary all of a sudden? Put. The ice-cold lance instantly broke through the long spear in Zhao Tuo's hand and pierced through his neck. Zhao Tuo of the true martial realm. Dead.